Hey, you and I were discussing the breaking news of the Supreme Court refusing to intervene in today's sentencing as requested by Trump and his legal team. The Supreme Court, in their ruling, saying that that's because they believe Trump can continue any appeal following an ordinary course, and indicating that this unconditional discharge was expected anyway. Help us understand what that means for Trump, who, in response to that, said he does intend to appeal the sentencing.
Well, what it means is that the Supreme Court was not willing to, or at least in a 5-4 decision, which I have to admit is closer than I expected, they decided that they would not parachute in and push pause on this sentencing. And what it means is that somebody in the 5-4, I think, said, we want language that explains why, because they could have just said no. But instead, they decided to explain their reasoning. And one is because the normal course of appeals are available to the president as they are available to any other person. But two, and I think this is actually more interesting, it's something you asked me about last night, Errol, is the idea of basically, yes, there will be a sentence, but there will not be a sentence in the way that people expect. There will be nothing more for the president to do. So I think that's a way of saying, why are you asking us here when, if you think you have live issues on appeal, bring them. And it's not like the president will be sitting inside a jail cell. There isn't anything really that will impede his ability to do his job as president. I think it's fascinating that the split was so close. And it's fascinating that, as Jan Crawford pointed out also last night, and you and I talked about, that language was added to explain that it really is because Judge Merchan indicated that there would be this kind of sentence without a sentence, for lack of a better way of describing it.
We're following the breaking news with Jessica Levinson of President-elect Donald Trump appearing virtually in the New York courtroom you see on your screen to face sentencing in his criminal trial from here in New York. I want to now bring in CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Zhang, who is in West Palm Beach, Florida. Weijia, we understand the president appearing virtually is seated next to his lawyer, Mr. Blanche, and they've confirmed they are in Florida. Help us understand what Team Trump is saying about this hearing and plans to do next.
Errol, it's great to see you. Last night here in West Palm Beach, President-elect Trump actually hosted a dinner meeting with 22 Republican governors, during which he made remarks about what was to happen today. And it's interesting because in his words, he really tried to downplay it. He said he actually read the SCOTUS ruling and thought it was fair because it did mention that he could appeal, which he says he intends to do. And he said, so, tomorrow I'm going to go do my, quote, little thing and have, the judge able to play with his, quote, political opponent. So he's really trying to say it's no big deal that he's going to sit through this proceeding and there's not going to be any penalty. But I thought what was really telling, Errol, was the fact that he said he would appeal because even though he doesn't have to face any practical consequences, he used the word psychologically he wanted to appeal, which is his intention. And also, I think the actions here speak much louder than his words. The fact that he did issue 2 emergency motions, not only to the Supreme Court, but to the New York Court of Appeals to try to block exactly what is unfolding right now. Because even though he doesn't have to serve prison time or pay fines or go on probation, this is now cementing his criminal record. It is now cementing his status as a convicted felon, which, of course, he does not want. So even though he is trying to brush this off in his Trumpian way, this is a big deal, and the Trump team realizes that because he is making history as the first convicted felon who is a president of the United States. And so I don't know exactly how much interaction the president-elect will have during these proceedings, how much he can say. But certainly this is going to hang over him just 10 days, Errol, before his inauguration.
Yeah, Weijia, it really is remarkable. We understand President-elect Trump does have the opportunity to make remarks. It does not seem as if he has said anything just yet. Again, our team is inside the courtroom, typing out information to us in real time. Weijia, what you've just laid out is factually accurate. He'll be the first president convicted of a felony and now serving a sentence, no matter how soft it may be. But will it make any difference to the average American as far as policy is concerned when you've got Republican governors there in West Palm Beach at Mar-a-Lago meeting with Trump? He's going to meet with Republican House members soon. Democratic Senator John Fetterman wants to meet with him as well. What difference might this make politically?
Errol, I think that was answered back in November, on November 8th, 2024, because he was already convicted of these 34 counts in this so-called hush money case. Just a reminder to our viewers, he was convicted for paying $130,000 to adult film actress Stormy Daniels as part of a hush money payment before the 2016 presidential election. So all of that had already happened. The trial was over. We knew the sentencing was going to happen. And yet the American people voted for Trump and put him into office. So I think politically for him at this time, his team would argue that it doesn't matter, because even though that had already unfolded, he was still able to beat Vice President Kamala Harris and win the White House again. Of course, history is very different. How this will be studied, how future generations will reflect on this is a different question. But in terms of practically, this is also not the first of the legal troubles that we have covered for President-elect Trump. And it does seem that everything else that people have voted on outweighs his record, his dealings, his investigations. And so, Errol, I think no matter what, even if it is not removed from his record, even though the sentencing is proceeding, it is a win for Trump. In fact, his entire legal team spent years forming this strategy to make sure that he wouldn't have to serve prison time if ultimately convicted.
Yeah, all of that really relevant and useful information. And just so our viewers are aware, President-elect Trump was convicted of falsifying business records in order to cover up a hush money payment of $130,000 to a pornographic actress before the 2016 election. This was a unanimous decision by a jury of his peers. Weijia Jiang is reporting to us from West Palm Beach in Florida. Weijia, stand by where you are. We also have Jessica Levinson, our legal contributor, who is digesting the details of what's being discussed inside the courtroom that we see on our screens. I find it interesting, Jessica, that they do note that some 10 times the judge found Trump in contempt of court during the proceedings because of his rhetoric. I'm wondering what's jumping out at you from what you're seeing them discuss right now.
I think you're exactly right. I noted that the prosecution here essentially understanding that it's January 10th and there are very few practical options, but going on the record and saying that and I'm going to paraphrase here, that the defendant's conduct has been an attack on the rule of law itself. Apparently the probationary court found that this defendant thinks he is above the law. And exactly as you also highlighted, that there were 10 counts here, that there were 10 findings of contempt. And that is significant because what the prosecution is laying out and what would have in another world made a difference is aggravating factors, right? All of this goes to the idea that in some other situation where it is Mr. Trump, not President Trump, that there are reasons that there might be jail time in a case, even though we are talking about nonviolent felonies. Or there might be something more significant than what we're seeing today, which is really just going to be, let's be honest, symbolic, an acknowledgement that there was a conviction, but really nothing more. And the prosecution, again, going on the record and saying, here are all the ways that we believe that the president thumbed his nose at these proceedings, at the rule of law, saying this is a direct attack on the judicial system. Again, I'm paraphrasing. Right now, it sounds like President Trump's team is responding with, obviously, because they are vigorous defenders, a very different narrative of what they say happened in the courtroom.
And I believe at this moment the court may be hearing from President-elect Trump for the first time Some of that commentary being typed out as we speak. I want to let that fall for a moment as we look at what appear to be the first images. President-elect Trump is appearing remotely. We understand from West Palm Beach. You see him there seated next to his attorney, Todd Blanche, who vehemently defended him during that 6-week trial in May of 2024. The latest commentary from Trump and his team is that they say this has been a terrible experience and a tremendous setback for New York and the New York court system. We'll continue to look at these images. Our team is inside typing out feverishly the commentary between the prosecution, the defense, and the judge as a sentence will officially be levied against Donald Trump, one of unconditional discharge. Let's cross to Weijia Zhang, who is in West Palm Beach, watching all of this in real time with us. Weijia, help us understand who is with Trump, how they're defending him, and what they plan to do next.
So, Errol, I'm also watching in real time as our colleagues type out exactly what Trump is saying right now. He, of course, is with his legal team. He's saying this has been a very terrible experience. I think it's been a tremendous setback for New York and the New York court system, which really echoes what he has said, including last night, blaming Judge Marchand for acting in a political way, saying that he is a corrupt judge and that this case should never have been brought. And that's also why he said in a lengthy statement, Errol, last night, that he does intend to appeal this case. And so even though there will not be a penalty in practice, as we mentioned before, this is something that matters to Trump and his legal team because it will now be on his record for so long. And so we are watching in real time as all of this plays out. We knew that he was likely going to speak, and he is speaking right now. We're waiting for more updates. But again, I just think it's so fascinating that he tried to stop exactly what is happening right now. And we should note that, 2 conservative justices joined 3 liberals in that Supreme Court decision to allow the sentencing to move forward. And that includes one of the justices that he nominated and appointed, which was Justice Amy Coney Barrett. And so there's a lot to be said there because there was an assumption that any justice that he sent to the Supreme Court would somehow be carrying water for him. And this is a huge example of how that is not playing out. You're seeing on your screen now the first quote that we have from the president-elect calling this a terrible experience. And so the next step, again, is for his team to appeal the verdict, to appeal this case. And that is the other reason why the Supreme Court allowed this to continue. They said he has all the tools that any defendant would have to try to appeal, Errol.
That's exactly right. And Weijia, with our team of reporters inside the courtroom sharing details from President-elect Trump's ongoing statements, we can also share that he is saying things in the courtroom that are similar to what we've heard him say outside. He says he was indicted for things, and it's incredible to have been indicted for certain things. He says he was indicted for business records. He's calling this a political witch hunt. He believes this entire trial was done to damage his reputation so that he would lose the 2024 election. Those comments coming from Trump in just the last few moments. He also, in his statement, said it was a case that Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg did not want to bring, according to Trump. He's also citing legal scholars who did not believe that he should have been charged for the accusations that he was ultimately found guilty of. And he's citing so-called experts like Jonathan Turley and people who have appeared on news networks, including Alan Dershowitz. This is unfolding in real time. President-elect Donald Trump appearing virtually in a New York courthouse as he is facing sentencing after being found guilty on 34 criminal counts of falsifying business records in May of 2024. I'm Errol Barnett at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York. Weijia Zhang has been giving us an update from West Palm Beach, and Jessica Levinson, our legal contributor, has been helping us understand what this all means as well. And we understand that as soon as an audio recording of what's unfolding in the courthouse is made available, we will bring that to you live. No matter how you slice it, this is a historic day in the United States, having never before seen a president-elect in such a circumstance, a former president, and someone who now is at the head of the Republican Party. His party will have majorities in Congress and will shape American policy for the next 4 years at least. A remarkable moment that Donald Trump, not just a convicted felon, but in the next few moments will be facing sentencing. Just taking a moment to see the latest information that's being shared with us, and it appears that they continue to provide details on both sides. And just a reset for our viewers, it is now 10 a.m. here on the East Coast in New York City. I'm Errol Barnett at the CBS Broadcast Center bringing you this breaking news. President-elect Donald Trump now facing sentencing for his criminal trial in New York City. He's appearing virtually. You see those images on your screen alongside his lawyer, Todd Blanche. And Trump has repeated some of the things that he's had said privately, that this is a witch hunt and that he shouldn't have faced these charges in the first place. He does intend to appeal. That does it for me for now. My colleague, Vladimir Duthier, continues our coverage.
Errol, thank you very much, my friend. Appreciate it. As you all have been following right along with Errol, President-elect Donald Trump is being sentenced in his New York criminal conviction. Last night, the Supreme Court refused to stop the sentencing. Judge Juan Merchan has already signaled that Trump will not face jail time or probation. Regardless of the outcome, the president-elect will become the first president convicted of a felony. I want to bring in Jessica Levinson for more on this. She's a CBS News legal contributor and a professor at Loyola Law School. Jessica, what do we expect? I mean, given that there will be no penalties, what do you expect to hear from the judge?
Maybe an explanation again of why there will be no penalties. And let's be honest that President Trump's legal team has been incredibly successful in pushing the sentencing to this point. They, of course, did request the delay and pushing it to the point where it is not practicable to have any sentence other than what we're going to see here, which is an unconditional release. Vlad, you know this. This is the proverbial slap on the wrist. It is symbolic. It is an acknowledgement that there was a conviction, and it is essentially no more. Unconditional means that. No conditions, no strings attached. The president will not have to obviously serve any jail time, check in with a probationary officer. And what we can expect is essentially for the judge to say, I heard the prosecution, I heard the defense. Here is why I'm handing down this particular sentence. Some judges like to give their reasoning from the bench more than others. Given the historic moment, it will be interesting to see how much of his reasoning Judge Merchan wants to provide to all of us.
And just, I guess the question for a lot of people, Jessica, will be, what could that reasoning possibly be? Is it a political one? Is it a legal one? What do you think?
Well, I think it's an acknowledgement of reality, and maybe there's a better way of phrasing that, but it's an acknowledgement that this defendant is about to occupy the Oval Office, is about to be the head of the executive branch. It's January 10th. The inauguration is January 20th, and we are here for a variety of different reasons, but the idea that you could put the president behind bars, the idea that you could put any sort of serious conditions on the head of the executive branch, I think raises some significant practical and legal questions. President Trump's legal team has brought the legal theory that this sentencing alone could interfere with the president's ability to take care to faithfully execute the laws. That's the language from the Constitution, as you know, Vlad. So anything more than this symbolic sentence, and I think you have a more significant argument that there would be potentially some interference with the president's ability to do his job. Vlad, I know you know this, when it comes to questions of presidential immunity, we do wrap a bubble around the president. And I'm not just talking about the Supreme Court decision from last term. I'm talking about all the way back to the Nixon administration, where there's an acknowledgement that, yes, no person is above the law, but actually the president of the United States, we need to essentially protectively bubble wrap them so they can do what they need to do. And I think that's what part of what we might hear from the judge today.
Yeah, so that's an interesting question, because I was thinking as I was listening to you that would this mean that there is a legal precedent for someone else, an ordinary American citizen who has been convicted of a crime, to right now there are restrictions in some states on who can do what when you have a criminal conviction on your record. They range from employment to a variety of different things that you cannot do if you have a criminal record. I wonder if there's a way to use to make a legal argument that if the president of the United States, which, by the way, the founding fathers, as you know, wanted the presidency. The president is the commander-in-chief is a civilian. In other words, he is an ordinary citizen, yes, tasked with enormous power, but still a citizen, not a military leader, not a monarch. So I wonder if there's a way to suggest that if I have a criminal record for something, that I should use what the precedent is being set here with President-elect Trump.
If I ever find myself on the wrong side of the law, I think I want you as my attorney, because I love the idea that we could potentially use this as an argument for other people. What I would say is, as somebody who teaches all those presidential immunity and all the executive privilege cases, I think this really is confined to the president. It doesn't mean that smart lawyers won't try and make the argument that you have laid out today. It means that when it comes to all of those other people who cannot do things, who restrictions are put on them by virtue of the convictions, we're basically okay with that. You're exactly right that there was a fear when it came to the founding fathers of giving the president, and frankly, anyone else, too much power, right? That's why we have three branches. That's why in other Western democracies, there's two branches. We disperse power because we feared the concentration of power. Having said that, again, go back to the Nixon administration, go back to the Watergate tapes cases, go back to another case where President Nixon was essentially sued for wrongful termination. And you'll see the Supreme Court saying over and over again, it's something about the president. We need to protect him because, unlike a member of Congress, he is really acting alone in many cases, and we can't have him distracted. We can't have his ability to do his job undermined. So that's ultimately where I would come down on the constitutional question that you raise.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. And the judge just now, Jessica, while you were speaking, has said this, and I'm quoting here, it is the legal protections afforded to the office of the President of the United States that are extraordinary, not the occupant of the office. So break that. It's essentially what Judge Merchan is saying is sort of what you just broke down for us.
This is something that you hear from lawyers and judges a lot, which is when it comes to protecting the president, it is not protecting Barack Obama or Joe Biden or Donald Trump. It is protecting whoever is in the Oval Office because they serve us. And it's in part why there's this division between the Office of Legal Counsel and a president's personal attorneys, for instance, where you see Judge Merchan saying and having to acknowledge that he is looking at a defendant who is about to, again, be head of the executive branch. He is looking at a defendant who will enjoy many protections that, Vlad, you and I do not, by virtue of that fact. And so he's saying clearly, this isn't about protecting a private individual. It's about protecting that office. And it is a clear and, I think, important statement from the judge.
So, Jessica, just stand by. We're going to continue our discussion, but we expect a CBS News special report will take place because the judge has just wrapped up, Jessica. And so I may end up cutting you off, or I may end up cutting myself off once that special report comes to air. But again, it does seem, and I think this is an interesting point that you're making and the judge is reinforcing, which is that I think when people talk about what has happened to the president-elect, they always reference it in terms of the man, the individual. Well, President-elect Donald Trump got away with it, or he is not being held accountable for his actions. And in this case, and in the way that you've described it, and what the judge appears to be also suggesting is you have to distance the office of the presidency from the individual.
Well, that's right. And I mean, this is a situation where I was just struck by the fact that if you listen to the prosecution and then listen to the defense and the different, very different narratives that they tell about this case, that's essentially how we see a lot of things in America in 2025 now.
Yeah.
And I understand we're going to special report.
We are, Jessica. Thank you very, very much for your time, as always. As we just indicated, the judge has ruled unconditional discharge for President-elect in New York. Stand by for CBS News Special Report.
This is a CBS News Special Report. I'm Norah O'Donnell, and we are coming on the air as President-elect Donald Trump is sentenced in the so-called hush money case. The judge just sentenced Trump to an additional discharge for his 34 felonies, unanimously decided by a New York jury. And it's an unconditional discharge, to be clear. Trump spoke virtually from his Mar-a-Lago resort, saying, quote, "This has been a very terrible experience. I think it has been a tremendous setback for New York and the New York court system." He later added, "The fact is, I'm totally innocent. I did nothing wrong." Now, just as a reminder, the president-elect was convicted in May of last year on charges related to payments to adult film actress Stormy Daniels. That was all up in the lead up to the 2016 election. This today formalizes Trump's status as a convicted felon and makes him the first to carry that title into the White House. Trump and his lawyers had tried tirelessly to delay today's proceedings, taking their appeal all the way to the Supreme Court. Then we heard from the Supreme Court last night, and they ruled in a 5-4 decision that the sentencing could take place today, including 2 of the conservative justices siding with 3 in the liberal wing of the Supreme Court. I want to bring in our congressional correspondent, Scott McFarland. And Scott, what does unconditional discharge mean?
It means this case is over. It has been wrapped up. That's the final chapter in this story. And what the judge says in explaining the unconditional discharge is that a prison sentence or a further sentence would serve no practical purpose. It wouldn't do any good. That's the type of thing, Nora, we'd see when there's a major health concern for a defendant or a geriatric defendant, somebody who couldn't be reasonably put in prison or put on probation and serve any ends.
I want to bring in our chief election campaign correspondent, Robert Costa. Trump appearing virtually from Mar-a-Lago and once again strongly defending himself.
He did strongly defend himself, Nora, but we see from the president-elect defiance at this moment and disregard for the criminal conviction. He will continue to appeal it. He's unhappy with the Supreme Court, but there is a sense, based on my reporting inside Trump's inner circle, that this conviction and this unconditional sentencing will not be a burden on his presidency once he takes office later this month.
I bring in CBS News legal contributor and criminal defense attorney Caroline Polisi. She is with us. And Caroline, I just want to point out what the prosecutor said heading into this. His name is Joshua Steinglass. He blasted Trump before this sentencing, saying that rather than expressing any remorse for his criminal acts, that Trump has spread disdain for our institutions and the rule of the law. He said the defendant has caused enduring damage to public perception of the criminal justice system and placed officers of the court in harm's way. The president's attorney responding, "I very, very much disagree." So, Caroline, I do want to ask you, what does this mean, though, in terms of the legal precedent, if any, that it sets?
Yeah, that's right, Nora. In a lot of ways, this was just a procedural bookend and really some legal theater in that it is very rare for both the prosecution and the defense to know in advance of sentencing that the sentence will be an unconditional discharge, which essentially is exactly what it sounds like. It's not even a slap on the wrist. There is no jail time, obviously, but no fines, no conditions, no restitution, no, community service, even nothing being imposed here. And so really you saw the prosecutor Steinglass just getting on the record Trump's disdain for the rule of law. But, we talk a lot about whether or not Trump is above the law. And I think today really solidified the fact that he is, in that the Supreme Court enshrined this idea of presidential immunity. We talked when he was convicted in this case we were debating whether or not jail time would be imposed, but I don't think anybody thought that there would be this unconditional discharge after he was elected. All of a sudden, this is what is happening, and so. As noted, this case is not over. He will continue to exercise his appellate rights.
Caroline, I have to ask you because Judge Merchan, in issuing that unconditional discharge, said he does that because he has to do it without encroaching on the highest post in the land. Does that negate at all that the president-elect now becomes the only president to have been sentenced on criminal charges?
Yeah, look, it's a huge deal symbolically. This was a win for the Manhattan DA's office, but in a lot of senses, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Look, one hallmark of the criminal justice system is retribution, and that was not done here. However, for now, at least, his conviction is sort of enshrined procedurally. He will remain a convicted felon while in office. There's, nothing that bars him from holding office while being a convicted felon. And again, I think, the headline that SCOTUS refused to stop this proceeding today, the lead there really is that it was a 5-4 decision. And they indicated that these evidentiary issues regarding potential presidential immunity could and potentially would be taken up on appeal. So signaling there that, they were open potentially to the fact of reviewing this case and certainly could get back to the Supreme Court.
That's a really interesting and important point. Caroline, I want to bring in CBS's Katrina Kaufman. She has followed this trial in its entirety. She was inside the courthouse today. Now she's outside the courthouse for us. And give us some of the color of what we saw inside.
Nora, it's great to join you. It was such a unique experience in there because the courtroom was filled with all of the familiar faces of the court reporters, of the sketch artists, but Trump and his attorney, Todd Blanche, were presented on a screen to us. One of his attorneys, Emil Bovee, was in the courtroom, but this was an allowance that they made for Donald Trump, also to lessen the burden of the sentencing on him. It played a role in the Supreme Court, even allowing this to move forward. It was also remarkable to hear Trump speak on his own behalf, but in such a different way than you would normally hear a defendant speak at his own criminal trial. Usually that's to express remorse, to try to explain their actions. Trump sat there and really just defended himself, continued to proclaim his innocence and the injustice of this trial.
Katrina Kaufman, thank you. And Robert Costa, this is still a truly unprecedented, historic-making moment because the president-elect is going to be inaugurated just 10 days from now. And even though it was virtual, he was in a courtroom today.
So while this procedure today can seem like a bit of a whimper, not a bang, legally speaking, historically, it is so notable. Just think, Nora, months ago, I was speaking with you. I was at the courtroom when then former President Trump was sentenced in New York in late May. He was at his political bottom. He looked like he was not going to win the presidency. People inside the Republican Party said we now have a convict who's going to be our nominee at the convention. It looked bleaker than ever for Trump. Now here we are in January 2025. Scott has done such great work on the January 6th investigations at the federal level. That has fallen away for the most part, not moving forward with prosecution. Same when it comes to classified records. And Trump, instead of losing the election in the wake of a conviction, is now the president-elect of the United States, has declared he has a mandate and has Republican majorities on Capitol Hill. Such a turnaround in American history in less than a year.
But, Scott, this is not the end of the president's legal troubles or reporting or reports coming out about his legal troubles, right?
By the end of the day today, we could get the final report of what Special Counsel Jack Smith found in his investigation of efforts to overturn the 2020 elections. An appeals court in Atlanta could free up the Attorney General to release that today. Many people have been interested in reading what Jack Smith found, perhaps more than what he put in his charging documents. And, Nora, one footnote. The defense attorney for Donald Trump today in that virtual hearing was Todd Blanche. That is going to be Donald Trump's nominee to be the #2 official at the Justice Department beginning this year.
And that is a very crucial post at the Attorney General's office and in the Justice Department. Thank you, Robert Costa, Scott McFarlane, also to Caroline Polisi and Katrina Kaufman. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news, and then tonight on the CBS Evening News. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm Norah O'Donnell.
All right, folks, you've been watching a CBS News special report anchored by CBS Evening News and anchor, managing editor of the Evening News, Norah O'Donnell. If you're just joining us, Judge Juan Merchan has ruled an unconditional discharge in the New York hush money criminal trial of President-elect Donald Trump. I want to bring in Jessica Levinson for more on this. She's a CBS News legal contributor and a professor at Loyola Law School. So, Jessica, the judge said it is the legal protections afforded to the office of the president that are extraordinary, not the occupant of the office. Your take on what we just saw in New York City?
I think what we just saw is a judge acknowledging reality, that he is not facing any criminal defendant or a convicted criminal. In fact, he is facing the former and, more importantly, future president of the United States. And Vlad, as we've been talking about, that is a person who, by virtue of the office that they inhabit, not by virtue of who they are, but by virtue of their job, they enjoy protections. They enjoy protections from being sued civilly for official conduct. They enjoy protections from criminal liability for criminal liability for official conduct. And what we're seeing here is, of course, that extends to any real potential sentence, that the judge is not going to say, I will be the person who puts strings and restrictions on the occupant of the Oval Office. Again, because of how our Constitution is structured, because of all of that case law indicating that we need to protect the office of the presidency.
So, Jessica, stand by. I want to bring in CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. She's in West Palm Beach. I know this just happened, Weijia, but are you hearing any indication that we will expect to hear from the president-elect today on what just transpired in a New York City courtroom?
Vlad, you're right that it just wrapped up, and we did hear from Trump inside that proceeding. As for whether he'll make remarks today, you just never know when you're talking about Trump, and he could very well feel like adding more to what he said inside the courtroom, because we know this has been hanging over him. In fact, he made remarks about it last night, trying to downplay the sentencing, saying that he actually agreed with the Supreme Court's decision not to block the sentencing, because he says the justices mentioned that he could appeal, which is exactly what he plans to do. But he also said that, he's going to go and do his, quote, little thing today, meaning show up during the proceeding, and that his political opponent, Merchan in this case, the judge, would be able to have, quote, fun with him. And so he tried to brush it off in his words, Vlad, but his actions, of course, spoke much louder, because he did try to stop this sentencing from happening, because even though he doesn't have to pay a penalty, this does now solidify him as a convicted felon. This will now be part of his criminal record forever. And so when he talked about appealing, he said he would do it. And he said that even though he doesn't have to pay any consequences or penalties, he's doing it, quote, psychologically, Vlad. So it's really interesting that he spoke about this last night and used that word to describe why he is going to contest this, because he knows in his mind that he is a convict. And so, as to answer your original question, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we did hear more from President-elect Trump today here in West Palm Beach.
All right, Weijia Jiang for us, reporting from West Palm Beach. Thank you, Weijia, as always. We appreciate you. Let's bring in CBS News political reporter and attorney Katrina Kaufman, who's joining me now from outside that courthouse in New York City. You were sitting in the courtroom, Katrina. Give us some color. What'd you see? What'd you hear?
Hi, Vlad. Great to be with you. It was a very different atmosphere in that courtroom today. You could almost feel how much more relaxed it was without the anticipation of Trump's arrival. But there were still all of the courtroom reporters there, the sketch artists. There was the usual photography spray, but this time they were shooting the screen with Trump and his attorney, Todd Blanche, on it. As you can see in that photo, they were sitting with American flags behind them. And Trump only seemed semi-interested during all this. He was looking down quite a bit, but then, really perked up when he heard the prosecution talking about the charges against him. And there really just was a gravity, though, to hearing Justice Merchan proclaim this sentence and also really imply that he would have wanted to impose a harsher sentence on Donald Trump if it wasn't for the strictures of the presidency, the office that Merchan said Trump is about to occupy. But he really emphasized that what's extraordinary is the protections that are afforded that office, not the occupant, he said.
Yeah, and so the question, of course, going forward is just sort of what this will mean larger, a bigger picture, Katrina, as an attorney, the idea that a president of the United States is now also a convicted felon. I know that we've normalized the president-elect over the course of the last 8 years, but this is really extraordinary. And we often use the word unprecedented, but this is unprecedented.
I mean, it really is, Vlad, in every way. And, what's extraordinary is that there are many jobs and things that a convicted felon cannot do in the United States, but we now have one who is going to be leading our country. Even though a jury verdict had come in from this trial with these 34 counts finding Trump guilty, the American people still decided to elect him president. And what the sentencing does is it's a note of finality, branding him as a convicted felon just 10 days before inauguration.
All right, Katrina Kaufman, we appreciate you as always, my friend. Jessica Levinson, Weijia Jiang, all of you who've been contributing to our coverage of this extraordinary day in a New York City courtroom. Thank you all very much. I want to let our viewers know that we're also going to be getting audio from the courtroom soon, and we're going to bring that to you as soon as it comes in. Meanwhile, some other news to get to, including the stories that we've been following all day. This will include analysis on America Decides and the Daily Report, which you can catch now on Fridays. Did you know that, Ryan? I did. You can find it on Fridays now. Easy. America Decides is on at 5 p.m. Eastern, and the Daily Report starts at 6 Eastern. Okay, back to the news that we've been tracking all week, the apocalyptic scenes coming to us from Los Angeles as residents survey the damage left behind from several wildfires. But the threat is far from over as crews still struggle to contain the flames. We are live on the ground. You're streaming CBS News 24/7.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high.
If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
If was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
All right, we want to bring you up to speed on those 5 major wildfires that are still burning in California at this hour. Officials say that the Kenneth fire is now being investigated as potential arson. This as some residents head back for the very first time since they were forced to flee.
I just got off the phone with somebody, and as you can see, there's nothing left, and I've been here for about an hour and a half, and I don't want to leave. It's home. So I really can't put it into words.
We each walked out with 2 pairs of clothing changes, and that's all that we have.
CBS News correspondent Tom Hansen has been following this story all week for us, and he joins me now to talk about this. So, Tom, before we talk about some of the voices and the folks that you've been speaking to, just bring us up to speed on where the fires are this morning and what you're seeing.
Yeah, well, we're just near the Eden fire, which is about burned 14,000 acres so far, 0% containment, so very much still an active situation. This is Altadena, which is near Pasadena. This is a residential area, a lot of middle-class people, and I do just want to give you an extent of what we're seeing on the ground here. As the sun comes up, we're getting a better scope of the damage just in this area. It's utter destruction, Vlad. It is jaw-dropping to see house after house just wiped off of the map. And honestly, based on this wreckage, you can get a sense of the ferocity of these flames. It is indistinguishable. You cannot figure out what is what within this rubble here. It's all just ash and rubble. The only thing I can really make out is an oven over here. Outside of that, it is pretty much just debris. And so that just tells you how ferocious these flames have been and how quick they moved through this area. Consider a wall of flames just tearing through this residential area. Now, based on what we've heard from residents, this neighborhood was lush, it was green, it was idyllic, a lot of middle-class people living here. It's going to be a long road for the people who choose to return. But people we've spoken to are saying they may just pick up and leave because they don't exactly know what to do in an environment like this where there's not much to come back to, Vlad.
Yeah, Tom, we were all remarking after your piece this morning on CBS Mornings when we listened to some of the voices of people who just were devastated by the loss and didn't know what to do. Those who came back to what was once a beautiful and thriving community and only returned to see rubble and smoldering embers. And I remember we all turned to each other and I said to Gail, I wonder if people are even going to want to build back in an area that is so susceptible now to climate change and to these devastating fires. Are you hearing more of that? People saying, you know what, they may just pick up and go completely?
Yeah, I mean, Dale Fielder is a perfect example of that. The guy that we interviewed yesterday, we met him at a shelter not too far away from here in Pasadena that was housing some 1,200 people who were in very similar circumstances, a lot of them from the Altadena area. People are frustrated with the fact that the fire crews didn't come fast enough, according to them, and they are pretty much at a loss. I think there's a profound sense of loss amongst entire communities, especially Altadena. And let me tell you, when you drive through this neighborhood, there are downed power lines everywhere. There are full blocks that are just completely wiped away from the flames. Occasionally, because as you know, these wildfires are somewhat fickle, there are homes that are still standing here and there, but that is the minority. This is a community that is deeply impacted by this, and it's still, from my vantage point, very hard to wrap my head around the fact that this is still an active fire because so much of this land has burned, and you kind of wonder what's left to use as fuel for the flames. But this fire is still expanding, 0% contained. And so a lot of people are saying, you know, if I don't have anything to return to, Lord only knows if I'm going to be able to insure a new home if I want to rebuild. It might be just time to pick up and leave. And that's a heartbreaking revelation for so many people here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Tom, let me ask you about something we were just reported as we were introducing you, which is what police are saying about the Kenneth fire, that an arrest has been made. What are you learning about that?
Yeah, well, what we're learning, according to the PIO and their Twitter account, is that they have come out and said that they have not been able to identify a definitive link to this individual who is in custody and the Kenneth fire. But obviously, those reports have been circulating. The Kenneth fire, about 35% contained. It's actually just north of that catastrophic wildfire that hit the Palisades that we've been covering throughout the week. You know, it's an area that is near some higher end communities, Hidden Hills, for example, Calabasas, those are in that area. So homes are certainly under threat there. But one shred of good news in all of this, Vlad, is that these powerful gusts, these Santa Ana winds, they appear to be calming down for now. And so fire crews will be able to use this weekend to really jump into action, do a lot of those airdrops and drop a ton of water where they can to try to fight the flames. But really, this is just a city that feels like it's on fire pretty much any which way you look, Vlad, at the current moment.
Yeah. Tom Hansen, thank you very much for what you've been doing all week long, bringing these stories to those of us who can only imagine the pain and suffering that people are going through. We appreciate it, my friend. Stay safe. All right, from fire to ice, a major winter storm is barreling through the southeast, bringing a dangerous mix of snow, wind, and freezing rain. Thousands of flights have already been delayed or outright canceled. And that was before a full-on ground stop was declared just a few hours ago at the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta. CBS News correspondent Skylar Henry is live in Atlanta. Wow, Skylar, you know, Atlanta is not used. I mean, I know that in Atlanta, when they get a dusting, like schools close, people are taught about skidding on the roads because they're just not used to snow of any kind. But this looks like a scene in the Northeast here in New York City.
That's right. I moved from Washington, D.C., thinking I was going to escape all this snow down here to Atlanta, and boom, what do you know? Inches of snow here on the ground. But I will say, after speaking with Department of Transportation communications officials, they say that what they experienced back in 2014, remember that Snowmageddon, snowpocalypse event that essentially gridlocked this entire metro area? They say that they have learned from that, so much so that they have been treating grounds, interstates, roadways since Wednesday with brine mixtures, salt mixtures to try to make sure that everyone here is as safe as possible. And in the hours that we have been out here, relatively light on the interstate compared to what you would consider busy, right? During the commute into work in a busy area like Metro Atlanta. We're here in the Atlantic Station area, another busy part of the metro area. No cars, for the most part, have been on the roadway, and the ones that we have seen on the roads, fishtails, spinouts, and some instances of them being stuck on the sides of the roads. Officials say that they are concerned about what we will experience later on today. Once this snow melts a little bit, we're in the freezing rain, sleet portion of this winter event. Once this snow melts, they are concerned about what happens overnight as far as that freeze, then what will result of that sheet of ice over the roadways. They say that they are monitoring road conditions throughout the evening to ensure that everyone is as safe as possible. But it's not just here in Atlanta, Vlad. We have seen this winter weather event hit several states across the South. Just yesterday in Texas, we saw more than 1,500 flights out of Dallas-Fort Worth get canceled. We've seen significant weather in Arkansas, Oklahoma City, and now we're getting reports of snow and ice in North Carolina, Tennessee, and we expect this storm to continue to move up towards the mid-Atlantic region as well. And so, yes, the South, we are not typically accustomed to this snow, as you well know, but we anticipate that this will continue to be the case for the next 24 hours. And so officials in all of these areas have not only issued states of emergencies, but also say that they will be working around the clock to ensure that people are not only safe, but they have power and they have the resources that they need to get through this storm.
So let me ask you really quickly, Skylar, before we let you go, about this ground stop at the airport. What are you hearing about that?
Yeah, and so earlier today, what we have been paying attention to in terms of what the flight patterns have been doing, FlightAware said that more than 600 flights were canceled because of this weather event. Now, this full-on ground stop as crews work to de-ice these planes, clear these runways, and really try to wait this storm through and allow that to pass through so that they can take off efficiently, effectively, and most importantly, safely. And so we'll continue to monitor and see when that is lifted, how many flights are able to actually take off. We know that this is the busiest airport in the world, and so a lot of people hoping that they can make it to their respective destinations in a timely fashion. We'll see what happens once the weather clears out here in about the next hour or so as it relates to that heavy snow and freezing rain. We'll see if that lifts, picks up, and if flights are able to then get out in the next few hours.
All right, Skylar Henry for us in Atlanta. Thank you, Skylar. As we indicated earlier, we're standing by for some audio from inside the courtroom where President-elect Donald Trump was just sentenced in that hush money criminal case. We're going to bring it to you when we get it. Stay with us. This is CBS News 24/7.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this!
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
You can't get into the market. It's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot! That was good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. no one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There
is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Nicolas Maduro was sworn in as the Venezuelan president this morning for the third time in what will be another 6-year term. Maduro was part of a contentious election in which results published by the opposition party showed leader Edmundo González Urita, who won by a large margin. Urita is currently in Spain after a Venezuelan federal judge issued an arrest warrant. Protests erupted in Venezuela and across the world yesterday in response to Maduro's impending third term. Opposition leader Maria Corina Machado says she was briefly arrested during an anti-Maduro protest in Caracas yesterday. Troops allegedly shot at motorcycles that were transporting Machado. So there's a lot to unpack in this story, so I want to bring in Manuela Guerrera-Fletcher. She's a correspondent for Caracol Television and joins me now from Bogota. Thanks so much for being with us. So walk us through this controversy and the dispute and the results, and what some are suggesting is Maduro's power grab.
Yes, good morning, Vladimir. Well, we have to start with the campaign, which was marked by a lot of accusations of repression against the opposition. There was the invitation of several international observers that was revoked, including the European Union. Over 130 members of the campaign, the opposition campaign, were detained. So just to name a few things, this is the context in which we arrived at this election. And then election day went on normally, but when polls closed, the website with official results crashed. The access of opposition poll watchers to different polling stations was blocked. And there was basically radio silence until after midnight, when the Maduro government gave the only result that we've heard from them so far, which is 51% of the votes for Maduro, 44% for Edmundo González, without a specific breakdown of these numbers, no breakdown by polling stations, by states, whereas the opposition, as you mentioned, was able to get a copy of the actas, which are basically the receipt that the voting machines print, and they were able to get 80% of them, over 80% of them. And as you say, they suggest that Edmundo González Urrutia won this election by a landslide.
Fletcher, thank you for that breakdown for us. We appreciate it. Thank you. New data released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics show that the United States added 256,000 jobs in the month of December. The unemployment rate came in at 4.1%. This is the last full jobs report to fall under the Biden administration. I want to bring in CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady to talk more about this report. So let's first talk about today's report, and then I want to get a sense from you on the overall jobs data over the course of the last 4 years.
Okay, so today, huge number. Okay, we were expecting 155,000. You got 256,000. So that was a really big surprise. At the headline level, that is a strong labor market. But you know me, I always like to double click.
I know.
Because where the jobs are coming from is important.
Okay.
We lost 13,000 in manufacturing. Those are high paying jobs. We gained a lot in the travel and leisure sector and hospitality, and we gained a lot in retail. Both of those sectors gained over 40,000 jobs. This was December, Vlad. So those are seasonal holiday jobs. Those are not necessarily full-time roles that are going to continue throughout the year. And so we've also talked a lot about how people with specialized skill sets, they have had a really hard time getting back into the labor market. So when you look at today's report, really great top-line number, but where the jobs are coming from are more of those lower paying jobs.
So do you expect that trend to continue, that people in manufacturing who are highly skilled laborers are going to find it increasingly difficult to find work?
Potentially, though, of course, a lot of the policies that the president-elect is talking about are designed to bring some of that manufacturing here. Of course, that takes time, though.
All right, so let's assess the Biden job just specifically on jobs, from when he took office to today, how would you describe it and how would you analyze it?
So look, I think it was a strong labor market that we ended with. I mean, the unemployment rate was over 6% when he took office. You have to put that into context, though, that he came in the middle of COVID and the pandemic when a lot of those jobs were away. The unemployment rate today was 4.1%. So again, you look at the top line, strong performance, you double click, he started from a low base, you know, and now we're ending here. But yeah, it's just, I think that sort of, okay, but people are still in these highly specialized sectors struggling a little bit.
Yeah, all right. Kelly O'Grady, always great to have you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a nice weekend. All right, we're standing by from audio from inside the courtroom where the president-elect was just sentenced in that hush money case. Stay with us.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
How fast do you think you were going?
195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in college? And close up on the rising sun.
Getting some audio from inside President-elect Donald Trump's hush money sentencing. The president-elect has received the sentence of an unconditional discharge in the criminal hush money case out of New York City. Let's play a little bit of that.
By pending court proceedings or ongoing sentence-related obligations. But imposing this sentence ensures that finality. Sentencing the defendant permits this court to enter judgment, to cement the defendant's status as a convicted felon while he pursues whatever appeals he intends to pursue. And it gives full effect and respect to the jury's verdict while preserving the defendant's ability to govern. People therefore recommend that this court impose a sentence of an unconditional discharge. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. I very much disagree with much of what the government just said about this case, about the legitimacy of what happened in this courtroom during the trial, and about President Trump's conduct fighting this case from before it was indicted, to while it was indicted, through the jury's verdict, and even to this day. What the government just said presupposes something that we disagree with very much, which was that this was an appropriate case to be brought. It was not. This case, without a doubt, knowing everything we know about the timing of the investigation, the fact that multiple prosecutors looked at the fact of this case, including prosecutors within the district attorney's office in New York County, and made a decision not to bring charges. As the court knows, shortly after President Trump announced his intention to run for re-election, this case was started for what amounted to a third time, which brings us ultimately to where we are today. A lot of what the government just said presupposes that this case is legally appropriate and that the charges that were brought by the people were consistent with the laws of New York. Again, we very much disagree with that, and as everybody has been noted, because it's true, we certainly intend on appealing that. And it's not, by the way, just counsel and President Trump that feels that way. There's many, many, many legal experts that share the same views that I just said, which is that legally this case should not have been brought, both based on the facts that were established at trial and also on the legal basis for which they were brought. But it's also not just the legal experts, not just counsel, and not just President Trump, but the majority of the American people also agree that this case should not have been brought. I mean, the interesting thing about the fact that there was a trial for the first time in our history, a criminal trial during an election season, is that the American voters got a chance to see and decide for themselves whether this is the kind of case that should have been brought. And they decided. And that's why in 10 days, President Trump is going to assume the office of the President of the United States. And certainly we're here for the court to sentence President Trump to an unconditional discharge. And for that, it's a very sad day. It's a sad day for President Trump and his family and friends. But it's also, in counsel's view, a sad day for this country, because this was a case, without a doubt, that was brought by a district attorney who promised that he would go after President Trump if elected, and felt like he had to go through with that promise. And so that's sad. And I hope, and I know that President Trump shares this view, that this will never happen again in this country. And so we certainly understand where we are today. We very much intend on pursuing an appeal of this verdict and what happened during this investigation. And we certainly believe that the only appropriate sentence, if one's to be imposed at all, which we very much believe it shouldn't be, and that the case should be dismissed, is a sentence of an unconditional discharge. Thank you.
Thank you. Would your client like to be heard?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. This has been a very terrible experience. I think it's been a tremendous setback for New York and the New York court system. This is a case that Alvin Bragg did not want to bring. He thought it was, from what I read and from what I hear, inappropriately handled before he got there. A gentleman from a law firm came in and acted as a district attorney, and that gentleman from what I heard, was criminal or almost criminal in what he did. It was very inappropriate. It was somebody involved with my political opponent. Part of the records that we're talking about, they're saying, I just noticed where he said I was falsifying business records. Well, the falsification of business records, as they said, was calling a legal expense in the books where everybody could see them, a legal expense. In other words, that legal fees or legal expense were put down as legal expense by accountants. They weren't put down by me, they were put down by accountants. I didn't call them construction, concrete work, I didn't call them electrical work, I didn't call them anything. They called a legal fee or a legal expense, and for this, I got indicted. It's incredible, actually. Now, if you look, my attorney alluded to it, the top legal scholars and legal pundits in this country, the ones that are quoted all the time on television, that are making their views felt and highly respected people, have said, everyone, virtually everyone that I know of, I haven't seen any to the contrary, not one, and none of these people are not exactly friends of mine, to put it mildly, but they all said this is a case that should have never been brought. It's an injustice of justice. Very respected Jonathan Turley, Andy McCarthy, Judge David Rifkin, a wonderful man who just passed away, by the way, Greg Jarrett, Ellie Honig from CNN, of all places. CNN said that. Paul Ingratian, Alan Dershowitz, they all said this is not a case that should be brought. It's not, think about it, legal expenses are down as legal expenses, and I get indicted for business records. Everybody should be so accurate. It's been a political witch hunt. It was done to damage my reputation so that I'd lose the election, and obviously that didn't work. And the people of our country got to see this firsthand because they watched the case in your courtroom. They got to see this firsthand, and then they voted, and I won and got the largest number of votes by far of any Republican candidate in history, and won, as you know, all 7 swing states, won conclusively all 7 swing states, and won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. And they've been watching your trial, so they understood it. I wasn't allowed to use the lawyer-client privilege or the reliance on counsel. I had a lawyer that made this deal, and he admitted that. And he was also a totally discredited person. We weren't allowed to use the information from the Southern District that totally discredited him. It wasn't allowed to be put in. And that was terrible, unbelievable. And this is a man who's got no standing. He's been disbarred on other matters, unrelated. And he was allowed to talk as though he were George Washington. But he's not George Washington. He shouldn't have been allowed. The Southern District did a book of approximately 28 pages where I've never seen anything like it. They excoriated him. You wouldn't let it be put into evidence. So he was able to testify as a witness, and I think it's a disgrace to the system. I was under a gag order. I'm the first president in history that was under a gag order where I couldn't talk about aspects of the case that are very important. I guess I'm still under, so probably I won't do it now. I assume I'm still under a gag order. But the fact is that I'm totally innocent. I did nothing wrong. They talked about business records, and the business records were extremely accurately counted. I had nothing to do with them. That was done by an accountant or bookkeeper who I think gave very credible testimony and was corroborated by everybody that was asked. And with all that's happening in our country today, with a city that's burning to the ground, one of our largest, most important cities burning to the ground, with wars that are uncontrollably going on, with all of the problems of inflation and attacks on countries and all of the horrible things that are going on, I got indicted over calling a legal expense a legal expense. It was called a legal expense. I just want to say I think it's an embarrassment to New York, and New York has a lot of problems, but this is a great embarrassment. I believe that this and other cases that were brought, as you know, the DOJ is very much involved in this case. It's because that's the political opponent they're talking about. The DOJ is very involved. You have a gentleman sitting right there from the DOJ who was from the DOJ's office. He was also involved with the New York State Attorney General's case. And he went from there to here. He went around and did what he had to do. He got them to move on me. But in the meantime, I won the election in a massive landslide. And the people of this country understand what's gone on. This has been a weaponization of government. They call it lawfare. Never happened to any extent like this, but never happened in our country before. And I'd just like to explain that I was treated very, very unfairly. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
All right, so the headline, the president-elect says he was treated very unfairly. I want to bring back Jessica Levinson for more on this. She's a CBS News legal contributor and a professor at Loyola Law School. Jessica, I thought the most interesting of all the things that the president rambled on about with regards to his grievances, which are not new. We've heard Donald Trump express grievance at many, many things over the course of the last 8 years or so. But I thought what was interesting is he ran through a list of legal scholars who agreed with him that this was politically motivated. And I know that that doesn't hold any precedence in a court of law, but it is interesting that there are people, some of them very, very respected criminal legal minds, who agreed with the president that this trial, this case should have never been brought. What's your reaction to what he said on that audio?
So my reaction, one, is that we should be careful about making sure that all of those legal scholars really said this case should not have been brought. What I certainly have heard is that this is not a typical case that you would bring. That doesn't mean it's inappropriate. It means what's not typical about this. Typically speaking, the falsification of business records is a misdemeanor. Typically speaking, you don't kick it up to a felony. They did in this case. Why? Based on what, frankly, is a somewhat novel theory that the falsification of business records was committed in order to commit or conceal another crime. The jury was not asked to agree on what that other crime was. It might have been tax fraud. It might have been campaign finance violations. The jury had to come to a unanimous verdict, but not as to which other crime was being committed or concealed by virtue of the falsification of business records. So all of which is to say, is this the typical bread and butter case? Certainly falsification of business records cases are brought all of the time. Now, this particular set of facts and this particular theory is not brought all the time, is rare. That doesn't mean that it's inappropriate. It means it's not what we typically see. Is there something to the idea that people would not have been looking at this if we weren't talking about the former president of the United States? I think that is fair. I also think it is fair, and we talked about this with respect to people on the other side of the political aisle, to say once you look, even if you wouldn't have looked otherwise, there's no obligation to look away if you see wrongdoing.
And yet the president-elect has changed what he said about that payment to Stormy Daniels many, many times. If you recall, Jessica, originally he said he didn't know anything about it, that reporters should check with Michael Cohen. Then he ultimately admitted that he authorized that payment to Stormy Daniels. But here in this audio tape we just heard, he was talking about it in almost a different way, like that it wasn't a payment to a former porn star.
Right. He was saying this is a legal payment. It was logged as a legal payment. I don't know how else to say this other than obviously this is a different characterization than the one that we've previously heard. And we should be clear that the jury has spoken and found that there was the falsification of business records. The jury unanimously found that he was guilty on 34 felony counts. You do not find guilt on 34 felony counts if members of the jury think this was a legal payment for legal services.
All right, Jessica Levinson, always great to have your brilliant analysis, my friend. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful weekend. That does it for me, folks. Next up, Elizabeth Cook is live from San Francisco with all the breaking news from coast to coast. Again, sending our love to the people of Los Angeles. We love you. We appreciate you. We see you. I'll see you on Monday. This is
And Vlad, thank you so much. We have our team on the ground covering all angles of this sentencing. Let's bring in CBS News political reporter and attorney Katrina Kaufman from outside that New York City courthouse. Katrina, thank you for being with us. You were inside the courtroom for this hearing. Can you walk us through what you saw and what you heard?
Hi, Liz. So we saw Donald Trump and his attorney, Todd Blanche, virtually be there for this sentencing hearing on these 4 screens in the courtroom, which is a very unusual exception that Justice Juan Merchan made to really make sure that this sentencing would happen. Ahead of time, he had already declared that he was planning to give Trump what's called an unconditional discharge, which was ultimately the sentence that he bestowed today, which really has no conditions, no confinement, no probation, no fine. Trump is free to go, but he still fought this all he could because he knew that it would leave him branded with the finality of being a convicted felon. But really, it was a much calmer atmosphere in the courtroom than normal. All of the court reporters were there. The sketch artists were still there. The photographers still came in. So those things were the ordinary course of business. But there was this unusual thing of having Trump projected on a screen and sort of looking down quite a bit of the time and then looking up. But we also, as you heard, got to hear Trump speak in his own words, which is the right of a criminal defendant at a sentencing hearing. But this was very unusual because normally that defendant is trying to appeal to the judge to try to get a lighter sentence, to perhaps express some remorse. And in this case, Trump really had no contrition. He called this an embarrassment, an injustice, and he already knew what sentence was coming for him. So he really didn't have to appeal to Justice Merchan in this case because in a way the American people spoke when they chose to elect him president.
And he vowed to keep fighting for this sentencing to be thrown out. He's going to continue to appeal. But I want to take a moment now and look at the bigger picture of all of this. What does this mean for Donald Trump now that he heads to the White House? Is it going to have any impact on his administration?
I mean, what's really interesting is that Trump is a convicted felon. He's about to be president, but it really doesn't have much of an impact on him. As you said, he will continue to appeal this. You know, from a global perspective, what is interesting is there are many countries around the world that have restrictions on convicted felons coming in. So I guess that is a decision that some leaders will have to make now that Trump is going to be president of the United States.
Now, we know he said he's over and over again, he plans to appeal all this, but that could take years. Can you walk us through what that process is and why Trump is looking for an appeal despite the fact, as you mentioned, that jail time and probation not on the table here?
That's true, but he really wants to wipe out this conviction, Liz. So he is absolutely going to have to first move through the New York appeals court process, and I'm sure that he ultimately hopes to take this to the Supreme Court because a big part of the basis on which he's trying to overturn this conviction is their presidential immunity ruling. Part of what he's saying is that certain evidence should not have been allowed at this trial that implicates people who were in the White House, what he views as official communications. Judge Merchan, who presided over this case, deemed that would not have impacted the jury's verdict, but Trump is surely hoping that the Supreme Court, who came down with that presidential immunity ruling, will ultimately disagree and take away this title of convicted felon from his record.
All right, Katrina Kaufman, thank you so much, live outside that New York City courthouse. So let's bring in CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. She's joining us now from West Palm Beach, Florida, very close to Mar-a-Lago. What have we heard from Trump and his team since this ruling was handed down? We saw in that statement he was angry, he was defiant, and he has been from the very start. He is now officially the first president sentenced there for a felony. What is his team saying now?
Liz, much of what you just laid out, that is exactly what we continue to hear from Team Trump. he has posted on his social media platform, Truth Social, and it really echoes what we often hear anytime that he is part of any kind of investigation, stemming all the way back to when he was impeached during his first term. And so basically he is saying that this was a political witch hunt, that the judge in this case, Juan Marchand, was politically motivated, that there was no reason to bring the case in the first place, and that it ought to be dismissed. Of course, we heard from him during the proceeding when he said this has been a terrible experience for him, and he's really trying to paint this as a failure of the justice system, Liz. And so, as you talked about, he will be appealing this and promises that, quote, justice will prevail. At the same time, he did try to downplay the sentencing proceeding last night when he said, you know, I would go in and do my, quote, little thing today, and again talked about how this is really just a political stunt by the judge here. But I think what speaks louder is the fact that he tried to stop what happened today, not only with the New York Court of Appeals, but with the Supreme Court. He filed emergency motions to have them delay the sentencing, because even though he doesn't have to pay a penalty or serve any prison time or go on probation, the process that we watched unfold today, Liz, really solidifies his place as a convicted felon. It was sort of the last box to check, and now that is going to be on his criminal record unless he is successful at appealing. And so this will hang over him throughout, you know, the rest of his years, which I think speaks to why he worked so feverishly with his team to try to stop it. But in the end, of course, that did not happen.
Yeah, he knows that this is going to be a part of his legacy. Now, it's important to note, too, Ouija, the president-elect took another legal blow yesterday where a federal appeals court ruled the Justice Department can release special counsel Jack Smith's report detailing Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 elections. Now, just a reminder for our viewers, Smith dropped federal charges against Trump once Trump was elected back in November. So what's at stake now here for the president-elect?
Well, what's at stake is what is in that report and the details that Jack Smith found during an incredibly intensive investigation into Trump's role in what unfolded at the Capitol after the election was certified 4 years ago. And so we don't know exactly what's in that final report. We know that there is a successful injunction as of right now for the next couple of days not to release it, but ultimately it will be up to the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who has already said he does believe it is in the public's interest. And so this is another failure by the Trump team to try to block something from happening that they believe is unnecessary. They, you know, have said that the charges in that case have already been dropped, so there's no reason to share anything that was found as evidence in the report. But you're right, Liz, in that a federal appeals court down in Atlanta disagreed with that and said that a portion of that final report could be released. So we will certainly be watching to see the details in that. Now, whether that makes a difference in the grand scheme of things, of course, is TBD. And it's important to note that all that was unfolding even during the election. So it seems that in the court of public opinion, it might not make that big of a difference.
And Ouija, I want to pivot now to another headline coming out of Mar-a-Lago. We also saw Trump meet with a number of Republican governors last night at the Mar-a-Lago Club. What major headlines came out of those remarks?
Well, he did meet with 22 Republican governors, and I think that, you know, the main takeaway for me, I was at Mar-a-Lago, I spoke to some of the governors, they all came out together. It's really clear that they wanted to show their loyalty to the president-elect. They were defending him, they were talking about how important it is to work with the president to accomplish his top agenda items. We know that they're going to play a critical role in his plan of a historic mass deportation. They also talked about taxes. They talked about, you know, his legislative agenda. They talked about various things that Trump wants to get done and how these governors on a state level could assist him. And so this really was an important face-to-face opportunity for them to say in person that we are here to do what you need us to do. Because as we've seen time and time again, that political capital with Trump really can pay off for, if you show your loyalty.
Yeah, loyalty being the most important characteristics, no question. All right, Weijia Jiang coming to us live from West Palm Beach. Thank you so much, Weijia, for that reporting. All right, switching gears, we're also keeping a close eye on the desperate battle against the wildfires that have obliterated entire neighborhoods in Southern California. Firefighters are hoping for a break in the winds today, and while they try to just get a handle on five separate fires burning right now that are now responsible for the deaths of at least 10 people and at least 10,000 structures completely destroyed. So let's take a look at the two most destructive fires burning right now. The largest, still the Palisades fire, that stretches across a mountainous area between Santa Monica and Malibu, also heavily populated. 20,000 acres and counting so far. That's about half the size of Washington, D.C. Now, the other fire that we're looking at, the Eaton fire, covers nearly 14,000 acres in the hills above the city of Altadena in northern L.A. County. Now, for some perspective, that's about 40 to 50 miles away from the Palisades fire. Now, this particular fire, the size of it, almost half the size of Disney World. This fire alone killed 3 people and destroyed between 4,000 to 5,000 homes and businesses. That number expected to rise. Only 3% containment on that fire. So let's go now to CBS News national investigative correspondent Tom Hansen. He is in Altadena for us. Welcome, Tom. I'm hoping you are staying safe. Can you please just let us know where you are and describe kind of what you're seeing there? Looks like Tom's video there froze, but he is standing in Altadena, where, again, that fire is about 3% contained. But let's get an update on actually where these fires are from Los Angeles. They're doing a press conference right now. Let's take a listen.
There is an extreme amount of frustration, anger, fear with regards to the erroneous messages that have been being sent out through the wireless emergency alert system across LA County. I can't express enough how sorry I am for this experience. First of all, I want to clarify, this is not human driven. There is no one sitting at a desk right now initiating emergency alerts. I want to restate that. Right now, as these alerts are being issued, they are not being activated or initiated by a person. This is my top priority. I am working all hands on deck with the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Integrated Public Alert and Warning Team. We have every technical specialist working to resolve this issue and to find the root cause. I implore everyone to not disable the messages on your phone. This is extremely frustrating, painful, and scary, but these alert tools have saved lives during this emergency. Not receiving an alert can be a consequence of life and death. As we continue to work on the root cause, I ask everyone that gets an alert to verify if they are in an evacuation warning or order to go to alertla.org, lacounty.gov/emergency, or dial 211 for assistance. The mapping is accurate on where evacuation warnings and orders exist. Again, this is my top priority. This is the top priority of my partners at the state and at FEMA with the Public Alert and Warning Tool to resolve this issue as quickly as possible and identify the root cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to make this very short because we've got a full list of people that want to present today. You're going to hear information from our Insurance Commissioner, Ricardo Lara. Thank you for being here, about how residents can get connected to insurance support to recover and rebuild. And I was up in the Alpine area last night, and the common question was, how do I navigate the insurance process, and will I be able to get insured again? And so I felt it was important for us to hear from our insurance commissioner, who's been very engaged on this issue. And then I just want to say to everyone, you know, I've been out and I've heard from my residents, and I think we've all had someone impacted by this fire. I keep saying it, you are not alone. I talk to families that have lost everything, and they don't know where to go. And as the supervisor representing that district, but also as a chair, I speak for this board. We are here to support you, and we will be here for the long road to rebuild. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mayor Bass to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair Barger. All of us here are working urgently and around the clock to confront this ongoing firestorm. And when we are on the front lines, when we're in the command posts, when we're in the Emergency Operations Center, we carry with us our friends and neighbors. That is what this fight is all about. It's about those friends, neighbors, and loved ones who have fled their homes, those who have lost their homes, those who have lost their lives. To all Angelenos, we are fighting hard for each of you. So here's our city update responding to this natural disaster. LAFD battled all night on the Palisades fire, the Hearst fire, the Kenneth fire, and airdrop efforts, thank goodness, continue. LAFD also responded to and extinguished fires in Pacoima, Hollywood, Studio City, and more. I do want to let everyone know that Griffith Park, including Runyon Canyon, will be closed through Sunday. Yesterday, President Biden pledged his full support for response efforts, including FEMA reimbursement 100% of our disaster response costs. FEMA also launched resources and support for Angelenos impacted by these fires. Visit disasterassistance.gov to apply. We have worked with the governor and Sheriff Luna to secure the National Guard, which will back up and free up our firefighters and police officers and play a key role in securing our evacuation zones to keep people safe and to protect against anyone thinking of taking advantage of this tragedy. People from across LA, the nation, and the world are asking how to help. Yesterday, I spoke of the California Community Foundation's Wildlife Recovery Fund, and today I'm grateful to share that within 24 hours, they have raised $2.5 million from 4,000 generous donors. Visit calfund.org. I also mentioned that Airbnb has been working through the 211 online portal to provide free temporary housing. Now, the demand has been extremely high, and Airbnb has increased their commitment to providing emergency assistance for now 25,000 evacuees, first responders, and others impacted by the fires. Visit 211la.org to get connected. With so many homes and businesses lost, we are already putting plans in place to make sure that we aggressively rebuild. My office is leading the city effort to clear the way. Red tape, bureaucracy, all of it must go. This will be an enormous undertaking, but we will be ready for it because we will not rely on the old way of doing things. For this recovery, we will have, like we have done in other areas, we shake up the system and move forward with new strategies and policies. I don't believe that there is anything that Angelenos cannot do if we stand together. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce LA County's 3rd District Supervisor, Lindsay Horvath.
Good morning. I want to first start by thanking our first responders who were focused in the Topanga region yesterday and responded swiftly to the Kenneth fire. Incredible action from firefighters who are giving multiple fires absolutely everything they've got Initial reports led our department to serious concerns, but we have the absolute best, most experienced teams leading our efforts, and even with the most challenging circumstances and terrain, they have been able to deliver. Next, I want to express my deep frustration with the alert system that is causing confusion and additional panic for our communities at this time of extreme crisis. Whatever the cause, it is unacceptable, and it is being addressed now by the county's Office of Emergency Management, as Director McGowan described. We'll be investigating what happened, how, and why at every level in our exhaustive after-action process to ensure it is corrected. There is a reason why we have redundancies in our communication system. Crises require them. Please sign up for alertla.org, visit emergency.lacounty.gov, and tune into local radio and TV. Our LA media partners have done an incredible job getting the word out, and it's why we hold these press briefings. In terms of overnight updates in the communities I represent, we had a small brush fire of under 5 acres in Pacoima that the fire department knocked out quickly, and we thank them for their bravery and their swift action. The fires continue to have air quality impacts throughout the Los Angeles County region. A smoke advisory has been extended through Friday. To limit exposure, please remain indoors as much as possible, avoid outdoor physical activity, and run your air conditioner or air purifier if you have one. The Department of Public Health's Chief Deputy, Dr. Anish Mahajan, is here and can help answer questions about air quality. The strength and resolve of Los Angeles County residents, as well as our extraordinary first responders from every level of government, as well as our private citizens from across the country and right here in our own county, will be the way we get through this unimaginable tragedy. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome up LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
Thank you, Supervisor. So good morning. The Eaton Fire, current estimated acreage, 13,956 acres with 3% containment. We still have 4,000 to 5,000 structures that may be damaged or destroyed. Once we do our damage inspection reports, we'll get a more accurate number for you. We currently have 1,527 firefighting personnel remaining assigned to this incident. The LA County Fire Department is in unified command with the U.S. Forest Service, the LA County Sheriffs, along with the Pasadena, Arcadia, Sierra Madre Fire Departments, and the Pasadena Police Department. Yesterday afternoon, the fire in the Eaton Canyon did make a push towards historic Mount Wilson. This observatory is okay, thanks to the efforts of the firefighters and observatory staff, and no buildings have been destroyed at Mount Wilson. A firefighter did suffer a significant fall injury yesterday at the Eaton fire. He remains hospitalized. He's resting comfortably, and he's in stable condition and expected to make a full recovery. The cause of the fire remains unknown, and we will advise the media once we get the cause determined. We are appreciative to our many mutual aid partners from out of state for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Thanks to the increased number of resources assigned, the region is in a much better posture than we were earlier this week. And I have been advised that mutual aid resources from Canada are arriving now. The National Weather Service predicts that the red flag will continue through Friday, or continue today through 6 p.m. However, our priority is also going to be to prepare for the next red flag event that is predicted to begin on Monday. I would also like to provide a brief update on the Kenneth fire that erupted yesterday near the Victory Trailhead at the border of Ventura and Los Angeles counties. Thanks to the quick action of first responders and aerial assets, the fire has been stopped. It's currently at 1,000 acres. We have 35% containment, and no structures are reported damaged or destroyed. One important topic I want to talk about is that we did have a drone incursion yesterday at the Palisades fire. Unknown exactly what time this small drone hit the wing of our CL-415 Super Scooper aircraft that we currently have on contract from the province of Quebec. The pilots were unaware that they hit the drone. It wasn't until they landed at Van Nuys Airport that the maintenance staff noticed that there was a fist-sized hole in the leading edge of the wing inboard of the landing light. That Super Scooper will be prioritized for repair 24/7. It should be flying Monday. We only have 2 of them. Everyone should know, all of your viewers, flying a drone in the fire traffic area is not only dangerous, but it's illegal. We do have our federal partners behind the scenes are going to be implementing procedures to be able to follow drones in our 2 large fire areas, and they will be able to identify who the operator of that drone is. The most important thing to know is that if you fly a drone at one of these brush fires, all aerial operations will be shut down. And we certainly don't want to have that happen. Before I close, I would like to thank Supervisor Barger and Horvath for their unwavering support and leadership. I would also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of first responders who continue to place themselves in harm's way to protect our residents and property. Thank you. I would now like to bring up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles City Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So I'll just be providing a brief update of the overnight operations of our fires. So Palisades fires. This fire was currently tracked at 20,438 acres with 3,073 personnel assigned. Crews worked very, very hard overnight, strengthening our containment lines and addressing multiple spot fires in and around the Topanga Canyon area. Resources responded to the area included our air assets to aid in the containment efforts. Due to the favorable overnight weather conditions and the diligent, and I'll focus on the diligent work and effort and commitment of our first responders, we can report that the Palisades fire is now 8% contained. Wind gusts are expected to increase in daylight hours that will test our containment lines. Our firefighters will continue to respond to any flare-ups and increase our containment lines. Evacuation orders remain in place. The Hearst fire, due to more accurate mapping and acreage, has been updated to 771 acres with 37% containment. All evacuation orders and warnings have been lifted. The Kenneth fire, forward progress has been stopped with 35% containment at 1,000 acres. All evacuation orders and warnings within Los Angeles City have been lifted. I personally want to make sure that we thank and show our deepest gratitude to all of our Los Angeles City firefighters and all of our partners as we've been battling these fires for now. We're going into day 4. Thank you to LAPD for assisting us in keeping our communities safe. And lastly, thank you to all of the agencies who have come to aid during this time of help, and it absolutely does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Yeah, now Sheriff Robert Luna. Thank you, Sheriff.
Good morning to everybody. This morning we have well over 500 LA County deputies that are assisting continuous with evacuations, traffic control, security patrols, and other humanitarian efforts. They're out there. I hear people calling me. They see a lot of black and white police cars rolling with lights and siren. They're out there working. That's what they're doing. They've been actively patrolling evacuated areas and are increasing their presence to deter any burglary or looting activity that may occur. Just to summarize on evacuations for all the fires that we're dealing with, evacuations orders stand at approximately 153,000 residents that are under evacuation orders and approximately 57,830 structures at risk. And then evacuation warnings, approximately 166,800 residents under both warnings, or I'm sorry, those are just specifically for warnings. What I want to go to next, and we started talking about this last night, is a curfew. A curfew order has been established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones. That will be in effect. It was in effect last night and it's going to be in effect tonight at 6 p.m. So it ended at 6 a.m. this morning, will take effect again until 6 p.m. I'm emphasizing that to our media partners because part of this is communicating to the public. You cannot be in these affected areas. If you are subject to arrest. That is important. We're not doing this to inconvenience anybody. We're doing it to protect the structures, the houses that people have left because we ordered them to leave, and I want them to feel confident that we are doing everything we can to secure that. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent any burglaries or looting in the area that the residents have evacuated. The only people that will be allowed in these areas are disaster workers. Okay? I just want to make that clear because we have other people trying to get in there. And by the way, media partners who have legitimate media credentials, yes, you may enter those areas unless it's very, very unsafe and somebody tells you not to for that reason. Again, just specifically, anyone found in violation of this curfew will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor offense under LA County Code Section 2.68320, and conviction may result in a fine up to $1,000 or jail time. And I'm telling you right now, I know people talk about no bail, and I've given direction that if somebody's caught doing this, they are not going to get cited and released. They're going to get booked. We are not screwing around with this. We don't want anyone taking advantage of our residents that have already been victimized. The National Guard deployment. As many of you are aware, we asked for the National Guard. I'm very thankful to Governor Newsom and the State Office of Emergency Services that fulfilled that request. As of last night, we've had National Guardsmen assisting us. They arrived last night and deployed to the Eaton Fire area, and were assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure protection. As additional Guard personnel arrive, and they will be in the next 12 to 24 hours, the Sheriff's Department will strategically coordinate their deployment with other partners such as the Los Angeles Police Department, Pasadena Police Department, Santa Monica Police Department, Azusa, and Arcadia. Those are the requests we have now. That may grow. We'll adjust as time goes on. I want to make sure that if anybody needs updated information on either evacuation orders or warnings or road closures, they go to lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I am going to be introducing Assistant Chief Dominic Choi from the Los Angeles Police Department.
All right. Good morning. On behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, I just want to extend our deepest sympathies to all those affected by our fires, and that includes many of our own LAPD officers who've lost homes and property in this fire, and they continue to serve these communities, and I appreciate all their work. I have a number of important updates for all of you today, and I'm going to start by an arrest that was made late yesterday afternoon. So yesterday afternoon, the Kenneth Fire started at the border of West Hills in the city of Los Angeles and Ventura County. At 4:32 p.m., we received a 911 call that a suspect was attempting to light a fire in the community of Woodland Hills and was being detained by residents. Officers from LAPD's Topanga area responded and took that.
All right, this press conference from just moments ago, we're just watching LA City and county leaders give an update on these devastating wildfires happening in that area right now. Over 150,000 people currently under evacuation orders right now. I want to go over to the stats of two of the biggest fires that are burning in LA County. The Palisades fire, that's the largest fire burning. It's now 8% contained. 20,000 acres have burned. Also, the Eaton fire, that's in the Altadena, Pasadena area. That's about 40 to 50 miles away from the Palisades fire. 14,000 acres destroyed. 3 people have died in that fire. And now firefighters are saying it's about 3% contained. So let's go now to CBS News correspondent Elise Preston. She's in Santa Monica right now near the Palisades fire. Now, as we said, this is the largest of all the active fires burning in LA County. Elise, thank you so much for being with us. I hope you're staying safe. Can you first tell us where you are and what you're seeing from your vantage point?
Liz, thanks for having us. As always, we are in Santa Monica, right past my right shoulder. You can see that is the fire. You can see that haze that's just kind of hovering over the community. Inside, we're not able to get a picture from inside and talk to you live because there's no signal. But inside, it looks apocalyptic. As they have been saying, there are thousands of structures that have been lost. This is the fire, one of the most treacherous fires that is burning right now. This and the Eaton fire in Pasadena. It is absolutely heartbreaking. It's absolutely horrific. We've been showing you these pictures, this video all week. To see it up close is absolutely devastating, Liz. You heard from that press conference that they're telling people that they need to stay away. We are seeing more activity from law enforcement officials. They are now posted up and they are parading or patrolling around these neighborhoods. A lot of the people who are trying to get into these neighborhoods that I've spoken with, they're trying to get back in because they left their animals behind. So they were able to escape. Their family members were able to escape, but they don't know what has happened to their dog. They don't know what has happened to their cat. I was speaking with a young lady yesterday, and it was truly heartbreaking because she was concerned that her dog that was blind, that they would not be able to make it out to safety at all. So that is a lot of what you're seeing, those people trying to get back to check on their animals. People are also just trying to get back to check on their homes. They see these aerial images and the entire neighborhoods are gutted. It looks as though a bomb exploded. It looks like a war zone. So they know that the likelihood of their home standing is not good, but they need to see it for themselves. That's what they're telling us. So it's absolutely horrific, especially right here at this Palisades fire.
Oh, I can't even imagine what those homeowners are going through right now. Elise, you just remember the desperation that happened in that area just days ago. People frantically trying to get out, many of which had to leave their cars behind and just start running to safety. Law enforcement actually saying, run for your lives. Elise, thank you so much for joining us in Santa Monica. We're going to check in with you a little bit later. All right, switching gears to the other top story that's happening right now. Donald Trump being sentenced for this hush money case in a New York City courtroom. Now, reminder for our viewers, Trump was found guilty for 34 counts of falsifying records related to hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels. That was back in 2016. Take a listen to just some of the remarks Donald Trump made to the court earlier this morning.
I'm totally innocent. I did nothing wrong. They talked about business records, and the business records were extremely accurately counted. I had nothing to do with them. That was done by an accountant or a bookkeeper who I think gave very credible testimony and was corroborated by everybody that was asked. And with all that's happening in our country today, with a city that's burning to the ground, one of our largest, most important cities burning to the ground, with wars that are uncontrollably going on, with all of the problems of inflation and attacks on countries and all of the horrible things that are going on, I got indicted over calling a legal expense a legal expense.
Now, and just moments ago, Trump set out this post to social media. It said in part, quote, I was given an unconditional discharge. That result alone proves that, as all legal scholars and experts have said, there is no case, there was never a case, and this whole scam fully deserves to be dismissed. All right, let's go to Capitol Hill now, where we're going to check in with Nicole Killian 10 days before President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration, before he returns to the White House. And in a reach across the aisle, Democratic Senator John Fetterman says he has accepted an invite to meet with Trump at his Mar-a-Lago home. This makes John Fetterman the first sitting Democratic senator to meet with Donald Trump at his home since the November election. Let's go to CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian for more on all this. Nicole, thank you for being with us. What's expected to come from this meeting?
Well, it certainly is notable in the sense that it represents a bipartisan effort, which we haven't seen so far on the part of Democrats, but also on the part of President-elect Trump, although certainly many congressional Democrats have expressed a willingness to try to work across the aisle, not only with the incoming president, but with congressional Republicans as well. But Senator Fetterman has told us that he has accepted this invitation to go down to Mar-a-Lago to meet with the president-elect. We don't know exactly when that could happen. A transition official also tells us that the timing is pretty fluid on this, but I would note that in terms of the Pennsylvania senator, he has kind of been one of the Democrats who's kind of been out front on a number of things, whether it is meeting with members of the president-elect's potential incoming cabinet and these nominees who will be up for confirmation starting next week, and also just in terms of Republican legislation. We know the Senate right now is considering a bill called the Laken-Riley Act. Senator John Fetterman was one of the first Democrats to co-sponsor that GOP bill. So from that standpoint, he has kind of been out front in terms of reaching across the aisle, and this appears to be another step.
And Nicole, Trump is also hosting meetings with other House lawmakers over the next 2 days. What do we know about those meetings?
Well, the president-elect will be meeting with a number of House Republicans starting today with members of the House Freedom Caucus, which is significant because this particular group of Republicans, which kind of represent some of the more members on the far right flank of the House Republican Conference, at times have been at odds with the president-elect. Some of them have not been that supportive of Speaker Mike Johnson. Many of them are concerned about fiscal policy. They're more austere, so they really want to see, for instance, with whatever bill Republicans put forward to advance the president-elect's agenda, they believe it needs to address spending cuts. So these are likely some issues or topics that could come up in this meeting. But in addition, we also know that the president-elect over the weekend will be meeting with lawmakers who represent areas, they're known as SALT lawmakers, if you will, who have really been pushing for the SALT tax deduction and cap. They would like to see some reforms there, mostly from the northeastern states where this kind of impacts more of their constituents. We know the president-elect will also be meeting, for instance, with House Republican committee chairs and other cross sections of lawmakers over these next few days.
And Nicole, it's worth noting also on our radar, the Senate needs to approve cabinet picks for the incoming Trump administration. Confirmation hearings are going to happen next week, but we're hearing some reports, Nicole, some cross-party tension in all this. GOP lawmakers on one side under pressure to confirm these picks quickly, but Democrats want to get a little bit more information. They want a little bit more time to get that information. What can you tell us about this conflict going on?
Yeah, well, this is something that has kind of been bubbling for some time now in terms of House or Senate Republicans, rather, who do want to move forward with this confirmation process. Certainly, many want to get going so that they can try to get some of the president-elect's nominees in place before he takes office or when he takes office on January 20th. So starting next week in earnest, we will see a number of those nominees come forward before respective committees. Perhaps the most notable one will be Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense nominee, who has faced a lot of controversy. We know, for instance, Elizabeth Warren, a Democrat, has been pushing Hegseth to answer questions and actually asked for responses by today, asked him some 70-plus questions with respect to some of the allegations surrounding him, with respect to financial mismanagement, with respect to drinking, with respect to his conduct involving women and his views on women in the military. So that is something where, again, kind of some of those tensions have been bubbling for some time. Of course, many Democrats want to make sure that there are FBI background checks, that they get all of that information, but Republicans as well have been pushing for that as well. They want to make sure the process is done by the book. So that is something to continue to watch as we watch many of these nominees come before the Senate starting next week.
And Nicole, before you go, we got some breaking news. Court filings show prosecutors are seeking a 15-year prison sentence for former Senator Bob Menendez. Can you remind us and our viewers of the charges he faces and more of what we know from those documents?
Yeah, well, certainly prosecutors are pushing for a stiff sentence here in terms of 15 years. Right now, Senator Bob Menendez is 71 years old, which means if he were to get a full sentence or a sentence of 15 years, he would be well into his mid-80s. We know that Senator Menendez, for his part, and his attorneys have been pushing for a more lenient sentence. They pushed for alternatives to incarceration, saying that the senator or the former senator is an atypical atypical individual, and also kind of pointing to his record of public service as a reason why he deserves leniency. Of course, he was convicted over the summer for bribery, extortion, and other charges stemming from a case where his involvement, whether or not he was involved in potentially using his position in the Senate to advance foreign interest, was kind of at the center and heart of this case. And again, he ended up getting convicted on bribery and a number of other charges. So he is due to be sentenced at the end of this month, but whether or not he gets that stiffer sentence or one that is more lenient remains to be seen.
All right, CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian, always great to talk to you. Thank you so much for that insight. All right, we're covering some breaking news. A scary moment for passengers on a Delta flight midway through takeoff.
Great.
It was forced
Thank you.
to abort takeoff after the plane's engine just blew out. This happened on the runway of the Atlanta International Airport this morning. Let's take a live look at the Atlanta airport right now, where passengers were directed off that plane onto the runway. No word yet on what caused this engine issue. The FAA says it is investigating, and very scary moment for passengers, as you can imagine. Delta released a statement saying 4 passengers are reporting minor injuries. 1 was taken to the hospital. 3 were treated on the scene. They are experiencing delays because of this incident at that airport, and of course, the severe weather that's happening really across the country. And with that, we're going to follow to our monitors to the southern states as a powerful winter storm churns from Texas and Oklahoma all the way to Georgia and Tennessee. Heavy snow and slick roads prompting governors in 5 states to declare states of emergency. Some of the heaviest snowfall expected to slam Middle Tennessee today, including Nashville. And that's where we find our CBS News correspondent, Nicole Valdez. Nicole, very snowy where you're at. I'm sure you are very cold. Can you describe where you are and the conditions around you?
Hey, Liz, it is not every day you see this much snow blanket Music City. Really, the last time that this area saw this much snow was about this time last year. So much on the ground already. I want to say at least an inch or 2, and a lot more to come as we expect the snow to fall throughout the day today, well into Saturday morning. And rates are interesting right now, probably about an inch of snowfall an hour. So it is something that has taken a lot of people not necessarily by surprise, considering forecasts have been really predicting this for the last few days, if not even a week out. But a lot of people really across this region recognize the impacts that this much snow can have on states as far south as Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, and Texas. That is where we really saw this winter storm first begin about 24 hours ago. We saw that blanket of snow over in Dallas, Arkansas, and now it's impacting states, really so many. But Tennessee has seen several impacts. I mean, from edge to edge, we have Memphis seeing a lot of impacts here. And of course, Middle Tennessee, schools closing, government officials, government offices, I should say, shutting down as well. And really the messaging is because of this area, knowing not only the much fewer resources that states in the South have in comparison to those in the North, it is always advised for people to just try to avoid driving, to not get caught up in a dangerous situation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the road behind you, Nicole. Looks extremely icy and snowy. Are the roads closed? Are chains required? I mean, we know that flights are being delayed, but what about the roads? Are they taking precautions that way?
They're definitely slick. Now, I will point out that the Department of Transportation recognized the threat here. They did everything they could to try to pre-treat these roads using a brine solution, which is a mixture of salt, right, to try to make sure that they kept them from being far too dangerous to drive on. But even that effort sometimes is just not enough when you've got this much snow falling at the rate that it is. So again, driving right now is not necessarily recommended. I have heard, in fact, of several crashes along I-40. That is one of the busiest interstates in the country right now. And that's happening in several different areas across the state of Tennessee. The kind of snow we're talking about is really the key here. And I'll pick some up because it is that really slushy, wet snow on the roads. It starts to create a little slippery condition. But if you're on, let's say, the grass, it is sort of that perfect snowball consistency. So it really depends on what you're doing. But again, I think the key messaging from officials right now is just to avoid going out if you can.
Yeah, and stay home if you can, and that includes schools closing. You mentioned earlier millions of kids across those southern states getting a snow day today. What's the word for students in Tennessee? Are they going to be able to go back maybe on Monday?
I think that's the hope, right? We are looking at several days of bitter cold. So the thought is that all this snow may not have much time to melt even throughout the weekend. It'll really have to be a game time decision, I think, for school officials. But today we're looking at more than 95 counties in Middle Tennessee alone that have shut their doors for the day, asking students to stay home, recognizing the threat here. Again, the weekend will be the key to see how much of the snow melts off and whether it's safe enough to get kids back to school on Monday, Liz.
CBS News correspondent Nicole Valdez, thank you so much. I hope you have a place to stay warm in between these live news hits. Thank you so much. All right, coming up, President-elect Donald Trump sentenced on criminal charges. We'll have more on that. Stay with us right here on CBS News 24/7.
"60 Minutes takes you to Paris for the unveiling of the restored Cathedral of Notre Dame.
It resisted to 2 world wars. This is a message of achievement.
How did America help? You'll be surprised as you get a tour like no other. It's time for 60 Minutes.
I can see clearly now. Clearly, CBS Mornings.
Weekdays on CBS.
Yeah!
Tony, coming?
No, I'm going to stick around for an hour. CBS Mornings Plus with Adriana Diaz and Tony DeCopel. Right after CBS Mornings.
It's just like mornings.
Plus fun.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish
That
you and
we
I are going to
just-
have.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you.
Big news coming out of the NFL. A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With highlights
What a finish at the final round of play.
and in-depth analysis.
Can they three-peat? Tony Romo joins the conversation.
What can you say about this game?
When you need your sports in a snap,
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
find it on CBS Sports HQ. Streaming free anywhere you are.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome in on this Friday. President-elect Donald Trump just sentenced on criminal charges just 10 days ahead of his inauguration ceremony. Let's play the moment the judge, Marshawn, handed down Trump's sentence of an unconditional discharge. Take a listen.
After careful analysis, in obedience to governing mandates, and pursuant to the rule of law, this court has determined that the only lawful sentence that permits entry of a judgment of conviction without encroaching upon the highest office in the land is an unconditional discharge, which the New York State Legislature has determined is a lawful and permissible sentence for the crime of falsifying business records in the first degree. Therefore, at this time, I impose that sentence to cover all 34 counts. Sir, I wish you Godspeed as you assume your second term in office.
Now, Donald Trump, remember, was found guilty for 34 counts of falsifying records related to hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels. That was back in 2016. Now, prosecutors in this case argued those payments were made to influence the 2020 election results. The president-elect will not face prison time or probation due to the unconditional discharge in place. He had this to say, though, while attending the hearing virtually today. Take a listen.
I'm totally innocent. I did nothing wrong. They talked about business records, and the business records were extremely accurately counted. I had nothing to do with them. That was done by an accountant or a bookkeeper who I think gave very credible testimony and was corroborated by everybody that was asked. And with all that's happening in our country today, with the city that's burning to the ground, one of our largest, most important cities burning to the ground, with wars that are uncontrollably going on, with all of the problems of inflation and attacks on countries and all of the horrible things that are going on, I got indicted over calling a legal expense a legal expense.
CBS News political reporter Aaron Navarro joins us now live from West Palm Beach, Florida, very close to Mar-a-Lago, with more from President-elect Trump. Now, that statement he made in court, well, virtually in court, that wasn't the only response that Trump had today. He took to social media shortly after that hearing. What more can you tell us about that, Aaron?
Liz, good to be with you. In a Truth Social post, Trump continued to criticize Judge Merchan, referenced the star witness that the prosecutors had, his former attorney, Michael Cohen, noting that he was disbarred, and again referenced to this investigation as a, quote, witch hunt, something he often did, even going back to his first impeachment in his first term when it came to potential Russian interference in that election. He, of course, is exonerated in that case. But he also noted that, quote, the real jury, the American people, have spoken by re-electing me, again pointing to the fact that these investigations, developments in these legal cases were happening right in the prime and thick of the 2024 election cycle, where he ended up winning all 7 swing states. He also noted that he will appeal the decision here, again trying to get it off his record, even though it was a conditional discharge and he isn't actually going to serve any time, pay any fines. He wants it off his record and wants to get rid of that part of his legacy, being the first convicted felon to become president.
And Aaron, that event today, that hearing, not the only event on Trump's schedule for the rest of the day. Can you walk us through his movements later on today?
Yeah, this whole weekend he's going to be hosting a slew of House Republicans. First on the docket is the House Freedom Caucus. This is a group of House Republicans who are ideologically aligned with him on most things, but when it comes to finances, the debt ceiling, they have shown to band together and buck President Trump in the past. Trump earlier in December wanted to raise the debt ceiling. That conflicted with some of the members. They eventually worked something out. And these members are, from what we've seen, going to push for a 2-bill approach for Trump to pass his, quote, day one agenda when it comes to immigration, energy, tax cuts. Getting all of them on the same page is going to be important for Trump today, just given the slim majorities that Republicans have in Congress and especially in the U.S. House.
Aaron Navarro live for us from West Palm Beach, Florida. Thanks so much, Aaron. All right, we're also keeping an eye on those devastating wildfires in L.A. County today. Officials say they are now responsible for the deaths of at least 10 people and the destruction of more than 10,000 structures. Let's go now to CBS News correspondent Elise Preston. She is live for us in Santa Monica near the Palisades fire, the largest of all these active fires burning in L.A. County. Welcome, Elise. I'm glad to see that you are staying safe. Can you just let us know where you are and what it's like there behind you?
Yeah, well, we are staying safe. Myself and our crew, we are just off the Pacific Coast Highway here in Santa Monica, and you can see the Palisades fire behind us. You know, part of the danger here, Liz, is not the immediate flames. It is the air quality here in LA. You see that I have on a mask. Our crew, I was so thankful that they gave me these eye drops. I'm going to put them in after we're done because it is very burning and drying to your eyes. And it is very hard to breathe at times. I don't know if you can see, but ash has been just kind of floating around. You can see in the distance how far we are from the Palisade fire. So there is an air quality issue that everyone is dealing with here in Southern California, and I think that is something that cannot be lost when we're talking about safety.
Yeah, there's just a gray beige haze behind you, Elise. I know there's mountains there in the distance, but you can barely see them. You know, something that was covered in the press conference earlier this morning was some concerns about the emergency alert systems that are going out to people, residents who live in these evacuation zones. Some of them are being told to get out. There's also people that were in the evacuation warning zones. Can you tell us about what went wrong there with the emergency alerts?
Yeah, let me walk you back to yesterday afternoon because it was a great panic for most of us here in the Los Angeles area. I was driving back from the Palisades area to my home, which is not nearby, and this alert goes out that you need to evacuate. And Liz, you know by covering wildfires in the Bay Area that there's usually like details. It'll tell you, more details of like you're in this zone 5 or, Topanga Canyon. It gives you more context, but it just said you need to evacuate. Fortunately, I have a go bag in my car. I have everything that I need, but I was just kind of like, where is this fire and which direction do I head to? So It did cause panic. About 10 minutes later, another alert came out and it basically clarified what that evacuation warning was for, that it was specific to folks who were impacted by the Kenneth fire. So a lot of people have been expressing panic. They've been expressing some distrust in that alert system. And so it is quite alarming that this would happen as Los Angeles is dealing already with so many fires. People did not know where to go.
Right. There's already so much stress and heartbreak happening for the citizens of LA County right now. And to have these alert systems come out, not really know what they mean, I can imagine that only adds to the frustration. Elise, I want to reiterate that you're near the Palisades fire and you had the opportunity to actually go into that community and look at the damage. I mean, we've seen the aerial footage and it just absolutely looks like, frankly, a bomb went off. I, too, am from Southern California, and I know Pacific Palisades, it's about a little over 20,000 people live there. We hear thousands of homes are burned. When you walk through those neighborhoods, drive through those neighborhoods, is there anything left?
It is hard to make out what's left. What is left is trauma. You're driving down Pacific Coast Highway, for example, and on both sides of the roadway, you will see homes burned to the ground. The only thing that you see is maybe like a rock here or there. And like you said, those images, those aerial images are stunning because it does look like a war zone. And what is so startling to me is that this neighborhood in particular is one of the most beautiful neighborhoods you could see. It's right off the ocean. It looks like paradise. And today, that is not the case. So it is absolutely stunning to see it up close, but the images definitely give you a glimpse of what people are going to return to, what people have lost. We do know that a lot of people have been trying to get in. They have a feeling that their home is gone. And a lot of people just say they just want to see for certain, because I think there is anguish in necessarily not knowing if there is a chance, if there is a miracle. And a lot of people are just kind of in limbo right now, Liz.
Yeah, in that area, the folks had to get out of there so quickly. And in many cases, they had to leave their cars behind. They were trying to get out. The Palisades area, it's beautiful, but there's a lot of really windy roads, a lot of dead-end streets. And I can imagine when all those residents are trying to get out at the same time, it can be extremely difficult. In fact, we heard that some sheriff's officers were telling people, leave your car and just start running. So a lot of folks couldn't even bring their belongings with them. Real quick before we go, Elise, I want to ask you real quickly about the firefight, because we're hearing the winds have died down. Are you seeing more aerial fire crews in the air flying, making those water drops in your area?
Yes, we have seen them. We have heard them. You can see when I was talking to you earlier this week, I was kind of hanging on to a pole for dear life. So the winds have died down, but the danger is not over yet because the winds are expected to kick back up at the latter part of the weekend on Sunday into Monday and Tuesday. So that danger, you know, they're looking forward, I guess, to these died down winds, but there is that concern that they're going to pick right back up. So hopefully firefighters will be able to make some significant progress when as the winds die down.
Yeah, hopefully they can take advantage of that break in the weather. Elise Preston, live for us in Santa Monica near the Palisades fire. Stay safe, Elise. Thank you so much for talking to us today. All right, CBS News Los Angeles is on top of the very latest developments from the fire lines. They have been wall to wall with their coverage. Let's listen in to their coverage from just moments ago.
Against the Palisades fire enters its fourth day now. We want to get to KCAL News reporter Luz Delia Caballero, where dozens of cars were abandoned as people tried to evacuate. Luz Delia, good morning. What does the scene look like now?
Well, it is extremely heart-wrenching to see all of these cars charred. So imagine as the Palisades fire is inching closer on these hillsides, you have dozens of people who now have to flee and run for their safety, for their lives. They left their cars in the middle of Sunset Boulevard. Cross street would be Palisades Drive. And then a bulldozer had to come in and clear the way for engines. Sparkle Day is showing you these charred cars on the left side here, which is the closest side to the charred hillside, and that's what you're looking at right now. To the right, you're going to see a pile of cars that were packed tightly close together by that bulldozer, again making way for the fire engines to come through, because we need these emergency vehicles to come up and aid in this firefighting effort. We were able to go all the way up, in total counting more than 30 cars. And looking at the windshields, because we felt, obviously with these charred vehicles, you see the shell of the cars, but we wanted to know, hey, did anybody leave a note behind? What can we see? We saw people, these cars, a few of them with pet beds, so they must have taken their pets. And obviously here you can see more significant damage to vehicles as that bulldozer came and moved them. And right there you see a note. So in that note, somebody said my car, left their number, but obviously that rogue has significant damage. We went ahead and called that person and let them know that their car is not charred, but obviously has significant damage. We're waiting to hear back from them. But this is just another reality, another perspective of how people have been affected. Some losing their homes, others able to salvage something, others losing their cars or have cars that are significantly damaged because of the Palisades fire. And again, just to put things into perspective, we have a massive fire that erupted Tuesday morning. Days later, only 6% contained, nearly 20,000 acres burned, lives lost, more than 5,000 homes, structures destroyed in this fire alone. This is heartbreaking. This is hard. This is very, very heavy stuff. And the healing will come, but it is going to take not days, not months, but likely years for this area to somewhat feel like home again to so many people. And here on Sunset Boulevard, Sparkle and I, even going up this road, we were just thinking to ourselves, oh my goodness, these people must have been so fearful leaving their vehicles. And look, some of them fearful for their lives, but thankful to be alive, though their cars didn't have the best luck here. And from what we noticed, again, we were by the hillside, or these cars are by the hills that burned, and thankfully that fire didn't jump over, or these cars would be charred as well. But we'll send it back to you as we continue to see more firefighters going up to put out hotspots out in Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, Luz Delia, as you're talking, one of my very close friends, Aaron Sampson, was one of the people in those vehicles, had to get his...
Our colleagues there at CBS News Los Angeles covering these massive wildfires that are going on in LA County right now. Just to recap some of the statistics on these fires. More than 153,000 residents are under evacuation orders. The Palisades fire is still the largest fire of these that are currently burning. It's 8% contained, more than 20,000 acres. The Eaton fire, that's about 40 to 50 miles away from that Palisades fire, that is 3% contained. It's burning in the Pasadena, Altadena area, nearly 14,000 acres. Now, firefighters are really hurting battling that fire. At least 10 people have been killed by all of these fires burning right now. More than 10,000 structures have been completely destroyed, and the costly damage threatens to make the existing insurance crisis in California even worse. Well, still ahead, breaking news out of the Atlanta airport where a plane engine just blew out. We're going to have the very latest on that. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high. If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling. That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
A scary moment for passengers on board a Delta flight midway through takeoff. It was forced to abort takeoff after the pilot reported the plane's engine was on fire. This all happened on the runway of the Atlanta International Airport this morning. Let's take a live look out at Atlanta Airport right now, where passengers were directed off of that plane onto the runway. No word yet on what caused this engine issue, but the FAA says it is investigating. The Atlanta airport releasing this statement saying that 4 passengers reporting minor injuries. 1 was taken to the hospital, 3 treated there on the scene. They're experiencing delays at that airport because of this incident and, of course, the severe weather that's impacting the South. We'll have a live report from Atlanta in the next hour. All right, happening right now at the nation's highest court, arguments on the fate of TikTok in the U.S. The outcome here possibly set to impact 170 million Americans who use the TikTok app regularly. Today's arguments come months after the law passed Congress and hit President Biden's desk. In it, the requirement that the platform cut ties with its China-based parent company, ByteDance, or risk losing access to app stores and web servers across the country. That goes into effect in 9 days. So we're getting an inside listen into the Supreme Court arguments. Let's take a listen to that.
What happens after January 19th if you lose this case? Can you just spell that out?
At least as I understand it, we go dark. Essentially, the platform shuts down.
Unless there's a divestiture.
Unless there's a divestiture, unless President Trump exercises his authority to extend it by night. But he can't do that on January 19th. On January 19th, we still have President Biden. And on January 19th, as I understand it, we shut down.
And with that, let's go to CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady. Kelly, thanks so much for being with us. They go dark on January 9th unless they divest. You just heard it there. How is this all really going to play out?
Yeah, so good to be with you, Liz. Basically, what this means by going dark is that TikTok would be removed from the App Store. So if you went on your phone and you said, hey, I want to download TikTok on, January 20th or 21st, you wouldn't actually be able to do that. If you had already downloaded TikTok, you would still have access to the app unless TikTok decided, well, we're done with all of this. You didn't, delay things. We're going to turn the water off. But in theory, you would still have access to the app. It's just that there would be no new product features, and eventually people would probably flock to other apps. Now, the whole point is they'd like to get a delay or for the Supreme Court to rule against this law because President-elect Trump, as you mentioned in the intro, is open to finding another way. But at this point, come January 19th, you will not be able to download TikTok if you have not already done that.
Let's talk for a moment about that divestment. A few names placing their bids in, including billionaire Frank McCourt and Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary. What's the likelihood of this sale even going through? Is a sale even possible?
So it's very unlikely at this point because ByteDance has been very clear that they do not want to sell TikTok. They will not do that. And so, in fact, actually, I've been following the arguments. The U.S. Solicitor General just made the comments that they think TikTok and ByteDance have been saying this because they want to delay things until President-elect comes into office. And if they were to uphold this date, it could actually put pressure on ByteDance to say, okay, well, maybe we would actually consider an acquisition of the app. Now, here's the thing, Liz. I worked in mergers and acquisitions previously. I was looking at sort of the parameters of the deal. No financial details have been released, what the bid would cost, but likely it would be billions and billions of dollars. They wouldn't even be buying the algorithm, and this would only be for the U.S. version of TikTok. So there would still be TikToks that are operating in other countries that are owned by ByteDance. So from a business perspective, this would not be a good deal. But of course, there are political reasons to buy it as well.
And speaking of business on the app, Kelly, what about the influencers? I mean, they build careers on this app and use it to pay their bills. Many are bracing for not having this as the main source of income to survive off of. How is this actually going to impact their financial situations?
It would be really tough. And there's also a lot of small businesses that use TikTok as a platform very successfully to market their business. That's been a big feature that really TikTok has won out over some of these other platforms. Now, of course, the creators, these businesses, they could operate on Instagram Reels, on Snap, and many of them do. But TikTok, you could have a following of millions on TikTok and maybe have a following of only thousands on Instagram. And in fact, there are, at this very moment, influencers outside the Supreme Court right now gathered, protesting. Some of the influencers even filed briefs with the Supreme Court, and they have a representative who is making arguments on their behalf right now. So yes, this would be very tough for people who rely on this for their well-being.
All right, CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady. Thank you so much, Kelly. All right, let's shift our monitors now to the south, where a powerful winter storm is slamming into multiple southern states. And in those conditions, it can be dangerous to pull your car out of the driveway. Take a look at this. This is in Whitesboro, Texas. This guy found a solution with some real horsepower, so to speak. He's been getting around the icy roads cowboy style with the help of his horse named Suede. I mean, this is some levity here, Zoe, looking at how people are, trying to make their way around during these icy conditions. But this is creating real havoc on the roads. And then for folks, as we mentioned, just trying to get out of their homes.
You got to do what you got to do. And if you're lucky enough to have a horse that loves the snow, great for you. But most of us are hunkering down at home because this is a very large storm system. It's powerful, and it's one of the strongest storms to hit northern Texas in nearly 10 years. In fact, Amarillo, Texas picked up nearly a foot of snowfall. Again, their most powerful winter storm since back in 2015. This winter storm is now making its way across the Midwest. It's bringing upwards of 7 to 11 inches in places like Memphis, Tennessee, and that snow spreading all the way up into Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and it's heading over to the Appalachians as well. And it's going to bring parts of North Carolina snow. In more than 1,000 days, Charlotte has not seen snowfall, and they are likely going to over the next 24 to 48 hours. The storm system will continue to quickly move across the United States. Again, snow to the north, rain and ice farther south. So let's take a closer look at the exact timing of that incoming storm system, because it will be a pretty quick mover. This storm system, again, bringing snow and ice in between the area that is not bringing snow up to the north. 4/10 of an inch of ice is possible, likely going to be seeing a bit of some icy conditions, southern North Carolina and into northern South Carolina. Again, places that haven't seen a lot of snow, like Charlotte, are going to be seeing upwards of potentially a couple of inches, maybe even 4 to 5 inches in Greensboro, North Carolina, and then slightly lower amounts or further elsewhere. Either way, it is going to be snowy and it is going to be cold. After the snow falls, we're likely going to be seeing an Arctic chill moving in across the entirety of the United States. So the snow, it's not going anywhere anytime soon, Liz. Something to keep your eye on. They'll probably have to continue to deal with some icy, some slick conditions for the next several days.
Yeah, we know travel's being impacted, air travel as well, and also schools in that region are closed, at least until Monday.
Yes.
All right, Zoe, thank you so much. All right, when we come back, just released officer body cam video from the New Orleans terrorist attack. We'll walk you through it coming up next. Reed Cowan takes over right here on CBS News 24/7.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal.
Yeah, boy! Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemonade chicken.
Hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome in, everybody. I'm Reed Cowan. We always say it when we see it, you see it. We've got some breaking news here. New Orleans police releasing new body camera video in the New Year's terror attack that killed 14 people and injured dozens of others when that man drove a truck into that crowd on Bourbon Street. So what we've got our hands on, what we're about to show you, happens after so many people had been killed or injured. It's the moment New Orleans police confronted the suspect in his rented truck. Before we roll it, we just want to let you know some of what you are about to see and hear may be disturbing. Now let's roll. So when officers tell you that they have to make split-second decisions, that really makes the case. That is a still photo right there, that circle, showing you where the man who drove that truck with the intent to kill and injure so many people was sitting. This is what happened in those tense moments. And in those moments, when you see officers run in, literally putting their body between bullets and the police on the ground, the people on the ground, 2 of them were shot in that encounter. The suspect died. Authorities say that suspect had an ISIS flag in the truck. The FBI is calling this an attack of terrorism, and much more questions continue to loom here in our nation about how he was radicalized and how this happened. But we did want to show you that video, those tense moments when police ran in as other people were running away. So you are watching CBS News 24/7 coverage of the community response also to the devastating and deadly Southern California wildfires. Neighborhoods, and you see it right here, and you're going to be seeing it for weeks to come, neighborhoods incinerated. Now, since the last time I spoke to you, yesterday at this very time, the death toll has doubled. Yesterday it was 5. Today we can tell you 10 known deaths. However, we've also had an opportunity to speak to the LA County coroner, who says that number could go up in the hours to come. So the fires continue to burn on, and you can see there on the map where they're burning. The toll for the hundreds of thousands of people who are living in this astounding personal tragedy and financial tragedy will affect generations. Now, the largest fire burning is the Palisades fire near Malibu. It's grown to 31 square miles. 31 square miles. So how big is that? Think about Miami. Miami's at 36 square miles. So 31, 36, that's roughly the size of the area burned in just that one Palisades fire alone. We can tell you, because of firefighters joining other firefighters from out of state, there is progress to report. That fire is now at 8% containment. So 0% yesterday, 8% now. They are making progress, although it is slow and a hard fight, likely because the hillsides are very hard to navigate as well. Let's now talk about the Eaton fire near Pasadena. So far, burning 21 square miles. That's close to the size of Newark, New Jersey. That fire is at 3% containment. So let's talk about the people who live inside the boundaries of that map we just showed you. About 150,000 people. The amount of people it would take to fill SoFi Stadium 2 times over. They are on the run today. Evacuation orders. That's their reality. Their homes and businesses, some 10,000 in count, leveled there on the ground. Fire's also destroying infrastructure. We're talking about electrical lines. They are down in many places, so when night falls, tens of thousands are in the dark. Can't turn on air conditioners and shelters or plug in their phones to charge them. We've got this update right now from LA County officials just moments ago. Listen.
We asked for the National Guard. I'm very thankful to Governor Newsom and the State Office of Emergency Services that fulfilled that request. As of last night, we've had National Guardsmen assisting us. They arrived last night and deployed to the Eaton Fire area, and we're assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure protection. As additional Guard personnel arrive, and they will be in the next 12 to 24 hours.
So we'll continue bringing you any and all updates. We get them in real time. You know, our CBS teams are fanned out in communities all over Southern California. So let's go to CBS News' Elise Preston in Santa Monica.
We're along the Pacific Coast Highway here in Santa Monica. The Palisades fire just behind us. You can see that thick haze. That is where firefighters are trying to fight those flames of one of the most dangerous fires that are burning right now. The Palisades fire is only 8% contained so far. With all of these fires that are burning across Southern California, we have seen about 10,000 structures burned. We have seen 10 lives lost. And there is no end in sight. Now, firefighters are expected to get a little break from the winds in the next day or so, but that will be a short break because winds are expected to pick back up on Sunday at winds that we saw earlier this week. Those winds are incredibly dangerous because they're carrying embers and flames from a very wide distance in a very short amount of time. Now, as firefighters are working on trying to get these flames under control, people are trying to get back into their neighborhoods. They're trying to see their homes. They're trying to check on family pets. And so because of that, the Sheriff's Department says that they are amping up resources to stop people from trying to get back in those neighborhoods because it is just so dangerous. It is chaos here in Los Angeles days into this firefight, and we will continue to stand by and bring you the latest news.
Elise Preston, just one of many CBS News correspondents there in your communities in Southern California showing the tragedy and the response to that tragedy. We thank you for that report. When we come back, we also have crews where another weather story is playing out. Texas seeing snow. We'll have a live report from CBS News' Jason Allen in Texas when we come back.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
How fast do you think you were going? 195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes. Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in college? And close up on the rising sun.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7. We follow our monitors to the southern states. Yes, I said southern states that are seeing powerful winter storms churn through places like Texas, Arkansas, Georgia, and everywhere in between. We're talking about heavy snow and slick roads, prompting governors in now 5 states to declare a state of emergency. In fact, schools are telling their kiddos just stay home. Some of the kids choosing to catch air instead of going to school. So if you're streaming us in Georgia, you know just getting around is tough. The storm prompted a ground stop this morning for Delta Airlines flights. This is into and out of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. Look at all that snow. According to FlightAware, more than 550 flights delayed, 450 flights canceled at that airport alone this morning. Now, this video right here comes from 24/7 streaming viewer Jolynn Sutton's Texas backyard. That is snow in Lindsay, Texas, about 50 miles north of Dallas-Fort Worth's Metroplex. And by the way, full disclosure, Jolynn Sutton is my sister, and those 2 dogs are my nephews. So let's go live to CBS News correspondent Jason Allen in Fort Worth. Jason, I think it's important we tell viewers where that video comes from. But my goodness, where is this snow coming from, friend?
Boy, this snow came up out of the south, and I'll tell you what, that video 50 miles away really illustrates how much of a difference a few miles and a few degrees of temperature made in this storm. Because if you look at some of the banks here along the highway where I am in Fort Worth, you'll see 1.5 inches, maybe 2 inches of snow. And the snow has stopped this morning outside of a few flurries that are kind of blowing through the air and some breezy conditions and still overcast. But most of it now has moved through. A couple inches here in the Fort Worth and Dallas area where we actually saw some rain before it switched over again to snow in the overnight hours. The heaviest stuff, 6, 8, even 10 inches or more, just a few miles off to the north, Reed.
Boy, howdy, as they say in Texas. All right, so a big day for college football fans. We understand 75,000 people expected to brave that cold for the Cotton Bowl. It's really not far from you, so what are they expecting, especially out on the roads, to get in and out of that stadium?
Not far from where I am, just about 10 miles or so to the east in Arlington. Now, you can see the highway behind me, and this is the highway that you would take to AT&T Stadium where that game is going to be played. The lanes are looking good, more traffic out on them this morning. Here's the difference. Look at this highway overpass where we are, both on the sidewalk and out on the roadway, raised up above the surface. So that's where you're still seeing accumulating snow, accumulating ice and slush. And we really don't expect the temperature here to change much throughout the day. So you'll still see surfaces like this that are slushy. On the main highways, though, those roadways that are going to lead to the stadium, people should be okay if they're coming to town.
All right, I used to live there, and it makes me want for all of you to crave some gut-warming hush puppies and some gumbo and some good barbecue. You stay safe, Jason. It's nice to talk to you. Always great having you stream with us. Well, you know, while many Texans hunker down at home to avoid the icy roads, one man shows us there's another way to get around. Look at that, Texas style on horseback. There you are. This cowboy did not let the snow get in the way of his morning cup of joe. He says he rode his horse to pick up his coffee. Good-looking horse.
His name's Suede. He's a 6-year-old. I use him to cowboy off of, go work cows. Just kind of having fun on him today. And I don't like winter, to be honest with you. I don't like it. Kind of sucks riding a horse. I got to get all these layers on. It's kind of harder to get on, so I don't like winter. I like summer and spring.
It's crazy when the cowboy has bigger eyelashes than the horse, right? Hey, Listen, I'd mount a horse too to get my morning job. Zoe, explain this to Texans. Oh, and by the way, he can ride that horse. And as we saw in that last shot, he also checks his weather report in the palm of his hand as well.
I mean, he has to. And when you have a horse that loves the snow as much as he does, I mean, you might as well take advantage of it. But those of you that don't have snow-loving horses, you might want to stay inside. Take it easy. Don't travel if you can avoid it. There's over 56 million Americans that are under some sort of winter storm warning or winter storm advisory as this system makes its way across the country. It's brought a lot of snow to parts of Texas that haven't seen it in nearly 10 years. 11 inches to Amarillo. The last time they saw that much snow was back in 2015. This storm system is now making its way across the Midwest, across the central parts of the country, bringing a mix of snow and ice, and it's going to continue to push further and further east, and as it does so, it's going to bring parts of North Carolina, snowfall in parts of Ohio and up to Indiana as well, then very quickly departing. Let's take a closer look, though, at the timing of this upcoming storm system because, again, it will be a quick mover, but it's definitely going to pack a punch, especially across the Midwest. Tennessee, Memphis could see upwards of 7 to 11 inches. That snowstorm continues to track farther and farther east, bringing parts of North Carolina, like Charlotte, that haven't seen rain in over 1,000 days. It's nearly 3 years without any sort of snowfall. They're expecting snow, at least on the northern half of North Carolina. 4.5 inches for places like Greensboro as well. Slightly lesser amounts depending on where you're located, like Nashville, but kind of depends on where you are. Either way, we're going to continue to see the snow sticking around because even though no additional snow is likely, these temperatures are going to plummet into this upcoming weekend. Saturday and Sunday, those wind chill values are likely going to remain near or below freezing for a lot of the places that did see snow, and it's going to stay in that Arctic chill into early next week, so that snow is likely going to stick around. Make sure you take it easy on the roads, give yourself extra time, and enjoy a snowy weekend of weather with that fresh powder. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Federal prosecutors now seeking 15 years in prison for former Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey after Menendez convicted of abusing his Senate committee leadership position and serving as a foreign agent. All of that hit CBS News 24/7 monitors back in July. His sentencing now is scheduled for January 29th. Well, after beating charges in the deadly shooting of a cinematographer on the set of the movie Rust, Alec Baldwin now suing New Mexico prosecutors. Baldwin filing that suit for malicious prosecution and civil rights violation. He says prosecutors and investigators intentionally mishandled evidence. Back in July, a judge dismissed the involuntary manslaughter charge against Alec Baldwin. Moving on the map to the Big Apple now, where firefighters in New York battled a 5-alarm fire at an apartment building in the Bronx. It played out this morning. Let's go ahead and take that video full. Crews say the fire raged on the building's top floor, destroying all of the apartments on that level. In the fight, 7 people hurt, and including 5 firefighters. Now, fire crews say that cold, windy condition that they faced really helped to fuel the fire, making it very hard to put out.
I was laying down, I smelled something. So I said, what is going on? And I realized the water coming down on me in my apartment. So I rushed out. When I rushed out, I see the severity. So I took my parents and we came outside.
So an official cause not known, but the people who live there, they tell us they believe a space heater sparked this fire. Let's look at some economic news on a Friday. December jobs report released showing employers added 256,000 jobs last month. That drops the unemployment rate to 4.1%. Keeping track of the numbers, that's a 0.1% difference from November. The biggest gains were in healthcare, retail, leisure, and hospitality. When we come back, we are talking all things college football. Yes, I can talk a little sports on CBS News 24/7, maybe with the help of some of my producers. We'll be right back.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
The the justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports. Tensions rising between a powerful country and a vital island.
The supply of this technology came grinding to a halt. The world would grind to a halt.
Absolutely. As Taiwan faces threats and aggression,
Taiwan is on the front line, and we understand our responsibility as a democracy. We cannot fall.
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, there are manifestations of the battle between autocracy and democracy. And that is a fight that we're all engaged in.
Defending Taiwan, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are emergency. We are depressurized.
How could this have happened?
It's still happening right now.
Meet the Boeing whistleblowers who believe they know how.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah, and good parts. They're not too picky.
Wow.
It's time for a 60 Minutes investigation.
Sunday morning, the miracle of Paris's Notre Dame, plus actor Daniel Craig and Billie Eilish, 22 but already a legend. Listen for the trumpet.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
All right, football fans, listen up. We are just one game away from finding out who will play in the college football championship. Notre Dame will advance after their big win against Penn State last night in the Orange Bowl. The Fighting Irish earned their spot in the national title game after a late field goal, beating the Lions 27-24. Well, tonight, the Ohio State Buckeyes and the Texas Longhorns face off in the Cotton Bowl. So CBS Sports national college football writer Shahan Jeharaja joins us now, talking to us live to discuss the big game. But first, okay, so Notre Dame coach Marcus Freeman, he led Notre Dame to its first title game in over a decade. What's he doing differently this season?
Well, I think that this is the culmination of multiple years in so many ways. He was actually promoted from defensive coordinator to head coach after Brian Kelly left to go take the job at LSU. And on the way out, Brian Kelly actually said, I wanted to be at a program in LSU that has the resources to win a national championship. Well, obviously, I think that Notre Dame has proven themselves over the past couple of years. And when you look at this roster this year for Marcus Freeman, it's just the culmination of the talent that he's brought to Notre Dame. You know, Notre Dame has some limitations when it comes to academics and resources in order to bring some of the top players in college football. But Marcus Freeman has shot right through those barriers in a lot of ways. And now you look at a roster that's deep, that's talented. They've dealt with injuries all year long, and they've continued to keep coming back and fighting. I think he's done a tremendous job of putting this team together. And you also look in a matchup like they had against Penn State yesterday. I mean, they were down 10-0 early in that game. They just continue to come and they continue to fight. I think he's instilled a level of belief in this program that they really haven't had in a very long time.
All right, so let's talk about tonight's game. University of Texas led the SEC this season, while Ohio State had to turn things around after a tough loss to Michigan in November. So who do you think will head to the championship?
Well, I don't know that anybody is playing better in college football right now than Ohio State University. You look at their last two games, they've won them by a combined 45 points, including, by the way, a 20-point win over the #1 overall seed, the University of Oregon. And Texas, of course, is playing really hot right now, too, but they just played a double overtime game against Arizona State. It went down to the wire. It was a competitive game. They're just a little bit more banged up from that matchup, whereas Ohio State's been able to ride these last two games, rest their players in a big way, and I think that they're peaking at the very right time. I'm leaning Ohio State in this game. One factor to think about, though, too, is that obviously, we're up here in North Texas in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. There's going to be a lot of ice on the roads. I'm curious how that impacts the crowds, and especially for a game that's taking place in the state of Texas. I think a smaller crowd is probably better for Ohio State.
You know what I love about this report so much, talking to you, aside from your expertise, is the fact that when I look in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, I see you're a fan of Cheez-Its. Now I've got to have some on a Friday. Sean, thank you so much. Nice to talk to you. We appreciate you so much. All right, more serious news to transition to now. When we come back on CBS News 24/7, it is the sentencing moment that President-elect Donald Trump tried to stop. Even the Supreme Court wouldn't stop it. What happened with the president-elect today and his fiery words on a day that will go down in history? That sentence coming up.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus, sunshiny day.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
I have a dorky look to me. I don't look like a criminal at all.
60 Minutes has reported on fraudsters, criminals, and hoodlums. But what this minor league thief was able to do surprised even us.
These are Yogi Berra's World Series rings.
A sports story you'll have to see to believe.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. no one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah.
I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Sunday morning, the Music Man, T-Bone Burnett, plus Ted Danson, and Martha Stewart with Just the Recipe. Listen for the trumpet.
I report from a lot of war zones, but I don't really take the same risks.
He's one of the bravest war correspondents 60 Minutes has ever met. But it's his relationship with his mother that you will remember. Plus, the robots making marble masterpieces in Italy.
As a kid growing up in Chicago, there was one horror movie I was too scared to watch. It was called Candyman. But did you know that the movie Candyman was partly inspired by an actual murder? Listen to Candyman, the true story behind the bathroom mirror murder, wherever you get your podcasts.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7. I'm Reed Cowan. All right, so President-elect Donald Trump became the former president to be convicted of criminal charges in U.S. history. That moment came earlier today during his sentencing hearing for falsifying records related to that hush money payment made to adult film star Stormy Daniels. That happened back in 2016. Take a listen to just some of what the president-elect had to say in court.
I'm totally innocent. I did nothing wrong.
they talked about business records, and the business records were extremely accurately counted. I had nothing to do with them. That was done by an accountant or a bookkeeper who I think gave very credible testimony and was corroborated by everybody that was asked. And with all that's happening in our country today, with a city that's burning to the ground, one of our largest, most important cities burning to the ground, with wars that are uncontrollably going on, with all of the problems of inflation and attacks on countries and all of the horrible things that are going on, I got indicted over calling a legal expense a legal expense.
Okay, so let's drill down. We have our teams on the ground covering the fallout from many angles. CBS News political reporter Aaron Navarro is in West Palm Beach with the latest on Trump's movements. But first, we want to get to CBS News political reporter and attorney Katrina Kaufman from outside that New York City courthouse. So the president-elect gave a detailed testimony during that hearing. What else did we hear from him?
Hi, Reed. So this was very interesting. A criminal defendant has the right to speak at their own sentencing. And so Trump took this opportunity after, not testifying during this case, but this was his final chance to speak to the judge. And usually a criminal defendant would show some contrition here, try to explain what happened. Trump was entirely on the defense. He said that it wasn't wrong that these were listed as legal expenses. He called this case an embarrassment. He disparaged a key witness, Michael Cohen. He called this a politically motivated witch hunt, as he has in the past. But it was very striking to get to hear him speak on the final day of this trial at the sentencing, and via a virtual appearance, too, which is very, very rare. He was projected on a screen with his main attorney, Todd Blanche, and we were just able to watch them from the courtroom as he made his speech.
So let's talk about the judge, because we know the president-elect talks about the judge quite a bit. Judge Marchand made a big point to distinguish Trump the citizen and Trump the former president during his address to the court. Walk us through the intent of really drawing that distinctive line.
Reed, I thought that was a very striking moment because the judge really emphasized the extraordinariness of the circumstances and of the office. But he made a point to say that it is not the occupant that is extraordinary, which really just felt like a bit of a dig at Donald Trump in that moment. He also talked about the paradox of this trial, how it was surrounded by all of these extraordinary circumstances. A defendant who at the time was a former president is now the incoming president of the new administration, but how behind closed doors, this really just took the shape of a trial as it would for any other defendant. Each side had an opportunity to present their case. There was a jury of ordinary New York citizens, and they got to present a final verdict. And the judge just thought it was so important to preserve that verdict and proclaim a final sentencing just 10 days before Trump is inaugurated into office.
So walk us through. The judge used the term unconditional. So people are going to be hearing about that word specifically during their dinner time headlines. What does it mean in this context? Also, we know, for all intents and purposes, this was just a slap on the wrist, right? It just goes on his record. Still, though, Trump vows to appeal. So tell us about that unconditional use of that word by the judge, and then also why Trump would appeal and what that would look like.
So what an unconditional discharge is it really means there are no terms. There's no imprisonment, there's no probation, there is no fine here. But Trump, this is really the final nail that makes him a convicted felon, and that is what Trump wants to appeal. This is a permanent record. He is the first president of the United States who is a convicted felon who will take the Oval Office. And Trump, while one might say that this is a slap on the wrist, this is still a really grave sentencing. He has been made a felon. He did everything in his power to try to stop this day from happening. Multiple appeals this week, going all the way to the Supreme Court, which was denied. And he will absolutely be trying to expunge this sentence by appealing through the New York court system all the way back to the Supreme Court, because he feels very strongly that he is protected by the presidential immunity ruling that they made over the summer, and that, he has asked the judge to recuse himself. He has tried to say there was juror misconduct here. I think that we are going to see a lot of arguments from him and his team on appeal as he tries to wipe away this conviction ultimately.
Katrina Kaufman, thank you so much for that. Okay, so for our viewers now, we have the opportunity to bring in CBS News' Aaron Navarro. So Trump wasted no time getting on social media, giving a response here. What else are we hearing from the president-elect beyond what he had to say in those fiery statements heard in court today?
Reed, good to be with you. In that social media post you mentioned, Trump referred to the investigation as a, quote, witch hunt, something he has often used when it comes to legal cases against them. He said, quote, the real jury, the American people, have spoken, kind of pointing to the fact that a lot of these investigations, developments in these legal cases were happening in the thick of the 2024 presidential cycle, where President Trump, of course, won. He also referenced to Michael Cohen, his former attorney, as a star witness who was, quote, disbarred and disgraced. And he also mentioned, interestingly enough, that he would appeal this decision. Yes, it is on his permanent record, but he's looking to, at least on paper, potentially get it off, potentially get the Supreme Court involved, indicating that this will not be the last development when it comes to this Manhattan case.
Aaron, also another question. The president-elect still has one remaining legal case that he and his attorneys are looking at. That's in connection to Special Counsel Jack Smith's investigation into Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. What's the update there?
A federal appeals court in Atlanta last night said that Jack Smith and the Department of Justice could release that report. Now, Attorney General Merrick Garland has made it clear that only one volume of the special report will be released, and that's the part in regards to the January 6th attacks, as well as Trump's attempts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. The volume of the report regarding classified documents, they've indicated, will not be released as of now, as there's still some legal proceedings regarding that. Now, Trump's attorneys are potentially looking to get the Supreme Court involved in this, and we potentially will see at least one volume of the special counsel's report in at least 3 days. That's the hold that a federal judge here in Florida decided. So we could potentially start seeing those, new findings about the investigation in the weekend or next week.
It's pretty astounding when you think about it. The president-elect of the United States not getting the help of the Supreme Court, a felon, that will now go into his record and be a part of his legacy forever. And on the very same day, he is meeting with members of Congress. Why is he meeting with members of Congress, and what is the marching order he is giving members of Congress as far as the purse strings and forwarding the objectives of the campaign promises that he made in winning the presidency?
Yeah, several notable groups of House Republicans are going to be here in Florida this weekend. Up first is the House Freedom Caucus, a group that ideologically is really in line with Trump, but they have clashed before when it comes to raising the debt ceiling, when it comes to reducing the deficit, reducing government spending. And he will need to make sure that all House Republicans really are on the same page, as there's such a slim margin that Republicans hold in that chamber, as they're looking to get at least one, potentially two bills regarding his, quote, day one agenda when it comes to energy, immigration, the economy, tax cuts. He'll need to make sure that all Republicans are on board if he wants to get those passed and get them to the Senate.
Aaron Navarro reporting live from West Palm Beach. We appreciate. Thank you so much. CBS News 24/7 continues covering your communities all over the United States, but especially down there in Los Angeles. That county now devastated. We have so many hurting communities down there, and you're seeing some of the video and the reasons why. Added to that devastation, word today, 10 dead, more than 10,000 buildings destroyed. In fact, 90,000 people right now are without electricity. So we're looking at 5 fires all across the Los Angeles area, including one that broke out in the Hollywood Hills. Those fires have burned more than 55 square miles and put more than 150,000 people under evacuation orders. So our CBS teams are fanned out in many Southern California communities, including Elise Preston continuing on for another day. She's in Santa Monica. Elise, you're near the Palisades fire, the largest of all of the active fires in LA County. Tell us about the break in the wind that they're hoping for around the 6 o'clock hour.
Yeah, they are hoping that break will give them a little bit of rest, but it is only going to last for a while, Reed, short while. You can see the Palisade fire just above me, just behind me, above my right shoulder. That it's gray, that hazy, thick cloud right there. It is, you can really make it out that the air quality is not good. I'm talking to you with a mask because it is really hard to breathe out here in Santa Monica, which is usually a paradise. It's also hard on your eyes, just giving you an indication of how bad this air quality is from the 5 fires that are burning throughout Southern California. That Palisade fire that you mentioned is only 8% contained. It's been burning since Tuesday. And so firefighters have been working feverishly to try to get those flames out, but it's been almost impossible because of the wind. You know, I spoke to you on Wednesday and I was holding on to a pole for dear life. That is not the case right now. And the winds are expected to die down later today. However, they're expected to pick back up again on Sunday and continue strong through Monday and Tuesday. So those winds that are going to give them a break are going to come right back roaring again. And so firefighters are hoping they can gain some traction in the next day and a half.
Well, and at least there is an emerging narrative as they look at the wind and they see the smoke and flames there behind you, and that is a highly unreliable emergency alert system and the frustration bubbling up from people who are getting those alerts. What can you tell us the council is from leaders about knowing which alert is real and which alert is not?
Yeah, the frustration is growing, and there's also panic with that. I can tell you yesterday afternoon, I was driving back from the Palisade fire to my home, and my alarm went off, and it said, you know, that I needed to evacuate. You're in the area in which you need to evacuate. Reed, you know, being in California, that those warnings typically have a little bit more information. So I was kind of stunned. I was staring at the phone. I was looking around like, which area is it? And which direction do I need to head? I fortunately have a go bag in my car. I have everything on me that I need because we're out here covering these fires as a team. But I didn't know which direction to head. And so I'm more prepared than most here in Los Angeles because as a journalist, we have to always be on the ready. And as we're covering it, we're definitely prepared. So I can't even imagine those folks who had no clue what was going on. About 10 minutes later, a different evacuation warning came out that gave more information as far as which exactly was the zone that needed to evacuate. And it was related to the Kenneth fire. So there have been a lot of questions. There have been a lot of concern. People are voicing that frustration and anger amidst voicing their trauma, voicing their loss. There is so much going on right now. But we're still at the beginning. This is days in, but there are still days left to go. And so even more questions, I'm sure, that need to be answered in the days ahead.
That's right, Elise. And as we bid farewell to you, we just want to remind our viewers coast to coast and worldwide that CBS News is partnering with the Red Cross. You can go online and find ways that you can partner with CBS and the Red Cross to try to get help right where Elise is. Elise, we know you live there. You're doing your job while also thinking about your home and your family's safety. Same for your photographers. We thank you all so very much. And I want to bring Zoe in here. She mentioned the air quality down there. I've been reading some reports that smoke from wildfires, especially smoke from house fires, the particulate matter is especially toxic in those situations.
Yeah, and I mean, just imagine what's in your home right now. It's toys, it's plastics, it's anything that you don't want burning, you don't want smelling, you don't want inhaling. It's very unhealthy, not just for people that are sensitive to it, for anybody. Like anybody that's outside, like Elise Preston was out there with her mask, her eyes, she had to put eye drops in because it's just awful. It's dangerous. So yeah, avoid being outside if you can, and just stay safe, honestly, because luckily, although we have an overnight period that it is going to be calmer, it is not going to be very long lasting. So firefighters and rescue workers are going to be in full force overnight tonight, as we are going to be seeing the expiration of this red flag warning 6 p.m. tonight. So today we do have that enhanced risk of fire weather across Southern California. Tomorrow, it gets slightly smaller and slightly less high of a risk. That doesn't mean the risk is gone, though. We are going to continue to see those winds ramping up by as soon as the later parts of the weekend, and that is not great news for those wildfires that are currently raging. Again, tonight we are going to be seeing those winds coming in from a different direction, which is just another threat in itself. Imagine the wildfires that continue to be blowing from north to south. Now, with this more westerly wind that's coming in, the wildfires are going to be blowing in directions that they haven't blown before. So potential for new areas to get caught on fire, which is what firefighters are going to be keeping a very close eye on overnight tonight. But again, it is not going to be anything too crazy. We like to say anything below 30 miles an hour, we can still get the air crews out there. But once they get upwards of 30 to 40, which they are likely going to overnight Saturday and into Sunday, that's when it gets tricky when it comes to stopping the spread of these wildfires. And that Santa Ana wind event is only going to pick up again late Saturday and into Sunday and then continue into Monday. And like Reed was talking about, just look at how dense and how thick this smoke. It's blanketing basically the entirety of the Los Angeles basin, and it's actually all the way down even to places like San Diego and down to Mexico. So this is an extremely dangerous air mass, and again, masks are needed outdoors. Even again, Southern California, that smoke is impacting basically the entirety of the southern parts of the state.
All right, that's why our partnership with the Red Cross is so important, because likely they're getting masks to people that need them so much. Thank you so much, Zoe. When we come back, we are getting our eyes right here to the CBS newsroom on some body camera video showing the very tense moments when New Orleans police rushed in. They rushed that truck that was used as an operation of terror to take out so many lives and injure so many people. You will see those tense moments. You will hear the gunfire and see the bravery of New Orleans police when we come back on CBS News 24/7.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high.
If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
All right, we're watching some breaking news developments. New Orleans police releasing new body camera video in the New Year's terror attack that killed 14, injured dozens of others when a man drove a truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street. To borrow the words of first responders there, he was hell-bent on killing people. So what we're about to show you, we have seen before it goes to air, and we know it's so difficult to see. It is the moment just after so many people have been killed or injured, but we do want to let you know. This moment shows the moments New Orleans police officers confronted that suspect in that rented truck, but it is hard to watch. That said, let's go ahead and roll it. Sights and sounds that you would typically associate with a war zone, but folks, that is Bourbon Street in New Orleans. 2 officers shot in this encounter. The suspect killed. Authorities say the suspect had an ISIS flag in the truck. The FBI calling this an attack of terrorism. Meanwhile, 6 victims who survived the attack are suing the city of New Orleans, its security consultant, and a local construction company. Their attorney says the city removed those bollards as part of a security upgrade, but didn't put anything else in place to protect Bourbon Street. They also allege the city's security consultant presented a theoretical threat scenario back in April. They say it was shockingly similar to the New Year's Day attack. The city spokesperson says they will not comment on pending litigation. Terrorist attack victim Billy DiMaio laid to rest yesterday in Holmdel, New Jersey. His family remembers him as a standout athlete, son, and brother. Later today, the state of Louisiana will remember Billy as it has honored each victim with a special day of remembrance. We watch the Supreme Court at this hour as the clock ticks on TikTok and the 170 million Americans who use the platform regularly. Arguments on the app's fate wrapping up just moments ago in the nation's highest court. Big question, will justices overturn or delay a law that could lead to TikTok's ban in the United States if that company doesn't sell to a U.S.-run company? The question for the justices today really is this: does the law targeting TikTok violate the First Amendment? Let's listen.
More directly, what this law does is it says that TikTok Incorporated, if ByteDance doesn't exercise a qualified divestiture, you have to go mute. You cannot speak at all.
No, I don't think it says that, though. I mean, if TikTok were to post-divestiture or whatever, pre-divestiture, come up with its own algorithm, right, then when the divestiture happened, it could still operate. It doesn't say TikTok you can't speak.
I think that's theoretically correct, Your Honor, but I think that also underscores the content-based nature of the restriction.
No, but the fact that that's true suggests that you're wrong about the statute being read as saying TikTok you have to go mute. Because TikTok can continue to operate on its own algorithm, on its own terms, as long as it's not associated with ByteDance.
So let's go live to CBS News' Catherine Cole. Catherine, you were inside that courtroom. What were the justices' questions? Sort of play that out. Who was speaking there and what the questions sort of say, where you think the Supreme Court might be leaning?
Yeah, that clip perfectly encapsulates how heated this was and how much the justices were trying to really laser focus in on what speech is being burdened under this law. They seemed really focused on, you know, ByteDance is a Chinese-owned company, and a foreign adversary, a foreign company like that doesn't have First Amendment rights. So if this is burdening the speech of ByteDance, which owns the TikTok algorithm, then is that really a First Amendment violation? But on the other hand, a lawyer for the creators argued that Americans who use this app, who are uploading their videos, they're speaking on this app, and their speech will be burdened. So the justices were saying, can they go to another app? How special is this TikTok algorithm? It was a lot of trying to figure out where does the speech lie and what is the burden exactly? And then, of course, weighed against all of that are the national security concerns here.
Right, national security concerns that have been raised in Congress now for months. So let's go specifically to the law that was in question here. It was passed by Congress as part of a foreign aid package back in April. What does the law say? Because we know that TikTok's attorneys are definitely going to want to speak to why they think that law violates free speech.
Yeah, the law puts a real deadline on TikTok. It says that by next Sunday, January 19th, TikTok either needs to divest from its foreign-owned owner, or it's going to shut down operations in the United States entirely. And the advocates today clarified what that means. TikTok goes dark. You can't get it on the App Store. If you have it on your phone, service providers won't allow you to access it. No more TikTok. There is one exception, which is that the president can extend that deadline by 90 days, so to mid-April, essentially, if the president feels that there is a real deal underway to have the TikTok be sold to a U.S.-owned company.
Well, and the president-elect has said he has a, quote, warm spot in his heart for TikTok because he felt like it sort of drove the conversation and the narrative there to get younger voters to vote for him in the last election. But if he does not extend this, if President Joe Biden does not extend this, what happens? How soon could we see the Supreme Court rule on this, given the fact that there's a TikTok clock for TikTok?
I think that's one of the more interesting things that happened this morning at the court. The justices didn't seem sympathetic to TikTok's free speech arguments. By and large, I think that they're more inclined to side with the government here, but they did seem open to the possibility of an administrative stay, that is postponing the deadline by a week, 2 weeks. I don't want to put a number on it, but basically hitting the pause button. And that would allow, President Trump comes into office on January 20th. As you said, he seems pretty warm on TikTok these days. That would give him the power to put that 90-day stay on the ban going into effect. And so we might see a decision in the next week or two, but we might see them say, we need more time to think about this, and then this might become an issue for the executive branch to handle.
Fascinating. Okay, well, our reporters always in the room where it happens. We thank you for stepping out there from the Supreme Court right after those arguments and bringing them to our viewers on CBS News 24/7. Have a great weekend and a great Friday. So video to our monitors from southern states. Look at this. Show a powerful winter storm churning through Texas, Arkansas, Tennessee, and really everywhere in between in that area. Heavy snow, slick roads, prompting governors in 5 states to declare states of emergency. In fact, some of the heaviest snowfall expected to slam the middle of Tennessee today. That includes Nashville. In fact, look at this snow video here. That is what we're looking at. And that is where we find WTVF Nashville meteorologist Henry Rothenberg. Henry, something tells me you did not have snow on your list of things that you'd be talking about in the new year there in beautiful Nashville.
This much snow, Reed, this quick in the year, probably not. But I'll tell you, I'm loving it. The kid in me is having a blast. We average about 8 inches of snow a year. And just to get an idea, our handy-dandy ruler give you a little bit of an official measurement. We're sitting right around 2 inches of snow. Typically, you want to do this where there's not necessarily a tree around, but we've done it around the park and seen about 2, some spots even 3 inches of this snow that has fallen. We're at beautiful Centennial Park, and I don't think people are complaining about a snow day. Take a look at some of these snowmen. This is something you would see, in Minnesota or Massachusetts, Reed, but seeing that here in Middle Tennessee,
right.
It's a fun sight to see. The dogs are having fun, the people are having fun, and even us, the crew out here, having a blast covering this as well.
Yeah, I've been there to the Parthenon. I know the Greek goddess that stands in the middle of that very big building. She might want to put a parka on herself. Nashville's mayor said that snowplows will be ready to tackle city streets when the storm hit. Are they ready? How are the roads looking, friend?
I got to tell you, they're actually looking great. The primary roads, the interstates as well, both the Nashville Department of Transportation and the Tennessee Department of Transportation have done a great job. But the secondary roads and the rural roads, they're in bad shape. We were out on those from the moment the snow started all the way up until now. So we're still encouraging people to stay home, but they are doing a good job treating those primary roads across the region.
Well, to my country music writing friends there on Music Row in Nashville, I know there's a tear in your beer, but that tear just might be an ice cube. Henry, it's nice to talk to you. Take care there. All right, when we come back, we are watching what's happening inside the White House, specifically at the press briefing room. We understand there will be an update on federal response to the deadly California wildfires. FEMA expected to join Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre any moment now. As soon as we see it, you'll see it. Till then, we're watching our monitors for breaking news coast to coast and worldwide on CBS News 24/7. Back after the break.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this!
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy! Dollar Jill.
You can't get into the market. It's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7. A moment for the history books played out in a New York City courtroom this morning. President-elect Donald Trump became the first former president and major presidential candidate to face a criminal conviction. His status as a felon now solidified with just 10 days until he is sworn in as our nation's next president. The president-elect will not face prison time nor probation after today, and that's because of something called an unconditional discharge sentence handed down by Judge Merchan. Now, the Office of District Attorney Alvin Bragg says it does not oppose that decision, but we wanted to let you know what it was like to listen to that moment that sentence was read to the court. Listen.
After careful analysis, in obedience to governing mandates, and pursuant to the rule of law, this court has determined that the only lawful sentence that permits entry of a judgment of conviction without encroaching upon the highest office in the land is an unconditional discharge, which the New York State Legislature has determined is a lawful and permissible sentence for the crime of falsifying business records in the first degree. Therefore, at this time, I impose that sentence to cover all 34 counts. Sir, I wish you Godspeed as you assume your second term in office.
So a reminder for our viewers, as you just heard the judge say, Trump found guilty for 34 counts of falsifying records related to the hush money payment made to the adult film star Stormy Daniels back in 2016. Prosecutors in this case argued those payments were made to influence the 2020 election results. Still, Trump called the entire process a witch hunt during his testimony today. In fact, here's just some of his remarks.
I'm totally innocent. I did nothing wrong. They talked about business records, and the business records were extremely accurately counted. I had nothing to do with them. That was done by an accountant or a bookkeeper who I think gave very credible testimony and was corroborated by everybody that was asked. And with all that's happening in our country today, with a city that's burning to the ground, one of our largest, most important cities burning to the ground, with wars that are uncontrollably going on, with all of the problems of inflation and attacks on countries and all of the horrible things that are going on, I got indicted over calling a legal expense a legal expense.
So Trump also went on social media just moments after that hearing wrapped. It said in part, quote, "I was given an unconditional discharge. That result alone proves that, as all legal scholars and experts have said, there is no case, there was never a case, and this whole scam fully deserves to be dismissed." Some of that, of course, questioned by other legal scholars as well. But that is what the president-elect had to say. That is his take on it. We wanted to show it to you. Also, let's talk about this. Some major developments coming to us in recent moments in the case of former Senator Bob Menendez. You might remember he was convicted back when a jury found him guilty of abusing his Senate leadership position, accepting bribes from New Jersey business people, and serving as a foreign agent. Court filings show prosecutors want a 15-year prison sentence for Mr. Menendez. So let's go to congressional correspondent Nicole Killian. Nicole, can you give us some background on the Menendez conviction?
Well, again, as you may recall, over the summer, the former New Jersey senator was convicted on federal corruption charges, some 16 charges in total for allegedly accepting bribes. You'll recall that the feds found these gold bars at his home, that the prosecutors alleged that, of course, there were other gifts that were given to the senator, including luxury vehicles, among other things, in addition to cash. And so consequently, as I said, he was convicted on all counts, along with 3 of his business partners. But that being said, of course, now he is expected to be sentenced later this month. And so in the run-up to that, we have seen federal prosecutors now call for a minimum of 15 years for what they believe are very grave crimes that were committed. However, Menendez and his attorneys have previously argued for a more lenient sentence, saying that anything over 12 years would be tantamount to a death sentence for the ex-senator, considering he is 71 years old. If he were sentenced 15 years or more, he would be well into his mid-80s. So they have expressed concern about a penalty that would be that severe and have argued for alternatives to incarceration, arguing that the senator is an atypical individual, someone who has dedicated his life to service, and so therefore they feel that the penalties shouldn't be as stringent. That being said, we know he is facing a number of serious charges, again, for which he was convicted on. So we will see kind of what is decided when he is sentenced at the end of this month.
All right, so let's talk about the business of the Senate. Shifting gears now, let's talk about the work in the Senate to confirm President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet. A lot of controversy there. What are you watching for in that process, Nicole?
Well, obviously, we will see a lot of the president-elect's more prominent cabinet nominees go before the Senate. Of course, this comes after weeks of us encountering them in the halls of the Capitol and the Senate office buildings as they try to meet one-on-one with senators. So next week, we will see confirmation hearings for instance, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State nominee, for Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary nominee, Kristi Noem, the nominee for the Department of Homeland Security, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, a nominee among others. Obviously, a lot of eyes particularly will be on Pete Hegseth simply because he has a more controversial background, of course, facing allegations of excessive drinking, financial mismanagement, as well as accusations of sexual assault, which he has denied. That being said, he has been one of the individuals who has spent a lot of time meeting with senators on Capitol Hill, really for the better part of a month now. Our sources tell us that generally speaking, they believe it's possible he can ultimately get the votes, but the proof is in the pudding, and so that's why these confirmation hearings next week really matter.
All right, Nicole Killian, we know you will be not only where it's happening, but in the halls getting those answers. Thank you so much for joining us on CBS News 24/7. We'll be back after the break.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy.
Isn't that giving people false hope?
I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
How fast do you think you were going? 195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in college? And Close Up on the Rising Sun.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7. Look at this video, new to our monitor, showing Delta passengers running down the tarmac after an emergency evacuation. This plane's engine blew midway through takeoff. Passengers evacuated on emergency slides. That takeoff aborted on the runway of the Atlanta International Airport this very morning. In fact, we want to let you hear Those tense moments for pilots and air traffic control. Listen to this.
So there's fire coming out of the right engine?
Yes, that's what they're showing.
All right, we're going to evacuate on the runway.
Officer, you just confirmed there is fire coming out of the right engine?
Flame's going out the back of the rear engine now. It's smoking. Number 2 engine.
So fire out of the engine, and CBS News correspondent Skylar Henry at arguably one of the busiest airports in the country there in Atlanta, where this just happened. Skylar, you're talking to a passenger, we understand, who was on board that flight?
Yeah, Reed, this passenger who happens to be still waiting for her luggage, as Delta has told her and others that they are still trying to get the luggage off of that plane, despite this happening roughly 5 hours ago, said that, they were on board as all of this happened. And then they had to evacuate immediately via slides onto the runway there. The airport says that 4 people were injured because of the incident that happened this morning. 3 of them had to be treated there at the ground. 1 person had to be taken to the hospital, and everyone else, more than 200 passengers that were on board that plane, had to be taken back here to the airport at one of the nearby gates as they continue to wait for their luggage. Some of them live here, others just visiting. They were headed to Minneapolis, Minnesota, still waiting to try to figure out exactly what went wrong. The company says, as you pointed out, that there was an engine issue. They're investigating, the FAA as well. But also, you got to remember, this is happening in the middle of a severe winter storm here in the Atlanta area, in the South altogether. And so there was a big hang-up, a big pause, if you will, here throughout this morning at the world's busiest airport. As of now, though, things appear to be slowly getting back out there in terms of flights taking off.
All right, Skylar Henry reporting live. We're glad that this wasn't worse, but always very scary when you hear air traffic control and pilots saying fire coming out of an engine. We're glad they got on top of it quickly. Thank you so much. All right, when we come back on CBS News 24/7, we have a development. You remember the accidental shooting that happened on the movie set of Rust and all of the trouble that Alec Baldwin faced in the wake of that? Now the tide's turning, and Alec Baldwin has an attorney of his own, who he is suing when we come back.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy.
Isn't that giving people false hope?
I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports. Tensions rising between a powerful country and a vital island.
The supply of this technology came grinding to a halt. The world would grind to a halt.
Absolutely. As Taiwan faces threats and aggression,
Taiwan is on the front line, and we understand our responsibility as a democracy. We cannot fall.
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, they are manifestations of the battle between autocracy and democracy. And that is a fight that we're all engaged in.
Defending Taiwan, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are emergency. We are depressurized.
How could this have happened?
It's still happening right now.
Meet the Boeing whistleblowers who believe they know how.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah, and good parts. They're not too picky.
Wow.
It's time for a 60 Minutes investigation.
Sunday morning, the miracle of Paris's Notre Dame, plus actor Daniel Craig and Billie Eilish, 22 but already a legend. Listen for the trumpet.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
All right, football fans, listen up. We are just one game away from finding out who will play in the college football championship. Notre Dame will advance after their big win against Penn State last night in the Orange Bowl. The Fighting Irish earned their spot in the national title game after a late field goal, beating the Lions 27-24. Well, tonight, the Ohio State Buckeyes and the Texas Longhorns face off in the Cotton Bowl. So CBS Sports national college football writer Shahan Jeharaja joins us now, talking to us live to discuss the big game. But first, okay, so Notre Dame coach Marcus Freeman, he led Notre Dame to its first title game in over a decade. What's he doing differently this season?
Well, I think that this is the culmination of multiple years in so many ways. He was actually promoted from defensive coordinator to head coach after Brian Kelly left to go take the job at LSU. And on the way out, Brian Kelly actually said, I wanted to be at a program in LSU that has the resources to win a national championship. Well, obviously, I think that Notre Dame has proven themselves over the past couple of years. And when you look at this roster this year for Marcus Freeman, it's just the culmination of the talent that he's brought to Notre Dame. You know, Notre Dame has some limitations when it comes to academics and resources in order to bring some of the top players in college football. But Marcus Freeman has shot right through those barriers in a lot of ways. And now you look at a roster that's deep, that's talented. They've dealt with injuries all year long, and they've continued to keep coming back and fighting. I think he's done a tremendous job of putting this team together. And you also look in a matchup like they had against Penn State yesterday. I mean, they were down 10-0 early in that game. They just continue to come and they continue to fight. I think he's instilled a level of belief in this program that they really haven't had in a very long time.
All right, so let's talk about tonight's game. University of Texas led the SEC this season, while Ohio State had to turn things around after a tough loss to Michigan in November. So who do you think will head to the championship?
Well, I don't know that anybody is playing better in college football right now than Ohio State University. You look at their last two games, they've won them by a combined 45 points, including, by the way, a 20-point win over the #1 overall seed, the University of Oregon. And Texas, of course, is playing really hot right now, too, but they just played a double overtime game against Arizona State. It went down to the wire. It was a competitive game. They're just a little bit more banged up from that matchup, whereas Ohio State's been able to ride these last two games, rest their players in a big way, and I think that they're peaking at the very right time. I'm leaning Ohio State in this game. One factor to think about, though, too, is that obviously, you know, we're up here in North Texas in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. There's going to be a lot of ice on the roads. I'm curious how that impacts the crowds. And especially for a game that's taking place in the state of Texas, I think a smaller crowd is probably better for Ohio State.
You know what I love about this report so much, talking to you, aside from your expertise, is the fact that when I look in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, I see you're a fan of Cheez-Its. Now I've got to have some on a Friday. Sean, thank you so much. Nice to talk to you. We appreciate you so much. All right, let's jump into some headlines now. After beating charges in the deadly shooting of cinematographer on the set of the movie Rust, Helena Hutchins, Alec Baldwin suing New Mexico prosecutors. Baldwin filing for that suit, saying malicious prosecution and civil rights violations happened. In fact, he says prosecutors and investigators intentionally mishandled evidence. Back in July, a judge dismissed the involuntary manslaughter charge against Alec Baldwin. Moving on the map now to the Big Apple, where we can tell you firefighters had a huge fire to fight. This was a 5-alarm apartment fire that happened in the Bronx. Taking the video full, you can see that crews saw this raging largely on the top floors of those housing units. It destroyed all of the apartments on those upper floors. In the fight, 7 people hurt, including 5 firefighters who were up there in the cold battling those orange flames. The fire crews say that cold, windy condition really only fueled the fire, making it very hard to put it out.
I was laying down. I smelled something. So I said, what is going on? And I realized the water coming down on me in my apartment. So I rushed out. When I rushed out, I see the severity. So I took my parents and we came outside.
An official cause not known, but the people who live there, they say that it is their collective belief that a space heater on one of those upper units started that fire. We are starting to see people respond with help in Southern California, and in an icon of culinary world excellence, somebody is stepping forward to do the same. We're talking about celebrity chef Jose Andres bringing his world kitchen to Los Angeles to support those displaced by the fire and those who are fighting the fire. He set up his food truck on the PCH, or the Pacific Coast Highway, right near the fire-ravaged Pacific Palisades neighborhood. Look at the grateful firefighters there. World Central Kitchen helps with disaster relief efforts by providing food to those in need.
Everybody needs support and love in these moments. Wealthy or not, poor or not, it's the right thing to do. So you try to make sure nobody is left behind.
Andres founded World Kitchen in 2017 to feed those impacted by a massive earthquake in Haiti. It's also operating in Ukraine and in Gaza. So as we look at this happening, we know of the terrible winds that drove this fire. We also know that so many good people are stepping forward saying, here's my resource, I'll offer it.
Exactly. It's so great to see. And tonight is the night that they actually can use those resources to fight the fires with those calmer winds. But it's not going to last long, unfortunately. Those wind gusts are likely going to come back into full force by as soon as the later parts of tomorrow night. So tonight, this is going to be the calm period that we should be able to put out some fires or at least get some containment going. The bigger issue, though, is the direction of the winds. Notice they're not coming in from the north, no longer the Santa Ana wind. So they might be blowing the fires in a different direction than they have been blowing, and it could spread to different areas that they haven't yet. The winds, though, will stay quiet and calm through the earlier parts of the day, but later in the day and into Sunday, those Santa Ana winds are going to pick up once again. And unfortunately, that is going to increase our fire threats by the later parts of the weekend and into early next week. So we're keeping a very close eye on that.
Time is of the essence for those firefighters. Thank you so much for watching us. Once again, a reminder, CBS News partnering with the American Red Cross. Go there to find out how you can help. That's it for CBS News 24/7. For this hour, the news continues.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
sunshiny day.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
I have a dorky look to me. I don't look like a criminal at all.
60 Minutes has reported on fraudsters, criminals, and hoodlums. But what this minor league thief was able to do surprised even us.
These are Yogi Berra's World Series rings.
A sports story you'll have to see to believe.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah.
I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Sunday morning, the Music Man, T-Bone Burnett, plus Ted Danson, and Martha Stewart with Just the Recipe. Listen for the trumpet.
I report from a lot of war zones, but I don't really take the same risks.
He's one of the bravest war correspondents 60 Minutes has ever met. But it's his relationship with his mother that you will remember. Plus, the robots making marble masterpieces in Italy.
As a kid growing up in Chicago, there was one horror movie I was too scared to watch. It was called Candyman. But did you know that the movie Candyman was partly inspired by an actual murder? Listen to Candyman, the true story behind the bathroom mirror murder, wherever you get your podcasts.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Clearly, Better Morning starts right here.
CBS.
That's right.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lana Zak. High drama and history made in a New York City courtroom as President-elect Donald Trump is sentenced in the so-called hush money case. Stubborn winds hold firefighters at bay as wildfires continue to consume neighborhoods in Southern California. And in the South, businesses and roads are closed after a rare round of big snow and winter weather. At least 10 people are confirmed dead and more than 10,000 structures have burned across the Los Angeles area as a result of multiple catastrophic wildfires. Emergency crews are working around the clock to contain the flames, which have continued burning as a result of powerful winds. More than 150,000 people in the Los Angeles area are under evacuation orders across LA County. Officials say firefighters have made some progress against the 5 major wildfires burning in the area. But tensions.
LAFD battled all night on the Palisades fire, the Hearst fire, the Kenneth fire, and airdrop efforts, thank goodness, continue. LAFD also responded to and extinguished fires in Pacoima, Hollywood, Studio City, and more.
But tensions remain high as firefighters continue to battle these blazes in the area. Many residents have reported getting false or inaccurate evacuation warnings, which officials are working quickly, they say, to address. CBS News correspondent Elise Preston is reporting on the ground in Santa Monica, California. I see you there, Elise. What is the situation like right now?
Well, we are in Santa Monica. This is the Pacific Coast Highway, Lana, and back right behind me is the Palisade fire. That is one of the most dangerous ones that is still burning. It's been one of the most destructive of these 5 fires, and it's only 8% contained. You can see that thick haze that's behind me that's just kind of hovering in the horizon. That is smoke from the fire as firefighters work tirelessly to get those flames out that have been kicked up by winds. Now, the winds are expected to die down, but then expected to kick back up on Sunday, causing a lot of trouble here. Now, along this Pacific Coast Highway, the only vehicles that are allowed in and out are emergency personnel of some type. So you have to show some type of credential or be like a law enforcement agent or a fire vehicle. Those are the only ones that we're seeing pass along this Pacific Coast Highway. The other danger here in Southern California, Lana, is not just these flames. It's not the winds that are carrying the flames and embers, but they've created such a poor air quality. You see, I'm talking to you with a mask. After several days of being out here, it does feel like my throat and chest feels raspy. My eye drops. I'm so thankful that our audio engineer, Steve Miller, he shared some eye drops with me today. I've been putting them in all morning long because the air is burning my eyes. So there's a lot of concern for Angelenos who, even if they're not necessarily in the danger zone with their home.
And Elise, continue to be safe out there, and a good reminder for anybody in the area that the air quality is so poor. Officials are saying you need to be wearing masks. But let's talk specifically about fire containment, because there are 5 different fires. The Palisades, in particular, emergency crews have had little success containing. Talk to us about some of the biggest issues that they're encountering and how the winds have contributed to the problem.
Yeah, those winds have been very tricky. These are winds that people have not seen, that they have not dealt with before. And so as a result, they have been very tricky for firefighters to try to fight these flames. We have been able to get into that Palisade area. We're not able to get a live signal out to you, so that's why we're so far. This is the closest vantage point that we could get with a live signal. You can hear, I don't know if you can hear, Alana, but there's actually a chopper above me that it just kind of flew over just now, so you might have lost my audio, but I can hear that chopper. Now they're able to get up with air support and do drops. That was not possible a couple of days ago because the wind was so strong. It was so fierce. We're talking about 100-mile-per-hour hurricane force winds. Now we're starting to see the fire department make those drops, right? But they were not able to do that because of the wind. When you talk about that danger, it's expected to die down at 6, but then kick back up on Sunday into Monday and Tuesday.
All right, Elise Preston, thank you. President-elect Donald Trump has been sentenced now in his New York criminal case. Trump appeared in court virtually from Mar-a-Lago. Justice Juan Merchan gave the president-elect a sentence of, quote, unconditional discharge. Now, that means that Trump will not serve jail time or have any other restrictions ahead of his inauguration in just 10 days. You'll recall a jury found him guilty of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records back in May. The president-elect spoke at his sentencing today.
It's been a political witch hunt. It was done to damage my reputation so that I'd lose the election, and obviously that didn't work.
CBS News political reporters Katrina Kaufman and Aaron Navarro join us now. So, Katrina, I'm going to start with you here with me in the studio. You were in the room when Trump was sentenced. What was the mood like? What can you tell us?
I mean, it was just so unusual to have Trump be up there on the screen with his lawyer, Todd Blanche. The judge was watching him on the monitor, and really there wasn't a lot of emotion shown in that courtroom. It was full of reporters, a few members of the public, the sketch artists, but what was really remarkable were Trump's words, and it was just so unusual for a criminal defendant to speak that way before a judge at his own sentencing, to show no remorse, no contrition. It really shows the power that Trump feels he has now that he has been reelected into office, and also with the knowledge that the judge was going to give him this unconditional discharge.
And he intends to appeal additionally. So, Aaron, what do you make of the way that Trump talked about this case?
Lana, good to be with you. He's shown that he's been consistently aggrieved by this case. Even last night when he was speaking to Republican governors in Mar-a-Lago, and he referenced to today's sentencing as prosecutors, quote, having fun with their political opponent, he also called the case and the judge, quote, a disgrace. And he continued to maintain that he did nothing wrong in what he said in court. And as Katrina mentioned, you can sense that he feels vindicated by the 2024 election and wrote in a Truth Social post after the sentencing, quote, the real jury, the American people have spoken by re-electing me. I do think it's notable that while he has bemoaned this case, it said it is a, quote, terrible experience, he is looking to appeal, potentially overturn that conviction. So this may not be the last development we have in this case.
And Katrina, talk to us about why the judge decided on this sentence in particular. And other people have described it as a slap on the wrist, but it's still a felony, and that carries lifelong repercussions for people.
I do think that there is significant weight to this. It's why Trump tried so hard to prevent this day from happening. He is now finally a full convicted felon now that the sentence has been proclaimed, even if there are no terms to his release or to this judgment. But the judge really talked about the extraordinary circumstances here. The fact that Trump has now been reelected into office just allows him what the judge called extraordinary protections. But he also was very careful to say that those are protections allowed for the office, not the occupant, which, you know, felt like a little bit of a statement at Trump. But he said, given that, he really just felt that there was no choice but for the conviction to be that he is sentenced with an unconditional discharge, because once Trump is in office, he couldn't put any parameters on him to give him imprisonment, probation. You know, perhaps back in July, we might have seen something like community service. But when Trump is leading the United States, a judge just can't put that sentence on him. And I think it also made it so the Supreme Court allowed this to move forward, too, because they pointed out that the judge was giving him these really lenient terms.
And Aaron, how much overlap is there between Trump's legal team in this case and who he's been picking for the administration?
Yeah, it's a significant amount of his personal lawyers who will be involved in the upcoming administration. One big one, Pam Bondi, who was part of the legal counsel in Trump's first impeachment trial, is Trump's pick for Attorney General. Todd Blanche, who represented Trump in this case in Manhattan, was his pick for Deputy Attorney General. And Lena Habba, who represented Trump in this case against E. Jean Carroll, will be White House counselor. That's the role that Kellyanne Conway held during his first term. So a good amount of his personal counsel will be involved in the upcoming White House.
All right, Katrina Kaufman, Aaron Navarro, thank you both. Well, we are going to continue to follow this story for you throughout the day, and that includes updates and analysis on America Decides and the Daily Report, which you can now catch on Fridays. America Decides is on at 5 p.m. Eastern, and the Daily Report starts at 6 Eastern. The Supreme Court is hearing arguments challenging the new law that could result in TikTok being banned from U.S. phones and computers. Right now, the ban is set to go into effect January 19th unless TikTok's parent company, Chinese-based ByteDance, sells the app. I want to bring in now CBS News chief legal correspondent Jan Crawford. Jan, talk to us about what happened in court today. And does TikTok actually have a strong case?
Well, hey, Lena, I mean, I think the clock is ticking for TikTok. I mean, that was really the takeaway from the argument. At most, maybe the justices would enter some kind of brief pause that would give TikTok a little more time to try to find a non-Chinese buyer. But the justices on both sides of the aisle, liberal and conservative, were clearly troubled by what they saw as a national security risk, which, of course, is what drove Congress, bipartisan support, to pass this law. They were very worried that the Chinese government could accumulate data on 170 million American users, and that they could also manipulate the kind of content that we see to maybe sow discord or undermine democracy. The justices very troubled by those concerns. But also, I will say this, TikTok's lawyers did an excellent job emphasizing there are some free speech concerns. And so they were concerned that the government was also regulating speech. And what about the free speech rights of people who use TikTok, who just go in there to look at videos and post content, the influencers who make their money on TikTok? That's why I think there may be an exit strategy for the court. They could enter this brief pause to give President Trump, when he takes office, time to extend this law. That's written into the law. He can extend the law and try to find some kind of deal for a non-Chinese buyer that will keep TikTok up and running for all the people that still like to use it, Lana.
Jan, thank you. Parts of the southern United States are being pummeled by a major winter storm. This footage from suburban Dallas shows what looks like a winter wonderland in an area that is simply not used to this type of snow. The storm stretching from Arkansas to Virginia with some of the worst conditions in the Tennessee area. CBS News correspondent Nicole Valdez joins us now from Nashville for more on the winter weather that is sweeping across the South. So, Nicole, Nashville isn't usually as snowy as you appear to be at the moment. Talk to us about the situation on the ground.
Hey, Lana, yeah, several inches of snow on the ground is quite an unusual sight for Music City, and it's why we've seen so much really emphasis on messaging and safety several days out from this storm. What we're talking about right now is at least 3, maybe 4 inches of snow on the ground, and there's still so much more expected to fall as this storm really won't stop until maybe sometime Saturday morning. The truck beside me gives you a bit of a glimpse of what we've seen so far, but by the end of this, we could be talking 7 to 8 inches of snowfall, and it's falling fast, about 1 inch an hour. So that definitely creates quite the possibility of a lot of problems, because truthfully, this is a region that is not accustomed to navigating travel in this kind of weather conditions. So you've got issues on the freeways. We're talking areas like the I-24 and I-42, very busy freeways that pass through the city of Nashville that have seen several crashes, and some areas are shut down. We've also got hundreds of flights canceled coming to and from Nashville International Airport because of the conditions that we're seeing play out here.
And Nicole, I'm joined by our CBS News meteorologist here in the studio. We're going to talk in just a second. But John and I are both responding to what we're seeing there. Talk to us about the preparations the city has in place to try and handle this level of precipitation. I mean, when you're talking 6 to 8 inches, does it actually have the infrastructure to deal with that amount of snowfall?
Yeah, I think really state and city leaders do a lot of preparation before the storm starts to try to prevent the amount of problems that can come into play here, which really, again, is focused in on travel, the domino effect that is. So they do a lot of pre-treating of roads. They use brine, they use salt. They got salt trucks, about 300 or so, that go out to all the major freeways and try to prep them beforehand. And once the storm starts, what then happens is they've got their 40 or so snow plows throughout the metro Nashville area that are trying to clear roads as that snow falls. But you're right, this is an infrastructure situation that is not necessarily comparable to states further north of us. So this is a challenge every time we get a significant snowfall like what we're seeing now.
All right, Nicole Valdez, thank you. Stay warm. All right, Climate Watch now. And new data on global temperatures reveals 2024 was the warmest year ever. A new study released today shows global temperatures were more than 2 degrees higher than the 20th century baselines. And it follows 15 straight months of record-setting temperatures. That's all according to the space agency NASA and the National Atmospheric and Oceanic Administration, better known as NOAA. And it also marks the planet's warmest year in almost 175 years of record keeping. And joining us live in studio to discuss how all of these increases in temperature are just screwing with our weather, CBS News New York meteorologist John Elliott. Hey, John.
Nashville. It's snowing in Nashville. You got to go up the hill into Chattanooga with more hills and more snow. We're going to have ice in South Carolina, and we're talking about global warming. I know it turns a lot of people off, but when you look at the numbers, the average in fact, we have a graph. The average, it's just a little bit on the graph, but the impact with these amplified waves, that's why we're seeing...
And it puts everything out of whack then.
Absolutely.
So exactly how hot was 2024?
Hottest ever. Fahrenheit versus Celsius. Again, we're using Celsius on the map. It's 2.3 for U.S., 2.7 globally, and it's the first time Europe and the States have had the hottest ever since 1998. And now this is a new hottest ever.
And what are the impacts of these, what seem like minuscule changes, right? 2 degrees doesn't seem like it's anything that you could feel, but it has all of these major impacts and all these headlines we're talking about wrapped into it.
I am so glad you brought that up because, we get lost in the statistics. How about this? 27 $1 billion storm events. 27 at $1 billion. But now let's talk about specific storm events. Helene, Milton, Helene, not only the storm event, but also the billions of dollars and also the loss of life. In Florida, yes, more in North Carolina. And then right after that, you had Milton. Another thing we're noticing is the closeness together of event. 2024, the shortest time period between billion-dollar event ever, meaning these major storms are happening more often and they're happening closer together, circling back to infrastructure, circling back to the fires. How do you get the crews and resources to clean up and rebuild when you've got another storm on the way? Before I know I've messed with everybody's time here, I just want to take this on. It was
you and I are just talking, and hopefully our audience is enjoying it.
So it was the 4th most expensive in dollars. It was the 8th deadliest. Now there's some wisdom there. Communication is getting better. We're informing people better, but the costs are going to continue to skyrocket.
And that has an implication not just on the relief and rebuilding efforts that go into all this, but also insurance prices for homeowners.
Yeah.
All right, John Elliott, always good when you stop by the studio. Thanks. Well, still ahead this afternoon, a much stronger than expected year-end jobs report is out today. We're going to look at what that means for the nation's economy, as well as the future of U.S. interest rates. And if a promotion or just being recognized for the work that you do is on your resolutions list this year, well, stay with us. We're going to speak with an expert who has great tips on how you can get noticed. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high.
If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discovery, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought. 911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth. Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling. That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
New data released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows the U.S. added 256,000 jobs in the month of December. The unemployment rate came in at 4.1%. This is the last full jobs report to fall under the Biden administration. President Biden released a statement on X touting the jobs report and saying in part, quote, "Despite inheriting an economic crisis, we built back our economy from the middle out and bottom up." CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady joined our Vlad Duthier earlier this morning to react to the data.
Okay, so today, huge number. Okay, we were expecting 155,000. You got 256,000. So that was a really big surprise. At the headline level, that is a strong labor market. But you know me, I always like to double click.
I know.
Because where the jobs are coming from is important.
Okay.
We lost 13,000 in manufacturing. Those are high paying jobs. We gained a lot in the travel and leisure sector and hospitality, and we gained a lot in retail. Both of those sectors gained over 40,000 jobs. This was December, Vlad. So those are seasonal holiday jobs. Those are not necessarily full-time roles that are going to continue throughout the year. And so we've also talked a lot about how people with specialized skill sets, they have had a really hard time getting back into the labor market.
So the jobs are out there, but once you get one, it can be difficult to be noticed for your hard work in the office while pushing for a raise or promotion. The Wall Street Journal suggests you might want to try keeping a detailed record of your wins throughout the year. That way, You can stand out in the eyes of your boss the next time you meet with them. And it can also be helpful to have the receipts when defending yourself against a bad performance review. Dory Clark joins us now. She teaches at They teach at Columbia Business School and are the author of The Long Game. I'm sorry about that, Dory. We had some bad information in the prompter. So do you agree that keeping track of your accomplishments is really the key to being promoted?
Keeping track of your accomplishments is certainly important because so often we just forget. Everything recedes into the tide of memory. But if you actually take the time to write down your accomplishments, you have them accessible when a performance review comes up. You can mention them casually in an appropriate setting when you're talking with your boss or the people who need to know about them. And it helps ensure that you get your hard work noticed rather than forgotten.
And what else can people do to get noticed by their bosses, especially when somebody may be hesitant to try and show off about how they're doing and just want to do the work and do it well?
There are a couple of key things. The first is becoming recognized for specific expertise. If you can become known in your team, in your company, as the person who has a special talent for something, he's the guy who's great at coaching his employees, or she's the woman who is always coming up with innovative solutions, then you are sought out for a particular thing. You begin to develop a reputation inside your company that is positive, and people can understand, oh, that's why he's important. That's why we can go to him for this. The second piece is making sure you always have a good answer to the question, what have you been working on lately? Most of us don't, and we come up with a ridiculous answer off the cuff, but it's a perfect opportunity when someone is asking to tell them a story or an anecdote related to an accomplishment or a career goal.
That remote work also has an impact in all of this.
Absolutely. If you are not in the mix physically, it can become very hard for people to actually remember what you do and to keep track of your accomplishments. And so this is why it's particularly important for you to develop a communication strategy as a remote employee so that you can make sure that other people really understand what you're there for and why your work is valuable.
All right, Dory Clark, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up on CBS News 24/7, a breakdown of the sentence handed down to President-elect Donald Trump and what impact, if any, it may have on the first 100 days of his administration. Also reduced to rubble, some residents return home to find nothing left. Our continuing coverage of the California wildfires. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in Did any of that make sense? What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemonade chicken.
Hot. That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lana Zak. Here's a look at the top stories we're following right now. Nicolas Maduro is sworn in this morning for a third 6-year term as Venezuela's president. Maduro claimed victory despite results published by the opposition party, which showed that their leader actually won by a large margin. Eureka is currently served in Spain after a Venezuelan federal judge actually issued a warrant for the arrest of the opposition leader. The State Department calls today's inauguration, quote, illegitimate. New York Judge Juan Merchan imposed no penalties or punishment on President-elect Donald Trump during today's sentencing following last year's felony conviction. The legal term is unconditional discharge. Trump attended the hearing virtually, declaring his innocence and promising an appeal of the conviction. Stubborn Santa Ana winds continue to make it nearly impossible for crews to get an upper hand on the wildfires that continue to burn around Los Angeles. At least 10 people are dead and more than 10,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed. A winter snowstorm is bringing dangerous conditions to the southern U.S. Officials have issued states of emergency throughout the region and have closed schools for millions of children from Texas to South Carolina. CBS News Philadelphia meteorologist Tammy Souza is tracking the system. Tammy.
We're watching this giant storm as it makes its way to the East Coast, really affecting places like the Tennessee Valley and the Deep South with snow that they don't typically get and ice. That ice is what is the really bad news. So let's talk about what's going to go on for the next day or so with this storm system as it exits finally tomorrow over the Atlantic. We are watching this center of the low right here. It's along the Gulf Coast and it's going to be lifting northward. Now, New York, Philadelphia, not worrying about that heavy snow, but it is places like Virginia, North Carolina with the snow and the ice. Look at this as it trails past. So once we get into tomorrow, we'll be starting to see things quiet down about midday tomorrow, and then high pressure builds in with another push of cold air. How much snow on top of what's already fallen? Could see another several inches in Asheville, maybe 3 inches up into parts of West Virginia, just a dusting in places like Philadelphia and New York. And the ice, take a look at this. We could see 0.2 of an inch to 0.4 of an inch as we head from Georgia into South Carolina and even into North Carolina. And that is something to be really concerned about tonight and tomorrow. So the temperatures, look at this. Unless you're down in Florida, you're going to be in the deep freeze, which supports snow and ice. The good thing is it's going to be gone by the time that we get into Sunday.
All right, Tammy Souza, thank you. We're going to take you back over to CBS News Los Angeles' live coverage of that devastation being caused by the wildfires currently burning out of control.
Thin park that runs down a canyon called O'Melveny Park. And here you go. You can see that very large burn scar as Fire 2 comes in, and they're going to do that water drop on what remains of some of the active flames here, but there is not many. We see a lot of smoldering remains on this hillside here. And we've also got at least 2 bulldozers down there that are drawing fire lines around the perimeter of this fire. And I saw multiple hand crews coming in down there also to do the work of eliminating vegetation and moving sand in order to create bulwarks against any further spread of this fire. So just about a half an hour ago, there were some serious flames here and evacuations going on to the south of Cesnon Boulevard in that community of Granada Hills. But I expect that these evacuation orders will not last very long because most of the active flames are out. Now, if Director Justin, if you can actually pull up my screen, I can show people on the map where this is taking place and where these evacuation zones are. So what you're looking at here, this is the aerial assault taking place, and this is the radar, and you can see these orange icons. Those are the firefighting aircraft here. But this is O'Melveny Park right here, and that's basically where the burn scar is. This is Cessnon Boulevard right here, and this is Balboa Boulevard. And there were mandatory evacuations right here in this neighborhood, and those evacuations very likely will be lifted soon, I hope, because most of the fire at O'Melveny Park, does appear to have been knocked down. But we can see Fire 2 on the left-hand side of your screen making a couple of orbits in order to do another water drop. There's also 2 more firefighting aircraft that are in the area, so I think it's safe to say that they're getting a pretty good handle here on the Archer fire. Rachel, Chris?
All right, Mark, thank you so much.
All right, let's take a live look at your weather outside. Hopefully they get that Archer fire done pretty quickly, but it looks like they're making pretty good progress.
There, yeah. A lot of the fire is out, just smoke coming up.
All right, let's go to meteorologist Paul Diano now for your next weather forecast. Paul, it's amazing when you see the work the firefighters do, because fire was up a little bit before 11, and now you don't see any flames.
Well, this is what happens, guys, when you fight a fire in weather conditions that are not extreme. We can stay on the picture of the firefight if we want, because the wind gusts, frankly, are not that highlighty right now because they're below 30 miles per hour. This is a firefight in normal or close to normal weather conditions. And we have the resources, and we have the expertise, and we have the manpower, and we have the knowledge to take down a fire pretty quickly when the weather isn't crazy. Earlier this week, we were trying to fight a fire in 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's not humanly possible. Mother Nature is going to win that 100 times out of 100. So different situation today. This is what happens when the winds are less than 30 miles per hour. There are some ambient weather issues that will be with us for the next couple days. One, it's the smoke. We have fires that are getting more and more contained, but they're still burning and sending stuff into the atmosphere, and that stuff we're breathing. And two, hasn't rained. So a red flag warning continues through 6 o'clock this evening. Don't think at 6:01 the fire danger's gone, and don't think tomorrow when we have a nice calm day that the fire danger's gone. It's not, because until it rains, the fire danger is going to be present. It'll just go from high to extreme and waft back and forth depending on the wind. The overarching theme of where's the rain? It's the rainy season. It's not here yet. That'll be a problem until it rains. We've had 1/6 of 1 inch of rainfall since October 1st. That represents 3% of our average. You and I both know how wet it was last year and how wet it was the year before that, and none of that matters now. This is the year that we're living in, and we should have 5 inches of rain in the rain bucket. We have 1/6 of 1 inch. What do we get today? Well, in and around Altadena, we'll see temperatures in the mid to upper 60s, much calmer on the wind. That's good news. Highs today will be in the upper 60s to low 70s. Chino 72, Santa Clarita 70, Simi Valley 72. Wonderful news, the wind is dying down. Not so good news, there is 0 rain in the extended forecast. So fire danger, not something we usually tackle here in January, but we will until it rains, and it's going to be a while until that happens. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Paul, thank you so much. And let's talk about the other big fires that are burning. The Palisades fire burning in Pacific Palisades and Malibu.
Yeah, it has destroyed more than 5,000 homes and businesses, and it has scorched more than 20,000 acres. KCAL's Kevin Coe live in Pacific Palisades. He's at a recreation center that's been scorched by this fire. Hi, Kevin.
How you doing? I do have to mention something. This is the only location that we could find in Pacific Palisades with signal. We have been around this entire area, and something I do want to note is that we actually ran into a council member, specifically Councilwoman Katie Yaroslavsky. Now, she represents District 5. That's just east of here, but she really does have roots here. She grew up here. She went to Pacific Palisades Elementary. She has friends and family here. So when she came here and we ran into her, she said on a personal level, she just wanted to see just how bad all this was. But on a professional level, as a council member, professionally, she's also trying to see what areas are most devastated. And I think the heartbreaking part for her and for many people is to realize is that the majority of this area has been torched. I did also ask her, though, last couple of days, we've heard from a lot of residents. The one emotion you could feel more than anything else is frustration. And they are really wondering about the recovery. They're wondering about the current efforts to tackle the wildfires. And this is something that the councilwoman understands. She says she has heard the frustrations herself. Here's some of what she had to say.
It's not an active fire situation here, but the amount of emergency responder resources that it would require to set something up, to confirm and check that people who are trying to get in here are coming in for the right reasons, means it's resources that aren't being deployed to fight active fires across the region. And so my conversations with PD and fire earlier today, right now they really need to focus on getting the fires out and preserving life and as much property as they can. And then as soon as they can shift that and start to make it possible for people to safely get back in, they're going to do that.
Now, I can share two signs, one that I could feel and another that I saw. A good thing I'm feeling right now is that there's not a lot of wind. And the good thing I saw is, you kind of heard it from the councilwoman there, those recovery efforts we have seen are happening. I saw what looked like 60 to 70 utility workers. We're talking gas, power, water. They are here going to individual properties. And as we've been going around here, there is just an absolute mess of different utility work that needs to be done. Water is spilling out on some streets as well. So some of that work is starting to happen now. And Brian, I do see you're panned over right now. I do believe we have a water utility crew over there as well, just so you guys can get a live look at it for yourself. A lot of work to be done, but the work has started here today.
All right, Kevin, thank you for a look at what's going on there and for your reporting. All right, KCAL News reporter Luzelia Caballero has also been in the Palisades all morning long. Now, the scope of the destruction there is still so hard to grasp because so many homes have been lost.
Yeah, so many homes. That's an understatement. As many people evacuated Tuesday, many people left their cars behind. Now they're coming back trying to get them.
It is another day where we continue to see the vast devastation that the Palisades fire has wreaked in this area. I mean, we are talking about total losses, homes, cars, anything, you name it, homes reduced to rubble and ashes. This is an entire community that has been wiped. On both sides of the street, you see there home after home after home burned to the ground, and firefighters at this time are just focusing their efforts on continuing to put out hot spots. We saw them earlier rushing to a home while the hotspot was small. It quickly grew. All it needs is the perfect storm. Wind picks up, embers blow, and then they'll go to the next structure. While there aren't many structures left behind in this area, they are just trying to reduce the impact of this fire that continues to burn. As we were coming up Sunset Boulevard off of Palisades Drive, we saw the street where dozens of people were forced to leave their cars as they were fleeing this fire on Tuesday. Of course, you've all seen that video where a bulldozer comes in and clears that way for first responders, for engines to come up to this community and communities alike here in Pacific Palisades to battle those flames. Now that we got a good look at that road, we noticed that the cars that were close to the hillside that was charred, they ended up burning, most of them. The ones that were across the way, that were pushed against the other hillside, those were seemingly okay, not burned, though sustained, most of them, significant damage because of the bulldozer. So just another reminder, firefighters continue telling us that air quality is not good. So if you don't need to be outside, stay home, stay away from evacuation areas until they work to make those areas safe enough for you to come back. They just want people to stay out of the way so they can fight this firefight and get some sort of stable containment on the Palisades fire. As for those who are watching, they also want us to let you know that if you are curious to see what neighborhoods look like and you think that it's a good idea to put your drone up, it's not. If your drone is up, their aircraft can't fly to battle those fires as well. So just another friendly reminder from our fire officials that we, of course, gladly echo. Reporting from Pacific Palisades, Luzelia Caballero, KCAL News.
Going back to the shot of all the cars that are still stuck there, it takes you back to Tuesday when all this was happening and all those bulldozers were trying to move those cars out of the way to make way for first responders.
Like time just froze.
Exactly.
Frozen time.
Exactly. And it's just sad to see how much devastation has occurred over the last 3 days.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've got much more coming up and more coverage of the fires that are currently burning. Plus.
I'm Barry Pintar, live at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena that has been set up as a temporary massive command center for the Eaton fire. A message from fire officials. Are these firefighters being well taken care of? That answer coming up next.
You're looking pretty good, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
The front desk said you recently enrolled in a Medicare Advantage.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
How fast do you think you were going?
195 mile an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes. Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original, 48 hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Is it good? Mm-hmm. Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in college? And close up on the rising sun.
We want to take you now to the White House press briefing where FEMA Administrator Dan Criswell is updating the Biden administration's response to the California wildfires. She's remote. Let's listen.
Is with each and every one of you. And I know that you continue to face these fires as they are still working to bring them under control. And unfortunately, this will probably be a life-changing event for so many of you. But FEMA is here along with our entire federal family to help you through this recovery process. We are going to continue to support the state and the local jurisdictions, the local first responders, as they continue to try to contain this fire and eventually extinguish this fire. I arrived on the ground yesterday, as Karine said, at the direction of the president. I had an opportunity to meet with Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass. We discussed what their immediate needs were, as well as began the conversation about what their recovery needs are going to be. The governor, the mayor, and I had an opportunity just before this to also brief the president and the vice president about what their concerns are, about what their needs are going to be, and provided an update on the current status of the firefighting operations. Yesterday, I also had an opportunity to receive briefings from the incident command posts at the Palisades fire as well as the Eaton fire. And I think the most important thing that I want to make sure I continue to get across to everyone is this situation is still very dangerous. It is still very dynamic. The winds have died down today, but as I just got a weather briefing at the county EOC, the winds are going to increase again in the coming days. And so people still need to stay vigilant. They need to listen to their local officials. They need to heed their advice so they can keep themselves and their families safe. I also want to just take a minute to commend all of the amazing and heroic work that the firefighters are doing around the clock to fight these fires. They have been working night and day. I had a chance to speak with several of them, some of them whose homes have also been lost or their families have had to evacuate. Yet they still show up every day supporting their communities, trying to keep them safe. And I just want to say thank you. I want to thank all of them for their heroic efforts because they are making a difference. Now, while the National Interagency Fire Center continues to provide resources to support CAL FIRE and the Los Angeles County and City Fire Departments, FEMA is also supporting the recovery efforts. We're supporting those that have been impacted by this fire. I even met with the SBA administrator here just briefly, who is also here to support them, businesses and individuals that have been impacted by these fires. With the quick major disaster declaration, residents can now register and begin their recovery journey. Some of the immediate things that we can provide to them are to cover the costs that they're incurring as they have been evacuated, helping to support what their longer-term shelter and housing needs are going to be. We can also help support crisis counseling and disaster unemployment. These are just a few of the programs that we have. We have many more, and I encourage everyone to begin that process by registering now. Recovery from these fires is going to be complex. I've seen many disasters throughout my 4 years in this role. This is certainly one of the worst that I have seen. And the debris removal alone is going to be one of the major things that we have to accomplish, that the state has to accomplish to get this recovery journey started. And that's why when President Biden authorized 100% reimbursement for the first 180 days is really going to set the stage to jumpstart this recovery for these communities. I had a chance to drive through some of the communities that were impacted as well. And it's not just the homes that are lost. We've seen schools that have been destroyed, businesses, small businesses, religious institutions. These are things that we are going to be able to help with temporary facilities like temporary schools to help get children back into the schoolhouse, but also any other emergency measures as they begin the work of permanent repair. Thousands of homes have been destroyed, and we continue to hear the numbers change, but know that this is going to be a long-term recovery for all of these individuals that have been impacted. And as I told the governor and the mayor yesterday and today, I assured them that our programs, our staff, the entire federal family are going to be here with them, alongside them, helping them achieve the outcomes that they need to not just rebuild these communities, but also rebuild them in a way that's going to make them stronger and more resistant to the types of weather events that they have been experiencing. This recovery journey is going to be long, but we are going to be there with them to support them every step of the way. And with that, Corinne, I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you so much, Administrator. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks, Corinne. Thanks, Administrator. I hope you could speak to whether your agency has enough money currently to fund the immediate response needs, or is there a need to go to Congress quickly to get additional funds? And then separately, 10 days out from the presidential transition, what steps are underway at FEMA to ensure that what has been done so far, what's going to be done in the coming days, is sustained at the career level and beyond, into the new administration? Thank you.
Yeah, with the recent supplemental, FEMA received $27 billion. And so we are now able to continue to support the ongoing recovery efforts for all of the disasters that we've been supporting, to include now the immediate response and the initial recovery efforts that are going to be needed here in California. So we're very grateful for the bipartisan support from Congress to give us that additional funding so we can meet the needs of the individuals that have been impacted. And as far as going through the transition, we have an amazing, dedicated workforce of women and men that are going to be able to continue to support them. Our regional administrator here has worked many fires across several different administrations, and we are going to work day in and day out to continue to support them through the authorities that are given to us through the Stafford Act.
Thank you, Administrator, for taking our questions. I wonder, realistically, how quickly will people be able to obtain these temporary living quarters? What are you doing to set those up? Where are you setting them up? And how are you making sure to get in contact with people that may need those temporary shelters?
Yeah, so the first step that everybody needs to do, there's two things. They need to register for assistance with FEMA so they get in our system and we can continue to work with them on a case-by-case basis, because we know that everybody's going to have an individual and unique need, and they need to contact their insurance company because their insurance company may also provide alternate living expenses. We have a suite of tools, and one of the biggest tools and the best resources we have is reimbursing individuals for either the hotel costs that they're experiencing right now, or if they find a place to rent, reimbursing them for rental assistance. Given where we're at right now, we know that there's going to be a lot of rental resources, and that's going to be the best resource and the best tool that we have to support the families that have been impacted. But we have other tools in our toolbox. And so, again, we want to work with everybody individually because we know that everybody's situation is going to be different, and we're going to apply the right tool for their particular situation.
Thank you, Administrator. I know you can't obviously put a dollar sign on this, but can you just help us put into perspective a bit how you think the cost of this may compare to the cost of other recent...
Well, we've been listening to FEMA Administrator Diane Criswell providing a briefing on the federal response to the California wildfires. She was remote. She's on the ground there in California. She's talked about the briefings that she's had with local officials as well as the governor and the president and vice president. She says that it is still a very dangerous situation, dynamic, and that the winds will be increasing in the coming days. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll stay on top of this story and every other. Stay with us. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus, sunshiny day.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
I have a dorky look to me. I don't look like a criminal at all.
60 Minutes has reported on fraudsters, criminals, and hoodlums. But what this minor league thief was able to do surprised even us.
These are Yogi Berra's World Series rings.
A sports story you'll have to see to believe.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah.
I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Sunday morning, the Music Man, T-Bone Burnett, plus Ted Danson and Martha Stewart with Just the Recipe. Listen for the trumpet.
I report from a lot of war zones, but I don't really take the same risks.
He's one of the bravest war correspondents 60 Minutes has ever met. But it's his relationship with his mother that you will remember. Plus, the robots making marble masterpieces in Italy.
As a kid growing up in Chicago, there was one horror movie I was too scared to watch. It was called Candyman. But did you know that the movie Candyman was partly inspired by an actual murder? Listen to Candyman, the true story behind the bathroom mirror murder, wherever you get your podcasts.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, A Second Look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Clearly, Better Morning starts right here. CBS. That's right.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours podcasts wherever.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lana Zach. It is currently just about 3 o'clock here in New York, 12 o'clock, noon in greater Los Angeles, and that's where we have our top story. At least 10 people are confirmed dead, and more than 10,000 structures have been burned by multiple catastrophic wildfires. Emergency crews are working around the clock to contain the flames, which have continued burning as a result of powerful winds. More than 150,000 people in the Los Angeles area are under evacuation orders across LA County. Officials say firefighters have made some progress against the 5 major wildfires burning in the area.
LAFD battled all night on the Palisades fire, the Hearst fire, the Kenneth fire, and airdrop efforts, thank goodness, continue. LAFD also responded to and extinguished fires in Pacoima, Hollywood, Studio City, and more.
Nonetheless, tensions remain high in the area as fires continue to rage. Many residents have reported getting false or even inaccurate evacuation warnings, which officials are working quickly, they say, to address. CBS News correspondent Elise Preston is reporting from on the ground in Santa Monica, California. She joins us now. So let's talk a little bit more, Elise, about the emergency crews, because they have had little success containing, in particular, the Palisades fire. What are the biggest issues that they're encountering?
Well, the biggest issue, Lana, would be the wind. I want to get back, though, to what you had mentioned. You had said, you talked about those alerts that have been going out to folks, to Angelenos here in the area. And so what is happening is that an evacuation warning will go out on your phone, but it doesn't necessarily give you any information. There was a big round that happened yesterday, and so they addressed it in a press conference this morning and said that it was a technical error, and so they were working on out those details. Well, it happened again. We were wrapping up a live shot here on the stream, and within seconds of us saying goodbye, the 4 phones that we have with our crew, they all went off. And it told us that we needed to evacuate, but it didn't really give details. It didn't tell us where the danger zone was. It didn't tell us which direction we should, stay away from. So we were all just kind of like, is this the same situation that happened yesterday? Well, it was. Another alert came out within minutes of that, basically clarifying that evacuation warning. And so that evacuation warning was for an area that was 7 miles from where we were standing. So we weren't necessarily in that danger zone. So this has happened more than once here in Southern California. As you can imagine, it is sparking panic for many and frustration as firefighters work to contain these fires that are burning. You mentioned that they are making some progress. They are making some progress, but these winds are causing trouble. The Palisades fire, which is right behind us here, you can see that some of that smoke has cleared out, but I can assure you in the neighborhood, it is apocalyptic and there is a lot of danger there. This fire is only 8% contained. There are about 5,000 structures right behind me that have burned. in this fire alone. So we know that is a lot of danger right now. The winds are expected to die down today around 6 p.m. local time, but they are expected to pick back up on Sunday. And so that is where the danger lies, because these winds are carrying embers. They're bursting them into flames. They're spreading a spot that the firefighters may have been able to knock out. The winds are picking up an ember and then spreading it 2-3 miles down the road and starting or reigniting a new fire. So there's a lot of danger when it comes with these winds.
And Elise, we understand that in natural disasters, there are some things that can be controlled, some things that can't be controlled. When you're talking about these alerts that are incorrect, and we know that there's been issues with the hydrants and sufficient water, I'm just wondering what residents there are saying about the emergency response.
Well, they are frustrated. There's a lot of trauma that is unfolding right now. We're talking about several fires burning in Los Angeles. This is a place that people consider paradise. This is one of the most beautiful places. We're right along the ocean. And the city, the area is on fire. And no one is everyone I think is kind of worried about what is to come. So when these alerts are kind of coming out, there is a panic. Where do I go? What do I do? And so people are frustrated, but they are also in shock. Many of these people have been forced out of their homes within seconds. We talked to people who were told by sheriff's deputies, you got to get out of there. And they left, their pets. So they're not sure what is going on with their dogs or cats. Now, they physically are okay. Their immediate family is okay, but that animal is a beloved family member as well. So that just describes that sheer panic of how quickly people are having to leave and flee. We have shown so many videos of people trying to get out of harm's way that they just bailed from their vehicles and ran out on foot. That's because these winds have carried fire so quickly at such a fast rate and so far. So there's a lot of trauma that has happened. There's trauma that is still hovering around, and these fires are not under control. So that trauma has not ended. And when you factor in that there are many questions that are unanswered, there's frustration mixed in with that trauma.
And in at least one of the fires, it looks like this was a tragedy that was man-made. At least a suspect has been arrested, we understand, for arson in connection to the Kenneth fire. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, so officials just updated us on that. Yesterday, residents detained someone that they believed had started the Kenneth fire. And so they detained that person and they waited for officials to get there. Now, police are saying that there was not enough evidence to actually arrest that person for arson. So that person was taken into custody and they were arrested for something else. They were arrested for a probation violation. So that that arrest, that official arson arrest has not happened.
Okay, and then we know that there are still questions about the source of these fires. There's 5 different wildfires that are, in some cases, not at all contained and barely contained. Elise, before I let you go, let's talk a little bit more about what the days ahead are going to look like, because we just heard this briefing from the FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell, talking about being one of the worst disasters that she has ever seen. And we have reported, just in her time frame, on several catastrophic disasters. But in part, she's saying that the winds, which are expected to be increasing over the weekend, leave the situation very dynamic. What are you hearing on the ground?
I'm hearing much of the same, Lana. The winds today are expected to die down around 6 p.m. local time. And so firefighters will have a little bit of a break when it comes to fighting the flames without those strong winds. However, the winds are expected to pick back up on Sunday. And by Monday and Tuesday, we're expected to see those strong winds, especially again. And so it causes great concern. And there's a lot of danger that is still around. And keep in mind that, as you mentioned, these fires are either not contained or barely contained. They've made progress on one fire where it's 35% contained. But again, this Palisades fire is about 8%. The Eaton fire in Pasadena, that's 3%. So when you talk about another wave of winds that are going to come in and possibly disrupt what firefighters may be able to do over the weekend, it's very alarming.
All right, Elise Preston, thank you very much. We're going to take you back over to CBS News Los Angeles' live coverage of that devastation being caused by the wildfires that are burning out of control.
Of the businesses that once stood as they are trying to keep this area contained as possible. And if you look over to the right-hand side, you also have a lot of utility crews. We've been seeing that for the last couple of days driving in and out here. And that's why they're trying to limit the number of people who come up here. They are trying to obviously restore power for those who still need power and still have homes. They are also shutting off the gas to all of the homes that are gone because the last thing they want is any sort of an explosion because of them. But while we're talking about the businesses that once were, I do want to give out a little information from the Small Business Administration about what is available. You guys may remember a lot of talk about the EIDL loans back in the pandemic. That is something that actually happens all the time. It's called an Economic Injury Disaster Loan, and they are officially available for those who have been hit hard by these fires, all of our fires here in Southern California. For those who aren't aware, for right now, these disaster loans, they are for businesses, can apply for a low-interest loan up to $2 million to rebuild, $500,000 for homeowners to repair their property, and an extra $100,000 for homeowners or even renters who may not have insurance on their vehicle or their belongings that were lost. So these are very, very important for a lot of folks to have that ability to rebuild. They come through the Small Business Administration. For those who aren't aware, when I'm talking about low interest, it's 4% for businesses, as low as 2.5% for homeowners and renters who need that help right now just to get started. And those are things that you pay off over several decades. So it does make it easier for folks to rebuild. And as you can see behind me, we have a lot of businesses who are simply going to need to be doing that. And we've been talking to business owners over the last couple of days, some of them deciding whether to rebuild, whether to not rebuild. And that's a decision that everyone else is going to have to make individually. But for this community, of course, they're hoping that so many of these businesses that they loved and they enjoyed are going to come back, especially here in Altadena, where a lot of these are small business owners, like the businesses that I mentioned, the coffee shop, the bar. These are individually owned places that mean a lot to this community. And so the residents that are still here and hoping to rebuild certainly hope that those businesses come back with them. I'll send it back to you guys.
Wow. You know, Joy, it is every scene we see, just the charred remains of buildings, businesses, cars. You just, every time I see it, it's so painful. And just to know that there are people struggling today, dealing with this loss. We appreciate your reporting and the important information you just shared with us. Joy, thank you so much. From the Eaton fire, let's turn to another destructive fire, the Palisades fire burning in Pacific Palisades and in Malibu.
Yeah, it has destroyed more than 5,000 homes and businesses and scorched more than 20,000 acres. KCAL's Kevin Coe is live in Pacific Palisades, where utility workers are trying to shut off running water. Kevin, where exactly are you? And give us an idea of what's going on with the water.
Pacific Palisades, Chalacqua Boulevard. Coming to you live from that exact location right now. I do want to give you this live look. Utility crews are working over there to stop the water. Now, I had a chance to speak with them briefly, and I also know that they are just one of many. We saw tens of these utility workers earlier, and it almost seemed like they were just arriving in droves. They were setting up a command post of sorts a few streets away from here, and then they hit the neighborhoods, and they are going to home after home after home. These people you are watching live right now, they are trying to shut the water. The reason is, well, take a look right here. If we could show you this gutter just on the side, these side streets. On both sides of the street I'm standing on, there is water running down. I am on a slight hillside right now, so a little bit of elevation, right? So that's why the water would be trickling down. There is water coming from homes all around this neighborhood. So not a lot of firefighting being done here, but the utilities are an absolute mess. And I haven't even gotten to the down power poles, the lines, the trees as well. So they are starting to do some of the work that is necessary, because they told me that all of this water is having a direct effect on water pressure, and that is not helping firefighters out either. Guys, I want to send it back to you, but this is good to see that they are starting to get to these homes one by one.
Certainly is good news. All right. Thanks so much, Kevin. Well, the iconic Rose Bowl has been turned into a makeshift home for people affected by the fires.
That's right. The stadium is also being used as a command center for the emergency response effort. Reporter Barry Pintar is joining us live now from the Rose Bowl to show us what's going on out there. Hi, Barry.
Yeah, good afternoon to you. You know, I have to say right off the top, listening to your top story about that Archer fire, boy, does that make you feel good inside, that just within a matter of hours they were to extinguish that. A lot of that reason is because of what's going on here. This is the command center at the Pasadena Rose Bowl for the Eaton fire, but certainly many other fires as well. As we've been here throughout the day, we have seen command trucks come in and out, because whether we're talking about assets on the air or assets on the ground, of course, they all have to be coordinated so that they can move quickly, as we saw obviously in the Archer fire. And then, of course, the weather report saying the winds have died down makes it even better news. One thing that I wanted to address, though, while we have this time together, is how they're taking care of these firefighters, because frankly, some of the public information officials have told me that they're hearing that there are concerns that these men and women are being overworked. Let me tell you exactly what's going on so it makes sense. First of all, they are working 12 hours on, 12 hours off. No doubt that 12 hours on is hard, laborious work. But the 12 hours off, that's what I want to talk about, because in addition to being a command center, first of all, they sleep. Some of the firefighters, because keep in mind, there are firefighters from all over the entire country. Some of them bring their own tents, some of them are provided. However, if they would like, as we have been here, we have seen these mobile sleeper company semis basically roll in where they can get a good night's sleep there. Additionally, if we pivot over this way, on the other side of this Rose Bowl parking lot is a massive catering area where they can go for their meals, get into line. This morning we saw them lined up for bananas, granola, cereal, scrambled eggs, sausage, drinks, anything they want. And there are also cleaning stations here and shower stations. You could, behind me at any moment, you can see a firefighter walk by because he or she is on their 12 hours off with a little toiletry kit. So certainly these men and women are working hard. Certainly, these men and women are doing an incredible job, as we saw in the Archer fire. But also, certainly, fire officials would like you to know that when they are off, they are being well taken care of and re-energized, frankly, to go back out and do it again. Are we not grateful for all they're doing? Reporting live in Pasadena, Barry Pintar, KCAL News.
So grateful, and so many people want to help, and so we want to tell you about KCAL Cares. We are partnering with the Red Cross to assist fire victims in need. If you're able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL. Well, we are following some breaking news. The Palisades fire is once again threatening a structure.
Senate Manager Mark Liu is live at the desk with some details. Mark.
Yeah, so SkyCal made the trip from the Archer fire in Granada Hills back to the Palisades fire to take a look at the northern flank. We had been looking at the northern flank that was over by the 405 freeway all morning, but now we're looking at one that's more central near the Topanga area, and this flank has flared up and is approaching homes. Let's go live now to SkyCal. This is still the Palisades fire as it burns northward up along Topanga Canyon Boulevard, where it breaks into Old Topanga Canyon Road. And we just saw a giant Phoscheck drop from a McDonnell Douglas MD-87, a very large jet that dropped some Phoscheck. And now we see some LA County fire hawks there dropping about 800 to 1,000 gallons of water on these homes near Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Now, this area has been under a mandatory evacuation order for at least the 72 hours. This is not terribly terribly far from the initial ignition point of the Palisades fire from Tuesday morning. But you can see these flames now crawling up this hillside in very thick brush. There is definitely a large neighborhood here that is in danger, especially these homes there, as you can see as SkyCal puts on the GPS on Amy Way. And that home right there, very large, that is basically overlooking that canyon, certainly is in danger as those flames continue to creep up the side of the hill. Now, that large McDonnell Douglas MD-87 just flew through SkyCal's shot. They may be on their way back to one of the near airfields to fill up with more Phos-Chek, as they did their drop just about 3 or 4 minutes ago. But there, and you see in the center of your screen, the flames at the bottom of the canyon, and we know that fires race up the sides of hills. You can see there's already been some burned vegetation there, but right there I see on the center of your screen, some of that vegetation looked pink because that MD-87 did a very precise drop on the edge of that neighborhood. And you can see where this is on Topanga Canyon Boulevard. This is actually we are looking south. So that would be I guess the east side of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Down there in the center of your screen, that's near where the fire started, and over here was the flank that we have been looking at all morning. This is sort of the northwestern flank of the Palisades fire, as it has been burning in very steep, rugged terrain where there's no homes over here. Just at the top of your screen over that hillside is the 405 freeway. That's the Sepulveda Pass. But here you see this has been a slow crawl all morning as the fire has moved northbound. If it continues to move north, it'll eventually run into the southern end of Encino, but that's still several miles away, and they have been doing lots of water drops and Phos-Chek drops to try to make sure that it doesn't get there. You can see that reservoir, see Encino Reservoir there on the left-hand side of your screen. But this is now what firefighters are dealing with. That is the totality of the Palisades fire that has been burning since Tuesday morning and continues to burn, this giant burn scar you see. And this community you see in the center of your screen, that is essentially somewhere down there on Piedro Murata is where the Palisades fire started. Somewhere down there was where LA City Fire initially responded, and there were those first homes on Lockman and Charmel Lane where our reporter Kevin Coe had been reporting on the devastation in that neighborhood. But you can see SkyCal showing you what is essentially all of the Palisades fire. And of course, near the top of your screen, that's where that terrible destruction where most of Pacific Palisades was leveled by this fire on Wednesday. But you can see all of that smoking remains. That is an enormous burn scar there. SkyCal is going to stay overhead and keep monitoring this firefight in the Topanga neighborhood. Hopefully they're able to save those homes, but I'll tell you, there are at least 4 or 5 water dropping helicopters down here doing their work as well. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Well, there are a lot of questions about how to file insurance claims and how to navigate the system altogether, as well as some people are concerned about losing their coverage.
Yeah, coming up next, we'll be joined by an insurance expert who'll provide the answers to all these difficult questions.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high.
If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
We will return to CBS News Los Angeles' coverage of the wildfires in just a moment. Meanwhile, a winter storm is bringing dangerous conditions to the southern part of the United States. Officials there have issued states of emergency and have closed schools for millions of children from Texas to South Carolina. CBS News Philadelphia meteorologist Tammy Souza is tracking the system. Tammy.
We're watching this giant storm as it makes its way to the East Coast, really affecting places like the Tennessee Valley and the Deep South with snow that they don't typically get and ice. That ice is what is the really bad news. So let's talk about what's going to go on for the next day or so with this storm system as it exits finally tomorrow over the Atlantic. We are watching this center of the low right here. It's along the Gulf Coast and it's going to be lifting northward. Now, New York, Philadelphia, not worrying about that heavy snow, but it is places like Virginia, North Carolina with the snow and the ice. Look at this as it trails past. So once we get into tomorrow, we'll be starting to see things quiet down about midday tomorrow, and then high pressure builds in with another push of cold air. How much snow on top of what's already fallen? Could see another several inches in Asheville, maybe 3 inches up into parts of West Virginia, just a dusting in places like Philadelphia and New York. And the ice, take a look at this. We could see 0.2 of an inch to 0.4 of an inch as we head from Georgia into South Carolina and even into North Carolina. And that is something to be really concerned about tonight and tomorrow. So the temperatures, look at this. Unless you're down in Florida, you're going to be in the deep freeze, which supports snow and ice. The good thing is it's going to be gone by the time that we get into Sunday.
Thanks to Tammy Souza. Our coverage of the wildfires, we are going to continue looking at it and evaluating all of the latest firefighting opportunities as we take this very short break. You're watching CBS News.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
How fast do you think you were going?
195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
this case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in college? And close up on the rising sun.
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lana Zach, and here's a look at the top stories we're following right now. Nicolas Maduro was sworn in this morning for a third 6-year term as Venezuela's president. In an inauguration that the U.S. State Department calls illegitimate, you'll recall that Maduro claimed victory despite results published by the opposition party, which showed leader Edmund Gonzalez Urrutia winning by a large margin. Urrutia is currently taking refuge in Spain after a Venezuelan judge issued a warrant for his arrest. New York Judge Juan Merchan imposed no penalties or punishment on President-elect Donald Trump during today's sentencing, following last year's felony conviction. The legal term is unconditional discharge. Trump attended the hearing virtually, declaring his innocence and promising an appeal of the conviction. Stubborn Santa Ana winds continue to make it nearly impossible for crews to get an upper hand on the wildfires that continue to burn around Los Angeles. At least 10 people have been confirmed dead, and more than 10,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed. CBS News correspondent Elise Preston is on the ground reporting from Santa Monica.
We're along the Pacific Coast Highway here in Santa Monica. The Palisades fire is just behind us, and you can see that thick, smoky haze that is just hovering in the horizon. That is the most destructive fire so far when it comes to property damage. Overall, at least 10,000 structures have burned throughout the Southern California area with all of these fires, and we know that at least 10 people have lost their lives. Now, here along the Pacific Coast Highway, the only vehicles that are accessing this stretch of roadway are emergency personnel, fire trucks, officers. You will see some city officials drive by, but officers and sheriff's deputies are keeping folks who are not a part of that rescue effort out of harm's way. We know that a lot of people have been trying to get into neighborhoods, trying to check on their homes, trying to check on pets that may have been left behind, but they are being turned back around. For the 150,000 Angelenos who have been evacuated, they are now left to wonder what is next for them. Where are they going to go over the next several days, and then possibly even after that? For those who have not been evacuated, they're also battling issues with the air quality. You can see that particular matter flowing through the air. I have on a mask, and it's very difficult to breathe in some spots of the area. Another issue that is happening today, erroneous evacuation alerts. Now, there have been some that have been sent out telling people that they need to leave, but they're technical areas. They're technical alerts. They don't necessarily have any more information after that. So officials have apologized. They said that they are trying to work out the kinks as we continue to fight these fires over the next several days. Now, the winds are expected to die down today and expected to pick back up on Sunday. So firefighters are hoping that they can get control of these fires with the winds a little more under control as we continue to fight these fires.
Our thanks to Lise Preston. And our coverage of the wildfires continues live with a local look from our colleagues at CBS Los Angeles.
Palisades and Eaton fires. Now they'll last from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. each night. Only first responders, city and state officials, and the media will be allowed in.
A curfew order has been established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones. You cannot be in these affected areas. If you are subject to arrest.
The sheriff, the Los Angeles Police Department, and local law enforcement is going to be working overtime to protect your home. In that way, if you violate the curfew, you will be arrested and then you will be prosecuted by the district attorney's office.
Also announced at this briefing this morning, Griffith Park and Runyon Canyon will be closed through Sunday because of the fires in the area. Now, with so many in our region dealing with unimaginable loss, about 17 million people are facing health risks from the smoke.
Yeah, KCAL News correspondent Danya Backus has more on the air quality concerns.
These latest wildfires are the second ones in a month to impact the area where Alec Gellis lives.
Less than a month, my lungs weren't even better from the last time. I'm still coughing from the last fire.
The area filled with thick smoke and ash, also drifting to neighboring communities beyond Los Angeles. Air quality advisories are in effect as exposure to wildfire smoke can be dangerous.
There's the PM 2.5, the really small particles that we inhale that can cause inflammation, but there's also a lot of noxious gases and fumes in this wildfire smoke as well, and they both can be irritating to the lungs. The small particles actually can get taken up by the bloodstream. It can actually increase risk for cardiovascular disease, heart attacks, and strokes.
Other groups at high risk for health effects from wildfire smoke include people with respiratory issues, children, the elderly, and pregnant women.
Even healthy people are going to experience eye burning, throat burning, and possibly even some shortness of breath and coughing. Once you get removed from that area, those symptoms should subside pretty quickly. If those symptoms are not resolving over the next couple of hours, or you're experiencing extreme shortness of breath, that's the time to seek medical attention.
Dr. Maylon Hahn with Michigan Medicine says people should stay indoors if they can keep the windows and doors shut.
If you're going outside, wearing an N95 or a KN95 will help at least with the particulate matter. And if you're in the car, make sure you've got the recirculate air actually turned on to kind of prevent that polluted air from getting inside the car.
And she says anyone with lung conditions like asthma or COPD should make sure they have enough medication on hand in the coming days. Danya Backus, CBS News, Los Angeles.
All right, let's take a live look outside. This is the view from our Mount Wilson camera. Obviously, the sky's still filled with a lot of smoke, just showing us how widespread these fires have been in our area, Amy.
Yeah, and it just seems almost that it's stagnant, which makes me think, oh, maybe the winds aren't pushing it. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. Let's check back in with our meteorologist, Paul Diano, for your next weather forecast. The winds would be pushing the smoke out, but we don't have any, but that's a good thing because it's helping in the firefight.
I know, we can't get everything on one side of good, but frankly, we'll take the air quality being an issue because that means that the wind has relaxed and the firefight is advantage humans as opposed to Mother Nature. We are looking at air quality still quite bad. Actually better than yesterday and better than this morning. Altadena, Downey, and downtown Los Angeles all have an AQI below 140, so it's not great. It's moderate to unhealthy, but above 150 is when it becomes a problem, and even Hawthorne and Pacific Palisades do not have that right now. So the air quality is not great, but it's getting a little bit better. It's very interesting from Blue Ridge Mountain. We had 5 inches of snow just a few days ago in this specific spot. Now we're looking down on our inland valleys and seeing a lot of cloud cover and smoke and fog, and we're seeing in the Hollywood Hills 71 degrees. Visibility, not great. The air, you can smell it as soon as you get outside in the LA metro area. And we're now seeing, actually, it just updated. This is live data for the first time all morning long. There are no orange or red dots in the LA metro area. So things are improving a bit. Not good air quality, but better air quality. This is LA metro area, Ventura County. You're not downwind of a fire, so your air quality is good. Inland Empire, you had a lot of wind yesterday, but you are not near any of the fires, so your air quality is good. It's mainly LA County and Orange County, the urban core, that has the worst air quality. We're getting a break from the wind. That's why the stuff that we don't want to breathe is settling to the bottom of the atmosphere, but that's because the wind is reduced and it will stay lower than it has been through Saturday before it picks back up again on Sunday. And I know the wind is a huge mitigating factor in all of this. The overarching theme of no rainfall will continue to be a problem until it actually rains. We haven't had a tenth of an inch from one rain event since May the 5th. That's more than 8 months ago. Since December 1st, we've had 2/100ths of an inch of rain. You don't need me to tell you that it's dry, but I can tell you that it's the driest start to winter since 1964. There's no rain coming this weekend. I do expect the winds to pick up again on Sunday. Highs will be in the mid-60s. Today's highs will be in the low to mid-70s for some of you. It's already 70 in Ojai, 70 in Fullerton, 71 in Santa Ana. And that ridge to our west, it's something you enjoy for a while. We love sunshine down here in Southern California, but when it parks itself to our west, it becomes a problem. There have been so many storms to our north, and not one has made it here. Case in point, guys, I'll throw it back to you. Far northern California has had 23 inches of rain since December 1st. We've had 1/50th of 1 inch here. Not one storm has made it through, and it won't for the next several days. Guys, back to you.
Wow, Paul. Okay, thanks so much. You know, our fire crews have lost the use of one of their best tools in fighting fires. Why a super scooper is grounded at this hour.
And the worst of times can bring out the best in humanity. Coming up next, a look at some of the people stepping up to help during this time of need.
KCAL News is sponsored by the Barnes Firm. Car crash? Call now at 1-800-8.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus, sunshiny day.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
I have a dorky look to me. I don't look like a criminal at all.
60 Minutes has reported on fraudsters, criminals, and hoodlums. But what this minor league thief was able to do surprised even us.
These are Yogi Berra's World Series rings.
A sports story you'll have to see to believe.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Sunday morning, the Music Man, T-Bone Burnett, plus Ted Danson, and Martha Stewart with Just the Recipe. Listen for the trumpet.
I report from a lot of war zones, but I don't really take the same risks.
He's one of the bravest war correspondents 60 Minutes has ever met. But it's his relationship with his mother that you will remember. Plus, the robots making marble masterpieces in Italy.
As a kid growing up in Chicago, there was one horror movie I was too scared to watch. It was called Candyman. But did you know that the movie Candyman was partly inspired by an actual murder? Listen to Candyman, the true story behind the bathroom mirror murder, wherever you get your podcasts.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Who need it. Despite losing its own Palisades Malibu facility, the YMCA is committed to providing food, clothing, and essential supplies to affected families, first responders, also evacuees.
Yeah, volunteers are working around the clock to transform its centers into distribution sites and support hubs. The YMCA is also offering free membership and childcare services at all of its centers throughout LA. Yeah. And we all know that KCAL cares. We're partnering with the Red Cross to assist fire victims in need. If you're able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL. Well, after the fires are out, the rebuilding process will begin.
Yeah, coming up next, we are joined by the mayor of Paradise, who'll tell us how his community rebuilt after the campfire.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike. If you're happy and you know it, then
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high.
If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
I'm trying to figure out who I'm going to be now.
Well, the Palisades, I've said it so much, the Palisades fire is once again threatening homes, this time in the Topanga area.
Assignment Manager Mark Liu is live at the desk with some SkyCal video. Mark.
Yeah, that's right. SkyCal is over the central northern flank of the Palisades fire as it continues to burn to the north, and it is really approaching the community of Topanga. It's a mountainside community, lots of brush there. But what we're looking at here is the fire line of the Palisades fire as it continues to burn sort of in the northwestern, or I should say northeastern flank. This is near the 405 freeway. You can see those bright active flames there, lots of white smoke. And as SkyCal pans over to the right, you're going to see just how far that the Palisades fire extends down there almost into Malibu. Now, right in the center of your screen, that's where the firefight is intense to save this neighborhood right here. This is the Topanga neighborhood. It's basically Topanga Canyon Boulevard where it splits into Old Topanga Road. There are lines of Phos-Chek down there that have been dropped to protect homes just like that one. You can see really towards the center of your screen, you see that pinkish purplish line there. That is a line of Phos-Chek that was precisely dropped by a McDonnell Douglas MD-85 just about 30 minutes ago. And there's what I believe is a Ventura County fire helicopter. It's a Sikorsky Firehawk that can drop about 800 to 1,000 gallons. They have been doing continuous water drops here to protect these homes in this neighborhood. There it is, another water drop right there on the Topanga Fire Road. This is a dirt road that the fire crews can use to access it, but there aren't any on it right now. Now, this entire neighborhood has been under an evacuation order for at least the last 72 hours, so hopefully there's no one in these homes in this hillside community. If you come out to my map, I'm going to show you exactly where this is to give you an idea in relation to where the rest of the fire is and what we're looking at here. At the beginning of SkyCal's video, you were looking at that fire up here. But where this neighborhood is, it's right here, the neighborhood of Topanga. And as I zoom in, exactly where that line of Phos-Chek was, it's essentially this right here. And they are trying to protect this entire neighborhood. But there are lines of Phos-Chek here and here as this fire continues to push north. But elements of LA County Fire and Ventura County Fire, well, they're pushing right back with structure protection and those aerial assets that are dropping water all in this neighborhood to make sure that none of those homes burn. Now, the firefight does continue. I don't know if we can go back live to SkyCal. You're going to see all of that white smoke that is coming up from the eastern side of Topanga Canyon Boulevard as they continue this firefight. This is not the only place where there's fire. There is also fire on the western side near Montanito as well, but it is certainly not as bright, or the flames are not as burning as closely to homes. And of course, there's fire burning northbound here towards the Encino Reservoir, but it could be hours before they get out there. That is the very latest here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, appreciate the update. Well, the fires raging here in Southern California are bringing back a lot of memories for those who survived the 2018 Camp Fire in Paradise, California.
If you recall, the city was wiped out by the wildfire with conditions very similar to those we are experiencing right here in the Southland.
And this hits especially close to home for Paradise Mayor Steve Crowder, who joins us this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us, Mayor.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. It is our pleasure. We'd like to ask you, what crossed your mind? What did you feel in your heart when you heard and saw what was happening here in Southern California?
Well, as I watched the news the other morning, wind conditions, no rain, not able to get aircraft up. I mean, it was a carbon copy of what happened to Paradise in 2018. And it brought back probably the worst day of my life. This is really especially troublesome for me. My stepdaughter lost her home in the Eaton fire. And so we definitely know how you feel. Our heartfelt condolences go out to all of the communities that are suffering through this.
Well, what can you tell us or share with us about Paradise that might help us here? Because there was so much sadness, so much frustration, anger. What really helped you all get through this?
Well, we were a very, very resilient, close-knit community. And I think it's a community as a whole that got everybody through this. I spent the day of the fire up here helping evacuate the town. It was tough to go through the town right after the fire, but after doing that for a little while and seeing the progress with the debris removal and all of this, you could kind of form in your mind, you know, we're going to get through this. We had an amazing staff that was dedicated to making this town recover. A lot of positive energy. We did have help from the federal and state government, and we're 6+ years through right now. We've got a long ways to go, but we've made more progress than we thought we would. We're in the process of having all of the utilities undergrounded in the town. We've got probably another year of that before that's done. All of our public roads will be repaved. We've got about a third of our housing stock back. About a third of our population as well. Our population now sits at about 11,000. We were 26,000 before the fire. So we're making good progress. And the one thing that I'll say is as you walk through your town after this horrific event, everybody's going to look and go, oh, it's never going to be the same.
Right.
Well, it's not going to be the same, but it can still be home. And there is hope. You will get through it. It's not going to be quick. It's not going to be easy, but you will get through it, and you will still have a beautiful town in its own way left.
Absolutely. Thank you for describing that rebuilding process for us. One last question. During this whole process, were there any rays of hope for your residents?
Well, I think there were. I mean, we were, you know, everybody, you know, they still wanted to get home. And I think right from the beginning, everybody said, no, we're going to do this. We're going to rebuild. We're going to get back here. The one thing that I think we should have done better that we didn't was we lost a lot of our police officers because I don't think we gave them enough assurances that, hey, you're going to have a job. You're going to have a town to patrol. We are back fully staffed now. We did lose some officers, and I think that's something we could have done better. But other than that, I think we portrayed that the hope was there that we were going to rebuild, and we listened to the community, what they wanted in the rebuild process, such as we now have emergency warning sirens. And we asked, and they told us what we wanted, and we're still going through that list, and that's how we're rebuilding.
Yeah, well, it's wonderful to see what you all are doing, and we hope to follow in those footsteps. Mayor Crowder, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Well, our coverage of the wildfires burning across Southern California continues right after this.
We are Sellers Advantage.
And we want to buy your house.
Sellers Advantage has revolutionized the home selling process to get you more for your home.
If you've inherited a home, moving out of state, don't want to deal with costly repairs, or just don't enjoy the traditional sales process, Sellers Advantage has a solution for you.
Whatever your situation, let Sellers Advantage give you a fair as-is cash offer, and you pick the closing date.
Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com.
Don't worry, sell happy with Sellers Advantage.
If you've been injured in an accident and look something like this, it's time to call us at Larry H. Parker.
Our results speak for themselves.
Call us today for a free consultation. The law offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody! It's time!
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis? You're not answering my question.
This really
is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense? What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Clearly, Better Morning starts right here.
That's right.
On Face the Nation, you try to separate the noise from the news. You need to be able to have an actual conversation.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lana Zak. It is about 4 o'clock here in New York, 3 o'clock in my home state of Iowa, and 1 o'clock in California. We're going to have continuing coverage of the Los Angeles wildfires in just a few moments, but we're also tracking a news conference that's set to begin at any moment. We also have a closer look into the New Year's Day truck attack in New Orleans that we want to bring you now with new video from the New Orleans Police Department showing the harrowing moments that officers encountered the attacker who had just rammed his truck into a crowd of people early on New Year's Day. That attack on Bourbon Street killed 14 and injured many more. We need to warn you, this video is, of course, disturbing to some. It shows the seconds right before the attacker was shot and killed by police. We are playing the video without the sound of the gunfire, and the edits that you see made to it, including a red circle that they were placed around the attacker behind the truck's airbag. All of those edits were made by the NOLA PD. 2 officers were hit during that gunfire exchange. They were treated and released from a local hospital. Officials have classified this as an act of terrorism. We're going to take you over to Pasadena, California now. Officials are providing that update on efforts to battle one of the biggest fires burning out of control. Let's listen.
Regarding what the Department of Insurance is doing to help people as they navigate the insurance coverage that they may or may not have. This is an important thing to note. Ricardo Lara has set up an 800 number, which I'm going to put up on our website. But I want you all to know that we are going to be working diligently with the state to make sure that those that are insured get the financial help they need. I'm also hearing that people, I know yesterday we announced that FEMA has set up a website, and I'm seeing that people are filling out the form and being denied. I'm following up on that to find out what is going on because it is completely mind-boggling to me that people who have lost everything are filling out a form as told and then are getting an immediate denial. So if you have done that, please, 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 I'm going to try to get an answer within 24 hours to find out what's going on so that you all get the answers you deserve. If you have any questions and that you want answered during the meeting tonight, you can drop the questions in a chat during the live stream or submit them ahead of time via email to 2025.eaton@firenet.gov. Again, 2025.eaton, E-A-T-O-N, at firenet.gov. We've also extended the opportunity to utility companies to participate and answer your questions. I know that's another question we're getting is, when is my power going to come on? When is my gas going to come on? These are questions that we're going to be addressing tonight, so I would encourage you all to participate. And last but not least, and I've said it, and we've got elected town council up in the Altadena area, and I know of at least 4 have lost their homes. These are elected officials that are representing the community, and I want you all to know that they are with us. They'll be there on the virtual call tonight and are very, very, very much a part of the community, and I just want to acknowledge them because it's important for us to recognize that behind every single thing you're seeing on the TV, there are people's lives who have been impacted, and it is not lost on me. So with that, I'm going to introduce now Los Angeles County Fire Department Fire Chief Anthony Maroney to give you an update on the Eaton fire.
So good afternoon. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. The Eaton fire is estimated to be 13,956 acres with 3% containment. We have over 7,000 structures damaged or destroyed and 1,527 firefighting personnel on scene. Yesterday afternoon, the Eaton fire made a run towards historic Mount Wilson. The Mount Wilson Observatory and the telescope are undamaged thanks to the efforts of our firefighters and observatory staff. No buildings or infrastructure have been damaged or destroyed at Mount Wilson. We are appreciative to our many mutual aid and out-of-state fire partners for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of greatest need. The current red flag event that we are under right now will expire at 6 p.m. this evening. However, we do anticipate another red flag event beginning on Monday, and I can assure everybody that LA County will be prepared. Before I close, I would like to thank Board Chair and 5th District Supervisor Catherine Barger for her unwavering support and leadership. I would also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of all first responders who have put themselves in harm's way to protect residents and property. And to our residents impacted by this devastating fire siege, please rest assured that we will not stop until the fires are fully contained, and we will continue to be here for you as we plan for the repopulation, recovery, and rebuilding that will be occurring. Thank you. I would now like to introduce Assistant Sheriff Myron Johnson of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Well, good afternoon. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has deployed over 500 sheriff's personnel and still have actively deployed additional personnel to the fires. And that's in addition to our normal patrol staffing functions. Deputies have actively patrolled the evacuated areas and increased their presence in those areas for looting, deterrence, as well as burglary suppression efforts. Overall, the evacuations for the Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, Kenneth, and Lydia fires, evacuation orders approximately 100,053 residents are under evacuation orders, and approximately 57,830 structures remain at risk. Evacuation warnings, approximately 166,800 residents are under evacuation warnings, and approximately 50,837 structures remain at risk. As you heard our sheriff speak about yesterday and this morning, we have a curfew enacted in the affected areas. It's been established in the Palisades and the Eaton Fire areas, and it's a mandatory evacuation zones, that will be in effect from 6 p.m. this afternoon until 6 a.m. tomorrow until further notice. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent looting in areas where residents have been evacuated. We ask that all individuals comply with the curfew and stay clear of the impacted areas unless you're an authorized personnel member such as a fire representative or an emergency first responder. Anyone found in violation of the curfew will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor under LA County Code Section 2.68.320, and conviction of that section results in a fine up to $1,000 and jail time. We understand this is an extremely stressful and challenging moment for our residents in this community, but we appreciate the public's cooperation and we will work together during this crisis. We also have additional assets from the National Guard that are assisting in law enforcement efforts during this catastrophe. We requested the National Guard's assistance yesterday. Several National Guard members arrived last night and were deployed in the Eaton Fire area and are assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure protection efforts. As additional National Guard personnel arrive, the Sheriff's Department will strategically coordinate their deployment to both the areas in collaboration with LAPD, Pasadena Police Department, Santa Monica Police Department, Azusa Police Department, and Arcadia Police Department. There continues to be criminal activity in the Eaton area, and we continue to make additional arrests since yesterday, but these numbers are still fluctuating, and we're gathering the information. In total, we have made about 18 arrests between Eaton and the Palisades fire, 15 in Eaton, and then 3 in Palisades. Charges include possession of narcotics, possession of burglary tools, burglary, identity theft, looting. One suspect was on active parole and was also charged with possession of a concealed firearm. Unfortunately, we have confirmed 8 deaths in our jurisdiction, 6 in the Eaton Fire area and 2 in the Palisades County area. Our Homicide Bureau is working closely with the LA County Coroner's Office to respond to any deaths that have been reported. Our detectives have started to process certain investigations related to the fire, but they have to wait for access due to the dangerous conditions that still exist, such as downed power lines, leaking gas, and spot fires that are occurring. And just as Chief Maroney indicated, I'd like to acknowledge the hardworking men and women out there on the front line, making sure this community is safe. And this department is dedicated to apply every resource we have to be with you until we can get a handle on this tragic event. And now with that, I'd like to introduce Operations Section Chief Don Fergulia.
Can I take liberty? I just, when I was done, I turned around and my colleague, Supervisor Janice Hahn, is here and would like to say a few words, but I want to publicly thank you, Supervisor Hahn, because I know that you've been working as Metro Chair to help navigate the transportation system as it relates to the impact of these fires. So with that, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. I'm here to support you in any way. These fires have not touched the 4th Supervisorial District per se. I'm here supporting you, and thank you for your tremendous leadership on this. I've been touring your communities here in Altadena, and I am, like everyone else, devastated by what I'm seeing. Thanks again to the men and women in the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, CAL FIRE, all the fire departments that are here. And I specifically wanted to come see some of the stations that were from the 4th District. So some of my men and women from the 4th District are here. I talked to Norwalk, Paramount, I think Commerce is here. So I just wanted to tell them thank you for coming, and just make sure everybody realizes these firefighters are not going home, right? They are here round the clock. Appreciate everybody who's feeding them, who's making sure that they have an opportunity to sleep and take naps. Thank you for that. They have been amazing. But as Supervisor Barger said, as the chair of Metro, I've been on the phone with the CEO of Metro, Stephanie Wiggins, to get regular updates about our system. Big news is we will continue the free fares throughout the weekend. So free fares on our buses and trains through the weekend. Also, our system is very resilient. Since the fire started on Tuesday, only 2% of our buses have been canceled, none for the trains. And Metro will be unveiling this afternoon an overlay map that will show the evacuation centers around the county as it relates to the Metro system and stations. So that will be available to the public this afternoon. We know that keeping people moving, even during a disaster like that, is important. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Good day, everybody. My name is Don Frigulia. I'm the Operations Section Chief for California Interagency Incident Management Team 5. I'm going to give you a quick operational update for the fire today. Got me now. Okay. We're going to start over here on the right flank as we're looking up the hill here in Santa Anita Canyon as we come into the community of Sierra Madre. A lot of really good progress here along the fire's edge. Mop-up patrol, and we expect to gain significant containment in this area this afternoon and this evening after we feel a little bit more comfortable and the red flag warning expires. We realize that there's a lot of work in here, and it's going to take many, many days for us to get through all the damage that has occurred here in the front country. So we ask for patience, and we know that that's not very easy, but that is what we are asking for at this time. As we move across the fire down here along the 210 corridor into Altadena area, again, this area still has a ton of activity going on in it, not just fire suppression, but also damage assessment, things of that nature. We're really diligent about what we're doing in there, and we want to continue those efforts as the days progress. As we come up here into the general area of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, we're looking really good through all of this red on the map you see here. Boots on the ground are engaged. We're mopping up. We're using rotor wing. We're using aircraft in this area to hold this corner. We know this corner is critical for us, so we're making good progress here. As we move into the forest, into the general area, Mount Wilson was already mentioned. We did have to defensive fire around that last night, and everything's looking really, really good up there. We're not out of the woods yet. We still have more work to do up there, and we're ready to receive it, though, should that become necessary. Down the hill into Chantry Flat and the Santa Anita River. Again, very challenging terrain for the troops out there. We're going to keep going after it, and in the coming days, you should see less and less smoke. So thank you very much. And next, Jason Schillinger, Unified IC.
I'm going to let you take that one. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. Like my Operations Section Chief mentioned, my name is Jason Schillinger, one of the Unified Incident Commanders. And to my side over here, I have several of my other Unified Incident Commanders with me today. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest sympathy to the families and individuals affected by this devastating event. We recognize the fear and uncertainty, certainly you may be feeling, and our hearts are with you during this challenging time. Our top priority remains the safety and well-being of all residents and emergency personnel involved. We are also grateful for the support of all agencies who sent resources to our aid. Mutual aid agreements and cooperations with surrounding areas have been essential in containing the fire and protecting more lives and property. Firefighters are working around the clock in difficult conditions to ensure that this fire is contained and that no further lives and property are put in danger. We are confident that we are making significant progress, but it's important to remain on guard and follow safety advisories. I want to remind everyone that the safety of our community and first responders is our highest priority. At this time, evacuation orders remain in place in many areas, and we urge all residents to follow the directives immediately. Our Unified Incident Command Team has been in constant contact with state and local agencies to ensure that we have the resources needed to deal with this fire. We have 2 incident management teams assigned here. One team is focusing on suppression, and one team is focusing on recovery, but both of our teams are focusing on one common goal. While we are not out of the woods yet, I'm confident in our ability to continue working together and to get through this crisis. The fire will be contained, and we will rebuild stronger than before. In the coming days, we will be providing additional updates as the situation evolves. It is also important to note that investigations into the...
Well, we've been listening to officials provide an update on efforts to fight the California wildfires. There's now 6 named wildfires in the Los Angeles region. Specifically, these officials talked most about the Eaton fire that is burning near Pasadena. It is now about 13,690 acres large at this point, only 3% contained. There are also the Palisades fire, that's 8% contained, the largest of them. And that's where we find CBS News correspondent Elise Preston on the ground near that Palisades fire in Santa Monica. So, Elise, as we were hearing from these officials, the Los Angeles County Supervisor, Catherine Borger, said that one of the biggest problems or questions that she's hearing from people have been about insurance claims being denied. She also talked about questions about utilities and when water, power, all of those things will be restored for affected residents. What's the latest situation on the ground there?
Yeah, Lana, you know, it's good to hear that update from her as we're standing out here in front of the Palisades fire. We can tell you that a lot of people have been complaining about those insurance claims, right? They've lost everything. And now what? What happens next? More than 150,000 people have evacuated from their homes. And so they're trying to figure out these next steps. We heard in that press conference, there's some work being done. So I'm hoping you can hear me.
We can hear you fine, Elise.
We also heard in that press conference that people are saying that they are putting in for help from FEMA and being denied. Which is heartbreaking to think that all of this trauma that people have gone through, now there's like this extra layer as they try to continue to figure out these logistics. And keep in mind, these fires are not over. You at the top said this Palisades fire is only 8% contained. The Eaton fire is only 3% contained. Within the last hour, Lana, both of those fires were deemed among the top 10 most destructive in California history, and winds are expected to pick up in just a matter of days. So who knows where we will be days from now. I want to point out that the Palisades fire is right behind us. We're along the Pacific Coast Highway. All day we've seen people walking to try to get, maybe close to their neighborhood, a glimpse of maybe see what's going on with their house. I just overheard a family as we were coming on the air said, we got to get going. It's about a 5-hour walk from now. I don't think they'll make it in time for this 6 p.m. curfew that officials also walked us through. They're trying to cut down on looting. They're trying to cut down on nefarious activity that's going on in these fired disaster neighborhoods. And they're also just trying to protect human life. Remember, these fires are still burning. And so while the winds have died down, they are still able to carry embers and flames and spread them across at a great distance.
And it's so volatile. We heard that red flag warning for the winds has been suspended for tonight, but it is expected to be reinstated later as the winds pick up. And the fire chief, Anthony Maroney, has also said that some of the most iconic structures or important structures there in Los Angeles County have been threatened. He gave an update on the Mount Wilson Observatory. He said that the observatory and the famous telescope have not been damaged, but it goes to the point that there's so much the amount of acreage that is being battled. And the Lydia fire is now 75% contained. But now we have a new fire, the Archer fire. That's just 19 acres at this point. But it goes to what you were saying, Elise, that when the winds pick up these embers, it becomes a dynamic situation, and that there can be these different fires that are burning throughout the region. How are public officials trying to coordinate resources and make sure that people get the information that they need?
So they have been putting out alerts. They've been having these press conferences like we just dipped into. I have to tell you, people are frustrated with the response. They're saying that there should be more, that there needs to be more. But we are starting to see, as the winds die down and as the days progress, we are starting to see more firefighting resources. We just moments within the air as we were coming on with you, we did see a plane that was headed towards the Palisades fire just behind us, and it was a plane that's able to drop fire retardant. Keep in mind that part of the reason why these fires were able to take off so quickly earlier and be so destructive earlier in the week is because they couldn't really get resources up in the air. They couldn't get water to a lot of these flames and embers because the winds were so strong. So the hope is, as this red flag warning expires at 6 p.m. local time until this next red flag warning, which kicks in on Monday, that they'll be able to really gain some traction, that they'll be able to gain some ground before more possibly destructive winds sweep through South California.
It is really outstanding. The number of acres that have been burned at this point, estimated to be just about 36,000. We know that the air quality has been a problem, and we thank you for all of your reporting, as well as those firefighters and volunteers who are helping out. Elise Preston, our appreciation. And our coverage of the wildfires continues live now with CBS News Los Angeles.
His website, there is a map outlining where, if you live in a certain proximity area, that you have to boil your water. So they are on a boil water alert for certain parts of the areas impacted by the fires. But we'll get you more information on that.
Hi, I'm Morgan from ABC News. I'm wondering if anyone's here to speak specifically about the level of devastation in Altadena. I saw a local official quote as saying that perhaps only a dozen or so homes are left in the area. Is anyone able to confirm that or speak on that?
I'm sorry, they said that there's only about a dozen or so homes left in there. Well, that is an exaggeration, but I will tell you, it looks like a war zone. I've never seen anything like it. You can go blocks where there's no homes, and then you go a block where you'll see a little bit of smoldering on a tree, but none of the homes have been impacted. We don't have a final number yet, do we, Chief Maroney?
No, we don't.
No, but there's no question that especially around Eaton Canyon, I was absolutely shocked is not even the word for the destruction that it caused in that area. And then I went up to Farnsworth Park, and gone. So we'll have a final number, but there are homes standing, especially as you head more toward Lincoln. But it's spotty. I mean, this fire was unpredictable. You had the winds going every which way and going strong, so you could have embers traveling miles, which is what we saw. And so that's why we had this like a whack-a-mole.
Hi, Ashley Mackey with ABC7. A couple of residents who have been displaced, have asked me about mail and how they get that and forwarded to them and holding packages, Amazon, that kind of thing. What should I tell them?
So the U.S. Post Office, and I think it's going to be at the Lincoln branch, is going to be holding mail. They're not delivering, obviously, for obvious reasons. But those that have been impacted by the fire, they can reach out to the Post Office, and they are coordinating an effort to make sure that people get access to their mail. And then for those that who still have their homes but are not getting the mail delivered, they're going to be coordinating that as well. So that's going to be rolled out through the United States Postal Service, but they are on top of it. Thank you for that question.
That will conclude our press conference. Anyone that would like to break out, we'll have Spanish-speaking PIOs along with other POs on the side. Thank you all for coming, and stay safe out there.
And we've been listening to an update on that Eaton fire. We're learning that nearly 14,000 acres have burned. It is 3% contained. There are 7,000 damaged or destroyed structures. And, even Supervisor Barger talking about just the devastation and how the winds were just going in each direction. But fortunately, that red flag warning ends this evening at 6 o'clock, and they're hoping to really get a good handle on things.
Yeah, Amy, and on the law enforcement front, sheriff's officials said that over 500 personnel from the Sheriff's Department, they've been deployed to basically actively patrol the affected areas that have been burned. They did say that this allows, they are allowed to do this because the National Guard has been activated to, man checkpoints and protect infrastructure, freeing up law enforcement to do these patrols. Unfortunately, they've had reports of looting. In fact, they reported 18 arrests have been made, 15 in the Eaton fire, 3 in the Palisades fire. These folks arrested for possession of narcotics, looting, obviously, possession of burglary tools, or all sorts of things. And these are the things that they want to prevent. They keep reinforcing this message. Do not come into these areas and try to do something suspicious or commit a crime, because they are going to actively pursue you and, of course, prosecute you.
Yeah, and sadly, there have been 8 deaths, 6 in the Eaton fire and 2 in the Palisades fire. And of course, the Eaton fire is just one of the fires burning in our area. Assignment Manager Mark Liu is live at the desk with up-to-the-minute information on all of the fires burning. Mark.
Yeah, that's right. And Rachel and Amy, there was a fire that cropped up, an entirely new brush fire cropped up and was squashed by overwhelming LA City fire responses in just about 3 hours. They called it the Archer Fire, and it was burning north of Granada Hills. This is some SkyCal video of when SkyCal got overhead at just about 11 o'clock. Now, this fire broke out at 10:30, reported in 1 to 2 acres of medium brush, burning in a place called O'Melveny Park. That's in Granada Hills near Cesnon and Balboa. And you can see those flames going right up the side of the hill. Well, LA City Fire diverted 3 water-dropping helicopters immediately to the scene, and they were able to put water on this fire very, very quickly. What also helped is there was a helispot, a place for these helicopters to land and load up with more water just about 1,000 feet to the north of the fire. You can see also hand crews arrived from Fire Station 18. You can see them rushing right into the neighborhood there. They thought they were going to have to evacuate this entire neighborhood because while the fire was in that valley there of O'Melveny Park, it was also creeping to the south, and there was a lot of vegetation at the back of these homes. Well, the good news is that these AW-139 helicopters were able to drop 500 to 800 gallons at a time, and look at how quickly this fire just turned into a large burn scar there. And this fire, forward progress stopped, evacuation orders lifted. Now, I want to talk about the rest of the fires that are still burning in Southern California. If you can come out to my screen, I'm going to show you a map here. This is called FIRMS, the Fire Information for Resource Management System. And it's a way that we can see the infrared data from satellites in orbit as they tracked these fires over the last 72 to 96 hours. Now, this is the burn scar in white here of the Palisades fire. And I'm going to show you what the infrared signature was on January 7th. That's the day this fire broke out. You can see the start point was right about here near Piedra Morada, and it was right there. And then the next day you're going to see is when it just exploded in size. That red heat signature was detected by satellites in orbit. It was enormous. It stretched from end to end all the way to Malibu to the actual burn scar of the Franklin fire. And I really want to remark over here, these red squares, they indicate heat signatures picked up by the satellites' infrared imaging. This is over Santa Monica. We know Santa Monica didn't burn. So what we're very likely seeing here is embers and hot air that was so hot that it was picked up by those satellites. Now, as I move on to the next day, this was the 9th, yesterday, you can see that the fire line, the active heat signatures moved into a north and a south and a western flank. And then today, this is where the fire is right now. As it populates here, you're going to see that there is some fire activity here, and fire activity in the center. There's a lot of concerning activity right there where Topanga, Old Topanga Road and Topanga Canyon Boulevard cross. There is a community there that is getting structure protection right now because the flames are moving right into this community. However, a McDonnell Douglas MD-87 has done some really precision Phos-Chek drops in that neighborhood, and it looks like they may save all of those homes. The other fire that is still burning, we just got an update in that news conference, is the Eaton fire. And I can tell you, when you look at the heat signature on the first day, as it populates here, you can just see how large it was, and it just consumed the northern and central parts of Altadena. We know that hundreds of homes were destroyed there. And as you progress on to the next day, the 9th, you're going to see that the fire did move to the north and still continued to burn in the Altadena area yesterday. And then, of course, today, This is what we just heard in that news conference. There is a bit of fire on the western flank. They're doing a lot of work, water dropping on it in Phos-Chek. And then, of course, this flank continues to move north. There was a very heroic attempt to save Mount Wilson, and they were able to do that. No buildings on the Mount Wilson complex were damaged, either the broadcast towers or the observatory. And the firefighters in the present news conference did say that there is some activity over here, although we don't see any heat signatures for that. So we think maybe it's not really that bad over there. But really, as the Eden fire continues north, there is just an enormous amount of the Angeles National Forest ahead here that it's going to burn through, and it's going to be an all-aerial assault with Phos-Chek and water over the next couple of days as they try to get these fires under control. Right now, neither of them have approached 10% containment. I believe that the Palisades fire is at 8% containment, Eaton fire at 3% containment as they continue to work, and they will work over the next couple of days to get these fires under control. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you. And of course, the winds have played such a pivotal role in these fires.
Yeah, KCAL News meteorologist Marina Jurica here now with your next weather forecast. And Marina, we keep hearing we are not out of the woods just yet.
Not just yet, but things have improved so much, which is such great news, Rachel and Amy, for those firefighters who are out there fighting. And these winds have calmed down substantially over the last couple of hours here. We're down to less than 20-mile-per-hour winds from the Santa Clarita Valley heading into Simi Valley, and now pretty much non-existent across the Malibu coastline and up into Camarillo, where it was gusty earlier. So this is a vast improvement. Anything east of the San Fernando Valley is 5 to 10 miles per hour at most. And so it is the direction we want to head into and the direction we want to see for the next 36 hours. Tomorrow, we're going to get a nice break as well, which is great. So Pasadena over the next 24 hours, wind gusts, you can see pretty average. They're at about 10 to 15 miles per hour, even go down into the overnight into that 5 to 10 mile per hour range. So we're going to stay there all the way through tonight and all the way through tomorrow. Sunday will be a little breezier, and I'll talk to you about that here in just a minute. But you can see that air quality has become a huge issue, and that's not going anywhere. When high pressure sits near us, like it has just endlessly for the fall and the start of our winter, it creates this dome that traps everything in. Think about putting on a baseball cap and just absolutely everything gets trapped in there. You get sweatier and you get hotter, and that's what's happening. We've got a cap in the environment. So we're just going to continue to see this air quality be what it is. It has improved because of those winds last night overall, but it is still unhealthy for a lot of folks, especially in the LA metro area from Carson, San Pedro down to the Long Beach region, even in Seal Beach, and that extends up into portions of I-10, I-5, so a little bit of Orange County getting touched here as well. But where we saw gusty winds last night, which was in the Inland Empire, your air quality is much better because the Santa Anas were able to filter through and churn up that air and make things better. And that's definitely the same case across portions of the Santa Clarita Valley heading down towards the Malibu coastline and Ventura County because it was blustery there. But where the wind was more stagnant for a good part of the day today, that's where we have those yellows, but they were red just a couple of hours ago. So it's very nice to see that that is a little bit better as well. We are continuing to see the high wind warning, and this is throughout this afternoon, and it's not in our viewing area anymore. It was lifted for our viewing area, but for the desert and portions of San Diego County, so it'll continue to be breezy there through this evening. And we're in a red flag warning until 6 p.m., but that does not mean that the fire risk is going to end at 6 p.m. tonight. It is not going to end until we get some rain, and unfortunately, that is not in the forecast for the foreseeable future. Remember, we're in a weak La Nina year, and so unfortunately, the worst setup for that came true, which is high pressure just sticking around in the off coastline of California and just not allowing any of those systems that have been just bringing so much of an abundance of rain to the Pacific Northwest our way. So here's a look at temperatures. Average high for this time of year is about 68, and so that's where we are. So at least it is going to be a pretty cool day tonight and tomorrow, and overall into the weekend. We're going to keep temperatures a little on the cooler side. For Riverside and the Inland Empire, we're going to be looking at the upper 60s, turning into the 40s as we head into this evening. And highs today are going to stay in that 60s to low 70s range. And we will be looking at, as I mentioned, the winds returning. So we're going to see some winds at maybe 20 to 40 miles per hour on Sunday. So nothing like what we saw for the bulk of this week. But then on Monday night into Tuesday, we have another Santa Ana wind setting up, and that will be bringing us maybe up to 60 mile per hour winds. So not 90, not 100, but still enough to create issues, because like I said, until we get rain, we are going to be under a fire risk across Southern California. So Amy, Rachel, we just really need to hope for that high pressure to nudge out of here, because there's plenty of systems coming in. We're just not tapping into it because that high is blocking everything.
Marina, thank you so much for that update.
All right, let's check in with our Michelle Geely. She is live in Malibu. Michelle, you have been covering this fire for the last couple of days, and you've seen, I'm sure, a lot of changes out there.
Definitely much clearer air today, I'm happy to report, although I'm sure that it is still unhealthy, and we don't see nearly as much smoke in the Malibu area. I am here on Rambla Orienta, and I'm happy to say that our colleague David Goldstein's home was saved, and his neighbor's home was saved as well. This is Murray and Lucinda. They just arrived up here, and you were able to confirm, is that right, Lucinda? You had no idea whether your house would be standing.
That's right. I think this one did. I'm so overwhelmed, as everyone in Los Angeles is right now. What day did this start? Monday? Was it
Tuesday.
Tuesday. No, my daughter, who lives in the Palisades, called me in a panic. She was at a doctor's appointment, and her kids were at school at Calvary. And all of a sudden we find out there's a fire in the Palisades, and the kids are in school at Calvary, and she can't get to them. And she's coming down Sunset. Mom, I can't get to the kids. Her au pair, who was wonderful, who's brand new, jumped in the car and drove up, what's the street going up? Palisades, Highlands, got out of the car and ran up to the school and grabbed the kids and came back down.
And shortly thereafter, I know that you evacuated. Your fiance Murray stayed for several hours afterwards.
Well, they all came here, and then we thought we were safe. And then an hour later, we have to evacuate here. Murray stayed, and we went to Westlake. And we thought, we'll grab a few things. We'll be back tomorrow.
Now you're back several days later, and what is your reaction?
It's extremely overwhelming. It's just, first of all, see all these houses are gone, and all my neighbors, people have lost everything. I mean, it's just devastating. And what happened to the Palisades, and my daughter lost, actually, they kept their house. I don't know, their house is still standing, and my house, I thought it was gone. So I am so grateful to God, because that's all I can think of, like, why did my house survive? And everyone around me.
Great neighbors, they're gone. Our neighbor across the street's house is gone. Every house after the third house here is gone. There's only one house remaining on this street. It's really, it's horrific.
It's horrific and unpredictable, and nobody knows. Why did their house survive? Why did this house survive? Maybe it has something to do with the wind current. But fires are just really overwhelming and very, very scary. But I am so grateful that mine's still standing.
The biggest difficulty for you now as evacuees would be what?
We don't know when the utilities are going to come back, if it's a day, a week, a month. And so we're displaced until we have water and gas and power.
And the house is very smoke damaged, so you can't even live in it right now. And so we're going to have to adjust to that and in the unknown, and also living and looking at everyone's houses being devastated. And all the houses down on the beach, as you know, are gone. So it's just all horrific, but we're grateful. So just coming back to the reality of what now remains.
Murray, any questions you have for your city leaders here or the city of Los Angeles as far as the firefighting effort and how they will step up now, the officials, to help all of you?
Well, first I want to thank the firefighters for saving our house. You know, when I first got here, I noticed there's water, and they had pried open the gates to get around the house. So clearly there was an enormous effort to save this house, and I want to thank the firefighters for that. as far as the city infrastructure, I hope they work as quickly as possible, because there are still enough people up here to warrant having power and water and gas, and we need that. We can't come back to the house without it.
Well, I want to thank you for sharing. We know how difficult it is, despite the fact that your home is safe and it has been saved. It still is so terribly painful. And I know that we talk about survivor's guilt. And when you look around your neighborhood and see all the people that you love who can't have gratitude like you have right now is so very hard. So thank you, and I wish you the best, and we'll be checking back in as the days and weeks go on. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to throw it back to you guys in Studio City.
All right, Michelle, thank you for that. Well, a man who grew up in the Pacific Palisades is really counting his blessings after some quick thinking helped to save his mother's house. But at the same time, he tells KCAL's Rena Nakano that seeing his beloved community destroyed by fire has left him heartbroken.
Hey guys, we are here on the corner of Edgar Street and Marquez, and we were driving around to see if anyone was rummaging through their things, and we saw Chris Clinton, who's lived here your entire life. You were here to kind of save your mom's house that's on the top of the hill.
And save my mom.
And save your mom. And we came down here, and you're actually not at your mom's house, but you're at your best friend's house.
My first friend.
First friend ever. Tell me a little about.
I met in kindergarten at Marquez. He was just my best friend from kindergarten to 6th grade, and he asked me to do him a favor and check through some stuff, and I'm finding just little things. It's amazing what makes it and what doesn't.
Yeah, and the thing is, what makes it and what didn't. Your mom's house, thankfully, it was saved because after you went and dropped her down in Venice,
and then we made it back into the house, and I brought 2 of my friends, Nima and Germana, with me, and we put out all the spot fires just around, and 2 houses were burning next to me. 2 houses stayed. The house across the street stayed. Patty's house stayed. I mean, it's really bizarre. Somebody said it's kind of like whack-a-mole. Like, what houses stayed? I mean, the lower stuff, the lower Marquez, really got flattened. But up Lockman, there's still a few houses that are still standing.
You said you were first starting to use buckets, and then you moved up to like sprinklers.
Yeah, we just started using our hands. We were using coolers and using buckets and using our hands and doing anything. We weren't as prepared as we should have been. But then we started getting, pumps up. Some people donated some stuff to us that we got through the lines, and then we've been fighting it with just. With whatever I can. And that's what we do as Palisadians.
I know. And you said you were feeling so strong about saving your whoever in any way.
My dad did it, the fire of, in the 80s. My dad fought it. And so I was like, I don't know. I just, that's
what keeps you coming back? You love this community.
This is not I love it. It's I am this. I mean, this is my home. I know the streets like the back of my hand. I mean, this is what's home. I mean, I lived all over, everywhere, but this is where my mom still lives. My mom's not going to leave, and and the fire's not going to take her, and we're going to keep the house. And
you told me you haven't slept since the first day, and it's getting you so emotional.
It gets me a little kooky, not sleeping, but we just got to keep fighting. And there's still spot fires. There's still all this stuff still smoldering. There's still things coming up. I mean, so we're all doing what we can. I know the fire department. They're amazing. There was stuff in the Highlands last night that was going up. Those guys are killing it. And there's just not enough people. There's fires everywhere.
And the crazy part is you even actually saw some looters around your neighborhood.
I did.
Tell me about that.
I mean,
you had to fight them off, literally.
I mean, they were saying the right stuff, doing the right things, making the right moves, and then we start. They're like, "Yeah, put out the things," and then the cops roll up. "Oh, just call some people in," and then we start putting the stuff out, and then they got a couple things, and they did. Yeah.
How frustrating is that?
It's just like sick. It's twisted to me. All these people, we lost everything. My friends, they lost, and then they're trying to come up. It's like, it's heartbreaking. It's like, just let people like have their moment and try to like get through the times and get through this, and not like, just please let us live, you know? Let us get through this. Please stay away, you know?
A desperate call from, residents like Chris Clinton here and his buddies who are just literally taking it into their own hands, not only save their properties, putting out spot fires, look after their friends' homes, even though it's been decimated, fighting off looters. I mean, these are people who love their community. They're hurting right now, but they are the community, like you said. And so hopefully that love spreads instead of all of this hate and crime that people are bringing into this neighborhood, not just this one, but all over Southern California right now. I'll send it back to you.
It is wonderful to see neighbors helping neighbors,
Yeah.
that is for sure. Well, in Altadena, businesses near Lake Avenue burned to ash, and a local hardware store serving the community for more than a century is among the rubble.
Our Joy Benedict reports the owner is already beginning to consider how to rebuild and serve neighbors doing the same.
There's just so much heartbreak out here in Altadena, especially when we're dealing with the businesses in the business district near Lake Avenue. And that's where we are right now, as this was once a very popular hardware store here in this community. And as you can see, it is no more. We were here a couple of days ago when it was burning. And I'm joined now by the hardware owner. Jimmy, I can't even believe how you're feeling right now. How long have you owned this hardware store?
We've owned the store since 2010. The store's been here a lot longer than that, though.
Do you know how long this store has been such a staple in the community?
Forever. I mean, it's been 100 years, at least.
I mean, when you closed up on Tuesday, did you imagine that would be the last time?
No idea. I mean, we saw the fire. We actually helped my parents evacuate because they were closest to the canyon. We never thought it would get anywhere close to the store.
And when did you realize it did?
It was probably about 8:30 in the morning. Next to us is the bike store. He was actually the owner of that store. Steve Salinas was with me on my neighbor's roof, helping us keep her house from catching on fire. And then my dad actually was able to come by here, and he said the store was on fire. It was gone.
I mean, just looking around today as we're walking through, and I see the shelves that used to hold something, but I'm not sure what they are. I mean, what do you even think or imagine when you look at all of this?
It's just disgust. I mean, we're just heartbroken. So much work, and all my employees, they all love this store. They were a big part of why this store was so great. And, I had to tell them yesterday that there's no store. But
how many employees do you have?
I think we have about 15, but we are going to rebuild. We're already in the process of trying to build a temporary store out front. We've already talked to True Value. They're going to help us with whatever we need, do it best. They're all going to help us, get trucks out here and start servicing the community again.
Yeah, because the one thing you need in this sort of a disaster is a hardware store.
Exactly. So we have to rebuild. We have to get stuff here as quick as possible.
Well, I love hearing the optimism. I'm so sorry you're dealing with all of this. If there's anything the community can do, if we can do, please know we're all here for you.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Appreciate
I'll let you
it.
get going. I know you want to check on your mom. How is she doing, by the way?
She's doing okay. She lives very close, so she's trying to get stuff. They're over by the beach, so they're trying to get some of their essentials.
Yeah, is her house okay?
Her house is fine.
Well, then that is the best news that we can
very
have.
much.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help. One of so many businesses that are going to have to make that decision to rebuild or to possibly not do so, and it is certainly good to hear that this one is choosing to rebuild just as quickly as possible. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Joy. Well, KCAL News reporter Luz Delia Caballero is in the Palisades, where the scope of the destruction is still hard to grasp. So many homes have been lost.
And as people evacuated Tuesday, many left behind their cars. Well, now people are coming back trying to get them.
It is another day where we continue to see the vast devastation that the Palisades fire has wreaked in this area. I mean, we are talking about total losses, homes, cars, anything, you name it, homes reduced to rubble and ashes. This is an entire community that has been wiped. On both sides of the street, you see there home after home after home burned to the ground, and firefighters at this time are just focusing their efforts on continuing to put out hot spots. We saw them earlier rushing to a home while The hot spot was small. It quickly grew. All it needs is the perfect storm. Wind picks up, embers blow, and then they'll go to the next structure. While there aren't many structures left behind in this area, they are just trying to reduce the impact of this fire that continues to burn. As we were coming up Sunset Boulevard off of Palisades Drive, we saw the street where dozens of people were forced to leave their cars as they were fleeing this fire on Tuesday. Of course, you've all seen that video where a bulldozer comes in and clears that way for first responders, for engines to come up to this community and communities alike here in Pacific Palisades to battle those flames. Now that we got a good look at that road, we noticed that the cars that were close to the hillside that was charred, they ended up burning, most of them. The ones that were across the way, that were pushed against the other hillside, those were seemingly okay, not burned, though sustained, most of them, significant damage because of the bulldozer. So just another reminder, firefighters continue telling us that air quality is not good. So if you don't need to be outside, stay home, stay away from evacuation areas until they work to make those areas safe enough for you to come back. They just want people to stay out of the way so they can fight this firefight and get some sort of stable containment on the Palisades fire. As for those who are watching, they also want us to let you know that if you are curious to see what neighborhoods look like and you think that it's a good idea to put your drone up, it's not. If your drone is up, their aircraft can't fly to battle those fires as well. So just another friendly reminder from our fire officials that we, of course, gladly echo. Reporting from Pacific Palisades, Stelia Caballero, KCAL News.
All right, Lucilia, thank you. You know, people are coming back to their neighborhoods in Altadena to find nothing left of their homes or their community.
KCAL News reporter Amanda Storantino spoke with a longtime resident who lost his pet birds, his church, his grocery store, in addition to his home.
Now at the end of the week on this Friday, Altadena is a very different type of place. It is quiet, it is heavy, and it is somber as people come home to find their properties looking like this, just completely gone. We just ran into this couple here that is looking at their properties for the very first time. And sir, what did you find when you went home?
The whole block was flat. Now the houses and my neighbors survived. Everything is completely gone. The whole block. And we have a GoFundMe. That's my whole family. Me, my kids.
Too?
Yeah, and my mother-in-law is 80. We had to put her away out of the smog. She's in Monrovia. That's my family. Is support for
the Trejo family.
The Trejo family. Please donate for my family and my friends and my community. We want to rebuild, and we're not selling. We're staying.
You're gonna stay here. You love Altadena.
Yeah, I do. It's a beautiful. We call it beautiful Altadena. It's gorgeous.
Have you told your kids yet?
We came yesterday. My little guy, Jeremy, he was crying when he saw that the little birds didn't survive. Our pets didn't survive. He was just devastating. He cried for hours. All my kids, his toys. We have no clothing. We went to Target and buy something so we can wear for at least for a week. And so
I can't imagine what you are all going through. Looking at your community like this, what is going on in your head about what happened this week?
I don't know. I have no words. I did try to save my house, but the fire department, they pulled me over because I live in an alley with 4 houses. It was the only way out, and when I left at 6 a.m., everything around me was on fire, and I drove my car through fire, and my house was still standing. 2 hours later, my house burned, and then later it was already gone, and that's it. And see, my community where I used to buy my groceries, everything is gone. My church is gone. Everything. My friends lost everything. My cousin, they lost everything. And
this is a complete tragedy, and it's...
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high. If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency? She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling. That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
Clearly, Better Morning starts right here.
That's right. Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Thousands of homes have been destroyed, and we continue to hear the numbers change, but know that this is going to be a long-term recovery for all of these individuals that have been impacted.
The fact is that I'm totally innocent. I did nothing wrong.
The United States government concedes that it has no evidence that China has ever attempted to date to control the U.S. TikTok platform.
Hello, I'm Nicole Killian in Washington. Tonight on this Friday edition of America Decides, President-elect Donald Trump is sentenced for his New York hush money crimes. The ruling comes just over a week before his inauguration. Trump will now officially enter the White House as a convicted felon.
The people of our country got to see this firsthand because they watched the case in your courtroom. They got to see this firsthand, and then they voted, and I won and got the largest number of votes by far of any Republican candidate in history.
And in Southern California, utter devastation as a picture unfolds of homes destroyed, cars burned out, and at least 10 lives lost. And the winds could fuel the flames for days to come. But first, we start tonight on politics with our Scott McFarlane and Weijia Jiang. Scott, this really was another historic moment for President-elect Donald Trump. Walk us through what happened in the courtroom today.
This is another distinctive legal moment, isn't it? The judge in this case, this New York City case in which Trump became the first president ever convicted of a crime, unconditionally discharged the case, which is a term that means there will be no sentence. There will be no punishment. There will be no jail time, no fine, no probation, no supervised release.
How significant is that?
Well, it's distinctive. These are 34 felony counts. To have nothing attached to them is significant. It's also particularly distinctive to these circumstances. The judge said it's not practical to issue a sentence against a future president because you can't execute that sentence when somebody is president of the United States. And the judge had said previously, Nicole, you can't have that hanging over his head for 4 years waiting for 2029. So the practical impact was we can do nothing to sentence you for these crimes. What's more, the prosecutors, they agreed that was the only disposition possible.
I mean, but for assuming office in a couple of days, do you think the president-elect, if he was an ordinary citizen, would have faced some type of sentence today or penalty?
Because Judge Juan Merchan indicated as much after the verdict and during the trial that these are felonies. We have to respect what the jury said here is you didn't just commit crimes, you committed felonies, which often lead to some form of probation, fines, or prison time. Trump's lawyers very deliberately tried to draw out the clock here and delay these proceedings. And this is a uniquely successful example of that. The time ran out.
And Weijia, I want to turn to you. Obviously, we heard from the president-elect during this sentencing hearing. He appeared virtually. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
It's been a political witch hunt. It was done to damage my reputation so that I'd lose the election, and obviously that didn't work.
I mean, this isn't the first time we've heard such grievances from the president-elect, but what did you make of his comments?
Well, you're exactly right, Nicole. The thrust of his comments really matched what the president-elect has said during any time he's been investigated, whether it's by a special counsel, whether it's by members of Congress. He claims that this was simply a political witch hunt. And in a lengthy statement that he posted on Truth Social, he actually pointed to the sentencing and the fact that this was an unconditional discharge to say that alone proves that there was never a case and this case should never have been brought. But Judge Merchan made very clear in the courtroom that the reason why he received this non-penalty was because of his upcoming presidency and for no other reason. He said if he was a normal citizen, talking about what you just asked Scott, that this would not be the case. He would not have these protections. But in Trump's view, it's a different story, which is why he promises he will appeal. He says that justice will prevail. And he even tried to block what unfolded today, Nicole, in an emergency motion with the New York Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court trying to get this sentencing delayed. Now, that is one issue. In terms of his appeal, there's a very good chance that the case will also go right up to the Supreme Court.
And very briefly weigh in on that, Scott. Why didn't the Supreme Court stop this from going forward?
Their order and rationale was pretty brief. It was just one paragraph. It was a 5-4 decision, so it was a narrow decision. But this was a crime, allegedly, that occurred outside the bounds of the presidency. Presidential immunity should not apply to this, according to the prosecutors, and 5 justices agreed. But that it was 5-4 could be indicative of what's to come during this second Trump term, a Supreme Court which seems very much aligned with President Trump's interests.
And Weijia, I want to turn back to you. Obviously, there's a lot going on there in Mar-a-Lago, specifically the president-elect meeting this weekend with House Republicans. What can we expect from those meetings?
So, Nicole, this is part of a series of meetings that Trump is having with Republicans, not only lawmakers, but last night he hosted 22 GOP governors at Mar-a-Lago for dinner because he is laser focused on his agenda and trying to tick off as many boxes as he can in terms of delivering his campaign promises. So we know he's focused on mass deportations, on tax cuts, on energy. But when you're talking about members of the House Freedom Caucus, when they sit down with Trump, they also will have to talk about their priorities. There is a huge opportunity coming up that you both cover so closely with the reconciliation process to get some of those priorities done. But, you know, these conservative members, they're going to want some reassurances that there's going to be spending cuts, especially when Trump has indicated that he wants to raise the debt ceiling. They're going to want to know where these cuts are going to come from, that the government is not going to be spending so much money. And they're going to want to present to Trump their own priorities as well. So there's going to be a lot to talk about. And I think this is really just setting the table for what's to come, what's going to be a very busy time for the both of you on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, well, I guess to that point, very briefly, Weijia, while we have you, I mean, how critical are these conversations to advancing the president-elect's agenda, particularly as we see both House and Senate Republicans still seem to be on different pages when it comes to whether or not they should do one bill or two bills?
Yeah, that is going to be a big sticking point. We know that Trump has said he wants one big, beautiful bill, but many members that he will be talking to this weekend see it differently, that they don't want to jam too much into just one piece of legislation, and they'd rather see two separate pieces. And so I imagine that will be a big part of the conversation. And we'll see where Trump lands on this, because there have been openings where he seems to be flexible. But the bottom line is he's going to express what he wants from these lawmakers. And remember, we've seen time and time again how the Trump factor matters and can matter in races. And so, it'll be interesting to see what will happen for those members who do not comply with what Trump asks of them.
All right, Weijia Jiang in West Palm Beach, much warmer than where Scott and I are here in Washington. Thanks to both of you for being with us. In Southern California tonight, those deadly wildfires are still mostly uncontained. The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office says at least 10 people have died, and there are new fears that strong winds will persist. Elise Preston joins us now from Santa Monica, California. And Elise, what's the situation on the ground where you are?
Nicole, you're saying there are new fears that strong winds could kick things back up. Right now, winds have died down, and their red flag warning that is in effect. It's expected to expire at 6 p.m. Local time, but in just a matter of days on Monday, there's another red flag warning just staring us right around the corner. So that is expected to kick up an already exhausting firefight even more. We are in Santa Monica, just miles away from the Palisades fire. You can see that in the background. Now, the haze has kind of thinned out a bit where we are, but I can tell you just over that bend and past, once you get in there, is really where you're still seeing that destruction, where neighborhoods look like war zones. Now, here on the Pacific Coast Highway, it is largely closed off to auto traffic. You're only seeing first responder vehicles or people who are responding to the fire in some kind of way. However, we have seen people walking for miles, for hours, to try to get to their neighborhoods and take a glimpse of what is left of their homes. About an hour ago, I overheard a family say, "We got to get going. It's a 5-hour walk from here." They're trying to make it there and back before the curfew sets in at 6 p.m. tonight. And authorities are trying to keep looters, they're trying to keep nefarious activity out, and they're also just trying to keep everyone safe, because these fires are still burning. This Palisades fire is only 8% contained.
Yeah, simply incredible, because as we know, there in Southern California, really the best way to get around is car transportation. So to have people walking like that just goes to show how difficult and dire a situation it is. But, you referenced the Palisades fire there, which is one of the largest. It spread so rapidly. How did it grow so quickly, and what are some of the biggest issues that firefighters are experiencing there?
So the wind really made a difference here. on Tuesday, on Wednesday, when these fires were really starting to get going, it was hard for them to even put air support up into the air. So you could not get any water drops. You didn't see any planes dropping retardant. It was just too dangerous. It felt dangerous just standing here. Nicole, I know you're no stranger to hurricane force winds. That's what it felt like. But instead of those winds carrying water, they were carrying embers and flames. And that's how they were able to spread so far so quickly. We were in the neighborhood, and you're walking and you're seeing homes smoldering, but then you would see embers, and you know that you got to jump back because those embers within seconds would burst into larger flames. And so a fire that was put out would then reignite, or a new fire would start. And so that has been the case throughout Southern California. We have currently 6 fires burning. And while the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire are incredibly large, incredibly destructive, altogether we've seen about at least 10,000 structures destroyed. That number's only expected to go up. And of course, the worst loss here is that loss of life. And we know 10 people have been killed as a result of these fires.
Yeah, very difficult situation to watch. I'm also no stranger to Southern California, having grown up there. So Elise Preston, we thank you for being out there and encourage you to continue to stay safe. Coming up next, we'll be joined by Senator Adam Schiff of California. We will get the very latest on the wildfires and the federal response. You're watching America Decides.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high. If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discovery, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling. That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
As fire rages in Southern California, questions are starting to be asked about how budget cuts at the state and local level may have impacted the response. President Biden has said the federal government will cover 100% of fire response costs.
They're the worst fires to ever hit Los Angeles, ever. And as soon as these fires broke out, I approved the Fire Management Assistance Grant. I'm also surging all federal resources possible to Southern California.
California Senator Adam Schiff joins us now. Senator, thank you so much for being with us. I know you live in Southern California, and it's been very difficult to see some of these images from afar. But now that you're there, what have you seen and what's being done to get these fires under control?
Well, it's just devastating. Unlike other fires I've seen in the past in California, this one has wiped out whole neighborhoods, whole communities. People's home is gone, their church is gone, their school is gone, their neighbors also have had to flee to shelter, and there's just still no end in sight. I spoke to one firefighter here in the Palisades who wasn't sure he was going to make it out of this fire alive, with fires in front of him, behind him, with water running low, communications down. He told me it was the closest thing to hell that he could imagine.
President Biden has said the federal government will pay for 100% of the California wildfires recovery costs. Let's take a quick listen to the FEMA administrator talking about what that declaration could do immediately.
Some of the immediate things that we can provide to them are to cover the costs that they're incurring as they have been evacuated, helping to support what their longer-term shelter and housing needs are going to be. We can also help support crisis counseling and disaster unemployment.
What do you see as some of the immediate needs on the ground there?
Well, the administration has really moved with enormous speed, not only with the major disaster declaration, but also by covering 100% of the costs of trying to fight these fires. That's a incredibly generous federal match, but there is going to be so much more need in the future, because lots of these folks behind me and other parts of Southern California didn't have insurance. A lot of insurance companies were canceling their policies, some right up to the beginning of this fire, and these folks are going to need help getting back on their feet, help rebuilding. We're going to have to start, once we put out these fires, being on the watch for mudslides, which often are the next shoe to fall. So we're not through the fires yet. We're not through some of the hardest to come potentially, and we're going to need enormous help in rebuilding.
Yeah, and I guess to that point, as you're well aware, Congress passed about $100 billion in disaster relief at the end of last year. But to your point about the potential for a longer-term relief, do you expect the governor will submit a request for more federal aid? And do you think there is the will in Congress to approve more aid if needed?
I have no doubt that as generous as the federal government has been so far with these emergency declarations and matching funds, we're going to need more. We're going to need a lot more to build. This is the most costly fire disaster, I think, in our state's history, maybe any state's history. So yes, we're going to be coming back to the federal government seeking more. And frankly, if we don't get on top of climate change, if we don't more aggressively attack climate change, every state is going to be in the position that California is in right now, where the disasters are more frequent and more costly. One of the things that's so shocking about this fire disaster is that it's January. We're not used to seeing these kind of fires in January, but if we don't attack this bigger problem of climate change, who knows how long this fire season is going to go in the future.
President-elect Trump has slammed President Biden, Governor Newsom, as well as Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass over the response to these wildfires. What is your reaction? Do you believe that California Democrats in particular have done enough to prepare for these fires and to respond to them?
All of these attacks that are going on now, attacks on the governor, on the mayor, on the state of California, let's get through this disaster. Let's put these fires down. Let's get people to safety. There'll be plenty of time later for the politics of this. But my focus right now is making sure that Californians get the help that they need, that the firefighters who are out here valiantly trying to put down these flames get all the federal support and state and local support they need. Let's focus on the emergency and let's put off the politics of this until some other day.
That being said, though, we know that there have been some concerns expressed about the emergency alert system, concerns about hydrants that don't have water. Obviously, we know that California has been going through a drought, and I understand this may not be the time to finger point, but do you think more could have been done in the run-up to this tragedy to prevent what we're seeing unfold before our eyes?
I'm sure when this is over, we'll do an analysis, a deep study to figure out what do we need to do to prepare and avoid the catastrophic scale of this. There are some now issues, though, in terms of the response. One of them, I was on the phone with the Secretary of Homeland Security just an hour ago, and that is some of the alerts going out are wrong. Some of the alerts are going out talking about evacuations where evacuations are not needed. That's a real now problem, and we have to fix that. And at this point, it's still unclear whether this is a problem within FEMA and its technology, whether it's a problem with the telecommunication carriers and cell towers that were down that are going up and delayed messages that are going out, or whether this is potentially some external bad actor. We don't know, but we need to get to the bottom of it. We need to fix this problem, which is breeding distrust in government and distrust in the response. And other things, we need to make sure that when legitimate evacuation orders go out, that people are paying attention and following them, because otherwise we're going to lose more lives.
And then lastly, I know you talked very briefly about issues of climate change, certainly issues with respect to insurance, but now in your role as senator, what additional steps do you think need to be taken specifically on the federal level to deal with massive natural disasters like this?
Well, the insurance issue is a huge one. It was a huge one before this catastrophe. This catastrophe is only going to aggravate that problem of people not being able to get coverage, not being able to afford coverage. I've introduced legislation in the past to establish a federal backstop reinsurance facility like we did with terrorism risk reinsurance to try to bring down some of the insurance costs that consumers. Whether we use that approach or some other, though, we need to make sure that people can afford insurance and protect what is generally the most valuable personal possession people have, and that's their home.
All right. Well, Senator Adam Schiff, we thank you so much for your time, and certainly our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Southern California today.
Thank you so much. You take care.
The president-elect was sentenced in his New York criminal case today. Reaction from his former White House attorney, who asked the Supreme Court not to stop the sentencing from occurring. You are watching America Decides.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean? Did any of that make sense?
Have you learned?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Let's do it! Let's go! Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone. Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, Gail. Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Ooh, it's hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old?
70,
yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
President-elect Donald Trump says he is going to appeal his conviction in the New York criminal hush money case after being sentenced without any penalties. Ty Cobb joins us now to discuss. He was formerly a member of the Trump administration's legal team. He is also a former federal prosecutor. Mr. Cobb, thanks so much for being with us. You know, this sentencing, as you know, included no jail time, probation, or fines for the president-elect, but he can't own a gun and he must provide a DNA sample for New York's crime data bank. What is your reaction to this sentencing, and do you believe justice was served?
That's a very difficult question, particularly with regard to this case. This case, unlike the two federal cases, which were serious cases and well founded in the law, this case was always subject to significant criticism for the way it was constructed and pursued, and with good reason. I think this case may not survive on appeal, but what was at issue today was not the legality of the indictment or the validity of the charges, but was the opportunity to honor and perfect the verdict of 12 jurors who were unanimous that Trump had committed 34 felonies, and in their judgment, was guilty and needed to be sentenced. The sentencing perfects his conviction. It permanently puts him in the ranks of convicted felons. And it also triggers his appellate rights, which I think, a year or more down the road will likely result in overturning of this conviction. But even if it does not, it doesn't undermine what the jury did. The jury did their duty and found him guilty, and today he stands guilty as charged.
You and other members of the nonprofit group State Democracy Defenders Action filed an amicus brief to the Supreme Court asking the justices not to stop this sentencing. Why was it important for it to go forward?
Well, it was important to go forward because, as we've seen, Trump rail against the legal system, the rule of law, every legal institution from, state courts to federal courts to the Supreme Court. It was important to reinforce the significance and the dominance of the rule of law in America, and to try to restore the concept, which has been dinged up a little bit, that no one is above the law. There was no legal basis, in my view, and in the view of the majority of the Supreme Court justices, for pausing the sentencing. I think Trump's complaints were largely political and personal, but did not really have a legal basis. And I think it was very important that the court act according to the law and permit the sentencing to go ahead as it did.
I mean, at this point, the president-elect is facing no penalty, as we said, from this trial. His other two federal cases involving January 6th, as well as the classified documents, has been dropped. And, of course, the prosecutor in the election interference case in Georgia has been disqualified. I mean, at this point, could he face any further legal repercussions, or is this all behind him now?
So it's largely behind him. The only potential legal repercussions would be in the Georgia case. The two federal cases are, dead and over. I'm sure that he will quickly pardon his two co-defendants in the Florida case, and that case will be totally dead and over. But with regard to the Georgia case, he doesn't really have any control over that. On the other hand, as you point out, Fani Willis has been disqualified for her ethical lapses and misconduct, and they have to restart that if they so choose. They say they will, but we shall see. I think that case also suffers in terms of its construction, and I doubt that the case as charged ever gets to trial. But certainly as to the president, it's not going to go to trial for at least the next 4 years, in my view. Although there's no dominant rule or case law that dictates that. The policy of the Justice Department in federal cases is that a president can't be criminally prosecuted while in office, and I think that policy will be extended to the civil case should the Georgia courts try and do anything.
All right, Ty Cobb, thank you so much.
Yes, my pleasure, Nicole. Thanks for having me.
The last jobs report of 2024 surpassed economists' expectations. According to the Labor Department, employers added 256,000 jobs to the U.S. economy last month. The unemployment rate also ticked down slightly to 4.1%. The president released a statement saying, quote, "We have created over 16.6 million jobs over the course of my administration, and this is the only administration in history to have created jobs every single month." Elected officials in California are facing criticism over their response to the devastating wildfires. How these fires could potentially impact their political futures. You're watching America Decides.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor. It's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
How fast do you think you were going? 195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
In a original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in college? And close up on the rising sun.
At least 10 people are dead and over 300,000 people have been ordered or warned to evacuate as wildfires continue to devastate parts of Southern California. Some residents have been quick to blame Democratic leaders in the state, including Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. Let's turn now to Democratic strategist Mariel Saez and Republican strategist Matt Gorman. Thanks to both of you for being with us. Mariel, I want to start with you by listening to a clip from our own Jonathan Vigliotti, who questioned Mayor Bass earlier this week.
Mayor, LA County is in a panic state. For several hours, we watched as hundreds of homes in a neighborhood burned to the ground. We did not see a single fire engine. There was fear and there was a lot of confusion. Shortly after the fire started, a press release was put out warning of this fire behavior. My question to you is, what explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. We will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work.
Obviously, we know President-elect Trump has been quite critical not only of the mayor, but also Governor Newsom as well, putting out a number of posts on Truth Social and talking to some of us reporters earlier this week on Capitol Hill. But is there some validity to some of this criticism that these leaders are facing, and particularly when we're talking about someone like Governor Newsom, who appears to have higher, potentially presidential ambitions? Could this be a black eye for him in the future?
Well, certainly there's going to be time for reflection and an examination of the immediate response. But right now, you know, the hard work of containing fires, saving lives, consoling the survivors is first and foremost. And so I think what we want to see from our leaders right now is both empathy but also action. And you're seeing that from the federal government, the state and local coming together. You saw President Biden on the ground. You've seen him immediately approve major disaster declaration, deploy federal resources, coordinate across states, also bringing in partners from Canada. So really a whole of government exercise to contain fires, to save lives. And we need to see that continue in the days and weeks to come. We also have to remember this is going to be a very difficult and long recovery for the residents. They've lost lives, homes, churches, schools, also a sense of peace and security. And so I think it's important for the president-elect and incoming administration to understand and acknowledge that this is going to also fall on their shoulders. And it's going to be important to work with those state and local partners to see the residents through this absolute tragedy. And then, you know, doing the important work of examining the response and improving it going forward.
Yeah, Matt, at the same time, I mean, the president-elect did say that he would be willing to work with the leaders of California once he takes office. But that being said, I mean, we've oftentimes seen some of these major natural disasters get politicized, most recently with Hurricanes Helene. I mean, you know, does the president-elect need to tone it down a bit?
Well, again, we're playing their game now. This is the same administration with Kamala Harris trying to play campaign games with Ron DeSantis, talking about phone calls in the middle of a campaign, where this is also the same administration who many times during, God forbid, terrible mass shootings, who have absolutely no problem politicizing it, talking immediately while things are still happening on the ground about the politics of it and what needs to be done. So I have zero sympathy for this administration, whether they're in California or in Washington, because we're now playing by their game. So we're going to be talking very much so that the critical response that Karen Bass had when she was down in Ghana had to be shamed back. Gavin Newsom having no idea in an interview with CNN about what the effects were, about there was no water coming out of the hydrant, saying the local people are dealing with that. And again, when Joe Biden was in the state yesterday talking about the response, but then pivoting and saying, well, the good news is I am a great-grandfather now. So the response has been completely out of touch, and they're going to be held accountable for that. And in many ways, what we've seen now is years of bad policy, candidly, whether that's with the proposition that they passed allowing for more reservoirs to be built, nowhere built. The insurance laws and regulations that have really hampered the market in this state and will hurt it as they rebuild. It's unfortunately now coming to pass, and it's a very terrible scenario.
And turning gears a little bit, obviously, in terms of the president-elect, obviously the other big story of the day, of course, being his sentencing. Considering he's not going to face any penalties in this hush money case and pretty much all these other cases appear to be behind him, does this embolden the president-elect politically as he prepares to take office later this month?
I don't think it makes much of a difference. I believe very firmly that this whole last year, if you were talking about 2020 or any events in the past like that, in not talking about what voters are in the future, you were missing out. And I think, look, this is now done. It is set aside, whether the case is against him or now this. Let's just focus on what he's going to take office on. He's going to take office on trade, immigration, and the like. I think he and others will do well about focusing on that and not something in the past.
Yeah, and Marielle, what do you think we can expect come day one? Obviously, we know the president-elect this weekend is meeting with a number of different House Republicans, House Freedom Caucus committee chairs, and others. But when he was on Capitol Hill earlier this week with respect to reconciliation, he kept saying, well, I could do one or two, which is different from earlier this week where he also said he wants one big, beautiful bill. So, kind of where do you see things going from a policy and legislative standpoint to lay the ground for him when he takes office on the 20th?
Sure. Well, the president-elect was really elected on his promise to lower costs for the American people. And as we start to see conversations unfold within the Republican caucus with the incoming administration, the focus has really not been on that issue. It's been on how much can we cut government spending? How much can we cut these critical programs that Americans rely on in order to pass and pay for tax cuts for the wealthy at the end of the day? And so, I think Matt's right. The president-elect has an opportunity to come in and do the people's business, but, he's working with really slim margins, a very tight majority in both the House and the Senate. We're going to see these conversations unfold, but unfortunately, they're not really focused at all on the priorities they laid out in their campaigns and their promises to working people.
Matt, very briefly, do you think the longer they deliberate on this 1 versus 2 track that this is going to slow down the president-elect's agenda in any way?
No, he hasn't even taken office yet. So the 100-day clock hasn't even started. What I'm more focused on, honestly, is, look, Thune clearly wants 2. Johnson, with a slim margin, wants to get as much done as possible with 1. That is, I think, what's going to be key is who is he listening to? Who ultimately wins this little internecine battle? That's what's going to tell me as we go forward in reconciliation between the two.
And yes or no, because we're looking ahead at confirmation hearings next week. Does he get all of his nominees through?
Barring right now, the answer is yes.
All right. Matt Gorman, Marielle Sayas, we thank you so much for being with us. Will popular social media app TikTok go dark in the U.S.? What the Supreme Court justices are saying about whether a ban should take effect. You are watching America Decides.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy.
Isn't that giving people false hope?
I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports. Tensions rising between a powerful country and a vital island.
The supply of this technology came grinding to a halt. The world would grind to a halt.
Absolutely. As Taiwan faces threats and aggression,
Taiwan is on the front line, and we understand our responsibility as a democracy. We cannot fall.
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, there are manifestations of the battle between autocracy and democracy. And that is a fight that we're all engaged in.
Defending Taiwan, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are emergency. We are depressurized.
How could this have happened?
It's still happening right now.
Meet the Boeing whistleblowers who believe they know how.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah, and good parts. They're not too picky.
Wow.
It's time for a 60 Minutes investigation.
Sunday morning, the miracle of Paris's Notre Dame, plus actor Daniel Craig and Billie Eilish, 22 but already a legend. Listen for the trumpet.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
Welcome back to America Decides. The Supreme Court seems likely to uphold a law that would ban TikTok in just 9 days. The justices appear to agree that the app's links to China are a national security threat. The bipartisan law gave TikTok's China-based parent company 9 months to sell it or face a potential ban. That is set to take effect 1 day before President-elect Trump's inauguration. We are joined now by CBS News chief legal correspondent Jen Crawford. And Jen, you were at the Supreme Court today. I mean, what did you make of today's proceedings?
Well, I mean, it was pretty extraordinary. 2.5 hours. That's the long argument for the justices, very engaged. But I agree. I mean, I think the clock is ticking for TikTok. The justice is clearly concerned and sensitive to these national security concerns that you mentioned, which is what drove Congress to pass this law, that TikTok's parent company, which is based in Beijing, is gathering data on 170 million American users that China could get access to, one of our adversaries. And also, they're concerned that China could manipulate the kind of information that Americans see, and Americans wouldn't even know about it. So the justices were, I think, troubled by those concerns. Now, TikTok, of course, presented a pretty robust argument that there are First Amendment issues here, and a lawyer for the influencers, and of course, people make millions of dollars on this platform, influencers. They argue that they have free speech rights to be able to use whatever social media sites that they choose, and that the law violates the First Amendment. But I think that was a pretty hard row for these justices to kind of follow. And I think, you know, we'll see. But like I said, I agree with you. It wasn't looking that great for TikTok.
Yeah, well, let's take a quick listen to Chief Justice John Roberts, who had this to say.
Are we supposed to ignore the fact that the ultimate parent is, in fact, subject to doing intelligence work for the Chinese government?
Now, obviously, he sounds pretty skeptical there, but...
Yeah, that was right at the beginning of the argument, too. I mean, like one of the first questions, he went right at it, framing this as a real national security concern. And later in the argument, the Chief Justice said, you know, Congress in this law, which, of course, President Biden signed, bipartisan support, isn't saying TikTok has to stop. It's just saying that the Chinese government has to stop controlling TikTok. In other words, find a U.S. buyer, and Congress doesn't care what people post on TikTok, what cat videos they watch.
Yeah, but is that possible in the next 9 days?
That's what I think may be the exit strategy. That right there. There's a provision in the law that you can get a 90-day extension. So I see that, and the president could grant it. I see a possibility that the court could enter a brief pause that would give TikTok a little more time to find a U.S. buyer. So it wouldn't go dark next Sunday, and it will give them a little more time.
And we know, obviously, the president-elect has asked the court to block this ban. Is there anything potentially that he could do once he takes office to reverse this law if it's upheld?
I don't know that he could reverse it. I mean, I guess he could always try to say, I'm not going to enforce it. I don't think so. I think the more likely scenario, though, is that he would kind of trigger that 90-day extension that's written into the law already. It gives the president that authority if he thinks there may be something in the works. And we've already seen Trump, who, opposed TikTok initially, but now he says he likes it, say, he wants a little more time, too, because maybe he can make a deal.
Yeah, and I was going to say, give us a sense of the timetable here. I mean, if we do see some type of pause to give TikTok a little bit more time, if you will. I mean, ultimately, when do you think
that won't
the court?
Take long. Yeah, that would
when
be
do you
quick.
think the court could rule?
Soon. I mean, probably not today or this weekend, but I would expect something soon. In the coming days, certainly before the end of the week, next week.
All right. Well, certainly a case that a lot of people are watching.
170 million users. Yeah.
No pressure
No.
for the High Court. Well, thank you so much, Jan Crawford, for joining us. We really appreciate it. Former President Jimmy Carter left an impact far beyond the White House. But what about the lasting impact of his presidential campaign strategy on Washington politics? We'll take a closer look at that next on America Decides.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus, sunshiny day.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
I have a dorky look to me. I don't look like a criminal at all.
60 Minutes has reported on fraudsters, criminals, and hoodlums. But what this minor league thief was able to do surprised even us.
These are Yogi Berra's World Series rings.
A sports story you'll have to see to believe.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Sunday morning, the Music Man, T-Bone Burnett, plus Ted Danson, and Martha Stewart with Just the Recipe. Listen for the trumpet.
I report from a lot of war zones, but I don't really take the same risks.
He's one of the bravest war correspondents 60 Minutes has ever met. But it's his relationship with his mother that you will remember. Plus, the robots making marble masterpieces in Italy.
As a kid growing up in Chicago, there was one horror movie I was too scared to watch. It was called Candyman.
But did you know that the movie Candyman was partly inspired by an actual murder? Listen to Candyman, the true story behind the bathroom mirror murder, wherever you get your podcasts.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you ready for some tough questions?
You're not answering my question.
This is mind-blowing.
What do you love about America?
And the question is, what is your truth?
Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard?
Let's start with easy. Who's attacking?
You might have put an innocent man behind bars.
Can you help negotiate peace?
A political who's who attended former President Jimmy Carter's state funeral this week. That includes several presidents who were elected by emulating his dark horse campaign strategy. CBS News' Lindsay Reiser breaks down exactly how a Georgia peanut farmer won the nation's most powerful office roughly half a century ago.
Jimmy Carter and his team knew the 1976 primary season would be different because of changes made following the 1968 election when Democrats lost by 110 electoral votes after a messy primary. So, to prevent party bosses from picking candidates behind closed doors, delegates would now be appointed based on a proportion of how many votes a candidate received. So, a candidate could still gain delegates even if they came in third in the state. And at the same time, Iowa moved to become the first in the nation election because its caucus took so long to organize. Carter decided to use these two changes to create a winning strategy. The year before the election, he campaigned in 250 cities across 40 states, and he aimed to get as many votes as possible in every single state instead of just winning all the delegates in a few big ones and ignoring the rest of the country. And he and his team also heavily invested in Iowa at a time when most major candidates ignored the Hawkeye state. But Carter knew that winning over Iowans would give him the media clout he needed for momentum. And sure enough, the media blitz came fast after his Iowa victory. Now, despite starting with no name recognition in a crowded field of 17 Democrats and having significantly less money than some of his opponents, Carter had more than 1,500 delegates a month before the convention. So his tactic of concentrating on gaining delegates in every state was a core reason why. For example, he lost in states like Massachusetts, New York, and Oregon. But as you can see there, he still picked up delegates in those states because he achieved a high enough vote total to get some. Add all of the small gains along with delegates from victories in places like Texas and Michigan, and you get a presidential nominee. Now, Carter's dark horse victory revolutionized primary campaigns. Future presidents have used it to great success. Fellow Democrat Barack Obama shocked the political establishment with his Iowa win, and he used that momentum to succeed in other primary states while gaining delegates in the races he lost, ultimately propelling him to the presidency just like Carter. And the strategy also worked for President Donald Trump in 2016. He lost Iowa, but won every other early state before Super Tuesday, which helped supercharge the political narrative around him. And that is what helped keep him in the neck-and-neck race for delegates with Senator Ted Cruz until Trump ultimately came out on top.
Very fascinating. Lindsay Reiser, thank you. Well, that does it for us. But before we go, we have spent this week remembering the life and legacy of our 39th president, Jimmy Carter. And so we'd like to leave you with some final words from those who knew and admired him. The Daily Report's up next.
But his life was also a broader love story about love for his fellow humans.
A great man who did a lot for this country and really showcased a true model of leadership.
He sought to take to the White House what was in him.
He did Habitat for Humanity and the Bible study for kids.
Why do you think that's important?
So that other kids can grow up to be more like him.
A warm welcome to the Daily Report, now available on Fridays. This is January 10th. I'm Errol Barnett, in for Lindsay Reiser. We begin with a rising death toll. Officials say at least 10 people are dead as wildfires continue to rage in California.
Strong wind gusts remained a problem for firefighters Friday as they battle multiple wildfires that have devastated Los Angeles County.
There is still a layer of smoke hanging in the air, like the despair so many people are feeling.
It's nothing. Everything is just burnt. And what wasn't burnt was in the process of being burnt.
I did nothing wrong.
In a historic courtroom moment, President-elect Donald Trump appeared virtually before a New York judge to be sentenced as a convicted felon.
This has been a very terrible experience. I think it's been a tremendous setback for New York and the New York court system.
It was just so unusual for a criminal defendant to speak that way before a judge at his own sentencing, to show no remorse, no contrition.
New data released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows the U.S. added 256,000 jobs in the month of December.
Workers should take a lot of solace in all of this. It's really good news.
This is the last comprehensive look at the labor market before the Federal Reserve meets at the end of the month.
Hey there, everyone. We appreciate you wrapping up your week with us. The air above Los Angeles County is filled with smoke right now as multiple crews battle several deadly wildfires, including some that have been burning, as you know by now, for 3 days straight. At least 10 people have been killed and more than 10,000 structures destroyed. As of Friday evening, more than 300,000 people were under an evacuation order or warning. Now, the two massive fires, the Palisades fire near Malibu and the Eaton fire near Pasadena, they're still burning. But crews have started to make some progress in containing the spread of those destructive flames. Fire officials are also responding to 3 other dangerous fires, including the Kenneth fire, which sparked on Thursday and exploded to around 1,000 acres. Meantime, city officials, they're coming under intense public scrutiny over their response to these fires. And that includes an evacuation alert that was accidentally sent to all Los Angeles County residents Thursday, when it was only meant for people with homes near the Kenneth fire. CBS News' Jonathan Vigliotti continues to press for answers and asked Mayor Karen Bass what she can do to earn back the public's trust.
I want the residents of Los Angeles region to have faith in what we are doing 24 hours a day. That is our #1 job, to protect people's homes, to protect people's businesses, and to prepare to rebuild Los Angeles in a much better way. We're going to stand united. We're going to stand together, and we are not going to allow politics to interfere, and we're not going to allow people to divide us for political gain.
CBS News correspondent Tom Hansen continues his on-the-ground coverage. As you see on your screens, he joins us from Altadena now. Tom, I know that you've been bearing the conditions, speaking to people who've been evacuated and lost their homes. Bring us up to speed on some of the stories you've been hearing today.
Yeah, well, Errol, I can first and foremost say that after being around these areas for 2 days, seeing block after block after block of all of the destruction, it never ceases to leave me stunned when I'm going around these areas. You know, we've spoken to people who are growing frustrated. They are scared. You know, they see such a long road ahead of them as they look to what's next. They're not even really focusing on recovering. They're still focusing on the scope of the problem, just how much damage has been caused to their homes, and also what, if anything, they have left. And to give you an example of this, we're standing in front of what appears to be an apartment complex based on these 2 fireplaces that you can see. The only thing left standing are these brick columns. Everything else unrecognizable, indistinguishable, just a pile of debris, glass, nails, soot, you name it. In fact, it's incredibly disorienting to be around this area. The only thing we can see as a point of reference are the mountains over there, which on the other side, there still burns the Eaton fire. And so you can see a plume of smoke even happening as we speak. There are still hot spots. Now, one of the things that's so fickle about these flames, if you want to take a look over here, you can see a row of buildings, one of which has highly flammable wooden shingles, would easily combust if an ember touched it. relatively untouched. Now the question shifts to, for the people who are lucky enough to not have damage to their buildings, the question is, what are they going to return home to? And what we do know is that local authorities are now saying that they are letting residents in this area back in for a one-time shot to retrieve any precious belongings, any important documentation that they may have left behind. But I can tell you from what I've seen on the ground, there are many, many more scenes that are exactly like this than the alternative, which is standing buildings. And so it's just a really tragic and shocking scene on the ground here, Errol.
And I think capping all of that, Tom, is the reality that the fires are not yet contained. What is the latest on their continued spread?
Oh my gosh, the fires just keep on popping up here and there, hot spots popping up here and there, and there is little to no containment in any of these areas. We are not looking at, a 50% containment for any of these fires. We're looking at low double digits or even single digits upon my last look at the maps here. Now, what I can tell you is that the weather has been to blame for a lot of that. We've been facing those severe, strong, dangerous gusts of wind from the Santa Anas, which have prevented firefighters from tackling these flames. What we do know is that we're going to get a little bit of reprieve. Firefighters are no doubt going to be seizing on that opportunity to try to get ahead of these flames over the coming days, Errol.
Yeah, and those dry conditions just fuel for these blazes. Tom Hansen, we really appreciate your coverage. You and the crew stay safe. Now, as of Friday evening, CAL FIRE reports the Eaton fire burning near Pasadena, California, is at about 3% contained. CBS News national correspondent Chris Van Cleve is nearby in Altadena, where the devastation there is also catastrophic. Chris?
Fire crews are taking advantage of a break in the winds here in the Pasadena area to mount an aerial attack on the Eaton fire as it burns in the mountains behind Altadena and Pasadena. Also new today, we saw a much tighter security presence. National Guard in armored vehicles manning a perimeter around the evacuation area as the Sheriff's Department ramps up its patrols inside. They are looking for looters after nearly 24 arrests in evacuation zones where looters had come in and broken into homes that had survived the fire. Now, you can hear the helicopters as they are circling this area. Those are water drops. That is a crucial part of the effort here to try to make progress in containing the Eaton fire. They have managed to beat the fire back from a key communications hub, a transmission tower at the top of Mount Wilson, the highest point in Los Angeles. That's good news. But of course, there remains concern as long as that fire is burning. If the winds come back, so does the danger. Back to you.
Chris Van Cleve, thank you for that. A winter storm is dropping ice and snow across large swaths of the south right now. In Memphis, Tennessee, driving conditions are slow as the roads there are just coated with slush. Over in Atlanta, more than 600 flights have been canceled and hundreds more delayed due to the snow there. And in Wichita, Kansas, at the bottom of your screen, snowflakes are blanketing communities with more expected into the evening. CBS News correspondent Jason Allen has the latest from Fort Worth, Texas.
The first major winter storm of this season now moving out of Texas after dropping this cold mix of snow and ice and sleet and a very cold rain onto the area. The Dallas-Fort Worth area was on a spot with this storm where 1 degree made all the difference. You look at some of the grassy surfaces that are back here along the highway, you'll see maybe an inch and a half to 2 inches, but it is not that far to the northeast where the snow piled up as much as 6, 8, 10 inches, even more in some locations. You see the highway, the traffic moving clearly back here behind me, people getting out on the roads, even though many of the schools and the government offices are closed today because there was real concern about just what the roadways are going to look like. And there's a very big difference in some of these roadways. On the highways, things are clear. You get up out here onto these raised surfaces where there's no insulating ground underneath. That's where you'll still find this snowy, slushy mix. It's like this on these raised surfaces, also like this in a lot of neighborhoods around the area. There's been some concern, obviously, with the Cotton Bowl that is being played tonight, just about 10 miles or so to our east, but it looks like people are going to have no problems getting out on the highways. There may be some trouble with people flying into the area if they're still doing that today. Still hundreds of flights canceled out at DFW Airport because of that storm that lasted for most of yesterday and through last night. Back to you.
All right, Jason Allen, thank you for that.
Gas prices coming down.
Let's get you right to the White House. You're looking at President Biden speaking following the final jobs report of his presidency. At this moment, he's answering reporters' questions. Let's listen.
Those sanctions were imposed today and not earlier in the term.
The sanctions are imposed today because they will have profound effect on the growth of the Russian economy and make it more difficult for Putin to conduct his wars. It is probable that gas prices could increase as much as 3-4 cents a gallon. But what's going to have a more profound impact on Russia's ability to continue to act in the way it's acting in the conduct of war.
Mr. President, did you speak to Pope Francis about canceling your trip to the Vatican, and are you disappointed to not make that visit before leaving office?
Well, to tell you the truth, I am disappointed, but it's much more important I stay here with all that's going on. He fully understands that. I did not personally speak to him, but the team spoke with the apostolic delegate, but I am disappointed.
Mr. President, have you had any reaction to the President Trump's verdict today up in New York and whether or not you believe that the punishment fit the crime? And also, sir, on pardons, have you ruled out a pardon for yourself or any other additional members of the family?
For myself?
Yes, sir.
What would I pardon myself for?
That's what I'm asking.
No, I have no contemplation of pardoning myself for anything. I didn't do anything wrong.
Mr. President, would you comment on Meta's decision to end its fact-checking operations in the United States? Is that a good decision, in your opinion?
Well, look, the whole idea of walking away from fact-checking as well as not reporting anything having to do with discrimination regarding the TPS, I find to be just contrary to American justice, the way we talk about one another. Telling the truth matters. I mean, I know I'm on national television, but you all are local reporters and national reporters. I'm not, this is not a real question, but what do you think? You think it doesn't matter that they let be printed where millions of people read it, things that are simply not true? I mean, I don't know what that's all about. It's just completely contrary to everything America's about. We want to tell the truth. We haven't always done it as a nation, but we want to tell the truth. And the idea that, a billionaire can buy something and say, by the way, from this point on, we're not gonna fact check anything. And when you have millions of people going online, reading this stuff, it is, anyway, I think it's really shameful.
Mr. President, do you regret your decision to run for re-election? Do you think that made it easier for your predecessor to now become your successor?
I don't think so. I think I would have beaten Trump, could have beaten Trump, and I think that Kamala could have beaten Trump, would have beaten Trump. It wasn't about, I thought it was important to unify the party. And when the party was worried about whether or not I was going to be able to move, I thought, even though I thought I could win again, I thought it was better to unify the party. And it was the greatest honor in my life to be President of the United States, but I didn't want to be one who caused a party that wasn't unified to lose an election. And that's why I stepped aside, but I was confident she could win.
You think she should run again?
What your assessment is of how long Ukraine can last without further aid? In fact, your administration marks the end of American provisions for their
Well, I had a long talk with Zelensky today. And I think that as long as we continue to keep Western Europe united as it relates to Ukraine, that there is a real chance that the Ukrainians can prevail, because the cost to Russia is incredibly high. Over 600-some-thousand dead or wounded. The Koreans they brought in is having high mortality rates as well. I made it clear that I provided every bit of funding that authority I have as president to be able to do that now. And I know that there are a significant number of Democrats and Republicans on the Hill who think we should continue to support Ukraine. It is my hope and expectation they'll speak up and not agree to President if Trump decides to cut off funding for Ukraine.
Did President-elect's position on that conflict influence your decision to enact the oil and other sanctions on Russia today? In other words, put more pressure on Russia at a point where the President-elect appears to be driving to the table?
The truth of the matter is no, but if those other conditions didn't exist, it would have had an impact. I already decided that Putin's in tough shape right now. And I think it's really important that he not have any breathing room to continue to do the god-awful things he's continuing to do. And as I said, he's got his own problems economically, significant problems economically, as well as politically at home. And so I decided to do everything I possibly could within my power and authority to give Ukraine every advantage it could have to be able to sustain support for an independent Ukraine.
You said Vice President Harris will be able to beat. You said Vice President Harris had a good shot to beat Trump. Do you think she should run again in 4 years?
I think that's a decision. I think she's competent to run again in 4 years. That'll be a decision for her to make.
Mr. President, on Venezuela, the sanctions that your administration announced today, some are saying that they don't go far enough by not targeting the petroleum sector. Why was this administration hesitant to apply further sanctions to the oil and gas industry there?
That's still being investigated in terms of what impact it would have and whether or not it would just be replaced by Iran or any other country. So it matters what would happen afterwards. I had a long discussion again with the man who should be appointed president on that score, but since I didn't have a clear answer to what that would be, if I had more time, I may very well do that. But I didn't have enough data to make that judgment.
If I could also ask about Havana syndrome, today the intelligence community assessment changed slightly with 2 intelligence agencies now saying there's an even chance that this is being caused by a foreign actor. Do you personally believe that a foreign actor is responsible for these incidents?
No. Now, do I believe that ISIS's theology, if you will, has impacted people in America? Some who are not particularly well suited to handle the life they live. It has that effect. But I find no evidence, and I spent 17, 18 hours with the community right off the bat trying to determine whether or not there was any outside influence. And thus far, we find no connection between an outside player, individual. But that doesn't mean someone reading the malarkey that's going out there isn't influenced by it. Both these men, both in Nevada and in Louisiana, have been men who've had their own problems but not because they've been influenced by a specific individual.
Sorry, so my question was on Havana syndrome, not Nevada, sorry. On the Havana syndrome, the intelligence community today, part of their assessment changed, saying that there is now an even chance that the Havana syndrome cases and incidents, there's a foreign actor potentially behind them. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't have the full brief on that right now. I'm not going to comment on that.
Do you have an update on Austin Tice in Syria and whether or not he's...
The answer is I'm not going to respond to that because that's an active, ongoing issue. You know my attitude about getting prisoners released from abroad, and I'm not going to comment on that right now.
Just one question again back on pardons and commutations. Can you just give us a sense of what other pardons and commutations you're considering in your last 10 days?
Well, the answer is no, because 2 things. One is that it depends on some of the language and expectations that Trump broadcast in the last couple days here as to what he's going to do. The idea that he would punish people for not adhering to what he thinks should be policies related to his well-being is outrageous. But there's still consideration of some folks, nothing but no decision.
Thanks, everybody.
Have you talked about what kind of post-presidency? Have you decided what kind of role will you have post-presidency, sir? Do you plan to speak out after you leave Washington, or are you going to follow kind of more of the Bush model, where you're kind of out of sight and out of mind?
I'm not going to be out of sight or out of mind.
President Biden there taking questions from reporters in what are the final 10 days of his presidency. He touted the final jobs report of his term, which shows a massive 256,000 jobs added in December. He mentioned he spoke with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky after enacting new sanctions on Russia's oil and gas revenues. He intends for this to help the incoming Trump administration reach a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. He also spoke about Meta ending its fact-checking and its DEI efforts, and saying that it's just unconscionable that any outlet would end efforts to correct inaccurate information. And just as a note, Mark Zuckerberg did visit President-elect Trump at Mar-a-Lago today. He was asked about if he made the right decision in stepping down from the election and allowing Vice President Harris to run for the presidency. And he said he did that to unify the party. And he does not intend to be out of sight or out of mind once he leaves the White House in 10 days. We will speak to our legal analyst, Ricky Kleeman, after the break on President-elect Trump's sentencing today in New York. He appeared virtually. We'll discuss what this means and how, if at all, it might hamper the incoming Trump administration. Stay right where you are.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high. If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all of this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah.
I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Okay.
When you need your sports news all the time,
We've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
Welcome back. When President-elect Donald Trump takes office in just 10 days, he will become the first sitting U.S. president to have a criminal record. Trump appeared virtually Friday morning for his sentencing in the New York hush money case. Judge Juan Merchan granted the president-elect an unconditional discharge. He called the circumstances of the case, quote, truly extraordinary. Donald Trump was convicted in May on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records as part of a scheme to hide a hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election. We covered this extensively. Trump still says he did nothing wrong.
It's been a political witch hunt. It was done to damage my reputation so that I'd lose the election, and obviously that didn't work. But the fact is that I'm totally innocent. I did nothing wrong.
For more on what this means, you see on your screen CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman. Ricky, always great to see you. As we mentioned, President-elect Trump has been given this unconditional release, but the conviction remains on his record. But what does this mean for the rest of us and for the country? Is this purely academic, or does it carry some type of impact into his presidency?
Well, it carries the historical and unprecedented impact into his presidency of being the first president to take, and in this case, retake office, who has a felony conviction. And in this case, it is 34 convictions. So you cannot really look at this and diminish the gravity of it in terms of the presidency. However, there is also the fact, Errol, that what will happen for Donald Trump is this was also a good thing today, not only that he doesn't face any punishment with an unconditional discharge, but it's also a good thing, which is why he complimented the United States Supreme Court for its one-page opinion that happened last night, because there is finality in the case. You've got to have a final judgment. You cannot appeal without a final judgment, and this day created a final judgment, and he will appeal, but his lawyers will do that work for him.
One other interesting thing from today is, for the first time, the public was actually able to hear Judge Juan Merchan. Let's just play a clip.
It is clear from legal precedent, which until July 1st was scarce, that Donald Trump, the ordinary citizen, Donald Trump, the criminal defendant, would not be entitled to such considerable protections.
And I will say, having been inside the courtroom, that matches the tone of this judge throughout the 6-week trial. But I'm wondering what you made of his overall approach and tone. You had the spotlight of the world on his courtroom. You had threats from Trump at that time that led to multiple gag orders. Upon reflection, what do you make of the judge's behavior?
Well, I think we have to look at the judge's behavior today for the public because they can hear it. The judge today showed a great deal of patience, of decorum, of integrity. He's put in a very difficult position for a sentencing judge. That is one of the most significant responsibilities for any jurist, and they take it very seriously. But here he felt, and correctly so, that he had no choice because he is not dealing with simply Donald Trump, the ordinary citizen. He is dealing with Donald Trump, the president-elect, who is going to take office on January 20th. And so he felt that the only thing he could do was give this unconditional discharge, which is an extraordinary, lenient remedy after a trial. But there was no other place to go. During the trial itself, people may differ in their opinions about Judge Merchan, Some people felt that he maintained the same kind of integrity throughout. There are other people, particularly those on the defense side or those in favor of the defense, even if they were not sitting on that side of the courtroom, who felt that from time to time, Judge Merchan was exasperated. And one can understand that in the extraordinary circumstances of this trial, not only was the judge exasperated, one can also understand why the defense from time to time was exasperated. And as a result of that, the defense, which is composed of some very, very good lawyers, certainly protected their record for appeal. This is not a frivolous appeal.
Really a remarkable case to watch from beginning to maybe at the end. We know that an appeal is likely. Ricky Kleeman, wonderful to get your insight. Enjoy your weekend.
Always good to see you, Errol.
Venezuela's president is sworn in for a third term, but there's controversy and criticism surrounding him in that position. Why people in this country have been protesting his rule. Venezuela, of course. You're watching The Daily Report.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes.
Like a John Grisham novel come to life.
Real lives.
He pointed a gun to me and said, "This is the day you die." And he shot me.
Real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
I'm an innocent man, and I hope the whole world can see it now.
Catch the latest episodes. Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
Have you What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this!
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
Now back to our top story. We're following several wildfires as they continue to burn throughout Los Angeles County, destroying more than 10,000 structures in the area. It's really just mind-boggling. More than 300,000 residents are under evacuation orders or warnings. That's according to California officials. And the Palisades and Eaton fires have burned down more than 34,000 acres combined as crews continue to struggle and to vanquish those flames. CBS News reporter Charlie DeMar joins us from Altadena. It's one of the hardest hit neighborhoods amid these fires. And Charlie, one thing that continues to strike me is how intense the heat must have been to destroy and melt vehicles. I see one next to you. Show us around and let us know what you've seen.
It truly is incredible, Errol. Yeah, you can see this car here, and as you continue to pan into this house, this looks like it was the driveway to the home, and you can make out a washing machine back there. And this is what so many homes look like here in hard-hit Altadena. And once residents eventually are allowed back in, unfortunately, this is the reality that they are going to come home to. We have talked to a number of residents today who are trying to come in to their neighborhoods just to get a glimpse, to see it with their own eyes, to see what their new reality is. But they've been stopped by checkpoints. They've been stopped by the National Guard because at this point, they're not letting people back into their neighborhoods. And a big part of that is due to looting. There's a curfew that's going to be in place tonight. Police say, along with trying to secure these areas, put out the fires, maintain peace with everything else going on here in Los Angeles and the surrounding areas, they are now having to deal with looting. I spoke to a man named David. He left his neighborhood when it was on fire. He has not been back since. This was really going to be the first time that he was going to see his neighborhood. And he has no idea what his home looks like. And he's frustrated that on top of what he's dealing with, he's assuming that his home is a complete loss. But now he's having to deal with the real possibility of looters having gone through his personal belongings. And he won't even have the opportunity to get into his home and salvage what may have survived.
And he's just one of tens of thousands of people with that experience right now. Charlie DeMar, we appreciate your reporting. Our hearts go out to David and everyone else there still suffering right now. All right, Vanessa Pellegrini is a restaurateur. She owns Vittorio Ristorante and Pizzeria in Pacific Palisades. Vanessa, I know you lost your restaurant in the Palisades, and you're joining us from, I believe, where the business once stood. Correct me if that's not accurate, but bring us up to speed.
I'm actually back in Woodland Hills right now. We just left the site of Vittorio's about half an hour ago.
Okay, how are you doing? How are you trying to psychologically wrap your head around what you've been through?
Today was the first day we were able to get in to see it, and it was rough. I got out of the car and just collapsed. I didn't have any strength to see it.
What did you see?
It was just carnage. There was nothing. It was just wrecked metal, ash, burned to the ground. Nothing left. A gaping hole of just nothing. It's just nothing. It was just wreckage.
We're looking at some of the footage I believe you were able to shoot from your car while the fires were still burning. We're seeing some of the aftermath now. I continue to be in shock as someone who lived in LA for 7 years as to how much of the Palisades is completely decimated. Where is your thinking now? Are you critical of local officials for not getting enough of a warning? Because folks did get a few days of a heads up, or are you simply trying to figure out where to spend the nights?
We actually live in Woodland Hills. Our business is there, and our employees actually drive in. So we didn't lose our home, but we had probably about 30 minutes to evacuate our employees, take whatever we could, which was basically nothing, and get out of the Palisades, which was just major gridlock. So we really didn't get a chance. And as far as being critical of our officials, they will have a hefty price to pay. I will tell you that me, along with thousands of others, are absolutely appalled at how and why this took place. I mean, they literally just watched this city burn in 24 hours with no regard, absolutely no regard for structure, for homes, for people. No infrastructure. It is just criminal negligence. And I think that we need to hold our officials accountable.
CBS News has obtained documents that show that the city was warned weeks or months ago that because of these drought conditions and budget cuts, it would hamper fire officials' ability to get a handle on wildfires. What specifically makes you so outraged? I mean, you speak about the delay in getting help, certainly. Was there a lack of warning, or was it really a lack of help once the fires started?
It's a complete lack of infrastructure, mismanagement. I received a note from a very good friend whose sister had received something from the LAFD warning them about the lack of water in the Pacific Palisades Reservoir that was down for maintenance. 117 million gallons of water that was not available to us. This could have been stopped at 11:45 a.m. when it started. We're no stranger to wildfires, mudslides, earthquakes. California is a resilient state. The Palisadians are resilient people. This community will rebuild, but it will not be without the wrath of, there will definitely be some heads that will roll. I will tell you that.
And we should note for our viewers that Governor Gavin Newsom is calling for an investigation into the water issues, the pressure issues, the lack of availability. But those answers will be, days, weeks, months away as Vanessa, you and others try to put your lives back together. Thank you for taking some time to speak to us, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
If you would like to help those affected by the California wildfires, head to redcross.org/CBS. You can also head to cbsnews.com/LAfires. Now to some other big headlines. Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro has been sworn in for a third term as president, despite widespread doubts over the legitimacy of the country's election results. Many world leaders, including President Biden, are refusing to recognize Maduro as the country's duly elected president. And this isn't the first time Maduro has come under international scrutiny. The U.S. and other nations also condemned his 2018 re-election as illegitimate. Meantime, we're also monitoring the situation in Sudan. This week, the U.S. determined the Sudanese rebel group RSF has committed genocide amid the ongoing civil war there. CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd joins us now for what is a regular weekly national security wrap. Sam, great to have you on the program. Let's begin with what's happening in Venezuela. What kind of responses are we seeing from the U.S. and others to Maduro's inauguration?
Well, Maduro was sworn in on Friday for another 6-year term, and the U.S. responded quite significantly also on Friday with a set of punitive measures against Maduro and his cronies. For starters, the United States increased the reward against Maduro and some of his senior officials for narcotics trafficking and other illicit activities. In addition to that, the United States Treasury Department rolled out sanctions against 8 individuals in the security and economic sectors for their role in supporting Maduro's, quote, illegitimate claim to power. At the same time, additional visa restrictions were rolled out against individuals accused of undermining the electoral process in Venezuela. On the flip side, this past week, the United States also announced, the Biden administration announced, that they were extending what is known as temporary protected status for over 600,000 Venezuelans who've been in the country since July of 2023. We should likely expect increased punitive measures against the Maduro regime as well by the Trump administration, who has condemned a lot of the activities that Maduro has implemented against his people.
So that's one major issue happening in South America. Let's turn now to the African continent and Sudan. The genocide the U.S. has acknowledged is taking place there. What are the allegations the U.S. is making against the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF? And what can you tell us about the humanitarian situation as it unfolds?
Well, let's start with the context. Sudan has been locked in a brutal civil war since April of 2023, pitting the Sudanese military against a paramilitary force known as the Rapid Support Forces, or the RSF. This civil war has had devastating consequences. Tens of thousands of people have been killed, 11 million people forced to flee their homes, and 30 million people, this is all according to the UN, in need of humanitarian assistance, including hundreds of thousands facing famine. Against this really dire backdrop, the United States State Department, after months of deliberation, signed off on a declaration of genocide perpetuated by the RSF. They also sanctioned the leader of the RSF for his activities. Amongst the accusations against the RSF are ethnically targeted violence in the region of Darfur. Now, interestingly, under international law, the Genocide Declaration does not require any specific actions by the United States, but it should draw more scrutiny to the actions of the RSF and the actions of the United Arab Emirates, who has been supplying supplies and weapons to the RSF for several months now.
That's a very significant note. Important things viewers should be aware of, considering our attention has been elsewhere this week. Sam Vinograd, thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
And we are going to take a very short break. We'll bring you more on the California wildfires and some other major headlines we're following, including some encouraging news. Strong December jobs numbers just released. We'll be right back with that. You're watching The Daily Report.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
How fast do you think you were going? 195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
So if we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Clearly fun.
Smart. Clearly uplifting.
Clearly CBS Mornings.
Oscar-winning actors Tilda Swinton and Adrian Brody. Plus, can you believe he's in college? And close up on the rising sun.
So the stock market was down on Friday in response to the December jobs report. We can show it to you here. There's a lot of red on the big board. The Dow Jones falling nearly 700 points. The Nasdaq fell 317 points, and the S&P 500 fell 91 points. And this is as jobs numbers beat expectations by a landslide. Let's show that to you. 265,000 jobs added to the U.S. economy last month, which is roughly 100,000 more than expected. The unemployment rate fell to 4.1%, which is a 1/10 of a point below projections. Javier David joins us now to help us understand what this really means. You should know by now he's a CBS News contributor and a business editor for Dallas Morning News. Javier, why did investors see what sounded like better than expected jobs numbers as a bad thing?
Yeah, so look, for investors, data usually falls into one of a few buckets. Good news is good news, bad news is good news, and good news is bad news. And this jobs report, clearly the later. The headline numbers and the underlying components all suggest that the economy is kind of chugging along at a rate, sustaining good job creation, but that could potentially spark new inflationary pressures just when we were all hoping that the Federal Reserve could keep cutting rates. So to sum it all up, good news for job seekers, but bad news for investors hoping for lower or cheaper monetary policy.
And so then help us understand what it says. I guess if you look at the larger employment picture, what this one data point describes about the overall job market as we prepare for a new administration and we're running into a new year here.
Yeah, look, employers they're not mass firing, and that's a good thing, but they're not necessarily tripping all over themselves to hire either. And this number kind of changes that particular picture. And so the broad growth in payrolls, you have a falling unemployment rate, and this is also critical to what's happening. Wage gains are moderating, but they're still on the rise. So the more people make, the more they will spend, and the more that spurs higher prices.
And I wasn't sure if you're aware, Javier, there's a very small bird on your shirt. I wasn't sure if that was intentional, but you want to get that before it attacks you. Javier Tafid, always looking good. Thanks for the insight. Please enjoy your weekend.
Thanks.
And it is a wrap on the Consumer Electronics Show, better known as CES. From AI, innovation to gaming and fitness technology, what are some of the best products at the show this year? We'll break some of them down for you after the break. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
Politics isn't a game. The data says you do have a women problem. Politics is about policy. Isn't that giving people false hope? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. To be moderator of Face the Nation is not an anchor, it's not an actress. You are up here to moderate a conversation. That means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports. Tensions rising between a powerful country and a vital island.
The supply of this technology came grinding to a halt. The world would grind to a halt.
Absolutely. As Taiwan faces threats and aggression,
Taiwan is on the front line, and we understand our responsibility as a democracy. We cannot fall.
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, there are manifestations of the battle between autocracy and democracy. And that is a fight that we're all engaged in.
Defending Taiwan, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are emergency. We are depressurized.
How could this have happened?
It's still happening right now.
Meet the Boeing whistleblowers who believe they know how.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah, and good parts. They're not too picky.
Wow.
It's time for a 60 Minutes investigation.
Sunday morning, the miracle of Paris's Notre Dame, plus actor Daniel Craig and Billie Eilish, 22 but already a legend. Listen for the trumpet.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
The annual Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas is coming to an end. CNET scoured the event all week and has handpicked the top products of the show, which include NVIDIA's Cosmos AI model, the Honda Zero series, the Roborock Saros vacuum, and the Flint paper battery, as well as many others. Adam Ariyama joins us now to break it all down. He's the editor-in-chief of CNET. I hope you got your hands on some of these things. Help us understand what this NVIDIA Cosmos AI thing can do, because it won the best AI and best overall.
Sure. I'm sure it won't surprise you that we're starting with AI, but NVIDIA was the real showstopper this week. Now, we know NVIDIA as a chip maker, which it is, but what it announced this week at CES was an AI-powered software platform called Cosmos. And essentially, Cosmos is going to provide the missing link that's been holding us back from making robots that are much better and more capable. What Cosmos does is it creates simulations of the real world. So it creates a wealth of training data that the next generation of innovators can use to make advancements in robots, autonomous vehicles. What we really like about what NVIDIA has done is its intention to make that code open source. So the next generation of innovators, big and small, can get their hands on this and create the products we'll be talking about in future years at CES.
Sounds very highbrow. I know the lowbrow item is this first of its kind Roborock vacuum that can pick things up. Best smart home tech. How does it work?
Sure. Yeah, CES brings you everything. This was one of our favorites. The Roborock Saros has a little mechanical arm that extends, and it can pick up a sock or any sort of small piece of debris that's on your floor, instead of what might happen now, which is the robot vacuum getting stuck or choking on something. We watched this in several live demonstrations and found it mesmerizing, and really a dream come true. Finally, a robot that can pick up after us. And unlike some of the products that you see at CES that are concepts, this one is actually going to be available to buy this year.
There you go. Adam Ariyama, thanks so much. Folks can check out your website to see more of what you found.
Thank you.
Still ahead, crews are making small progress on containing some of the larger burning fires in the LA area. We'll bring you an update from our teams on the ground. You're watching CBS News 24/7.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways to get you on your way.
Plus, more sports, more weather.
Clearly, more CBS Mornings.
Plus,
sunshiny day.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
I have a dorky look to me. I don't look like a criminal at all.
60 Minutes has reported on fraudsters, criminals, and hoodlums. But what this minor league thief was able to do surprised even us.
These are Yogi Berra's World Series rings.
A sports story you'll have to see to believe.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours Investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Sunday morning, the Music Man, T-Bone Burnett, plus Ted Danson and Martha Stewart with Just the Recipe. Listen for the trumpet.
I report from a lot of war zones, but I don't really take the same risks.
He's one of the bravest war correspondents 60 Minutes has ever met. But it's his relationship with his mother that you will remember. Plus, the robots making marble masterpieces in Italy.
As a kid growing up in Chicago, there was one horror movie I was too scared to watch. It was called Candyman. But did you know that the movie Candyman was partly inspired by an actual murder? Listen to Candyman, the true story behind the bathroom mirror murder, wherever you get your podcasts.
The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey there, everyone. I'm Errol Barnett at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York, and we begin with breaking news out of the White House, where President Biden addressed reporters Friday evening. He addressed the final jobs report of his administration after the economy added 256,000 jobs in the month of December. But the president unexpectedly answered several questions on a wide range of topics, including if he regrets dropping out of the 2024 election. Take a listen to this.
I don't think so. I think I would have beaten Trump, could have beaten Trump, and I think that Kamala could have beaten Trump, would have beaten Trump. It wasn't about, I thought it was important to unify the party.
CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman joins us now with more on what President Biden mentioned. I know that he crossed a number of topics, not only the election, but the jobs report, Ukraine, Meta, and fact-checking. Willie James, what stood out to you?
Hey there, Errol. Good to be with you. What stood out to me was certainly the president talking about the 2024 election there, saying that not only could he have beaten President-elect Trump, but that Kamala Harris, the vice president, could have beaten him as well. But the president was also asked about whether or not Kamala Harris should run in 2024. He said that decision is up to her. He also touched on a couple of different topics, as you mentioned. He talked about those sanctions that the U.S. levied and its partners as well against Russia, targeting its energy industry. The president noted that gas prices could go up a few cents on the dollar. Of course, we know that gas prices are at lows that we haven't seen really in a few years now, but the president noting that we could see an increase there. But he said the time is now to essentially put those sanctions on Russia, saying that he's done everything that he could in terms of putting those tough sanctions on Russia, and essentially saying that he's trying to help Ukraine even more. He did mention that he talked to President Zelensky of Ukraine today. He was scheduled to meet with Zelensky when he traveled to Italy. That trip was scrapped because the president is responding to those wildfires out in California. He also touched on other issues, as you mentioned. Noteworthy that the president is taking these questions because we really haven't seen him in this type of format for months. I will note the president's last press conference took place this past summer, and he certainly had several occasions to address members of the media while he traveled overseas. I was on a few of those trips where he didn't take questions, he didn't interact with members of the media, but in this instance, choosing to do so on a late Friday evening, Errol.
Yeah, Willie James, and that's what really stood out to me as well, and why we wanted to bring it to our viewers as soon as it happened, because it's an increasingly rare occurrence. I noticed that even as he was having this exchange with reporters, he seemed to be at ease. One asked him if he would pardon himself, and he's like, for what? I didn't do anything wrong. Kind of speaking in a very plain English way. And then he was also asked if he would be out of sight, out of mind after his presidency. Got a chuckle from him, and he said, no, I will not be out of sight, out of mind. I'm wondering if we can expect to hear from him again over the next 10 days in this type of format, or what you know will happen.
Yeah, well, I want to talk about the pardons a little bit there as well on the back end of my response to your question. But the president has been a little bit more active in giving speeches. We, of course, saw him give a eulogy to the late former president, Jimmy Carter. That was an event where you had all of the past living past presidents, former presidents, and in this case, a former and a current president-elect in the same room at the same time. Of course, they perhaps had some time to meet and talk before that event took place, before they came out there in front of the cameras. But I'll also note that the president really is wrapping up things, so to speak. He has a foreign policy speech that's going to be given on Monday. He's going to address the nation on Wednesday. We, of course, will hear from him, but in this type of format, in a question and answer format, it's really been a rare occurrence for this president, Errol, and a noteworthy one to see the president take this many questions, although it wasn't an open press format. That means that members of the press, members of the press corps here at the White House are all allowed in. There's several more reporters. This was covered by the press pool that follows the president, even here at the White House, a smaller group of reporters, but nonetheless important that the president decided to take questions here. And on the pardons, he was asked about that, not only if he will pardon himself, but more pardons and commutations if they're coming in the next few days. And he essentially alluded to how he could react to giving those pardons out. He talked about, in his response, how it will really depend on how President-elect Trump responds or telegraphs any type of response in the coming days as to what President Biden will do with those pardons, perhaps preemptively pardoning someone like Liz Cheney, perhaps, or Dr. Anthony Fauci, who have reportedly been some of the considerations that the president has been making in terms of giving out those preemptive pardons. But still, a noteworthy interaction with the press. I won't call it quite a press conference, Errol, because it wasn't that, but a noteworthy interaction and exchange with members of the press here at the White House tonight for President Biden.
And an important clarification there, but Willie James Inman giving us those insights into the outgoing Biden administration. Thank you so much.
You bet.
The air above Los Angeles County is just filled with smoke still as crews battle multiple deadly wildfires, including some that have been burning for 3 days straight. At least 10 people have been killed and more than 10,000 structures destroyed. As of Friday evening, more than 300,000 people are under an evacuation order or warning. Now, the two massive fires, the Palisades fire near Malibu and the Eaton fire near Pasadena, they're still burning. The crews have started to make some progress containing the spread of those destructive flames. Fire officials are also responding to 3 other dangerous fires there, including the Kenneth fire that sparked Thursday and exploded to around 1,000 acres. Meantime, city officials are coming under intense, increasing public scrutiny over the response to these fires, and that includes an evacuation alert that was accidentally sent out to all Los Angeles County residents on Thursday when it was only meant for people with homes near the Kenneth fire. CBS News' Jonathan Vigliotti asked Mayor Karen Bass what she can do now to earn back the public's trust.
I want the residents of Los Angeles region to have faith in what we are doing 24 hours a day. That is our #1 job, to protect people's homes, to protect people's businesses, and to prepare to rebuild Los Angeles in a much better way. We're going to stand united. We're going to stand together, and we are not going to allow politics to interfere, and we're not going to allow people to divide us for political gain.
We want to get you the up-to-the-minute information out of Los Angeles, and so we cross over now to our colleagues there who've been reporting on this nonstop since it unfolded earlier in the week, to CBS News Los Angeles as they cover these wildfires.
And all of their bills and things, and just payroll along the way, and waiting for FEMA to help us understand what we could do next.
You lost your own home, as did
Yes.
other staff members?
Yes, we got a call and we were hesitating whether or not to leave. A friend who's a firefighter said it's time to go as there was a mandatory evacuation. We've been through other evacuations, and so we took a few of the necessities that we needed, and we thought we'd be back in 2 days. And then as we watched that night, we just saw everything going. The next day we saw the church was still here, so we had hope. And then we saw the church burn, and in our hearts, we knew the house was gone too. Our daughter's car was there. She's home from college, and just all of their, especially for my daughters, it's just everything that they've known for years. And we had just moved in July, so they purged everything to just bring the most important things with them as we moved.
It's Michelle Geely, KCAL News.
Well, one positive note in the firefight, the winds have died down for now, but Will it stay that way?
Well, we are certainly hoping so. Meteorologist Evelyn Taft breaking it all down for us in our next weather forecast. Ev, please say it down.
I will. But I will say it's temporary right now, Juan and Amy. So we are expecting a little break in the winds right now, but I'm saying a little because we could see a little surge tomorrow night and then a larger surge of wind coming our way Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So we are expecting a break from the wind again through tomorrow, which is good news because we're getting a little bit of that onshore push for now. We're looking at breezy to windy conditions returning on Sunday, and then wind or not, fire danger will remain high until we get some decent rainfall, and it doesn't look like we're going to see any decent rainfall anytime soon. There was a little chance next week. Again, it's staying offshore at this point. Our long-range forecast model showing us maybe around January 22nd. Again, that's very much a long-range forecast, not a ton of confidence in that, but we are just going to hang on to the hope that we could get a real rainfall once we head into January. Now, I will tell you, even though we are expecting calmer conditions, we are under fire weather until we get that first soaking. We really are. So we have to continue to stay vigilant, and we are tracking 2 more upticks in wind. We'll break it down for you in your hour-by-hour forecast coming up. Juan, Amy, back to you.
All right, Evelyn, thanks so much. To breaking news now, Governor Newsom is sending out a notice about fire hydrants.
Right. Assignment editor Mike Rogers is at the desk with more for us. Mike, what are we hearing?
Yeah, and really quick, I'm going to get to that in just 2 seconds. I do want to ask the control room if they can pull my computer up really quick. And the reason I'm asking that is because there are new evacuation warnings that have been issued for the Palisades fire, which is not something we've been having to talk about for the last day or so, but they just issued new voluntary evacuations for the Palisades fire, and I want to show you where those are. So now they are extending up into here, north of Mulholland Highway. So before we had the evacuations, this is the mandatory evacuation zone that had been in place all up in here. This is all the Topanga Canyon area and all of that. But what is new is all of these yellow evacuation orders. Now, the Encino Reservoir, Mulholland Gateway Park, right off of Reseda Boulevard, those areas are now under a voluntary evacuation order. And I want to come in a little bit closer because there's not a lot of homes, it doesn't appear, that are a part of this, although it does look like these are also new. Now we have evacuation warnings along the west side of the 405 freeway as well. So you've got some homes here right up against Mulholland, just to the south of Mulholland, right here, that are in this evacuation warning, this new evacuation warning. So for our people watching on Park Lane Circle, Park Lane Drive, Elvito Drive, all of this area is now under a voluntary evacuation order. And then we've got another one really quickly. I'll show you just right up here, the Encino Reservoir. Doesn't look like any homes in this one, but getting very close to some of those homes, you guys. So I wanted to let you know about that. I do really quickly, because I know I got to toss it back to you guys, but that letter that I was talking to you about Governor Gavin Newsom, basically he is calling for an investigation into the fact that the Santa Ynez Reservoir, which is right near the Pacific Palisades, was apparently not functional during the fire. He wants to know why. He wants to know what DWP is doing about it. And he has asked the state water board to launch an investigation into the reason why that water was not available. We did reach out to DWP for a comment on that investigation, or that call for an investigation. So far, we've not heard back, guys.
Yeah, so many people have said about those dry hydrants. Mike, thank you so much. Yep. Trying to regroup from wildfire losses.
Yeah, fire victims and homeowners insurance, the do's and don'ts.
Plus, looting crackdown, the stern warning to anyone who's thinking about preying on fire victims.
When someone's injured at a place of business or in a public space, that shouldn't happen. Slip and falls, falling objects, a drowning, crimes like assault, rape, and even murder. We've handled them all, and we have a team of lawyers that handle only these cases. But here's the thing, don't wait. Evidence and witnesses disappear. Time matters, size matters. Let America's largest injury firm go to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Del Taco's new Chipotle Chicken Burrito and Bean Rice and Cheese Burrito, packed with flavor and fresh ingredients on Del's Real Deals menu. Wait, what? These burritos on a value menu with everything under $3? Look at Del Taco hooking us up.
Legendary R&B sensations, new edition.
Is there no room for debate on college campuses anymore? 60 Minutes brings you to the new university that is demanding it.
The stakes are that high. If our universities are screwed up, and I believe they are, then that will screw up America as a whole quite quickly.
an original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. What price should Moscow pay for trying to manipulate American voters? Isn't that giving people false hope? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. And that means a civil conversation with perspective.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
Women riding bicycles dismembered.
She just vanished.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Ever think in your wildest dreams someone might want to kill you?
This almost became a game of psychological warfare.
You're caught. You're gonna go down.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling. That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ gives you a snapshot of all the sports that matter to you. When you need your sports in a snap, find it on CBS Sports HQ, streaming free anywhere you are.
Somebody wants the bag. How do they get the bag?
It's a name that's synonymous with luxury. 60 Minutes goes inside the House of Hermes to hear the history and meet the people who craft elegance one stitch at a time. It's time for 60 Minutes.
The entire time we've been up here, 21 years.
And never filed a claim.
Never filed a claim, thankfully.
Long before Tuesday, the state's insurance market was troubled. While the magnitude of the loss isn't known, industry experts say insurers are likely on the hook for billions, deepening the crisis. State Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara.
My primary concern at this very moment is to ensure that wildfire survivors receive the insurance benefits to which they are entitled to.
Another concern, fear that insurers will drop homeowners. Commissioner Lara just issued an order preventing that for fire survivors. For 1 year, insurers can't cancel or refuse to renew policies for homes in a zip code in or adjacent to the fire perimeter.
The last thing you should be worrying about is your insurance.
In the midst of so much destruction, the community hopeful for better days. When you look at the birds, what do you think?
You know, they're survivors like everyone else up here. They're survivors, and they've somehow found a way to make it through one of the craziest things that's ever happened in the city of LA.
And Masa, you know, like that gentleman in your story, so many people have never filed an insurance claim. So what should they do in this situation?
So first, be ready and have a lot of patience because it is going to be tough. You want to get a notebook first, and you want to document all your interactions with the insurance company. Who did you talk to? The date, the time, what did they tell you? And before you hire an adjuster, you want to make sure that they're legit and they're licensed. You can look up that information on the state website. Now, if you prefer to get some help in person, the insurance commissioner has launched a free 2-day workshop happening on January 18th and 19th at Santa Monica College. The state is going to be there. Representatives from various insurance companies are going to be there. So if you like to handle things in person, I recommend that you check that out. But we want to be here for you. So as you are going through this, if you're running into problems, please let us know. We want to document what's going to be a very difficult process for thousands of Californians. Back to you guys.
Masa, such important information. I can only imagine if you're a senior or somebody who's not familiar with filing a claim or whatnot, makes it all that more difficult. Thank you so much for that report. Well, the winds have died down, but they are expected to flare up once again this weekend.
Yes, Evelyn has to break that news to us, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we will take the break, that is for sure. But, you know, good news with a little bit of bad news. And we kind of just have to continue to stay in the state of really vigilance as we head into the next few days and really until we get the next rain, because it's just going to stay that dry out there. And any little bit of wind could really spark fire. Now, take a look right here. We are getting a break from the wind right now through tomorrow. We could get a little bit of a breeze coming through as we head into Saturday, possibly Sunday. Now, it looks like we could get another pretty decent wind event Monday through Wednesday where we get up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But like we said, wind or not, fire danger stays high until we get a decent rainfall. And it's going to be a little bit before we get there. We're hoping we'll see one in the near future. Looks like we could get one maybe around the 22nd of this month, but that is pretty far out to say with confidence. But we're seeing that, and we just want to mention it because we're holding out any kind of hope that we could get some kind of rain. 20-mile-per-hour gusts for Simi Valley, 17 for Malibu, 17 for Santa Clarita. So we are looking at somewhat gusty conditions. As we look at your future cast right here, you will see just a little bit of wind coming through the high desert, but that's pretty much it. We're finally at a bit of a standstill. So we're moving from the concern about wind to, of course, the concern about air quality. The wind could pick up a little bit, little uptick on Saturday, but again, it's not until next week where we start to see more of it. So you will see a very hazy Hollywood Hills camera here. And as we get a look at air quality right now, we're actually looking at moderate air quality for most, indicated by the yellow dots on your screen. What you're looking for is orange and red. So we're not quite in the orange and red at the moment, but that could fluctuate, and we'll continue to watch it. We'll be continuing to watch your extended forecast and more on the fire danger. We're still expecting for the next couple hours, a little less, but it's going to be back. We'll have all the details in just a little bit. Juan and Amy, back to you.
Okay, we'll check back later, Evelyn. Thank you. Our wildfire coverage continues when we come back.
Plus, we're going to tell you about the ways that you can help victims who've lost everything as firefighters work to save lives and property.
KCAL News is sponsored by the law offices of Jacob Imrani.
They say you can't truly understand someone until you've walked a mile in their shoes. I've walked that mile and then some. As an immigrant myself, I know the kind of hard work it takes to build a life here in Southern California. I know what it means to face challenges head on, push forward, and to succeed. That's why I fight for you, because I understand what's at stake. Your hardship.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response? What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Are you ready for some tough questions?
You're not answering my question.
This is mind-blowing.
What do you love about America?
And the question is, what is your truth?
Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard?
Let's start with easy. Who's attacking?
You might have put an innocent man behind bars.
Can you help negotiate peace?
Donations are pouring into Pasadena.
They sure are. There are about 1,200 people displaced by the Eaton fire at the Pasadena Convention Center. Josh Sanders is live there where the community is coming together to help. Josh?
Hey guys, it's good to be with you. Hey, how you doing, guys? Good to be with you. Good to be with everyone watching us right now. Yeah, this really is a testament to the city of Pasadena coming together, joining hands with each other, neighbors helping neighbors, coming together and helping those 1,200 people displaced by these fires. Take a look at this line right here. These are folks that lost everything in those fires. And you get to take that in right now. You can imagine what's going through their minds. It's probably a surreal experience. I know it's been a surreal experience for us, you know, the last couple of days, but for them who have lost everything, this is where they're coming right now, and they're coming for help, and help is here. Earlier today, you had a number of food trucks that were here handing out free food to them. You had Roy Choi was here. City of Pasadena officials are here as well, just making sure that these people have what they need. I want to take a look right here. This is the California Fire Foundation. Every single person in this line is getting a $250 gift card to help them get by in the coming days. And I want to throw to a soundbite. We spoke with Mike Lopez with the California Fire Foundation earlier. Here's what he had to say.
Our mission here is to help out and give a $250 gift card, MasterCard, to the citizens who've lost everything. And that's what we do. Our firefighters here put out the fire, and then we're here to help them through the recovery. And it's just enough money to get them through a day or two, from assistance maybe to help them to go travel to a family friend, and get, you know, maybe get gas or food along the way, or just to get them over a hump for a day or two.
Yeah, guys, and if you heard what Mike Lopez said, it's just enough to get them through the coming days, and we know that it's going to take months, if not longer, for them to rebuild their lives. I also want to share some information that the city of Pasadena just gave us. You know, a lot of people, they want to know how they can help, and so they want to know where they can make those donations. Or the city of Pasadena tells us for those donations, they can bring them to the Westfield Mall in Arcadia. That's 285 West Huntington Drive in Arcadia. They would enter through Gate 3 at Huntington Drive and Holly Avenue. We know a lot of people want to help right now. Guys, back to you.
It's great to see so much help
Really
available
great.
for those folks.
Yep. Thanks, Josh.
Well, we continue our team coverage on the devastating SoCal fires.
Including air quality on top of mind of many, a warning and safety tips before you head out. Mike?
And while thousands of people across Southern California are still dealing with power outages, a look at the latest outages and when any potential hope for them coming back could be. That's next.
The $5 Original Pollo Bowl. Like ordering from the value menu, but actually good food. The $5 Original Pollo Bowl, only at El Pollo Loco. Prices and participation may vary. Tax extra.
We are Sellers Advantage.
And we want to buy your house.
We have revolutionized the home selling process, offering solutions for every situation.
No hassles, no fees or commissions, and no repairs. Leave what you want, and we take care of the rest.
Call now or visit sellersadvantage.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Hi, these are my parents. They have houses.
We're OC Homebuyers, and we want to buy your house for cash.
It just takes a quick phone call today for some basic information, then we'll make you a fair cash.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
Have you learned?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Are you ready for some tough questions?
You're not answering my question.
This is mind-blowing.
What do you love about America?
And the question is, what is your truth?
Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard?
Let's start with easy. Who's attacking?
You might have put an innocent man behind bars.
Can you help negotiate peace?
That fire is 8% contained.
Well, KCAL's Luzdelia Caballero has been in the Palisades all day long. The scope of the destruction there is still hard to grasp with so many homes lost.
Yeah, and as people evacuated Tuesday, many left their cars behind, and now many of them are coming back trying to get them.
It is another day where we continue to see the vast devastation that the Palisades fire has wreaked in this area. I mean, we are talking about total losses, homes, cars, anything, you name it, homes reduced to rubble and ashes. This is an entire community that has been wiped. On both sides of the street, you see there home after home after home burned to the ground, and firefighters at this time are just focusing their efforts on continuing to put out hot spots. We saw them earlier rushing to the home while the hotspot was small. It quickly grew. All it needs is the perfect storm. Wind picks up, embers blow, and then they'll go to the next structure. While there aren't many structures left behind in this area, they are just trying to reduce the impact of this fire that continues to burn. As we were coming up Sunset Boulevard off of Palisades Drive, we saw the street where dozens of people were forced to leave their cars as they were fleeing this fire on Tuesday. Of course, you've all seen that video where a bulldozer comes in and clears that way for first responders, for engines to come up to this community and communities alike here in Pacific Palisades to battle those flames. Now that we got a good look at that road, we noticed that the cars that were close to the hillside that was charred, they ended up burning, most of them. The ones that were across the way, that were pushed against the other hillside, those were seemingly okay, not burned, though sustained, most of them, significant damage because of the bulldozer. So just another reminder, firefighters continue telling us that air quality is not good. So if you don't need to be outside, stay home, stay away from evacuation areas until they work to make those areas safe enough for you to come back. They just want people to stay out of the way so they can fight this firefight and get some sort of stable containment on the Palisades fire. As for those who are watching, they also want us to let you know that if you are curious to see what neighborhoods look like and you think that it's a good idea to put your drone up, it's not. If your drone is up, their aircraft can't fly to battle those fires as well. So just another friendly reminder from our fire officials that we, of course, gladly echo. Reporting from Pacific Palisades, Delia Caballero, KCAL News.
All right, Lucia. Well, days into this state of emergency, thousands are still without power.
And assignment editor Mike Rogers tracking that very problem from the desk. Mike.
Yeah, you know, and it is a difficult problem not only for the people that live here in Southern California, but it is proving to cause issues even further and beyond into Southern Nevada as well. We'll show you some my computer here because I want to show you the current DWP outages. And there are still a lot of concentration on the San Fernando Valley, which is not unusual because of where the wind patterns are. But you can see a lot of really huge outages still, like this one up in the Panorama City area, where we are still seeing, for some reason it's not clicking for me, but you can see where there's a lot of outages here. I can run you through some of the numbers as well. We've got Pacoima, 1,400 customers, the Palisades, which is not surprising based on what's gone on over there. 1,300 people in Los Feliz, 1,300 people in Pacoima, and we'll go over to Edison's map as well, because here for Southern California Edison, there are still tens of thousands that are being dealt with the public safety power shutoffs. That was all from the start of the fire. You see, the whole town of Malibu still does not have any power, even though they're not near the fire. People like Point Doom is all without power, all the way up almost to the Ventura County line. Then we've got other people up here in the Santa Susana Pass that don't have power, people in Santa Clarita, people in Agua Dulce, over here in the Acton area, as well as up into the Palmdale and Lancaster. They're still under consideration, but they're not shut off. But you've got some people like this down in Lake Elsinore that are without power right now as well, and that has gone on for a long time. Now, a lot of people are probably asking, well, hey, the wind has subsided. Why is the power still shut off? Well, Edison has told us that once they shut the power off, they have to go back to each of the areas where the power has been shut off and inspect all of the equipment that is there before they can re-energize it. So Edison is dealing with not only the outages that were caused by the weather and the damage that they are now trying to repair from that, but then before they can turn back on any of the other power outages, they have to visually inspect all of the lines to make sure there's not going to be any harm in turning things back on. Now, what I mentioned earlier about Southern Nevada gets 90% of its gasoline, gas, diesel, and jet fuel from here in Southern California. Because of the outages, a company called Kinder Morgan has had to shut off 2 of their pipelines that are going to Southern Nevada. So as a result of that, there was a concern in Southern Nevada that there may be a gas shortage, which prompted local officials to tell people not to do heavy driving over there until they can get this resolved. Late last night, Clark County officials did say that they had come up with a plan to get power back on to those pumps within the next 12 to 24 hours. I did hear from Kinder Morgan today that operates those lines that says at least today they are still offline. So hopefully that will get resolved soon, and hopefully it won't create a gas shortage in Southern Nevada.
I had no idea that we provided gasoline to Southern Nevada, so the ripple effects here might go far and wide.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thanks. The Rose Bowl has been turned into a command center for the emergency response effort, mainly for the Eaton fire. Firefighters have been working 12 hours on, 12 hours off, and when they are off, some of them are sleeping at the Rose Bowl. Some are in tents, others are in mobile units. They are also being fed. A huge area for food is set up in the Rose Bowl parking lot. All of these things helping to keep firefighters as fresh as they can to be ready to fight these horrific fires. Well, weeding out mischief.
Yeah, the punishment that may make looters think twice before carrying out their crimes.
Del Taco's new Chipotle chicken burrito and bean rice and cheese burrito, packed with flavor and fresh ingredients on Del's Real Deals menu. Wait, what?
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis? You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make
What
sense?
have you learned?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them!
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Are you ready for some tough questions?
You're not answering my question.
This is mind-blowing.
What do you love about America?
And the question is, what is your truth?
Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard?
Let's start with easy. Who's attacking?
You might have put an innocent man behind bars.
Can you help negotiate peace?
With flavor and fresh ingredients on Del's Real Deals menu. Wait, what? These burritos on a value menu with everything under $3? Look at Del Taco hooking us up.
There have been several arrests for people caught looting.
Now the National Guard has been brought in to help protect the evacuation zones in the Palisades and the Eaton Fire Zone. KCAL's Rick Montanez spoke with some frustrated neighbors.
Things are a little bit calmer here in Altadena today. At the moment, the smoke has cleared a bit. It was thick and heavy and hazy all morning long, but now we're actually seeing some sunshine. It's much different than the last few days. You'll notice here, CalGuard, the California National Guard, they have been deployed. They arrived yesterday, and they are here now helping law enforcement. This is a hard closure into these mandatory evacuation ordered areas. They're keeping people out who don't belong. They're checking IDs, checking credentials to make sure that only those who should be here are here. And you'll see in some video we have for you from overnight that we drove around Altadena to look for what was going on, and we'd see a lot of CalGuard members. They're helping law enforcement. They're stationed at major intersections, and then CHP and sheriff's deputies are stationed at the smaller streets. They are not letting people in, which is frustrating to some of these community members. But there have been 20 arrests, according to LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, for looting. And so that is why they called in the Cal National Guard to come help with keeping people out. That call was made by the sheriff himself and by County Supervisor Chair Catherine Barger. The governor approved this and sent 300 CalGuard service members to help with law enforcement and an additional 300 service members to help with firefighters. But this is frustrating to some of these neighbors.
My family, personally, we relocated to Orange County. We're paying out of pocket. I'm sure hundreds of people don't have that luxury right now. And it's just tough. It's tough on everyone. Everything is gone. All of our family heirlooms, photos, everything is gone. And it's just devastating. We need more help here on the ground, and we need the National Guard and the Highway Patrol and the police that are patrolling.
And compassion on the people that's trying to get up to their family members' properties.
The way you talk to us, everything matters right now.
A lot of neighbors are understanding of what is happening and the fact that they are being kept out, but some, like you just heard, they are asking for compassion. They are looking for answers. They're just grasping for whatever they can, even if they know their home has been destroyed. CalGuard, by the way, is working with law enforcement. There are several law enforcement agencies, even here in Altadena. We even saw police officers from El Segundo, from Hawthorne. There's agencies that are here that are helping to keep these communities protected from looters. There's also a curfew in the works, according to the sheriff. Those details have not been finalized yet, but we will update you as soon as we hear about them. Reporting in Altadena, Rick Montanez, KCAL News.
Rick, thank you. And we continue our round-the-clock coverage of the SoCal fires.
Including the tainted air, the smoky skies, have people on high alert, what you should know before you go outside.
I'm often asked, how'd you become the largest injury firm in the world? The answer is simple. We've won a lot. Injured? Call Morgan.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis? You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did
English?
any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Are you ready for some tough questions?
You're not answering my question.
This is mind-blowing.
What do you love about America?
And the question is, what is your truth?
Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard?
Let's start with easy. Who's attacking?
You might have put an innocent man behind bars.
Can you help negotiate peace?
The brush fires.
Yeah, Los Angeles is under an air quality alert from all of the lingering smoke. KQL's Kirsten Mitchell is in Altadena to look into what exactly is in the air and how we can actually protect our lungs.
Yeah, there's so much that we are breathing in right now. I mean, just in this neighborhood in Altadena, there is so much devastation. And it's important to remember that this fire hit an urban area, right? I mean, we're not just breathing in vegetation smoke. We're really breathing in the contents of people's homes, like this one here in Altadena, completely burned down. We're talking appliances, plastics, furniture. I mean, all those go into the air and create toxic fumes. And whether you're directly impacted by the fires or not, health officials hope people take precautions to protect their lungs. The wicked winds fueling flames across Southern California are finally letting up, but the work to clean up is just beginning.
There's so many things that need to be done, so we're just, trying to get in and out as soon as possible.
Edgar Munoz is one of many people working outside in the smoky air. You told me, though, you're not too concerned or you don't really have time to think about it.
That's pretty much what it is. It's not that I'm concerned, it's just pretty much, at this point, it's a job, so we have to go ahead and come in and get it done.
The best way to protect yourself is to limit your time outdoors.
Health experts say even though you may not see smoke in your area, the particulate matter is still there.
Those are the small particles that, when they burn and inhaled, can go deep into the lungs, into the smallest parts of the lungs, and can cause irritation, shortness of breath, chest pain, and can even go into the bloodstream.
Young people, older adults, and people with respiratory illnesses are most at risk. So are those who are returning to their homes to find them gone.
We had probably about 40 friends that lost their homes.
Kevin Souza is one of them. His family wore masks as they walked to a thrift store to find clothes in Pasadena.
I already have the sense of nothing's going to be there when I do. I might go back this weekend, and I've been trying to avoid it, but it's when I get there, it'll probably be very emotional, I know.
Health experts say it's crucial to wear an N95 mask and gloves when sifting through burned homes, which could be emitting other toxic fumes. And those who are more vulnerable or more sensitive to the fumes should let others do it for them.
They want to, see how their houses are doing and collect their belongings. But we definitely encourage people to try to avoid going into those areas until first given the all clear by the first responders.
And we've heard from several people who are really struggling to keep that wildfire smoke from entering their homes, especially people without power. They don't have the filtration systems or air purifiers. So the doctor says, hey, that's a good time that you should probably be wearing a mask indoors, too.
And thank you so much for all that. Well, the fires are having an impact on our local sports teams as well.
Sure are. All right, Jim, take it away.
We have to talk about the games and where these games are going to be played. The NFL made the decision to relocate Monday night's playoff game between the Rams and the Vikings to State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, due to those fires. The game was moved in the interest of public safety, this according to the NFL. This will be the third time that one of our LA teams will be affected, as the Kings and the Lakers were postponed earlier this week. Today, Sean McVay spoke about what's important during this period of time.
Number one, the priority is with people's health and safety, and what a tremendous credit to so many heroes being able to, get some of this stuff under control and contained. And so being able to allow them to do that and then be able to go to Arizona with just the necessary things to provide everything that's needed to be able to put on an NFL game. And so that's what we're going to do, and we'll handle it the best we can.
Meanwhile, the Lakers head coach J.J. Redick returned to practice today after losing the home he was renting in the Pacific Palisades. Redick spoke about his family's ties to the community and the struggle ahead.
The Palisades community has really just been so good to us, and I think that's the part for us that we're really struggling with, is just the loss of community. And I recognize that people make up community, and we're going to rebuild, and we want to help lead on that. But all the churches, the schools, the library, it's all gone.
The Lakers and the Clippers are both scheduled to play at home tomorrow night. Redick did say today that he hopes they can get back on the court this weekend in order to give hope to the people of Los Angeles. Amy, back to you now.
All right, Jim, thank you. And of course, the big question now heading into the weekend is how the weather will impact the firefighting.
Let's find out. Evelyn Taft has answers now in Next Weather.
Yeah, and I haven't said this in a while, but just a little sort of nugget of good news is that the wind is dying down, and we'll take it because that's certainly going to help firefighters in the firefight as we head into the weekend. As we head into tomorrow, we could see wind pick up a little bit, but again, we are now done with advisories and warnings, and winds really laying down all across Southern California, with the exception of Santa Clarita. We're looking at 17-mile-per-hour winds, 20 for Simi Valley, and 17 for Malibu. And as we get a look at our future cast right here, you will see the wind starting to build a little bit through the Santa Clarita Valley in the high desert, but it is so minimal and so isolated. We're really not expecting much wind at all as we move into tomorrow. We're going to stop the clock by tomorrow afternoon. We could see things pick up a little bit for Orange County in the IE, and by 6 o'clock we are expecting to see a little bit of wind as well, but isolated and below advisory level winds. Of course, all eyes on air quality right now, and anything above 150 unhealthy. So everything at the moment actually showing up yellow, which is moderate. It's not perfect, but again, not unhealthy. As the winds start to switch directions a little bit, we'll see an onshore wind that could actually help air quality out just a bit. We're going to be talking a little more about what to expect as we head into the weekend. That's going to be a big part of the equation. And of course, we're still tracking a very dry and eventually windy forecast. We're going to have the details coming up in just a little bit. But for now, Juan and Amy, back to you.
All right, Ab, thank you. Coming up, cooking up support.
How a celebrity chef is stepping out of the kitchen to help provide some comfort to fire victims.
Well, celebrity chef Jose Andres is wasting no time coming to the aid of our fire victims and our first responders.
Andres, along with his World Central Kitchen food relief team, is handing out free meals to anyone who has been displaced by the Palisades fire.
Everybody needs support and love in these moments. Wealthy or not, poor or not, it's the right thing to do. So you try to make sure nobody is left behind.
Partnering with the Red Cross to assist the fire victims in need. If you're able to help, please help by going to redcross.org/KCAL. And thank you so much for watching KCAL News at 4 o'clock.
Our continuing coverage of the SoCal wildfires is just moments away on KCAL News at 5 right here on Channel 9, as well as CBS Los Angeles, Channel 2. We'll see you in a bit.
Now at 5, breaking news. The Palisades and Eaton fires continue to burn as we get a better look at the damage left behind.
And while firefighters are making progress, the danger isn't done. And tonight, there are questions about the response and those emergency alerts. Mike?
Yeah, we're looking more into those emergency alerts as thousands across Southern California continue to receive them on their phone. What are our elected leaders saying about the issue? That's ahead. KCAL News at 5 starts now.
This is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us on KCAL News at 5 on CBS Los Angeles. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. We're simulcasting on KCAL News and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. Here's what we know right now. We've learned today that the death toll from the Palisades and Eaton fires has increased to 11. 5 in the Palisades fire, 6 in the Eaton fire. The Palisades fire is up to 21,000 acres with 8% containment. The Eaton fire is around 14,000 acres with 3% containment.
And while firefighters are increasing those containment numbers, or slowly doing that, this is proof that the danger is far from over. A new fire sparked in Granada Hills this morning. The Archer fire, it only burned about 20 acres, but it was enough to temporarily trigger evacuation warnings in that area.
And other headlines from today, Governor Newsom has ordered an independent investigation into the fire response, including the low water pressure reported in the Palisades fire. LAUSD schools were closed today, and school officials are meeting to figure out the plan for next week. There will be a nightly curfew going into effect at 6 o'clock tonight in the Palisades and Eaton evacuation areas, and there will also be another update from the city and from fire officials coming up right here at 5:30, and we'll bring it to you live as soon as it begins.
And our team has it all covered for you this evening, including the poor air quality and the problems with the emergency alert system. But we begin with KCAL's Michelle Gili. She's live at the Palisades fire. Michelle?
Pastor John Shaver of the Community United Methodist Church here in Pacific Palisades was at his church this afternoon, and he, for the first time, was looking at the damage. He left the church on Tuesday. It was standing then, and then found out on Wednesday that it had burned down. The church also has a home just down the street, and this is it, where the pastor and his family, his wife and 2 girls, live. John Shaver has come today now to take a look at that house. This is your daughter's car, you said, in the driveway. And John, as you come here now, again, just heavy hearts, so much destruction.
Yeah, it's just the church, just thinking about all the people, but then this is my people, my immediate people, and my daughters. And those are the 2. My wife and I have been trying to just keep the smiles alive. My rabbi friend had said, hey, why don't you go in and, we'll get into town. And I do think, in horrific sadness, I think there has been a bit of closure, just as we've shared about all the emotions and not being okay. It's okay to be not okay. And because we just didn't even know what the house had looked like. We saw videos, but now we do.
And just as we step a little bit we're on the driveway here, it looks like there was a gate here.
There's a big garage, there was a little overhang here for the cars, and then that was there's a garage in the back, and then this was a door to go back to the garage. But we used that for, what we were using it now for was just a family patio outdoor area, and they had just renovated the house 3 years ago, and the church was so gracious. They put so much just time and effort and funds into it to make it a nice house for a family coming into town, and just like everything the church did. So not only did the church lose this house, but also the church, and then the church has property on Sunset that would help to fund all the ministries, and that's gone as well.
And when we look on either side of you and up and down the street, all your neighbors' homes are gone as well.
No, people we had just met, lovely couple across the street who we were getting to know, a wonderful couple to my left, and a couple that we had just started to get to know, and a young family at the corner. some preschool families from the church, other members from the church are right in this area, and my daughter and I would do a lot of running down to the bluffs, and we'd run into people and just talk, and they give us water, and it's just a great community.
This is Via de la Paz.
Via de la Paz, the way of peace.
There are 100 church members, and you had told us that there may be just a fraction of them that still have a home.
Well, and they're saying the town, what we heard from one of the firefighters today was that 95% of the town is gone. And so I think for everybody just to understand, if you just look around you from here, a half a mile this way, a half a mile that way, there's nothing. And even the homes that you could see standing will probably have to be bulldozed over because of the damage and the smoke and things like that.
So fortunately, you have relatives in the area. Your
Yes.
in-laws are in Thousand Oaks, so that's who you're staying with now. And no doubt you're checking in with your parishioners and
Yes.
wondering where they're all ending up.
Yeah, we're our family ministries director, Joey Hargrove. She's been doing a lot of the calling as I've been taking care of just talking to insurance and other folks along the way. And then we've all tried to call members to see where they're at. Ross has made a number of calls, and so everybody's just, and people are calling us too and sending us texts to let them know that they're with us as well through all of this, so they know that we're part of the community and that we're all in this together.
Pastor Shaver has said that he's talked to his bishop and that he wants to rebuild and remain at the church until he retires. He also touched on the fact that there's a preschool at Community United Methodist Church with nearly 100 children. The preschool is gone, and his church is a place that welcomes everyone, and there were AA meetings held at the church every week. Hundreds of people would attend those meetings, and that was another important part of the nonprofit work that his church did. Unfortunately, he also shared that one member, an elderly woman who is a member of his church, he has been told that she died in the fire here in Pacific Palisades. I'll send it back to you.
All right. Well, in Altadena, businesses near Lake Avenue burned to ash. A local hardware store serving the community for more than a century among the rubble.
And our Joy Benedict spoke with the owner. She's live in Altadena with more. Joy.
Yes, we spoke to the owner of that hardware store. We have been speaking all day to homeowners who have come in here to look around their neighborhoods, and this is one of them. We're here on Mariposa right now. I mean, it's hard to even tell that this was once a neighborhood, as lot after lot, block after block has just been devastated and leveled by this fire. And as we come down this street, I want to show you a home over here to my right-hand side. This home belongs to a man by the name of Mark Rodriguez. We met him earlier on in the day in one of our live hits, and he was here looking for anything that was left behind after fire took away his home and all of the memories that he had in there. And he was, of course, looking for his wedding rings that he said he had left behind, and he was afraid that they had melted. And when he mentioned that after the live shot to us, we, of course, started helping him look.
Hoping maybe by luck that we find our wedding rings. And I hung them there, and I didn't take them, thinking we'd come back. I have them both now, or did.
Because your wife's not with us anymore.
Right, she passed away a few years ago. Here, in fact, in the house. Oh my God.
Okay.
Her ashes would be right here. This is the urn.
This is the urn?
That's her ashes.
Oh.
That's her remains right there.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, that's it, Karen.
Let's see what.
And this is probably from it. The metal melted away from around. That's her remains.
Oh, honey, let's get as much as this pot as we can.
They're just gonna bulldoze and she'll just go back to the earth.
So maybe it's better that she lays here.
She'd love it, actually. Yeah, for real. Because, I mean, God is not so funny. Well, I guess all people do, you know, ashes to ashes. She's among the ashes now, and she would like that.
And that is exactly where he chose to leave her. Yvonne Rodriguez, his wife, passed away in 2018. She had an enlarged heart and suffered a heart attack, and he chose to leave her urn right where we found it here among the rubbles of the home and the memories that he shared with her for so very long. But he says he is staying with family and that he will rebuild his home right here where they shared all that time and where her ashes will now be also buried. I'll send it back to you guys.
Wow.
So emotional.
Joy, thank you. That couldn't be more emotional. Thank you, Joy. Well, meteorologist Evelyn Taft is tracking the conditions at both fires in your next weather forecast. Hope we've got some better news, Ev.
You know, I'm here to actually give you a little bit of it. We're holding on to every little bit of good news because there's just not a lot right now. But I will tell you that winds have calmed down, and that's good news. It is good news because as we head to the weekend, it will certainly help firefighters with the firefight all across Southern California. And wind gusts right now calm, with the exception of Santa Clarita, Simi, and Malibu. These are our only spots looking at gusts, and they're still relatively low compared to where we've been, and we're out of advisory and even warning territory, so that's good news as well. We are expecting a little bit of an uptick in winds as we move through the weekend, and yes, there is another Santa Ana wind event next week. Not as significant as where we were, but still somewhat significant. So we're going to be breaking that down for you in your future cast in just a little bit. But I do want to tell you as we move into the 9 o'clock hour, it will be relatively calm, and it's going to stay relatively calm as we move into your Saturday. Saturday afternoon, we're looking at just a little bit of wind picking up potentially by tomorrow evening, and then again on Sunday, but again, below advisory level winds, at least for now. We're all keeping eyes on air quality this weekend, trying to decide what to do, if we can go outside, if we need to stay inside. Well, this is where we're at right now. We're under 150. We don't want to be above 150. That's considered unhealthy. So we are below, but sensitive groups should still be mindful even when we're in the 140 range. So it's still not great for Hawthorne or Pacific Palisades right now. Downey 112 and downtown 89. So downtown's actually doing pretty okay as far as air quality goes. And we're going to talk more about air quality this weekend in just a little bit. Pat Wan, back to you.
All right, Evelyn, thank you. Well, thousands across Southern California mistakenly got an evacuation alert yesterday and again early this morning.
Well, got some problems there. KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk has been looking into that. Mike, what are officials saying about it?
Yeah, literally just seconds ago, Pat and Juan, we got an update from the county saying they're actually moving to a new system temporarily while they work all of this out. They're actually going to go as part of the Cal OES system while their current vendor looks into exactly what happened here. But as we look at video live from SkyCal of the Palisades fire that is burning, you can see the large plume of smoke that is still pushing up as new evacuation orders, warnings rather, are issued for the northern flank of the fire. Now, as I mentioned moments ago, the county made an agreement with the Cal OES director, that's the Office of Emergency Services, to switch all local emergency notifications to their system until they can get assurances from their current vendor that the issues that we saw late last night, early this morning, will not be repeated. And forgive us for SkyCal, they are working to get into position there. They got to climb some altitude, which means we're doing some turns to be able to get to the altitude that we need to get to look at the fire. In the meantime, though, I want you to listen to what Supervisor Catherine Barger said today about that issue when people got the erroneous alert last night, and then some people got it very early this morning, and some people are still continuing to get it throughout the day. Take a listen.
We're drilling down right now in the waste.
Right now, working for us, and we will take it. We'll take every little drop of good news we can take. And as we look at wind gusts right now, barely any. We're out of advisory territory. We're out of warning territory. That doesn't mean we're out of the woods, because we're still expecting another round of winds to come through this weekend, but really more significant next week. You'll see 20-mile-per-hour winds for Simi Valley, 16 for Malibu. And as we look at your futurecast, you will see things remaining calm as we move into the next few hours. 9 p.m., 8 o'clock Saturday morning. Again, tomorrow morning, things are calm, even though we do get just a little bit of a breeze in the afternoon for parts of the IE, our mountains, our deserts. But you will see it is relatively calm for the majority of us, and we're just looking at winds maybe between 10 and 20 miles per hour at most, and these are your gusts, not even your sustained winds. Air quality, a big concern this weekend. People sort of deciding, should I stay, should I go, do I go outside, do I keep my kids indoors? Well, at this point, air quality is under 150, so we're doing okay. It's not perfect, but it's okay. And we're looking at a lot of yellow on the map, meaning moderate air quality. So what we don't want is orange or red. So we're currently not seeing orange or red. We're seeing a little bit of an onshore breeze coming in this weekend that could actually help aid us in air quality, make things a little better, at least for now. As we look at satellite radar, there's this ridge of high pressure. We're looking at nothing but clear skies, and this has just sort of been sitting here stuck, blocking any kind of rain that we could possibly get. There is a slight chance we could see a few showers offshore next week, but doesn't look like it's coming into fruition. The earliest we could see any kind of rain could be about January 22nd. It's far out to say, but we are saying it because we're just hoping for some really collective hope, okay, that we'll get that rain, because that's the only thing at this point that will make the fire weather just go away. We're looking at gusty winds returning Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, possibly even into Wednesday, and we are looking at dry conditions at least through then. Your 7-day forecast for the IE showing you temperatures in the 60s for the next 7 days, and then continuing on that way as we move into the next few days. We're going to continue to keep you posted really on what to expect as we move through the next few days. We're going to be talking more about air quality and, of course, that wind, because there is another Santa Ana wind event heading our direction. But for now, I'll send it right back to you, Pat, Juan.
All right, Evelyn, thank you. Coming up next, the push to help wildfire victims and the special visit from a royal couple in Pasadena.
Empire makes it so easy that you just don't need to shop around. Everything that we need to get it done and get it done right.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense? What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Are you ready for some tough questions?
You're not answering my question.
This is mind-blowing.
What do you love about America?
And the question is, what is your truth?
Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard?
Let's start with easy. Who's attacking?
You might have put an innocent man behind bars.
Can you help negotiate peace?
This is CBS.
do you think you were going?
195 miles an hour. This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
On Face the Nation, you try to separate the noise from the news. You need to be able to have an actual conversation.
Superstar approaching.
Meghan Markle stopped by the Pasadena Convention Center to offer their support. And reporter Josh Sanders is there live. Josh?
Hey, good evening, guys. Good to be with you. Yeah, right behind me in the Pasadena Convention Center, you have about 1,200 people that have been displaced. They've lost everything. And so they're in there right now. Resources are being provided. I'm told that in the coming days, a local assistance center with resources will be available here. But let's turn around. Right here. World Central Kitchen is also here. They were providing people with food. Earlier today, you had the founder of World Central Kitchen, Jose Andres, was here. We know that not only food provides nourishment, but it also provides comfort, and a lot of people need comfort right now. And as you mentioned, we did have Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They were handing out food earlier today. Just their presence here says something. It says that people care. People care about each other, and that's something that it really is giving a lot of people hope that has lost everything right now. We also talked to Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo earlier. He shared with us how Harry and Meghan really are an example of so many others wanting to help their neighbors. And then I spoke with Roy Choi. He was here earlier today. He said something about food that was pretty profound to me. He said, when you're a cook, all you think is feeding people, and this is our calling in life. And so when you have people show up like Prince Harry and Meghan Markle show up and say, we want to help people that are hurting right now, that says something. That speaks volumes to people in a way that is often unsaid. Just that simple act of kindness of providing people food, and so many people here. It's just about the people that are right inside that building right now. Let's turn around the Pasadena Convention Center. You know, we haven't gone in there yet, but again, 1,200 people displaced, losing everything. And so really the story here, it's an example of a shared humanity, neighbors helping neighbors. And that's something special right now. When people have little to hold on to, that's something they can hold on to right now, that people care about them. Guys, back to you.
All right, that's so wonderful to see, Josh. And we also understand that a number of local restaurants have also submitted to the World Central Kitchen at the invitation of Jose Andres. So it's really nice to see that, too.
I'm 7 editor Mike Rogers here at the desk. We're continuing to follow the Palisades fire flames creeping up over the Santa Monica mountain range. We'll have the very latest ahead, and we're expecting a press conference as well.
And as you said, that press conference coming up right here at 5:30 on the Southern California wildfires. We'll bring it to you live as soon as it starts.
It's Empire Today's biggest sale, the 50-50-50 sale. 50% off carpet and floor.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that, Art?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Ready, set, go!
All right.
Okay, let's go.
Let's just start at the beginning.
The clock, it's ticking.
Did they prevent justice?
You're not answering my question.
They lied?
What is at stake?
That's a great question.
Great question.
What kind of needs are you sensing here?
You want to start in alphabetical order or numerical?
You don't want to talk
Okay,
about
fine,
what I do.
fine. Never mind. I don't care.
Wow, this is really, really hot. How fast do you think you would go?
You think that Mr. Putin's responsible?
I'm sure that he's responsible.
Are you safe here?
Are you ready for some tough questions?
It's the highest inflation rate, Mr. President, in 40 years.
I view it as a significant challenge.
Why won't you say the word crisis?
Whoa!
See it? It's right here.
What's the likelihood you and I have been hacked by China?
110%.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
This generation of robots is going to be different.
That's a hell of a way to get into a country.
It seems unbelievable.
This is mind-blowing.
Breathtaking.
It's time for the new season of the CBS News original.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
This is KCAL News, Los Angeles.
In Altadena, the devastation is especially jarring when you compare it side by side, as we've done right here. These are new aerial images from Near Map taken yesterday. On the left is what this neighborhood looked like before the fire, and on the right, the image is much darker because of all the smoke, but all the homes are destroyed. The Rose Bowl is being used as a command center for emergency response efforts for the Eaton fire. Firefighters have been working 12 hours on, then 12 hours off. And when they are off, some of them are sleeping outside the stadium. Some of them are in tents. Others are in mobile units. There's also a huge area for food set up in the Rose Bowl parking lot. Pat?
Well, low-interest federal disaster loans are now available following President Biden's major disaster declaration for the LA County wildfires. The loans are available for businesses, homeowners, and renters. Businesses can apply for loans of up to $2 million. Disaster loans of up to $500,000 are available to homeowners to repair or replace real estate. Homeowners and renters are also eligible for up to $100 to repair or replace personal property, including personal vehicles.
Local and state leaders met virtually with President Biden today, saying there's progress being made, but there's still a long way to go.
The major disaster declaration, Mr. President, was a game changer. In fact, you were able to do that within 36 hours. I don't know that there's another precedent in American history for disaster that was in the making, was unfolding, and for you to be there in real time and prescient as well. And it turns out that we're going to need all of that support.
Governor Gavin Newsom also slammed the misinformation surrounding the fires, saying, a warning, it's, quote, damaging.
Well, as victims of the fires deal with their losses, one of the things they will be dealing with is insurance.
There can sometimes be a lot to navigate when it comes to filing claims. Masa Saedi has some important information for homeowners.
A surreal scene in Altadena, rows of homes flattened, cars burnt out. At first eerily quiet, then suddenly deputies on guard for potential looting took off. Later off camera, we were told it was a false alarm. But right now, looting a true threat. Anthony Nara and his family boarding up windows. Their home, one of the few on this block, still standing.
The damage is smoke damage. It's not livable.
Nara says his homeowner's policy is with Safeco Insurance. In a few hours, he's calling his agent. How long have you been with them?
The entire time we've been up here, 21 years.
And never filed a claim?
Never filed a claim, thankfully.
Long before Tuesday, the state's insurance market was troubled. While the magnitude of the loss isn't known, industry experts say insurers are likely on the hook for billions, deepening the crisis. State Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara.
My primary concern at this very moment is to ensure that wildfire survivors receive the insurance benefits to which they are entitled to.
Another concern, fear that insurers will drop homeowners. Commissioner Lara just issued an order preventing that for fire survivors. For 1 year, insurers can't cancel or refuse to renew policies for homes in a zip code in or adjacent to the fire perimeter.
The last thing you should be worrying about is your insurance.
In the midst of so much destruction, the community hopeful for better days. When you look at the birds, what do you think?
You know, they're survivors like everyone else up here. They're survivors, and they've somehow found a way to make it through one of the craziest things that's ever happened in the city of LA.
That was Masa Saedi reporting. Well, as the state of emergency continues tonight in Southern California, thousands remain without power.
Yes, they do. And KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers is at the desk. Now, Mike, how many people are we talking about?
We're talking about a lot of people. In Southern California, Edison's territory alone, just the public safety power shutoffs are still in the tens of thousands of customers that are without power. I want to show you video right now live from SkyCal, who is up over the Palisades fire. This is the northern end of the fire. This is getting close to where the new evacuation orders, warnings, I should say, voluntary evacuations have been issued on the northern end of the fire, just above the Encino Reservoir and Mulholland is where new evacuation warnings have been issued. And again, they are still fighting this fire. They do have water dropping helicopters up in the sky right now. We were looking at one a couple of minutes ago here, but they are still there doing those night dropping operations as the sun comes down across Southern California. But as for power outages, let's come to my computer here and I'll show you what we're still dealing with. All of the bells on the map, just like I've showed you in the past, are public safety power shutoff considerations and actual shutoffs. And we'll go into one part of town here. Look at Malibu, the whole area of Malibu, all of Pepperdine University, Point Dume, everything in Malibu is currently without power. All of these black lines that you see here, those are areas that don't have power. And that's a similar situation even into the Inland Empire, areas where we don't see any fire. Look at Lake Elsinore. Lake Elsinore, much of it still without power tonight. And that is going to be that way for quite some time. Lots of chunks of the IE out here. Homeland, Valverde, Hemet has power outages as well, even up into here, into the Yucaipa area, Cherry Valley, those places. Beaumont still don't have power. Now, what is the reason for the delay? Because many people are saying, hey, the wind's really not that bad anymore. Devore, parts of Fontana don't have power still. Well, here's the issue. Once Southern California Edison and once a power company turns off their utility lines, turns off the power, they have to go back out and inspect each of the lines to make sure that it is safe to re-energize the lines and turn the power back on. That takes time, especially when they're dealing with outages that were caused either by the fires or by the wind. You have to go out and fix those outages, and then you have to go back and inspect each of the lines that have to be turned back on, make sure that there's nothing damaged about them from the windstorm before you can turn it back on. So you can tell that's a massive undertaking to be able to get all of that done, and that is why people are still without power. DWP says they have gotten a lot of power on overnight. I think they said something like 14,000 customers had their power turned back on overnight. Their crews are still working with it. DWP warned people that their power could be out for 24 to 48 hours before they can get their crews to all those places. By the way, our fire departments are not the only ones getting mutual aid. PG&E, which is not a power company that we have in Southern California, they came down from Northern California to help our local power companies turn things back on. So really from all over the state, whether it's firefighting operations or even power operations, we've got help from outside of our community trying to get things as much back to normal as we possibly can, guys.
All right, so it's hard to say to people, well, pack your patience, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's always been a while, but, you know, we're really at the mercy.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. And still ahead here at 5 o'clock, the impact of the fires on the sports world. The Olympian who escaped the flames but lost his medals, and a preview of the Rams playoff game that's been moved to Arizona.
So at the age of 5, I was sexually molested. I had my first child at
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Ready, set, go!
All right. Okay, let's go.
Let's just start at the beginning.
The clock, it's ticking.
Did they prevent justice?
You're not answering my question.
They lied?
What is at stake?
That's a great question.
Great question.
What kind of needs are you sensing here?
You want to start in alphabetical order or in numerical? You don't want to talk
Okay,
about what I
fine,
do.
fine. Never mind. I don't care.
Wow, this is really, really hot. How fast do you think you would go?
You think that Mr. Putin's responsible?
I'm sure that he's responsible.
Are you safe here?
Are you ready for some tough questions?
It's the highest inflation rate, Mr. President, in 40 years.
I view it as a significant challenge.
Why won't you say the word crisis?
Whoa!
See it? It's right here.
What's the likelihood you and I have been hacked by China?
110%.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
This generation of robots is going to be different. That's a hell of a way to get into a country.
It seems unbelievable.
This is mind-blowing.
Breathtaking.
It's time for the new season of the CBS News Original.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
And as weeknights, KCAL News.
Well, these fires are also impacting the sports world. Olympic swimmer Gary Hall Jr. says he lost all 10 of his Olympic medals in his rented home in the Pacific Palisades. He says he managed to escape with his dog, but he wasn't able to grab his 5 gold, 3 silver, and 2 bronze medals.
Well, Monday night's playoff game between the Rams and Vikings has been moved from SoFi Stadium in Inglewood to State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, due to the fires. Head coach Sean McVay talked about it today, offering his condolences to the victims.
You realize the perspective, and you hate for situations like this to arise. There was something similar that we've been a part of in 2018 with LA together, and you talk about really what sports represents is an opportunity for people to come together, provide a temporary sense of relief from some of the things that they're going through.
The Kroenke family, which owns the Rams, is donating $1 million to the LAFD Foundation. The Chargers, Texans, Vikings, and the NFL Foundation are also donating $1 million each.
Well, the LA Galaxy is also trying to help. The team will be hosting a donation drive at Dignity Health Sports Park on Monday and Tuesday, and everyone is invited to drop off new and unused items from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. each day. Some of the most needed items are water, hygiene products, blankets, and baby essentials like diapers and wipes.
Still ahead here at 5, the devastating power of the wildfire in Altadena. Meet the man who escaped with his life but lost his entire neighborhood.
And KCAL Cares. We are partnering with the Red Cross to assist fire victims in need. If you're able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did
English?
any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Ready, set, go!
All right. Okay, let's go.
Let's just start at the beginning.
The clock, it's ticking.
Did they prevent justice?
You're not answering my question.
They lied?
What is at stake?
That's a great question.
Great question.
What kind of needs are you sensing here?
You want to start in alphabetical order or numerical?
You don't want to talk
Okay,
about
fine,
what I do.
fine.
All right?
Never mind. I don't care.
Wow, this is really, really hot. How fast do you think you would go?
You think that Mr. Putin's responsible?
I'm sure that he's responsible.
Are you safe here?
Are you ready for some tough questions?
It's the highest inflation rate, Mr. President, in 40 years.
I view it as a significant challenge.
Why won't you say the word crisis?
Whoa!
See it? It's right here.
What's the likelihood you and I have been hacked by China?
110%.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
This generation of robots is going to be different. That's a hell of a way to get into a country.
It seems unbelievable.
This is mind-blowing.
Breathtaking.
It's time for the new season of the CBS News Original.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
President who lost.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did
English?
any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount.
And we have a GoFundMe. That's my whole family. Me and my kids.
Too?
Yeah, and my mother-in-law is 80. We had to put her away out of the smog. She's in Monrovia. That's my family. Is support for
The Trejo
the Trejo family. Please donate for my family and my friends and my community. We want to rebuild, and we're not selling, we're staying.
You're going to stay here. You love Altadena.
Yeah, I do. It's a beautiful, we call it beautiful Altadena. It's gorgeous.
Have you told your kids yet?
We came yesterday. My little guy, Jeremy, he was crying when he saw that the little birds didn't survive. Our pets didn't survive. He was just devastating. He cried for hours. All my kids, his toys. We have no clothing. We went to Target and buy something so we can wear for at least for a week. And so...
I can't imagine what you are all going through. Looking at your community like this, what is going on in your head about what happened this week?
I don't know. I have no words. I did try to save my house, but the fire department, they pulled me over because I live in an alley with 4 houses. It was only the only way out, and when I left at 6 a.m., everything around me was on fire, and I drove my car through fire, and my house was still standing. 2 hours later, my house burned, and then later it was already gone, and that's it. And see, my community where I used to buy my groceries, everything is gone. My church is gone, everything. My friends lost everything. My cousin, they lost everything. And
this is a complete tragedy, and it's families like the Trejo family. These are the stories that we're going to be hearing for the next couple of weeks, months, years, as this community just tries to rebuild. Thank you for sharing with us, and we hope that you can get the support that you need. I'll get that from you in just a bit, but we just, our hearts go to all the families that are coming home to find this, just nothing, as they look at what was once their front walkway to their homes, to where their entries were, and not being able to salvage anything here. So the fire department is here still cleaning up hot spots. The law enforcement is out here to make sure that people are staying safe if they do get in here. But really, it's still not really accessible or safe for anyone to really be back here and start picking up the pieces to rebuild once again. In Altadena, I'm Amanda Starantino, KCAL News.
Just so many stories like that, so many people impacted across our area. Very interested in what you have to say, Evelyn Taft. We always are, but especially now because of what we've been experiencing in the weather.
Yeah, and I mean, this is finally the time where we can sort of take a little bit of a breath, and just taking one with everybody. But I will tell you that it's not long-lived at this time, because the winds will pick up again. And they could get up to 60 miles per hour next week. So we're still looking at a pretty significant wind event heading our way next week. We're getting a little bit of a break right now. Of course, evacuation orders are starting to spread out a little bit, enter new areas. So we're continuing to keep our eyes there. But as we get a look at wind gusts at the moment, I'm going to step off and show you. I just want to show you a pretty clear map. We'll take it, because we have seen wind gusts all across Southern California, and really, for a matter of days, we saw numbers upwards of 60 miles per hour, 70, 80, 90 miles per hour. Well, right now we're looking at 20-mile-per-hour wind gusts for Simi Valley, 16 miles per hour as we head to Malibu, and that's pretty much it. So let's take a closer look at what's happening right here on Futurecast. You will see things are relatively calm for now. They're staying calm. We're out of wind advisory and high wind warning territory, but we could potentially see maybe a little more wind come in tomorrow. Just a little uptick, possibly another uptick as we move into Sunday, but that next event is heading our way next week. Of course, all eyes on air quality right now. We're okay. We're below 150. We'll take it, but we could see air quality worsen. We certainly could see those winds intensify by next week as well. We're going to keep our eyes on the forecast. Of course, the wind, the hour by hour, coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, so don't go away. For now, though, I'll send it right back to you, Pat and Juan.
Evelyn, thank you. And right after KCAL News at 6 is the CBS Evening News.
And here's a preview of tonight's broadcast.
Hey, Pat and Juan. We go on the road with a geology teacher and his former student for lessons in gratitude and compassion when life got rocky. That and more tonight on the CBS Evening News.
Hi, everyone. If you were injured in an accident, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by right now. You can find out how much money you can potentially get for your accident. I'm Tori Schulman, along with my co-host and spokesman, Al Jackson. So, Al, tell the viewers at home who...
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did
English?
any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Ready, set, go!
All right. Okay, let's go.
Let's just start at the beginning.
The clock, it's ticking.
Did they prevent justice?
You're not answering my question.
They lied?
What is at stake?
That's a great question.
Great question.
What kind of needs are you sensing here?
You want to start in alphabetical order or numerical?
You don't want to talk
Okay,
about
fine,
what I do.
fine.
I mean,
Never mind. I don't care.
Wow, this is really, really hot. How fast do you think you would go?
You think that Mr. Putin's responsible?
I'm sure that he's responsible.
Are you safe here?
Are you ready for some tough questions?
It's the highest inflation rate, Mr. President, in 40 years.
I view it as a significant challenge.
Why won't you say the word crisis?
Whoa!
See it? It's right here.
What's the likelihood you and I have been hacked by China?
110%.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
This generation of robots is going to be different.
That's a hell of a way to get into a country.
It seems unbelievable.
This is mind-blowing.
Breathtaking.
It's time for the new season of the CBS News original.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Been at the center of the Eaton fire.
But if it wasn't for us to come and rescue him, who knows what would have happened.
At the height of the fire on Tuesday, Chris Abkarian got a call saying this pup, Max,
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the
Was isolated in the yard while the house next to it is burning down.
with the help of some first responders, they approached the timid dog.
He's scared and nobody can get him because he's trapped inside this front yard.
But they were successful as the surrounding community burned.
Hi, buddy.
Max was relocated to the Whittier Dog Club, where he has something in common with all of these pups. All were rescued or displaced by fires in LA. If only they could tell their stories.
You don't know what went through his mind. The soot and the smoke was ridiculous for a human like myself. You can imagine dogs have 1,000 times more scent glands.
But in a way, through these photos,
come here,
Max.
All right, we are sorry to interrupt that story, but we have
in very difficult conditions. Our community is facing significant challenges, and ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents is our top priority. The LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in areas impacted by the fires. Officers are patrolling these areas to criminal activity and to help ensure public safety. To bolster these efforts, the City of Los Angeles Palisades Fire Incident Command is currently developing a vetting process to support private fire prevention and security entities safely entering the fire area. This is being done as a force multiplier for law enforcement efforts. The process for allowing private support entities will entail the agency or company requesting access to provide Palisades Fire Incident Law Enforcement Liaison. And what the process will look like, Their contact information for credentials will be verified, the exact resources requested to be allowed access to, the date and times access was requested, the approval from the Incident Operations and Safety. The law liaison will advise law enforcement agencies via emails about the following items once they have been verified. Law enforcement will distribute to deputies and officers in the field a list of those authorized for each operational period. So each day you come out, it'll be a new pass for those that'll have access. An access pass will be also issued to the support entity authorized for access. I want to stress that this is not an invitation for residents to repopulate areas that are evacuated. Remaining properties have no access to power, water, or gas, and major hazards such as debris and wires still remain in the roadways. Also, please be aware that many household items that have burned are now toxic and can present significant health risks. We recognize that residents want to protect their property, and we believe this effort helps strengthen our ability to help keep the area safe and get information out to property owners. Lastly, you may see the National Guard present in impacted communities. Their support is invaluable during the emergency, enabling law enforcement to help focus on crime suppression. The National Guard is assisting us in the following areas: traffic control. They're managing roadways and ensuring access to affected areas is restricted only to authorized personnel. Critical infrastructure security, maintaining security over things that we all need, power poles, power sources, other things like along those lines to ensure that security. Checkpoints, they'll be verifying credentials and restricting unauthorized entry into protected zones. While the fires in Pacific Palisades remain an ongoing challenge, the LAPD remains on citywide tactical alert, which means that all personnel and resources are available to be redirected and redeployed to this incident. I want to assure the community that we're working tirelessly to protect lives, property, and maintain public safety during this critical time. I want to thank everybody who has worked with us, who has cooperated with the requests that we have made, the orders that have been given as far as evacuation and maintaining as best we can a semblance of order during this very, very difficult time. We still have fire resources coming in from all over the country to be able to help deal with this major disaster. And so we want to be able to keep it as safe as we possibly can. The measures we put forward here is with an eye to doing that. And so, again, thank you. And thank you to all of you for help getting our message out to the public that we serve. I'll take any questions, but limited to our role here from LAPD, the law enforcement function. No questions? I can't speak for the sheriff. We have had
no arrests to looting in the fire areas.
Yeah, we've had some arrests, but not for looting within the fire areas in the city of Los Angeles. The sheriff reported last night that there were, I think, probably almost 24 arrests. No questions? Thank you all. We appreciate it.
All right, you're watching KCAL News at 6 o'clock, and we just listened to a press conference given by LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell. He basically talked about the National Guard assisting in security. They have made some arrests having to do with looting. The National Guard is verifying credentials at checkpoints, and fire resources, of course, are still coming in from all over the country. Now, we want to talk about the frustrations boiling over at LA City Hall right now over the response to these massive fires. The mayor and the fire chief not there at that press conference. Our Ross Palumbo is live tonight with what's happening right now, Ross.
Well, Pat, we've been monitoring this for about an hour now, and the mayor, Karen Bass, and the chief, Kristen Crowley, were supposed to be the primary people speaking at this press conference, but they're saying there's a sound problem. Do we have a sound problem? There is a sound problem. You can hear me now. Let me start again, Pat. We had a little technical glitch there. So they were supposed to be here, but at the last minute, they both canceled. And the reason is the fire chief was on the air today actually saying that budget and personnel restrictions did exacerbate this fire situation in the Palisades. Now remember, we have been asking these questions for several days now, whether that was the problem. The mayor and the city cut the fire budget by nearly $18 million this year. And just a few weeks ago in December, the fire chief sent off a memo back to the city saying that this would severely impact wildfire protection. In fact, at a Board of Fire Commissioners meeting, they called it a, quote, crisis. So this situation was known. We had been asking the fire chief about it. She was answering very selectively. She wouldn't come right out and say there was a problem at this press conference yesterday to me. But take a listen to what she's been saying on the air today. Okay, we don't have that soundbite ready for us, at least not yet, but she has basically been saying that there was a severe impact on the city and that she does believe that this is a problem, and she cast aspersions on the mayor's office. Right now, I'm being told she is in a meeting with Mayor Karen Bass. Both of them are hashing this out, but Pat, this is a serious issue. We have thousands of homeowners in the Palisades area that were noticing that firefighters were not present. There was not enough coverage. There were claims that the water had severe problems, that the hydrants were running dry, that this was really a calamity on top of everything that happened with the high winds and the fire danger. And this is where we are right now. The fire chief coming out and saying that the budget problems and the mayor were, in fact, part of the problem. It's a breaking story, and new information, of course, we'll get it right back out to you. But Pat, this is a serious situation, confirming many people's worst fears.
Well, it is, and it's been something that's been ongoing, actually, on social media since those fires broke out, in particular in the Palisades on Tuesday. You know, given what we're supposed to do as journalists, there was another part of the interview with Crowley where she said that I guess if there were 100 firefighters, it wouldn't have made a difference given the winds and what they had to face. But she did say that because of budget restrictions, that did impact how these fires were fought. So this is something that is going to be discussed. We do not know the ramifications of this. As you mentioned, she is meeting right now with the mayor, which is why they were not present at that press conference. So don't know what's going to come out of that, Ross.
And Pat, well, Pat, specifically at issue here, that money wasn't just personnel. It was to repair fire trucks, and that was a big part of the allegation, that they were down fire trucks. I had fire officials telling me, sources off the record, that they usually have several fire trucks on standby in case of emergencies, and in a situation like this, they would put those trucks right on the line. This time, the trucks weren't ready because so many fire trucks need repair. They're not being repaired because of the budget cuts, and those mechanics apparently have been laid off, or there weren't enough of them. So she was talking about this today in very forceful terms. We do have that sound now, so take a listen to what the fire chief has been saying.
The Palisades fire, everybody's seen it. It is absolutely one of the most horrific natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. And even with an additional 100 engines, I tell you, we were not going to catch that fire. But with that being said, let me be clear. The $17 million budget cut and the elimination of our civilian positions like our mechanics and will continue to severely impact our ability to repair our apparatus. I want to also be clear that I have, over the last 3 years, been clear that the fire department needs help. We can no longer sustain where we are. We do not have enough firefighters. With that, I have also requested multiple budgets, interim budgets, to show how understaffed, under-resourced, and underfunded the LAFD is.
You know, Pat, it is so disappointing. We've been going through all those documents. We have discussed how the budget cuts happen, how many times the fire chief has come back to the table saying that they needed the money. She has put warning out after warning out, and clearly at this point now, after questions from us and everyone else, the truth is, frankly, starting to trickle out. That's why the fire chief is not here right now. The mayor first said on Wednesday, Pat, you'll remember, that the budget was not the issue. She said that it was, quote, confusing and that people were misunderstanding the situation. But here you have the fire chief herself, who is in charge of that more than $1 billion budget, saying they needed more money to protect these homes. Now we have more than 20,000 acres destroyed, more than 5,000 structures damaged or destroyed, and here we are. We'll try to get more information on this. For now, though, that's the very latest live from downtown, Pat. Back to you.
This is just a dire situation all around. So thank you so much for that update, Ross. And we will be updating this story throughout the evening and I'm sure throughout the days, maybe even the months ahead. All right, more information to tell you about right now. Curfew orders have been issued in the evacuation zones, and they are in effect starting right now from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. each night. Only first responders, city and state officials, and media will be allowed in.
A curfew order has been established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones. You cannot be in these affected areas. If you are subject to arrest.
The sheriff, the Los Angeles Police Department, and local law enforcement is going to be working overtime to protect your home. In that way, if you violate the curfew, you will be arrested and then you will be prosecuted by the district attorney's office.
Well, KCAL's Rita Nakano is live in the Palisades tonight where the curfew is just beginning. Good evening, Rita.
Yeah, you heard it right there. Good evening. Curfew means no one in, no one out, even if you are a resident, unfortunately. And this isn't to inconvenience residents. It's really to protect your homes. And we're here at the corner of PCH and Temescal Canyon. This is one of the checkpoints that the police was talking about in terms of checking your ID. They have a very strict way to policy to do this. So the first thing they're doing is they're checking their IDs. Then they're mapping out their address from this specific checkpoint. There are many. If you live just a few miles up, of course, they will let you go up there, but only for emergency medications. If their homes are still standing, that means, unfortunately, if you live a little too far away or you're here and you know that your home is leveled, you just want to stay, take some photos, rummage through for sentimental items, no, you are still not allowed to come back. And of course, the reason for this, you heard it in that press conference, they're clearing out the street for fire personnel to take care of spot fires, but also utility workers who we saw so many today. They're now able to finally get in there, take care of the power, gas, and water lines to make sure that everything is safe. And of course, the big problem is looting. Earlier, we spoke to a resident who was saving his mother's home while fending off looters. He's begging people not to kick them while they are already down.
It's twisted to me. All these people, we lost everything. My friends, they lost, and then they're trying to come up. It's like, it's heartbreaking. It's like, just let people like have their moment.
Now, at this checkpoint here at the Temescal Canyon PCH, Cal Guard troops have been here since about 5 o'clock this morning to assist with the curfews and closures. And of course, it is all for that security boost that the LAPD needs to do. Live out here at PCH in Temescal Canyon and Pacific Palisades, I'm Rita Nakano. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Rena. Now in Altadena, businesses near Lake Avenue burned to ash. A local hardware store serving the community for more than a century was among the rubble. And our Joy Benedict spoke with the owner. Joy?
That's right, Pat. I mean, it is just really heartbreaking to drive up and down Lake Avenue and see so many businesses that are destroyed. Over there, we just had a hot spot that fired up at one of those businesses. That is Lake Avenue. But I want to flip the camera around because I want you to see this hardware store. This hardware store has been here for more than 100 years, Altadena Hardware, and it is completely gutted by this fire. I mean, the shelves are the only things left standing, and even they aren't upright. The roof is gone. It is just a mass of bricks holding about nothing in place. I did get a chance to speak with the hardware owner, Jimmy Orlandini, just a short time ago, earlier today, and he says he will rebuild. You closed up on Tuesday. Did you imagine that would be the last time?
No idea. I mean, we saw the fire. We actually helped my parents evacuate because they were closest to the canyon. We never thought it would get anywhere close to the store.
And when did you realize it did?
It was probably about 8:30 in the morning. Next to us is the bike store. He was actually the owner of that store, Steve Salinas, was with me on my neighbor's roof helping us keep her house from catching on fire. And then my dad actually was able to come by here and he said the store was on fire. We're just heartbroken. So much work, and all my employees, they all love this store. They were a big part of why this store was so great. And, I had to tell them yesterday that there's no store. But
how many employees do you have?
I think we have about 15. But we are going to rebuild. We're already in the process of trying to build a temporary store out front. We've already talked to True Value. They're going to help us with whatever we need, do it best. They're all going to help us, get trucks out here and start servicing the community again.
And that's exactly what he wants to do. He wants to help his community rebuild, as of course it is a hardware store. Now, I have talked to other business owners here in this district, and they aren't sure if they're going to have the energy or the strength or the time to go ahead and rebuild. But a lot of small businesses up and down Lake Avenue, and almost all of them are gone. Pat.
Yeah, it's so sad to see. Thank you so much, Joy. And we want to tell you about new evacuations issued in the Palisades fire. KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers live at the desk now. Mike, this is on the north end of the fire.
Yeah, the north and the east side of the fire. So right now there are new voluntary evacuations that butt up right against the 405. I want to ask Mike Parrott if we can look at my computer really quickly so I can show you some of those evacuations. So these are the new ones that are here, and you're going to see they're right along the 405 freeway here. And we're talking about this area like Mountain Gate Country Club, even up into the, these ones actually just expanded too. So even newer than the last time I checked this map. So these ones right here have now incorporated a pretty large swath of homes here that are under voluntary evacuation. And what's concerning, Pat, is these voluntary evacuations are now almost reaching Ventura Boulevard. So Ventura Boulevard runs right along here. This is the 405. And now we've got this new set of voluntary evacuations right here in this area to the north of Mulholland. So we are talking about areas like Green Vista Drive and Westfall Drive. Adlon Road is the boundary to the north. Those are all under now a voluntary evacuation order as the fire continues to burn. I want you to look at video from SkyCal because they are live and we're going to show you that perspective. So this is the fire that I was just talking to you about. And now we're going to pan down and we'll show you the nearest community that is now under these voluntary evacuation warnings that I just told you. So you can see the fire is still a bit away, but it is obviously concerning enough for the fire crews that they have issued a voluntary evacuation warning for this stretch of the Palisades fire, now burning well north of where it started in the Pacific Palisades. The nearest evacuation warnings now almost reaching Ventura Boulevard in the San Fernando Valley, which is pretty wild to think how far to the north this fire has burned. So we're going to continue to monitor that situation. I got to get SkyCal some fuel here in just a second, and then we'll pop right back up. But you can see the pretty large flame lengths that are now coming off of that fire as it creeps over the Santa Monica mountain range towards the north into the San Fernando Valley. Now we have portions of the Encino area under a voluntary evacuation as evacuation warnings reach almost to Ventura Boulevard, Pat.
This is just incredible, really, Mike, to see how much this fire has advanced.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or that new fires break out from that same line, the same vicinity. It's just pretty remarkable, especially when the winds aren't as high.
That's significant, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks so much, Mike. And Evelyn Taft, you heard what we've just been talking about here. The winds have died down somewhat, so it's just very unusual, I think.
Right.
Okay, to see that this fire has spread or has the potential.
A different direction. But here's the thing. So winds have died down, so that's good news. But what's going to start to happen a little bit as we move into the next 24 hours or so, we'll see that wind direction shift again. So the wind direction could drive flames a different direction. Again, that's kind of what we're seeing right now. But it's not nearly as wind-driven as where we were, because we were just looking at such gusty conditions. We're really looking at calm conditions, and this is where we're hoping to just get a handle on the flames, not increase the evacuation zones to new areas, right? So we're going to continue to watch it for you as we get a look right now at wind gusts. Again, we are barely looking at any wind gusts across Southern California this evening, which is really good news. You will see right here that we are looking at just a little spot coming in over Malibu at 17 miles per hour. And as we get a look at your futurecast right here, you will see that the wind will continue to sort of spot on the map as we move into the overnight hours. As we move into the next couple of days right here, you will see some windy conditions through Ventura County, along the 210 corridor, through San Bernardino as well. And then we're going to continue to see just a little bit of wind here and there. Again, nothing too widespread. And let's take a closer look at just not the wind, but the air quality, because that's a big concern for us as well. So as we get a look at the numbers right here, you will see that, well, we're below 150, and that's the goal as far as the air quality goes. We really want to stay below that 150 AQI. That's the air quality index, as we call it, and unhealthy is above 150. So right now, generally speaking, we're moderate. We're looking at yellow, and now we're starting to see a little bit of orange pop up on the map. We didn't see that earlier, so it's starting to get a little worse as we move up to the mountains and over the San Gabriel Valley as well. So we're going to continue to monitor air quality for you. Again, a couple spots showing up unhealthy. You'll see in the orange, otherwise yellow, indicative of moderate air quality. High pressure continuing to hang overhead. It's been sitting here for a while, just sort of stuck, if you will. So any potential for rain, and that's what we need to really make things better. I mean, that's at the end of the day, the fire weather will end when we get a good soaking, and we haven't had a good soaking. So at this point, any potential for rain is going up and over us. That's continuing to be the case. Maybe in the long-term forecast, we could see something, and we're holding on to that hope right now. But for now, nothing but dry conditions and gusty conditions. Gusty conditions returning potentially Sunday night into Tuesday, possibly into Wednesday. We're going to continue to watch it all. But for now, Pat, I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Ev. Well, donations are pouring into Pasadena to help people impacted by the Eaton fire, and a buzz when Prince Harry and his wife Meghan Markle stopped by the Pasadena Convention Center to offer their support. Reporter Josh Sanders is there live for us this evening. Hey, Josh.
Hey, Pat, good evening. Good to be with you. Yeah, there's about 1,200 people that have been displaced. They've lost everything, according to city officials here in Pasadena. Right over here, you have some of them that are just, taking a moment. They're here with their families, gathering their thoughts. Will, if you can pan over here. So in the convention center, you have a lot of people in there right now. We're not allowed to take our cameras in there at this moment. Obviously, a lot of people are just kind of want their privacy. They want to be by themselves right now and with their families because they lost everything. But really, this is an example of hope. This is an example of neighbors helping neighbors. Will, go ahead and come over here. So not only are there a lot of resources here. You have food trucks that are here. They're providing food. You had mentioned Prince Harry and Meghan Markle were out here. That's just an example of, people coming out and them alone being out here handing out food to people. That goes a long way. The World Central Kitchen is here. The founder, Jose Andres, was here earlier. Just a testament to the people of Pasadena, helping one another out. You had earlier, we saw long lines going into the convention center. You had the California Fire Foundation. They were handing out gift cards of $250 to those families. And I talked to one chef, Chef Roy Choi. He was offering about 3,000 burritos. Take a listen to what he said about the impact of just feeding people.
Everyone's still trying to hold up their demeanor, but as soon as they start talking, they just break down. So I'm just here as a redwood tree for them to hug. You know what I'm saying?
A hug, and a lot of people just need a hug right now, Pat. A lot of people need a hug. Back to you.
About that, Josh, and thank you. That's what it's going to take for people to get through all of this. They need a lot of things and things that we can provide, food and clothing, and a hug. That's
goes
free.
A long way.
That's right. Thanks so much, Josh. Well, the Rams are getting ready for their match against the Vikings in Glendale, Arizona. Sports Director Jim Hill just spoke with head coach Sean McVay, and that is still to come. So keep it right here.
My name is Tim Leith. I was sitting at a red light. Out of nowhere, I just got
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make
What
sense?
have you learned?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has a glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Ready, set, go!
All right. Okay, let's go.
Former American swimmer Gary Hall Jr. says he lost all 10 of his Olympic medals in his rented home in Pacific Palisades. He says he managed to escape with his dog, but he wasn't able to grab his 5 gold, 3 silver, and 2 bronze medals.
The medals were in a closet in my bedroom, 70 feet away. I didn't have time to go get them. It wasn't easy, to leave that behind. I worked a lifetime to achieve that.
Well, Gary Hall Jr. competed in the 1996, 2000, and 2004 Olympic Games. Well, we don't call it the Six for nothing. Next, the outpouring of support for the wildfire victims.
If you're happy and you know it's happy.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Now back to our top story. We're following several wildfires as they continue to burn throughout Los Angeles County, destroying more than 10,000 structures in the area. It's really just mind-boggling. More than 300,000 residents are under evacuation orders or warnings, that's according to California officials. And the Palisades and Eaton fires have burned down more than 34,000 acres combined as crews continue to struggle and to vanquish those flames. CBS News reporter Charlie DeMar joins us from Altadena. It's one of the hardest hit neighborhoods amid these fires. And Charlie, one thing that continues to strike me is how intense the heat must have been to destroy and melt vehicles. I see one next to you. Show us around and let us know what you've seen.
It truly is incredible, Errol. Yeah, you can see this car here, and as you continue to pan into this house, this looks like it was the driveway to the home, and you can make out a washing machine back there. And this is what so many homes look like here in hard-hit Altadena. And once residents eventually are allowed back in, unfortunately, this is the reality that they are going to come home to. We have talked to a number of residents today who were trying to come in to their neighborhoods just to get a glimpse, to see it with their own eyes, to see what their new reality is. But they've been stopped by checkpoints. They've been stopped by the National Guard because at this point, they're not letting people back into their neighborhoods. And a big part of that is due to looting. There's a curfew that's going to be in place tonight. Police say, along with trying to secure these areas, put out the fires, maintain peace with everything else going on here in Los Angeles and the surrounding areas, they are now having to deal with looting. I spoke to a man named David. He left his neighborhood when it was on fire. He has not been back since. This was really going to be the first time that he was going to see his neighborhood. And he has no idea what his home looks like. And he's frustrated that on top of what he's dealing with, he's assuming that his home is a complete loss. But now he's having to deal with the real possibility of looters having gone through his personal belongings. And he won't even have the opportunity to get into his home and salvage what may have survived.
And he's just one of tens of thousands of people with that experience right now. Charlie DeMar, we appreciate your reporting. Our hearts go out to David and everyone else there still suffering right now. All right, Vanessa Pellegrini is a restaurateur. She owns Vittorio Ristorante and Pizzeria in Pacific Palisades. Vanessa, I know you lost your restaurant in the Palisades and you're joining us from, I believe, where the business once stood. Correct me if that's not accurate, but bring us up to speed.
I'm actually back in Woodland Hills right now. We just left the site of Vittorio's about half an hour ago.
Okay, how are you doing? How are you trying to psychologically wrap your head around what you've been through?
Today was the first day we were able to get in to see it, and it was rough. I got out of the car and just collapsed. I didn't have any strength to see it.
What did you see?
It was just carnage. There was nothing. It was just wrecked metal, ash, burned to the ground. nothing left, a gaping hole of just nothing. It's just nothing. It was just wreckage.
We're looking at some of the footage I believe you were able to shoot from your car while the fires were still burning. We're seeing some of the aftermath now. I continue to be in shock as someone who lived in LA for 7 years as to how much of the Palisades is completely decimated. Where is your thinking now? Are you critical of local officials for not getting enough of a warning? Because folks did get a few days of a heads up, or are you simply trying to figure out where to spend the nights?
You know, we actually live in Woodland Hills. Our business is there, and our employees actually drive in. So we didn't lose our home, but we had probably about 30 minutes to evacuate our employees, take whatever we could, which was basically nothing, and get out of the Palisades, which was just major gridlock. So we really didn't get a chance. And as far as being critical of our officials, they will have a hefty price to pay. I will tell you that me, along with thousands of others, are absolutely appalled at how and why this took place. I mean, they literally just watched this city burn in 24 hours with no regard, absolutely no regard for structure, for homes, for people. No infrastructure. It is just criminal negligence. And I think that we need to hold our officials accountable.
CBS News has obtained documents that show that the city was warned weeks or months ago that because of these drought conditions and budget cuts, it would hamper fire officials' ability to get a handle on wildfires. What specifically makes you so outraged? I mean, you speak about the delay in getting help, certainly. Was there a lack of warning, or was it really a lack of help once the fires started?
It's a complete lack of infrastructure, mismanagement. I received a note from a very good friend whose sister had received something from the LAFD warning them about the lack of water in the Pacific Palisades Reservoir that was down for maintenance. 117 million gallons of water that was not available to us. You know, this could have been stopped at 11:45 a.m. when it started. We're no stranger to wildfires, mudslides, earthquakes. California is a resilient state. The Palisadians are resilient people. This community will rebuild, but it will not be without the wrath of, there will definitely be some heads that will roll. I will tell you that.
And we should note for our viewers that Governor Gavin Newsom is calling for an investigation into the water issues, the pressure issues, the lack of availability. But those answers will be, days, weeks, months away as Vanessa, you and others try to put your lives back together. Thank you for taking some time to speak to us, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
If you would like to help those affected by the California wildfires, head to redcross.org/CBS. You can also head to cbsnews.com/LAfires. Now to some other big headlines. Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro has been sworn in for a third term as president, despite widespread doubts over the legitimacy of the country's election results. Many world leaders, including President Biden, are refusing to recognize Maduro as the country's duly elected president. And this isn't the first time Maduro has come under international scrutiny. The U.S. and other nations also condemned his 2018 re-election as illegitimate. Meantime, we're also monitoring the situation in Sudan. This week, the U.S. determined the Sudanese rebel group RSF has committed genocide amid the ongoing civil war there. CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd joins us now for what is a regular weekly national security wrap. Sam, great to have you on the program. Let's begin with what's happening in Venezuela. What kind of responses are we seeing from the U.S. and others to Maduro's inauguration?
Well, Maduro was sworn in on Friday for another 6-year term, and the U.S. responded quite significantly also on Friday with a set of punitive measures against Maduro and his cronies. For starters, the United States increased the reward against Maduro and some of his senior officials for narcotics trafficking and other illicit activities. In addition to that, the United States Treasury Department rolled out sanctions against 8 individuals in the security and economic sectors for their role in supporting Maduro's, quote, illegitimate claim to power. At the same time, additional visa restrictions were rolled out against individuals accused of undermining the electoral process in Venezuela. On the flip side, this past week, the United States also announced, the Biden administration announced, that they were extending what is known as temporary protected status for over 600,000 Venezuelans who've been in the country since July of 2023. We should likely expect increased punitive measures against the Maduro regime as well by the Trump administration, who has condemned a lot of the activities that Maduro has implemented against his people.
So that's one major issue happening in South America. Let's turn now to the African continent and Sudan. The genocide the U.S. has acknowledged is taking place there. What are the allegations the U.S. is making against the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF? And what can you tell us about the humanitarian situation as it unfolds?
Well, let's start with the context. Sudan has been locked in a brutal civil war since April of 2023, pitting the Sudanese military against a paramilitary force known as the Rapid Support Forces.